Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Creating Jinchuriki in Konoha causing chaos 1 CJ Chapter 1 Phoenix King Jinchuriki, Shanlin. Update 1, please give me flowers and collect them. Do you crave power? In a dark cabin, a boy asked a girl. The girl's eyes were slightly dull, silly expression. Like a fool, I'm asking you, do you crave power? The young man asked again, after gaining strength. You can free yourself from those people's control over you. You can avenge your mother, you can do whatever you want. The girl finally reacted, she nodded vigorously. Then he said very firmly, I long for power. The young man immediately laughed when he heard this. He held out his right hand, bring it on, give me your soul. I will give you strength. The girl hesitated after hearing this. However, after seeing the boy's sincere eyes and handsome face, she compromised. He obediently put his little hand on the young man's hand. Buzz, two very mysterious forces appeared on the two of them. Then the forces merged, all flowed into the body of that young man, Bijuu. After the mysterious power circulated in Bijuu's body, it surged out again and penetrated into the body of the girl, Shanlin. Buzz, golden light flashes, it instantly enveloped Shanlin and healed all the scars on her body instantly. Then the golden light began to gather towards her right arm. At the same time, the brightness is also constantly increasing. Stab, the sleeve of Shanlin's right arm was instantly shattered by an unknown force. At the same time, the golden light shrank into an X-shaped symbol, extremely dazzling. After a while, the golden light dissipated. There's an X-shaped black tattoo on Shanlin's right arm. However, if someone looks carefully, they will definitely exclaim. Is this the colorful black of Madara? Advertisement? Open black lens bracket ding. Change the plot and get 100,000 plot points, close black lens bracket. Okay, the signing ceremony is completed. Bijuu smiled and took out a card that sparkled with diamonds. On the card, there is also a lifelike phoenix. Down below, I will give you strength. After saying that, he flicked the card. Click. Accompanied by a soft sound, the card sparkled with diamond light and shattered. At the same time, a colorful phoenix flew out from the broken card very gracefully. It circled around Shanlin and sprinkled some colorful powder. He rushed towards Shanlin's belly. Buzz! A huge force burst out instantly, knocking Shanlin unconscious. And her clothes also shattered with the energy impact. It just exposed her white belly, but, on her flat belly, there was a very strange seal shining with colorful light. At the same time, many people in Konoha Village felt the appearance of this strange and terrifying power. However, not many people cared, because now is the Chunin exam period. And not only did many powerful people come to the village, there is also a very unstable one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara. Therefore, people in Konoha thought this was a burst of one-tail's daily instability. As for Sand Shinobi, no one felt this strange and powerful force. Therefore, this fleeting power did not attract anyone's attention. Time passes slowly. Soon, it turned from late night into late night. And Shanlin finally woke up from her coma. Well, she opened her eyes in confusion and then wiggled her nose slightly. The nice smell of chakra. Then she turned around and looked. I saw a handsome young man sitting not far away. It was Bijuu who gave her strength. Woke up. Shanlin looked at Bijuu's handsome face and blushed for a moment. You, just call me Holy Lord. Bijuu glanced at Shanlin and said lightly, welcome to join the Elf Pavilion. There is one big principle in the organization, advertisement. That is, no information about the organization is allowed to be disclosed to outsiders. Violators will die. Certainly, if you inadvertently let outsiders know information about your organization. Then, you can choose to silence those outsiders in time. In this way, it can be considered as not being disclosed to outsiders. As a core member, you are eligible to have your own nickname. Once the codename is determined, it cannot be changed. When performing tasks, you can only report your own codename. The codename can only be a certain plant. Then my name is Huali. Bijuu glanced at Shanlin. In Japanese, Shanlin and Huali have the same pronunciation. It's as if this codename was never given, however, he didn't care either. Okay, over there are your work clothes. You will need to wear these clothes while on duty. As he spoke, Bijuu pointed to the black sleeveless dress, black leggings, two black ninja bags that could be tied to the legs, a black cloak, and a black hat on the table. There is also a large X mark on the black cloak. If you look carefully, you will definitely find it. This mark is of the same type as the tattoo on Shanlin's arm. They can emit light of various colors under light. That is the colorful black of Madara. Wear this ring. Bijuu threw another ring at Shanlin. It's a communication tool. Enter your chakra and it's ready to go. Figure it out for yourself. Can't be lost. Oh, Shanlin responded. Then, while wearing the ring, he observed it carefully. I saw that the ring had a silver setting, material unknown. There is also a fiery red gemstone on the ring holder. If you look at the gemstone against the light, you can also see the rose pear flowers among the gemstones. Is this my exclusive ring? Besides, my codename has just been drawn up, and the Holy Master has made such a gem. The Holy Lord is so strong. Shanlin stared at Bai Hao blankly, with little stars in her eyes. She felt like she was in love, although the other person is a godlike man. No, a boy. Okay, let's change your clothes and prepare for the mission. Bai Hao didn't pay attention to Shanlin's nymphomaniac. Instead, a mission card was thrown directly over. Chapter 2 Resurrection of Nohara Lin, second update, please collect and send flowers. Looking at the mission card, Shanlin was stunned for a moment. Just when she was about to ask some questions, only to find that Bai Hao has disappeared. This made her slightly depressed. Forget it, let's complete the task first. Thinking like this, Shanlin looked at the mission card. I saw a task written on it. Mission. Go to Konoha Cemetery, find Nohara Lin's tombstone, and use your skills to resurrect Nohara Lin. After resurrection, bring Nohara Lin to me in the bookstore. Mission requirements. Cannot be discovered by anyone throughout the entire process. Close black lens bracket. Shanlin looked at the task card and felt slightly nervous. This is her first time doing a task independently. In order not to continue to be a mobile medical kit. To avenge his mother. For freedom, be sure to work hard to complete the task. Shanlin took a deep breath. Then I looked around the room and found that there was no one there and there were no windows. Then he started changing clothes directly. After changing her clothes, she looked in the mirror again. Suddenly I realized that I was really cool dressed like this. Moreover, after discovering that there were no scars on her body, she felt much more confident. Come on, Shanlin. Shanlin took a deep breath. Then he quickly walked down to the attic wearing a bamboo hat. This is a 3-story house. The first floor is the bookstore, the second floor is the residence, and the third floor is this small attic without windows. She had just reached the first floor when she saw Bai Luo dozing off at the cashier counter. Holy Lord. Shanlin said hello shyly. Go ahead and be confident. Bai Hao nodded expressionlessly. Yes, Shanlin responded, then tiptoed and rushed out. She was running quickly through the streets of Konoha. While feeling the changes in his body, first of all, I have an extra resurrection skill. As long as there is the breath left by the other party can be resurrected. It can be used about once a month. Secondly, my control over chakra has also improved a lot. Physical strength has also improved a lot. I was able to rush out so far with just a little effort. It seems that the speed and strength have increased by at least 3 times. Finally, my total amount of chakra increased a lot. Advertisement: if it was originally 1, it should be 100 now. After sensing such a result, Shanlin couldn't help but secretly sighed. She is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Chakra is born with much more than ordinary people. But now, her total amount of chakra has increased by at least 100 times. Horrible. Am I not now a humanoid-tailed beast? You ignorant little girl. Who? Shanlin was startled by a voice that suddenly appeared in her mind. His steps also paused slightly, then, she suddenly thought of something. He quickly reached out and touched his belly. Are you the phoenix in that card? Call me Phoenix King. Is your partner. You complete the mission of the Holy Lord first. Let's talk about it later. At that time, I will teach you some special ninjutsu. Even, it is the secret method of merging chakra with different attributes. Oh, good? Shanlin responded with some excitement in her heart. Then keep running forward. I feel full of strength. Moreover, he has a very scary partner. The Holy Lord is so powerful. This made her feel that Bai Hao was even more unfathomable. At the same time, it also gave her a greater sense of belonging to this mysterious organization. What a mysterious and powerful organization. I can finally stop working on a mobile medical kit. Kaoru soon arrived at Konoha's cemetery. She first used Kagura's heart eye to sense her surroundings. After realizing that there was no one around, she used the resurrection skill. Buzz, accompanying the release of Shanlin's skills. A 6-pointed star magic circle also appeared on Nohara Lin's tombstone. The magic circle is constantly flashing with colorful light. There are many mini Phoenix Kings flying in the air around. Keep sprinkling some colorful powder, and those colorful powders are constantly condensing in the air. Gradually, a human-shaped pattern emitting colorful light was condensed. The humanoid pattern gradually solidifies, plumps, and expands. Finally, she turned into a girl with colorful lights. Buzz. Advertisement: the magic circle suddenly trembled and then suddenly shattered. The colorful lights on the ground, the sky, and the girl also disappeared at the same time. And the girl who was originally shining with colorful light. She also turned into an ordinary human girl. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Well, Shanlin looked at the girl who was unconscious and resurrected from the dead. His face was full of astonishment. After a moment, her face turned red. Then he quickly took off his cloak and wrapped the girl. Could it be that the Holy Lord doesn't let others see us? Is it because we know that after the dead are resurrected, they will have no clothes? Shanlin didn't think much about it. While holding Nohara Rin in his arms, he rushed towards Bai Hao bookstore. While sensing the surroundings, he prevented the two of them from being discovered. Fortunately, it was late at night and there weren't many people outside. Soon, she sent Nohara Lin to Bai Hao safely. Holy Lord. Mission accomplished, Shanlin said excitedly. This is the first time she has completed a task independently. However, after thinking of something, her face became a little ugly again. Holy Lord. I found out that people from Konoha Village were looking for me. They seemed to have discovered that I was here and were surrounding me. But, because this is Konoha Village, therefore, they did not take the initiative. Oh, Bijuu nodded expressionlessly, but I felt a little helpless in my heart. His strength is actually very average, that is, he is just an ordinary Jonin. It was normal for people from Sound Ninja Village to discover that he had abducted Shan Lin here. After all, Shan Lin is a very important, strategic resource in Sound Ninja Village. You go back first, although Bijuu is invincible in this bookstore. But, to avoid trouble, at the same time, it is also to avoid being exposed. He could only ask Shan Lin to leave first. I originally planned to ask Shan Lin to help Lin change clothes. Now she's gone. I was a little embarrassed. Bijuu sighed silently in his heart. Then a new mission card was thrown out. Also, this is a new mission. Chapter 3 Elf Card Drawing System, 3 updates, please collect and ask for flowers. Mission. In the second round of the Chunin exam, protect Uchiha Sasuke from being bitten by Orochimaru. After the mission is complete, quickly evacuate Konoha Village. Mission requirements. None. Big, Orochimaru. Shan Lin trembled all over. She knew exactly who Orochimaru was. The legendary Sannin. I'm just an ordinary genin. How can you beat Sannin? Be confident. Bijuu seemed to see Shan Lin's thoughts. He glanced at the other party indifferently, and then said slowly, you are a core member of the organization. Moreover, your strength has improved a lot now. Go back and practice the Phoenix King mode again. Not to mention protecting a person in front of Orochimaru. Even defeating Orochimaru on the spot is easy, leave. Shan Lin looked at Bijuu's face and smelled the delicious chakra on him. I want to act coquettishly, but, after seeing Bijuu's indifferent expression, she reluctantly left the bookstore. Sure enough, resurrecting Lin is really a wise move. This wave made money, looking at Shan Lin's back. A smile suddenly appeared on Bijuu's face. He is not actually from this world. One day 8 years ago, he traveled to the Hokage world. At first, he was panicked and scared, because he understands. In the world of Hokage, there are no boundaries, no family, no secrets, and he has sacrificed his parents. Just a cannon fodder. However, after awakening to the elf card drawing system, he regained hope in life. Elf card drawing system is just as the name suggests. It is a system that consumes plot points for lottery draws. The prizes are 4 types of Pokemon cards, special rewards, daily necessities, and abilities in the Hokage world. Special rewards are special. He currently has 2 types, one is a 10% luck bonus buff. One is the Elf Pavilion organizational system. He can use this special organizational system to easily build this organization. For example, making communication rings, organizational uniforms, etc. Advertisement like signing a contract and strangulating the soul of the person who signed a contract at any time. These are all achieved through this system. The elf card is the one he used for Shan Lin. Can instantly transform a person into a Jinchuriki, causing its strength to skyrocket. High-level cards also have accompanying skills, which can increase the total amount of chakra, improve chakra controllability, increase physical strength, etc. The elves in the diamond-level cards can even provide guidance on Jinchuriki's ninjutsu training. It can be said to be the most common thing among prizes. As for daily necessities, it is equivalent to, thank you for participating. As for the plot points consumed by the lottery, he needs to change the plot to get it. Although Bijuu's strength is very poor, however, he has also done a lot in these 8 years. For example, he saved Hyūga Hinata and successfully made Hinata fall in love with him with his handsome appearance. Changed the plot and got 100,000 plot points from Hinata. There are also 1 million plot points from Uzumaki Naruto. For example, study hard, coupled with the amount of chakra obtained from the lottery, chakra control ability, and some elementary ninjutsu. This allowed him to steadily dominate Uchiha Sasuke. Became the top student in the ninja school, coupled with handsome appearance and cold temperament. Immediately he won the hearts of many girls. Haruno Sakura provides 500,000 plot points. Yamanaka Ino provides 10,000 plot points, at the same time. After becoming number 1 and winning the heart of Lil Sakura, it also caused a chain reaction. Uzumaki Naruto provides 100,000 plot points. Uchiha Sasuke provides 1 million plot points. Although killing, trapping the main characters can also gain a lot of plot points. However, this way he can't continue to earn plot points. Moreover, the main characters are all very lucky, and he may not be able to kill them. After having so many plot points, he started to draw like crazy. 100 plot points are drawn once. He drew countless bronze elf cards, countless daily necessities. Finally, he consumed a lot of elf cards and synthesized a diamond elf card, the Phoenix King. At the same time, his strength also increased to the level of an ordinary Jonin. He planned to use the Phoenix King card himself. But the special effects of the Ho-Oh card are too auxiliary, the power of healing ninjutsu is doubled. Advertisement: the skill is also too useless, resurrection. A person can only use 1 elf card. If he uses elf cards for his men, he can get the skills and special effects of the elf cards. Then, he gave up on using the Ho-Oh card himself. At the same time, I started looking for people who fit the Ho-Oh card. And just today, he waited for someone who matched the Phoenix King's card, Shang Lin. Hence, the following things happened. After Lin was resurrected, she was actually given 5 million plot points. This is really terrifying, looking at Nohara Rin who was still unconscious next to her. Bai Hao couldn't help but smile, as expected of a woman who can influence the plot of this world. Bai Hao took out an organizational uniform, put it on Nohara Lin. Then he held the other party's hand and directly signed an organizational contract with the other party. If it were someone else, he would still need the other person's consent before he could sign a contract and control the other person's soul. But, Nohara Lin is a dead person who was resurrected by Shang Rin. Therefore, he could directly force the contract without her consent. Buzz, accompanied by a wave of energy. A mysterious connection has also been established between Bai Hao and Nohara Lin. At the same time, in Nohara Lin's heart, an X tattoo also appeared. Same as Shanglin. At this moment, Bai Hao can also control Nohara Lin's life and death with just one thought. But it can only affect life and death, you cannot control the other person like a puppet. Kakashi, at this moment, Nohara Lin suddenly woke up. She sat up suddenly and yelled, Kakashi, then he looked around in confusion. I'm not dead. No, you were reborn. Nohara Lin was startled by the sudden cold voice. He quickly turned around and saw a very good-looking young man. The boy looks about 12 years old. He wasn't wearing any forehead protector, so he didn't know if he was a ninja or not. Where am I? You, who are you? Chapter 4 Rinnegan. Lucky draw, 4th update, please collect and ask for flowers. This is the headquarters of Elf Pavilion. Bai Hao said expressionlessly. I am the master of the Elf Pavilion. You can call me, Holy Lord. Holy Lord? Lin had a lot of doubts in her eyes. However, just as she was about to ask, she was interrupted by Bai Hao. You were resurrected by me. At the same time, you should also feel a restrictive force coming from your soul. The source of this power is me. I can use this power to influence your life or death. Even if you commit suicide, I can resurrect you again. Therefore, you must join my organization, you have no choice. Nohara Lin trembled when she heard this, she felt very frightened. The young man in front of her gave her too much pressure. Besides, raising your hand brings people back to life, turning back your hand makes people die. This is simply not something humans can do, certainly. If you obey, and if it can complete the task very well, I will give you power beyond the Hokage, and relative freedom. You can feel your own power. Are you much stronger than before you died? Nohara Lin subconsciously sensed her own strength. It turned out that it was indeed much stronger than before. In the past tense, she was just a newbie who had just become a Chunin. But now, she finds that her strength has reached Jonin's level. The reason why there is such a big improvement, mainly because the Phoenix King's resurrection skill has the effect of improving strength. I've really become a lot stronger, at first, if I had such strength. Obito won't die either, huh? My clothes? Suddenly, Nohara Lin realized something, he quickly looked at his clothes. It was a very beautiful black dress, but, where did you get these clothes? How did it get on me? Nohara Lin suddenly thought of something, and her face suddenly turned red. Then he looked at Bai Hao with shame and annoyance. Bai Hao naturally knew what this look meant, but he is very good at playing dumb. Advertisement. Your friends, Uchiha Obito and Itachi Kakashi are still alive. The organization knows all the secrets in the world. As long as you are obedient, complete the organization's mission. You can get everything you want. Obito is still alive? Lin's mind was filled with such words at the moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This world is far more complex than you think. After you think it through, just call my name out loud. After Bai Hao said this, he suddenly disappeared into the attic of the bookstore. At the same time, in order to prevent Lin from running around, he directly used his invincible power to seal the attic. It would be great if I had such power outside, Bai Hao sighed. He is currently invincible only in this bookstore. Lottery draw. I hope I can get something good this time. Thinking like this, Bai Hao began to draw prizes. Congratulations on drawing the Charmander, bronze, card. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on drawing the Squirtle, bronze, card. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on winning a box of Master Kong braised beef noodles, close black lens bracket. Congratulations on drawing a Chakra permanent increase pill, 0.1%, close black lens bracket. Congratulations on drawing the Pikachu, diamond, card. Close black lens bracket. Bai Hao, who was a little tired from the throbbing, suddenly became excited and became energetic. I really want to see a diamond card. Bai Hao quickly opened his backpack and checked it. After a while, he found the diamond card. Pikachu, diamond, after use, you can get Pikachu Fairy and become Pikachu Jinchuriki. Special effects. All attacks have lightning attributes, and all lightning attribute attacks have a paralysis effect. Skill. 100,000 volts, releases a powerful bolt of lightning. Increase. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra controllability, and greatly increase physical strength. Nearby matching characters. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyūga Hinata. This damn thing isn't Pikachu, it's Pikachu, Bai Hao looked at the diamond card. I couldn't help but complain. But who is this card for? Bai Hao only hesitated for a moment before deciding who to give the card to. The decision is yours, Hinata. Bai Hao put the card away with a smile. Then continue with the draw. Congratulations on drawing the Bulbasaur, bronze card, close black lens bracket. Advertisement, congratulations on drawing Rinnegan, close black lens bracket. Rinnegan, Bai Hao, who was drawing the lottery, was stunned. Then came the joy. My luck is really good today. Two good things came out. That luck buff that was released not long ago is really good. Bai Hao sighed, then Rinnegan was used directly. Subsequently, he felt his eyes sting, at the same time. He also felt that he had become much stronger. Bai Hao was so excited that he quickly took out a small mirror. He looked at his eyes in the mirror, found out to be a pair of purple Magatama Rinnegan. And it's a Rinnegan that can be turned off and on its own. Really not bad. Bai Hao smiled and continued to draw the lottery. Congratulations on drawing the Ibrahimovic silver card, close black lens bracket. Congratulations on drawing the Tathagata Divine Palm, God level enhanced version, one-time special prop, close black lens bracket. Huh? Bai Hao was delighted and surprised. Today is really a good day. Got so many good things at once. He took a cursory look at the new prop. Found it a bit tasteless, because this Tathagata palm is like a magic scroll. It's a disposable prop, so he continued to draw. After a lot of drawings, nothing valuable came out. However, Bai Hao is already very satisfied. The harvest was quite good today. It's almost time to synthesize a diamond card. Let me create a wave and see. Bai Hao opened the system interface and began to synthesize cards. Kakaka, along with the sounds synthesized by cards sounded. In the end, countless cards disappeared one after another, turning into a new card shining with diamond light. Celebi, diamond. After using it, you can get the Celebi spirit and become Celebi Jinchuriki. Special effect. Self-regeneration. No matter how severe the injury is, you can quickly heal yourself. Skill. Time travel. Can go back to any moment in the past 24 hours at any time. Increase. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra controllability, and greatly increase physical strength. Nearby matching characters. Nohara Lin, this ability. Very strong. Chapter 5 The eve of the Chunin exam. Please give me flowers and collect them in the 5th update. It was getting light. Konoha Village is very lively today. Because the Chunin exam is coming soon. Therefore, many people from other villages came to Konoha from far away. Shanglin is one of them, and there are many more similar to Shanglin. For example, the Gaara trio from Sanagakure, but Kankuro in the Gaara trio at the moment, but they are playing a game of bullying the kids. Get rid of this brat first, and then the brat over there. Kankuro held Konohamaru in one hand and made a fist with the other. He first glanced at Naruto not far away with interest. Then he punched Konohamaru directly, to spare, just at this time. A pebble suddenly appeared and hit Kankuro's hand hard, forcing him to let go. Saved Konohamaru. What are you doing in someone else's village? Sasuke sat on a branch. While throwing pebbles, he spoke expressionlessly. So handsome. Tamari looked at Sasuke and blushed. What a good man. Although he is also very handsome, he still feels a bit inferior compared to Bai Hao. Little Sakura looked at Sasuke and commented in her mind. Alas, why did Shiro give up being a ninja? If he didn't give up, maybe I would be on the same team as him. Oops, if I have Sasuke on my left and Bai Hao on my right. Wow. Super happy. Get out of here, just when little Sakura was thinking wildly. Sasuke, however, gently squeezed the stone in his hand and crushed it into powder. At the same time, he said with an indifferent expression. Cut. Before Kankuro could react, Naruto spoke with disdain. 10,000 years second child is starting to steal the show again. At the same time, he was roaring crazily in his heart. Damn it Sasuke. Why do you always come out to steal the spotlight like this? 10,000 years DK. Kankuro was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Sasuke. Hello. Get off here, 10,000 years DK. I hate little brats like you who only know how to talk. As he spoke, he put down the puppet behind him. Advertisement. Sasuke's face darkened. 10,000 years second child, this nickname is his eternal nightmare. When he thought of this, he would think of the man who would always hold him down. HMPH, Sasuke snorted, please don't compare me with that person who gave up being a ninja. Kankuro, stop. Just when the atmosphere between the two was tense. A cold voice suddenly sounded. The guy who disgraced the village. Then, everyone saw a dark-rimmed boy with a gourd on his back, standing upside down on a branch next to Sasuke. Gaara. Kankuro glanced at Gaara nervously. However, Gaara didn't care. He gave Sasuke a casual look. Then he continued. Why do you think we came all the way to Konoha? Listen. Listen to me. Gaara, it was these guys who caused trouble first. Shut up. If you talk again, I'll kill you. I know. Feel sorry, I'm really sorry. Kankuro quickly apologized in a cold sweat. I'm so sorry for you. Gaara didn't look at him, but turned to Sasuke and said. Say it. He stared at Sasuke for a moment longer. Such a strong man as just the second child of 10,000 years? I suddenly became interested in the next battle. With this thought, Gaara jumped directly. Let's go, we're not here to play. Stop, little Sakura suddenly spoke and stopped the three of them. Are you from Sanagakure? What are you doing here? After some exchanges, Naruto and the three finally knew that Konoha was about to start the Chunin exam. The three Gaaras are genin who took the exam, after knowing such a news. The three of them immediately came to Bai Hao's bookstore with mixed emotions. Bai Hao. Naruto ran in carelessly, that. There are so many weirdos coming to the village, they said they were coming to take the Chunin exam. Do you want to go and participate, Naruto? Advertisement? Sakura's Dwang. Blow knocked Naruto's head out. Then in an instant, he went from a rage state to obsessed girl state. Blushing, he picked up the broom nervously, that. Bai Haojun, we're here to help you clean up. Thank you. Bai Hao glanced at little Sakura. He knew why the other party reacted so violently. Because after he graduated, he gave up being a ninja in the name of missing his parents and not wanting to give up the bookstore left by his parents. He was the #1 in the ninja school and just gave up on being a ninja. From Sakura's point of view, this is actually very painful. So, little Sakura was afraid that Naruto's Chunin test would irritate him. So I forcibly changed the topic, but actually, the reason why he gave up being a ninja. It's just because he doesn't want to do the boring tasks of finding cats and dogs to buy things from. That, Naruto acted like an idiot and quickly forgot about the big bump on his head. Wait for me, little Sakura. When the whole village hated Naruto, only Bai Hao was very friendly to him. I also give him delicious food from time to time. Therefore, Naruto also recognized Bai Hao as a good friend. Every time I come to help with work, I work very hard. HMPH, Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and snorted softly. Then he walked slowly to the bookstore, put one hand in the bag and organized the bookshelf with the other. Bai Hao watched the three people working expressionlessly. He was actually very used to this scene. Since the three of them had never graduated, they had often come here to help. I don't know if Shanlin can complete my task well. Looking at Sasuke's neck, Bai Hao fell into thinking. Naruto and the three finished their work quickly. Bai Hao took out instant noodles, snacks and drinks obtained from the system and treated them to a meal. After eating, they left, and not long after they left, Hinata ran over alone. Jun Bai Hao. Hinata blushed and gasped. He obviously ran all the way here. Read, Teacher Hong. Registered for us. It's necessary to take the Chunin exam. No confidence? Seeing the other party stuttering, Bai Hao took the initiative to answer the question. Then do you want to become more powerful? Chapter 6 The new member of the organization. Strawberry, please ask for flowers and collect them in the 6th update. Hinata nodded vigorously. After that time she was rescued by Bai Hao. Bai Hao often opens a small window for her alone and teaches her various fighting skills. But it was of no use, because although Hinata has good qualifications, she lacks confidence. She also gives up easily and is extremely shy in front of the people she likes. This made Bai Hao very helpless, although he often taught Hinata how to practice. But Hinata would always secretly look at him with a red face in the middle of practice. Throwing a shuriken always misses the target because of distraction. Instructing physical skills at close range, she blushed and fainted. After being scolded by Bai Hao, he just cried and stuttered and promised to do it next time. The result is still the same next time. Then, Bai Hao gave up. People like Hinata can only rely on Naruto's belief to infect and trigger change. Although Bai Hao can also do this, but he felt ashamed of it. So, he decided to use another method to make Hinata stronger. That is to give Hinata power directly. When Hinata's strength skyrocketed, her self-confidence came naturally. With confidence, everything will be easier. Bai Hao can slowly and deeply train. Make it a great ninja. Very good, you come with me. Bai Hao locked the door of the bookstore and took Hinata to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. This power comes from a phantom beast, which is very powerful. Bai Hao pulled Hinata and asked her to sit down, then he took out the Skin God card. Moreover, this power has two forms. One is the ordinary form. In this case, it will only show that you are strong. But others simply don't see why you are strong. The other is the Fantasy Beast mode. Once you turn on this mode, your strength will increase dramatically. At the same time, the body also undergoes changes. Transform into a giant fat yellow mouse. In this way, your identity will be exposed. Everyone knows that there is a fantasy beast inside you. In the short term, you have to stay in the shadows. Therefore, if your life is not in danger, do not turn on the Fantasy Beast mode. Why? Hinata was a little confused, because many people want this phantom beast. They know you have it, so they want to catch you and take away this phantom beast. Do you still remember when Cloud Shinobi Village wanted to abduct you when you were a child? Advertisement, Hinata nodded sadly. She thought of the peeping glances from other villagers. I remember. Good, Bai Hao nodded, and then directly threw the Leather God card out. Hinata's treatment is completely different from that of Rin and Lin. Shanlin and Lin need to sign a contract. After Bai Hao completely controls the soul, he can drive the elf card into the opponent's body. But Hinata doesn't need to sign, because he trusted Hinata. After all, she has been a child bride since childhood. Moreover, he did not want to tell the other party about the elf pavilion for the time being. Just have a good sleep. Put Hinata, who had turned into a Jinchuriki and fainted, on the bed and covered her with the quilt. Then Bijuu pinched the other person's face again. Then he walked towards the third floor, just now. Nohara Rin called his name, apparently, after nearly a day of thinking. Nohara Lin has agreed to join the organization. It seems that you have figured it out? Yes, Holy Lord. Nohara Lin lowered her head to show her submission. Originally, she didn't want to join this weird and powerful organization. But, the organization is simply too powerful and overbearing. There was no room for her to resist. In order to be able to see Kakashi and Obito again, she decided to temporarily agree to join this organization. But, Nohara Lin suddenly raised her head and looked at Bijuu firmly. If the Holy Lord asks me to kill someone, or asks me to do something that I am very resistant to. So, I would refuse the assignment very firmly. Even if you torture me to death, you can resurrect me and continue torturing me. I won't give in either. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Bijuu's eyes turned cold when he heard this. Use the invincible power directly in the bookstore. He used gravity to force Lin's face to the floor. Woo! Only Nohara Lin's head was suppressed. You can continue to move other parts, so she struggled on the floor. But it was of no use at all. In the end, she could only look at the expressionless Bijuu helplessly. Let the other party be so suppressed. Advertisement. Don't think so bad about the organization. Bijuu suddenly withdrew his strength. The voice was not as cold as before. I won't force you to do something you don't want to do. But, it's not because I'm intimidated by your backbone. But I don't bother to do it. But, if you dare threaten the organization with anything at all, your fate will be worse than life or death, and then you won't be the only one who suffers, and everyone you care about. Call, Lin gasped frantically. She wiped the corners of her mouth with bloodline and looked at Bijuu. Her heart was pounding. Bijuu's momentum just now was really terrifying. Whenever she thinks of Bijuu's eyes, she feels cold all over. I was so stupid. He is a terrifying existence that can resurrect the dead. You must never directly resist or offer opinions in the future. Otherwise, Kakashi and Obito may be in danger. Lin took a deep breath, then he half knelt on the ground. Salute to Bijuu with the etiquette of a ninja seeing his shadow. Subordinates, please see the Holy Master. Let's give it a code name. Bijuu nodded slightly. You are a core member. You can choose your own code name. The code name cannot be changed and must be a plant. Just call it Strawberry. Very good, Bijuu nodded. Then with a flick of his hand, he threw the elf card out. Time passes slowly. Soon it was late at night. Hinata was already awake. After waking up, he was driven home by Bijuu. Lin also woke up early, however, he was locked in the attic by Bijuu. In his conception, every time the organization takes action, at least 2 or more core members are required. So, before finding a suitable teammate for Lin, he would not let Lin out. And at this moment, he was going out at night, preparing to resurrect a new subordinate. Chapter 7 Chunin Examination. Shanlin's Mental Journey, 7th update, please give me flowers and collect them. The Uchiha Cemetery is so desolate. Looking at the Uchiha Cemetery in front of me. Bijuu couldn't help but sigh, then there was no more hesitation. Start to close your eyes and quietly feel the breath here. Soon, he found his target, Resurrection, Uchiha Spring. A 6-pointed star magic circle suddenly appeared in the center of the cemetery. A burst of colorful light flashed, then a group of colorful Phoenix Kings appeared. Bijuu gives 1 elf card to each of his subordinates. He himself will get exactly the same skills and special effects as that subordinate. Therefore, at this moment, he was using the same resurrection skill as Shanlin. Accompanied by the use of resurrection skills, soon. A girl with a tear mole on the lower corner of her right eye was resurrected by him. Open black lens bracket ding. Change the plot and get 100,000 plot points, close black lens bracket. Although there is no suitable elf card yet, but I think you will be a great offensive member of the organization. Phoenix King's resurrection skill has a very terrifying ability improvement. Lin is much stronger than before her death, but I think you will change even more. After all, you can have blood inheritance limits. I don't know how far your 3-Tomo Sharingan will evolve. Bijuu admired it silently for a moment, then he quickly took out his clothes and helped the other person change into them. Then he put away the warning props placed around him. Carry Uchiha Izumi on your back and leave quickly and carefully. Have a safe journey. After returning to the bookstore, Bijuu arranged Uchiha Kwan in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. And use his own power to make the other party fall asleep even more completely. He doesn't have a spirit card suitable for Uchiha Izumi yet. In order to reduce trouble, he planned to make the other party fall asleep first. Wait until there are new elf cards, then wake the other person up. Time flies by. In a blink of an eye, the day of the Chunin exam came. Within these few days, there are many people coming to see Bijuu. There's Bijuu's teacher Iruka, and there's 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. They came over to ask Bijuu if he was willing to take the Chunin exam. But it was rejected by Bijuu. There's little Sakura. She felt that she was too weak and didn't know whether to continue taking the Chunin exam. She was hit hard now. Advertisement because she found that no matter how hard she tried, she was not as strong as her two teammates. Plus the person I like has given up on being a ninja. Therefore, she lost the motivation to persist. See this situation. Bijuu naturally persuaded little Sakura to give up the Chunin exam. After all, once little Sakura gave up, then Naruto and Sasuke also lost the chance to take the exam. This way, the plot has changed dramatically. Bijuu can just lie down and harvest a lot of plot points. However, I don't know why, but Sakura finally changed her mind. She had agreed to give up the exam, but within 2 days, he came over again inexplicably. He swore that if neither of the couple were ninjas, it would be very detrimental to the training of the next generation. After saying that, he ran away with a blushing face. Bijuu had a question mark on his forehead, however, he didn't care either. Anyway, with Shan Lin here this time, we can definitely gain a lot of plot points. Classroom 301, which is used to gather all those taking the Chunin assessment, is very lively at the moment. Shan Lin sat in the corner of the classroom, staring quietly at the door. She is waiting for her target, Uchiha Sasuke, to appear. These days she felt like she was living in an extremely unreal world. First, I met a handsome, godlike young man, then the boy gave her power. At last, the attitude of the ninjas in the entire village towards her suddenly changed 360 degrees. That day, when she returned to the grass ninja village camp, she was also questioned by those grass ninjas. One Jonin even directly tried to teach her a lesson. Result, that Jonin was instantly knocked down by her. And because he didn't control his strength well, he directly hit the opponent seriously and seriously injured him. Suddenly, the world became quiet. Everyone looked at her with eyes full of awe and fear. Besides, a hint of greed. Such a huge change made Shan Lin feel a little uncomfortable. At the same time, it also made her a little overwhelmed. She then thought of the ring Bijuu gave her. I can ask the Holy Master for his opinion, take this opportunity to listen to the beautiful voice of the Holy Lord. This is a fairly reasonable and normal request. Shan Lin hid in the room and contacted Bijuu through the ring. After getting instructions from Bijuu, she immediately had an idea. Subsequently, she followed Bijuu's instructions and called out all the Jonin from Sao Ninja Village. Secret conversations were held in the room. To be honest, I had an adventure. Shan Lin said straight to the point, if you want to get power. Advertisement, then cooperate with me to successfully complete the Chunin exam. After the Chunin exam is over, I will give you strength. Of course, power cannot be given to you in vain, you also need to pay some price. The price is, you must obey my orders and become my subordinates. Snort, let us listen to you, a little girl, you. A Jonin hasn't finished speaking yet, then he was punched out by Shan Lin. You guys are really annoying, the chakra on his body has a disgusting smell. I really don't want to be with you for a second. Shan Lin had a very disgusted expression on her face. If it weren't for the fact that I needed to take the Chunin exam. I've already left. Who of you can stop me? I advise you to be more honest. Snort. Seeing myself calming those Jonin, Shan Lin snorted coldly and turned back to his room. Hoo. As soon as I entered my room, she leaned against the wall and gasped. Is this what it feels like to have power? Her red eyes were full of joy. You know, before meeting Bijuu, she is also a mobile medical kit without any human rights. But now, she is the boss of this grass ninja village camp. Huh, cool. A confident smile appeared on Shan Lin's face. Strength is the fastest and best way to improve self-confidence. She felt full of confidence at the moment, let alone the opponent being Orochimaru in Sannin. Even if her opponent is the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, she dares to fight him. After a simple establishment of authority, Shan Lin's life at the Sao Ninja Village camp became more comfortable. However, she didn't let that stop her. She is still practicing the Phoenix mode with all her strength, and integrates the water attribute chakra and earth attribute chakra taught by the Phoenix King, wood style. With all due respect, everyone here is rubbish. Shan Lin looked at the genins in the classroom, then pushed up his glasses. He complained proudly in his heart, although she has not fully mastered the Phoenix King mode. However, she has become somewhat expanded. Huh? Is that Uchiha Sasuke? Suddenly, a group of 3 people opened the door and walked in. One of them is a boy with black hair and blue clothes, one is a boy with blonde hair and clothes in orange, and the other is a girl with pink hair and clothes in red. Shan Lin glanced at the 3 people, and then stared at the boy in blue. Advertisement Chapter 8. You can change from male to female, and you can actually have a baby on your own. 8 more flowers, please collect them. Although his chakra smells quite good, however, it doesn't smell as good as the Holy Lord at all. Shan Lin thought of Bijuu, and a slightly shy smile suddenly appeared on her face. That's it. The Holy Lord said, the first level is the written test. It's very simple, you can pass even if you hand in a blank paper. Then I'll recharge my batteries. When you reach the second level, keep an eye on Sasuke. Shan Lin ignored the exchange between the 9 new ninjas in Konoha and a senior genin Yakushi Kabuto. He began to silently exchange his cultivation experiences with King Feng. Sasuke felt a little panicked at the moment. At the same time, I also feel a lot of pressure. As the last Uchiha, he felt that he should bear Uchiha's glory. First go and kill the brother who betrayed Uchiha, and then become famous all over the world and revitalize Uchiha. But, the ideal is full, but the reality is cruel. He felt that his qualifications were really poor. When he was in school, he was steadily pushed by Bijuu. On the strength of ninjas, Bijuu will always be number 1, and he will always be number 2. Although he has challenged Bijuu many times, he has never won. After leaving school, he felt much more relaxed, because Bijuu gave up and continued to be a ninja. And beside him, there are noobs, like Naruto and little Sakura. So, he felt very comfortable. However, the good times did not last long. He found Naruto's potential to be high. One day in the future, maybe he will surpass himself. He will be counterattacked by this crane. He felt stressed. Then he took the Chunin exam, but it turned out. There's not only Gaara, a scary guy who doesn't know the depth of things here. And there are also local strongmen like Hyūga Neji and Rock Lee. Rock Lee even instantly killed him not long ago. This made him feel even more stressed. It's getting more and more interesting. Sasuke looked at the candidates in the classroom. A sneer appeared on his face. I will definitely become stronger. Then defeat the others here. Finally kill that man. The first round of the Chunin exam is a written test. However, it is said to be a written test, but in fact it mainly tests intelligence gathering ability and courage. The 3 Narutos, under the halo of Naruto's protagonist. I passed the first round of exams without any danger. And after the first round of exams, many candidates also got a half-day break. Examiner Mitarashi Anko stipulated that we will gather in a different place tomorrow. For the specific time and place, you need to ask your respective guide Jonin. Advertisement, a night of silence. Early the next morning, all the ninjas taking the exam gathered at the entrance of the 44th training ground. This is the venue for the second exam, the 44th training ground. The examiner Anko had a weird smile on his face and said slowly, "This place is called the Forest of Death. You can experience it for yourself right away." The atmosphere in the venue suddenly stiffened. The breeze blew, and everyone felt a little chilly. HMPH, Naruto snorted upon seeing this, then he wrinkled his face and bent his body. While twisting his butt, he said in a sinister tone, "This place is called the Forest of Death. You can experience it for yourself right away. No matter how you scare me, I'll be fine. I'm not afraid at all." "Yeah?" Anko tilted his head and smiled when he saw this. "You are very energetic." "Say it." She just threw out a kunai. It flew out right next to Naruto's face. It directly scratched Naruto's face. Follow closely. Anko suddenly appeared behind Naruto. "Children like you are usually the first to die." She hugged Naruto's head. While touching the blood flowing out of the wound, he said, "Spurt out my favorite, bright red blood." Just when she was about to do something, suddenly, a figure wearing a bamboo hat suddenly appeared behind her. He used his long tongue to roll up the kunai on the ground and handed it to her. "Kunai, give it back to you. Is that Orochimaru?" Sure enough, she had killed the people in the grass ninja village and transformed into their appearance. Shanlin, who was always paying attention here, pushed up his glasses. Remembered Orochimaru's chakra flavor. During this time, she often chatted with Bijuu under the guise of mission matters. "I got a lot of weird information from Bijuu. I heard that he now has a woman's body? Sometimes he becomes a man and sometimes he becomes a woman. In the end, I was able to have a baby alone? Really? What a powerful person." Looking at Orochimaru, Kaoru's eyes were full of wonder. Have to say, girls love 8 trigrams. During this period, Shanlin enjoyed eating melons. Anko quickly finished explaining the rules of the second round of exams. Each team of ninjas needs to take a scroll with the word sky or the word earth to enter the forest. And in the forest, he grabbed a scroll different from his own from other teams. Then, within 5 days, with 2 different scrolls in hand, all 3 of them arrived safely at the tower in the middle of the forest. Only in this way can you officially pass the assessment. After signing the death consent form, advertisement. Everyone then took the scrolls and entered the forest. The 3 of them, Sasuke, followed an examiner to the 12th entrance of the forest. I began to wait silently for the exam time to arrive. When the time is up, the 3 of them immediately rushed into the forest. Ah, the 3 of them had just entered the forest not long ago. Then a very violent scream was heard, just now. Is that a human scream? Little Sakura looked around nervously. Total, I always feel a little nervous. No, it's nothing. Little Sakura, Naruto put his hands behind his head. He looked nervous but pretended to be relaxed. However, only halfway through speaking, he couldn't hold himself any longer. I kind of want to pee, you idiot." Little Sakura punched Naruto's head out. "What are you doing in front of a lady? Go and solve it in the grass." After a while, Naruto came back with a relieved look on his face. "Wow, what a big pee, it's refreshing now, so in front of a lady, this kind of thing is." Little Sakura hasn't finished speaking yet. Then Sasuke rushed to Naruto and punched Naruto away. "Sasuke, no matter what, there is no need to hit someone, right?" Little Sakura looked at Sasuke with some confusion. However, Sasuke paid no attention to little Sakura. Instead, he continued to attack Naruto. "What are you doing suddenly?" Naruto asked aloud as he was forced to take the beating. What do you ask me to do? As it happens, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you. Sasuke said and charged forward again. The two of them fought together again. Sasuke. Please don't fight. See, suddenly a sneer came from the branches above the three of them. I didn't expect you to be so weak. One was kidnapped in a surprise attack. One of them couldn't even recognize his own companions. I have been fighting genin for so long but still no results. If it hadn't been for the Holy Lord's order, I would never have come to help you weaklings. Shanlin twitched her nose slightly. I have to say, Sasuke's chakra smells really good. It's a pity that it doesn't smell as good as the Holy Lord. Chapter 9 Sasuke, compared to your brother, you are really too weak. Open black lens bracket 9 updates for collection close black lens bracket. Who? The three people fighting below were shocked at the same time. Because none of them sensed when the person talking in the tree arrived. So, they distanced themselves while looking at the people in the tree. I saw. The man in the tree is wearing a black dress. Wearing a black hat and black cloak, she has long red hair. Wearing a pair of brown glasses, his eye color is also red. He also wears the forehead protector from Konoha Village. Now, the strange man was smiling and looking at them with interest. To be precise, was sizing up Sasuke. This farce should end. Shanlin said. The person appeared behind the fake Naruto. Then he quickly took action and knocked out the fake Naruto with a single strike of his hand. Bang! Appeared with a burst of smoke. The fake Naruto finally revealed his true appearance, a Rain Shinobi village ninja wearing a gas mask. But, at this moment, no one cares about these details. The two people in the field all stared at Shanlin. So fast, cold sweat broke out on Sasuke's face. He felt his heart beating very fast. Who is she? So strong. Who is she? Little Sakura was also very nervous at the moment. She swallowed softly. He looked at Shanlin cautiously. She felt that the pressure Shang Rin was putting on her at the moment was much stronger than that of Zabuza back then. She looked about the same age as me. Why can it be so strong? Who are you? Sasuke held the kunai tightly and asked very cautiously. Also, who is the holy master you were talking about? Shanlin shook his head. Then the figure disappeared the next moment. So fast. There she is. Sasuke and Sakura were shocked and quickly started looking for Shanlin everywhere. But nothing was found at all, just when they were nervous and scared. Suddenly, Naruto's voice was heard not far away. That. Why don't you speak? Advertisement also, why don't you grab the scroll? Aren't we taking the Chunin exam? As Naruto's voice came closer and closer. Shanlin also appeared in the sight of Sasuke and Sakura again. She quickly walked up to Sasuke, then gave Sasuke a cool look. Weak chicken, follow me. The Holy Lord asked me to protect you from being bitten by snakes. After saying that, she closed her eyes coolly, let Naruto beside him chirp and ask questions. Weak chicken? Sasuke's mouth twitched sharply. Although he wanted to refute it, however, he felt that he and the other party were really not on the same level. It seems to make sense for the other party to call him that. Also, what are the Holy Lord and the snake? Even if I'm not as strong as you, I won't be bitten by a snake, right? This snake is certainly not an ordinary snake. Shanlin smiled and shook his head. This snake is actually Orochimaru, one of the Sannin of Konoha. Orochimaru, Sannin, Sasuke and the three of them were stunned at the same time. Who is it? In fact, they still don't know anything about such a legendary Sannin. A guy whose chakra smells bad and is very annoying. Kaoru makes no secret of his dislike for Orochimaru. People's first impression is very important, in the original work. Orochimaru is the one who saved Korin, therefore Shanlin will have some affection and loyalty to him. But at this moment, Bai Hao is the one who saves Shanlin. Orochimaru is an enemy who likes to stick out his tongue and poop disgustingly. Because of this, Korin hates Orochimaru, but it's very powerful. He is a more powerful person than your third Hokage. Gulu. The three of them swallowed at the same time. And he founded the Sound Ninja Village, Gulu. The three of them swallowed again. Why would he target me? Sasuke asked a question that concerned him very much. Because he likes your body. When the time comes, it will directly kill your soul. His soul takes over your body. Shanlin frowned. That Orochimaru likes to steal other people's bodies. He once also took a fancy to Itachi's body. It's a pity that he can't beat Itachi. Advertisement then. I'm here to find your brother. Itachi. Sasuke's pupils shrank, and his whole aura became cold. Huh? The taste of your chakra has changed a little. Shang Ling twitched her little nose and said, it seems that your hatred for your brother is still very deep. What a pity, Sasuke. Compared to your brother, you are really too weak. Boom. After hearing this sentence, Sasuke's chakra exploded violently. At the same time, Sharingan is turned on instantly. Then rushed towards Shanlin. However, Shanlin gave Sasuke a very cold look. He just quickly formed the seal. There was a wooden stick sticking out from the big tree next to it. Quickly entangle Sasuke. Calm down, you weakling. You are no match for me. Shanlin pushed up her glasses and said coolly, you want to fight me? Unless you have Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise you won't be able to touch me at all. Wood style. Sasuke. Upon seeing this, Naruto and the two hurriedly came to Sasuke, trying to cut off the wood to rescue him. While on guard nervously, always be on guard against Shan Lin attacking them. Wood style did scare them a bit, Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke glanced at Naruto casually. I will use my own methods to gain strength, so I won't obey that B****** these words. Hearing this, Shan Rin ignored Sasuke. Instead, he turned his head and looked into the distance. The snake is coming. You'd better make preparations. After saying that, she put down Sasuke, who was tied up by wood style. What? Sasuke and the other three were shocked at the same time. He's strong. You protect yourselves. With that said, Shanlin separated a wood clone. My clone will stay with you and I can protect you later. After saying that, Shanlin's nose suddenly twitched twice. Then he threw out a kunai. Orochimaru, don't hide when we come. Come out and chat. Who are you? Following the voice of a royal sister, a grass ninja, emerged from the soil. Chapter 10 Orochimaru's Shock, 10 updates for support. Orochimaru was a little confused at the moment. He was a little confused. Who is this red-haired girl who suddenly appeared? Why does she know her identity? Why was she not afraid after knowing her identity? Red hair. Are you a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? You can sense me. It should be the Uzumaki clan's secret technique, Kagura's hard eye. Uzumaki clan. Naruto and the other three turned to look at Shanlin. Naruto was extremely curious about Shanlin, because this is the first tribesman he has met. Good. Shanlin nodded, then he raised his hand and pointed at Sasuke. I'll protect this person, the Holy Lord ordered. Keep this person from being bitten by a snake, so, if you don't want to fight with me and attract Konoha's attention, leave now. Bitten by a snake? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, he became increasingly curious. How did this redhead know that he wanted to plant the heavenly curse seal on Sasuke? Or, what she said about being bitten by a snake was just a reference. Wasn't it because I planted a curse seal? While Orochimaru was thinking. Shanlin suddenly spoke again. Not bad, aren't you going to plant the curse seal of heaven on him? Moreover, are you still planning to occupy his body? Wasn't all this caused by Itachi breaking one of your hands? Who the hell are you? Orochimaru's heart surged with murderous intent. He felt that someone had betrayed him, otherwise. There's no way this redhead knows so many secrets. How? Shanlin sneered immediately after hearing this. Do you really want to fight? Think clearly, if fighting. Your plan may be ruined. The Konoha collapse plan will also fail. Who the hell are you? The murderous intention in Orochimaru's heart could no longer be suppressed. This red-haired girl knows so much. Apparently, a very important person betrayed him. Is it Kabuto who told you all this? Of course not. Shanlin pushed up her glasses and said, a secret makes a woman woman. The secret makes a woman more feminine, advertisement. Orochimaru suddenly stuck out his tongue and licked his lips with a sinister smile. It's so interesting, it seems that you don't know how to say it. Bang. After Orochimaru said that, he transformed into a half-snake, half-human form and rushed towards Shanlin. Shanlin didn't panic at all when he saw this. Quickly make a seal and then slap it towards the ground. Wood-style King Kong moves wood. The ground beneath Orochimaru's feet instantly shattered, and hard wooden pillars slammed into him. Wood-style. Orochimaru was shocked. Shanlin knew some confidential information, and he was not shocked. Because these can be obtained as long as someone betrays them. But, Shanlin met wood-style, but he was completely shocked. As the person in charge of the Hashirama cell experiment, at the time, he knew the power of wood-style very well. At the same time, he knows it too. It is impossible to perform wood-style without Hashirama cells. Who is she? Why wood-style? Does she have Hashirama's cells in her body? However, there are very few people in the world who have the ability to conduct such experiments. Who is she? What kind of organization are they from? With doubts, Orochimaru continued to attack Shanlin. And Shanlin no longer uses wood-style, because her wood-style was taught by Phoenix King. The wood-style trick was given to her by Bijuu. Bijuu himself didn't draw many wood-style ninjutsu. So, she doesn't know many wood-styles either. What she is really good at is close combat. Then, the two of them just fought together. No matter how fast Orochimaru is, he will always be suppressed by Korin. Such a fight. The beating shocked Orochimaru. Who is she? Although he is not very old, he is so powerful. Could it be that he is another genius comparable to Itachi? Orochimaru, who had been fighting for a long time, did not feel panic at all. In the battle of ninjas, intelligence is most important. What he is best at is using the Orochi-style body replacement technique, which is basically immune to death and can transfer damage, to constantly find out the opponent's intelligence. Then launch a fatal blow. Now, he was constantly collecting information about Shanlin. However, the Orochi Ryu body replacement technique was not used. Because Shanlin cannot cause fatal harm to him, excellent physical recovery ability. Wounds can be healed in seconds. Her perception ability is so strong that ordinary clones cannot deceive her. The speed and strength are also beyond the level of Jonin. Advertisement also some wood style. Overall, it should be about the same as Rasa without magnet style. After testing Shanlin's strength, Orochimaru immediately changed his tactics. He rushed to Shan Lin again and directly concealed his multi-snake hands to tie up Shan Lin. Follow closely. He opened his mouth, and an Orochimaru rushed out of his mouth with a kusanagi sword. He stabbed Shan Lin fiercely. His expression was ferocious, and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. Just when he thought he was about to successfully solve this trouble. But Shan Lin smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, a pair of wings appeared behind her. He flapped his wings suddenly and instantly broke all the snakes nearby. At the same time, Orochimaru was also knocked away. What? Orochimaru was shocked again. He was a little confused at the moment. Because he simply couldn't figure out how a good person could suddenly appear with a pair of colorful feather wings. What's even weirder is, there is actually a colorful halo around these wings. She's Jinchuriki. Orochimaru was stunned. No, it's impossible. There is no such tailed beast. Moreover, I can't sense the tailed beast inside her. The formation of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru didn't give up. He directly summoned a large number of snakes from the ground and charged towards Shan Lin. When Shan Lin saw this, he flapped his wings and flew directly into the air. You fell into a trap. Orochimaru had a grim smile on his face. Then his legs turned into snake tails and he rushed towards Sasuke so quickly. Since the other party wants to protect Sasuke, then he can attack Sasuke directly. Use this to attract the other party and expose their flaws. However, what Orochimaru didn't expect was, the fragrance in the sky suddenly turned into a phoenix shining with colorful light. Then the phoenix rushed down suddenly. A flap of wings blew him away. Not only that, even the snakes on the ground all exploded at the same time. The terrifying impact directly made a big hole in the ground. This. What kind of monster is this? What a terrifying pressure, what a terrifying chakra. This feeling. Scarier than 9 tails. Orochimaru was shocked again. However, he didn't have time to calm down yet. Then I saw the phoenix suddenly flying. Then he opened his mouth, followed by a sudden spit. A tailed beast bomb flew towards him. Gone. Orochimaru couldn't help but curse. Chapter 11. The Mysterious Black Organization. Update 1. Please give me flowers and collect them. Can't you afford it? Can't afford it. Orochimaru really wanted to complain at this moment. He didn't expect that this girl's temper would be so hot. He just tentatively attacked Sasuke. As a result, the other party exploded. Just hit him with a tailed beast bomb. How can you play this? Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru quickly summoned the Triple Rashomon. Then he quickly ran away into the distance. He knows. This Triple Rashomon can't stop this tailed beast bomb at all. In fact, even a 5-fold Rashomon can't stop a tailed beast bomb at this level. What kind of monster is this? Why does it feel scarier than 9 tails? Although Orochimaru has never fought against 9 tails. But I have learned about 9 tails' strength from various classics. Therefore, based on the perception of the energy level of the tailed beast bomb not far away, we can deduce. This tailed beast bomb is definitely not weaker than the 9 tails tailed beast bomb in its heyday. Boom! The tailed beast bomb passed through the Triple Rashomon without any pressure and hit the ground hard. There was a huge roar. All the people and animals around him were blown away. And the entire Konoha village was in chaos because of such a terrifying explosion. But Orochimaru didn't want to know this. Now, he just wanted to curse. Hoo-hoo. Orochimaru avoided the core of the explosion though. But he was also seriously injured by the explosion. Fortunately, he has all kinds of weird ninjutsu. He withstood the blow without incident. But his chakra is almost exhausted. What a terrifying monster. Orochimaru looked not far away, flying in the air, staring at his ho-oh. Then he stuck out his tongue silently and licked his lips. It's so interesting, let's stop playing here today. What level of battle is this? Sasuke, Naruto and the 3 of them were protected by Shan Lin's wood clone. So there was no injury, but they looked at the scene in front of them and recalled the battle not long ago. My heart was a little broken, because compared to the battle just now, their battles with other ninjas were as childish as children playing house. Advertisement even John and Zabuza, whom he met not long ago. It all seems pretty rubbish at the moment. Orochimaru. Isn't a strong man like Orochimaru no match for that man? Sasuke gritted his teeth, made a fist with his right hand, and smashed it to the ground. Do you really want me to kill my best friend to get power? No, I must find other ways to gain strength. With this thought in mind, he looked directly at Shan Lin. I want to see your holy lord. Are you an organization? I want to join. Shan Lin was stunned for a moment, then smiled strangely. Because she thought of what Bai Hao said to her not long ago. Sasuke will definitely be covetous of her power and want to see him. The holy lord is indeed right. I feel that the holy lord really knows everything. After sighing in my heart, Shan Lin shook his head silently. If the holy lord wants to see you, you can naturally do so. If the holy master doesn't want to see you, then you won't be able to see him even if you kneel down for the rest of your life. Alright. My mission is accomplished. Orochimaru has escaped from Konoha Village. The ninjas in your village are also approaching here quickly. So, I left first. See you later. After saying that, she disappeared in a flash. The 3 Narutos were quiet for a moment, then Naruto started shouting excitedly. This black organization is so cool. Is this Hokage level power? Ha ha. I will also have such strength in the future. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am the man who wants to become a Hokage. Sasuke and little Sakura looked at Naruto, who was always nervous and couldn't help but feel speechless. Alas, is this the power of the Hokage? Little Sakura sighed, I feel like it's enough for me to be a Chunin. In the future, I will go to a ninja school to be a teacher. Bai Haojun runs a bookstore and I work as a teacher. It seems pretty good when you think about it. I must get strength. Sasuke looked at the place where Shan Lin disappeared and silently made up his mind. If that black organization doesn't give me power, then I will rely on my own efforts to gain strength. If Rock Lee can do it, why can't I? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just when the three of them were thinking wildly, suddenly a group of Anbu people appeared in front of them. Advertisement, what just happened here? Anbu, the leader, asked aloud. Are you okay? That what, I know. Naruto waved his arms and rushed to the Captain Anbu. Uzumaki Naruto. You tell me, just now, a red-haired female ninja suddenly appeared. There is also a monster named Shiwan. The snake pill monster said that the red hair is from the Uzumaki clan. We are of the same race as me. The red-haired Uzumaki girl said she was here to protect us. Says that Jakimaru wants to bite Sasuke. After that, they started fighting. They are so awesome, it was normal to start fighting. But it became abnormal as I was slapping. That snake pill monster released a bunch of snakes to attack. The red-haired man actually turned into a colorful bird, and then spit out a black energy ball from his mouth. With a swish, the place was blown up like this. Captain Anbu looked at Naruto dancing with a question mark on his face. So, I could only turn my head and look at Sasuke and little Sakura. The identity of the visitor is unknown. Wearing a black skirt and a black hat. Wearing a black cloak, there's an X mark on the cloak. She has an X-shaped tattoo on her right arm, exactly like the one on the cloak. She claimed that she was ordered by the Holy Lord to protect me. It can be inferred that she belongs to a mysterious black organization. This organization has strong intelligence gathering capabilities. They seem to know a lot of secret information that others don't know. She will change form, from a human to a large bird. Also knows wood style. He is a member of the Uzumaki clan. The opponent is Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Orochimaru's purpose is to plant the heavenly curse seal on me first. Then it took over my body. He also seems to have a plan called the collapse of Konoha. We were not injured. Sasuke finished quickly. Although he also heard Orochimaru say the name, Kabuto, he did not think of it in relation to the Yakushi Kabuto he knew. But Captain Anbu became more and more frightened as he listened. Sasuke said it clearly, but the amount of information was too much. Black mysterious organization, wood style, Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru, Konoha collapse plan. And that woman can actually transform. I don't know what ninjutsu it is. Please don't tell anyone what happened today. Captain Anbu said slowly. You can continue with the exam first. We need to report it. Say it. Everyone in Anbu disappeared instantly. Chapter 12 The Decision of Konoha's Top Management. The third competition begins. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Please support close black lens bracket. Soon after. In the Konoha Hokage building. The top brass of Konoha are gathered here and an emergency meeting is being held. Even Jiraiya, who had just returned to the village and didn't like attending such meetings, came to the meeting. Lord Hokage. This is roughly what happened. Captain Anbu told the truth of the information he had obtained. There was more information that they had discovered on their own than what Sasuke said. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and slowly blew out a smoke ring. Then he turned to look at the think tank Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, what do you think? Shikaku was silent for a moment, and then he said, Lord Hokage. There is so little information these days. Some conclusions can be drawn based on the analysis of current intelligence. First, this black organization is very powerful. Second, this black organization may be targeting Sasuke, otherwise they wouldn't come here to meddle. Third, this black organization knows many secrets that we don't know, such as wood style. Fourth, Orochimaru's purpose in coming to Konoha is not pure. He may want to take advantage of the opportunity of the Chunin exam to cause damage. Third generation nodded, fully agreeing with Shikaku's analysis. I'll add something. The last blow that the red-haired girl fired should be the tailed beast bomb, which is unique to tailed beasts. I've played against 9 tails before. Saw 9 tails tailed beast bomb. So, it can be concluded. The power of that tailed beast bomb is comparable to 9 tails. So, that girl could be a Jinchuriki, but Hokage-sama. A Jonin said, based on the current intelligence. There are only 9-tailed beasts in this world, and they are trapped in different villages. Moreover, there is no bird-tailed beast among these 9-tailed beasts. It seems that this world is more mysterious than we imagined. Third generation sighed. I don't know a lot of things very well. Maybe it was secretly researched by that mysterious organization. This organization is temporarily set as an S-class terrorist organization. Tell him to go down and be careful when meeting people from this organization. If a conflict occurs, you can abandon the task. Yes. Everyone was shocked at the same time. For ninjas, missions are more important than life. And at this moment, Advertisement Hokage actually asked them to abandon the mission when they saw the black organization. Moreover, no one from the top management of Konoha objected. I have to say, this is shocking. Okay, let's put the black organization's affairs aside for now. Third generation continued. Let's talk about the Chunin exam first. Such a big thing happened in the Chunin exam, should we suspend or cancel it? I don't think so. Danzo quickly said, the damage to the 44th training ground was not too much. We can definitely keep going. The only place where the 44th training ground was destroyed this time was a large fan-shaped area of about 200 degrees, centered on the original location of Orochimaru, radiating outward. The three Sasukes had just entered the forest not long ago. And he always turned his back to the core of the forest and faced the outer edge of the forest. Therefore, most areas of the forest are still intact. The reason why this happens, mainly because Orochimaru was a bit close to Sasuke at first. In order to prevent the mission target, Sasuke, from being injured. It was caused by Shanlin Wood clone trying his best to protect the three Sasukes. Danzo saw everyone was silent and did not refute his opinion. So he continued, if it is suspended or cancelled, it may have an impact on the reputation of our village. After all, people from our village are not the only ones taking the Chunin exam this time. Moreover, there will be famous people coming to watch the battle. As for Orochimaru, isn't Jiraiya here? We don't have to worry at all. Jiraiya glanced at Danzo meaningfully after hearing this, but did not speak. He also believed that Orochimaru could not cause any trouble in Konoha. After all, with such a lustful person like him, Toad Sage is here. Moreover, his teacher, third generation, is also a powerful ninja. Dealing with Orochimaru is easy, after discussions at Konoha's high-level meeting. The Chunin exam continues. At the same time, there is a complete blockade on the Black Organization. It is said to the outside world that the explosion was caused by Konoha Shinobi's experimental ninjutsu. Fortunately, the explosion occurred in a relatively remote place like the 44th exercise ground. Therefore, it did not cause much panic. 5 days later, the second round of the Chunin exam ended successfully. Because there is a butterfly, like Bailuo here. Therefore, the number of people who passed the exam is somewhat different from the original work. In the original work, the number of people who passed this round of exams was 21. Now, 27 people have passed. After the second round of exams, these people were gathered in a competition arena. Advertisement first, Anko, the second round examiner, made a concluding speech. Then third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke and talked about the importance of the Chunin exam. Finally, the referee of the third round of exams, Moonlight Hayate, explained the content of the third exam. Perhaps it's because the first and second exams were too easy. Therefore, there are a lot of candidates left in this third session. Moonlight Hayate said while coughing, therefore, before the third exam begins, we need to conduct a round of qualifying rounds. After hearing what Moonlight Hayate said, many of the candidates below suddenly became unhappy. However, their objections were in vain, because the qualifiers are about to start. So if anyone is feeling unwell, you can opt out. Correct. What follows is a personal battle, therefore, your withdrawal will not affect your teammates. There was a sudden silence in the field. Sasuke. Somewhere in the competition arena, Orochimaru looked at Sasuke not far away with a smile on his face. Last time, that weird girl caused trouble, which made me fail to see your strength clearly. But this time is a good opportunity, I must get your body. If I had your body, then he won't be so passive when facing that weird girl Uzumaki. The world is far more complex than I imagined, so I want to become stronger. After a while, among the 27 people, only Yakushi Kabuto chose to give up the game. The remaining 26 people were divided into 13 groups for individual battles. The first battle is between Sasuke and Orochimaru's red body armor. This time, Sasuke showed his power perfectly because he was not affected by the curse seal. Defeat the red body armor cleanly. The winner of the first competition, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke, who put his hands in his pockets and left coolly, and couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. The game goes on and on, except for Sakura and Ino, who tied and were both eliminated. All other games were won by one person. Soon, it's the turn of the battle between Hyūga Hinata and Hyūga Neji. Chapter 13 Hinata's Determination. 3 updates, please collect and ask for flowers. That. Hinata took a box of wound medicine and came to the exit of the competition ground. He stuttered and said to the medical ninja over there, This is medicine. Give, tooth. And Akamaru. Although her strength has become extremely powerful after getting the Pikachu card. However, this kind of shy personality when meeting people is not so easy to change. Hey, Kiba, who had just been defeated by Naruto, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Instead of caring about other people, you are worried about yourself. Tooth, the only ones left are you and Choji, Neji, Lee, a sound ninja, and that sand shinobi looks awesome, Ya said, then put away his smile. He became very serious and said, listen up, Hinata. If you meet that guy from Sand Shinobi, give up immediately. Also, the same goes for when you meet Neji, you must give up immediately. For you, these two guys are so scary, you will definitely be seriously injured. So, when Ya Jung was talking, Moonlight Gale over there started talking. Let's watch the next competition. The words fell with the sound of the wind. The electronic screen also began to flash rapidly. After a while, the scene freezes. The words, Hyūga Hinata vs Hyūga Neji, appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this scene, there was a moment of silence in the field. The atmosphere also became solemn. Hinata, remember to abstain. The tooth that was carried away quickly shouted loudly. However, Hinata ignored him. Jun Bai Hao gave me such magical power. If I give up without even fighting, I'm really sorry for him. Hinata thought to herself as she walked slowly to the center of the competition arena. When she walked to the center of the competition field, Neji also walked over expressionlessly. The two stood looking at each other. I didn't expect that I would fight against you, Miss Hinata. Brother Neji. Advertisement. The two looked at each other in silence. The mood is very complicated. Then, let the game begin. In this atmosphere, Moonlight Blast gave the order to start the game. However, the two did not start a direct war. Before the fight begins, I would like to give Hinata-san a piece of advice. Neji said with a serious face. You can abstain. You are not fit to be a ninja. You are so kind. Desire for peace and avoid disputes. Always cared to other people's ideas. Moreover, I have no confidence in myself. I have always had an inferiority complex, so I think you can just be a genin. However, you must register for the Chunin exam in groups of 3. Because you can't refuse the invitations of those who are in the same group as you. That's why I took this exam reluctantly. No. Hinata seemed to be suddenly stimulated, and her voice suddenly became louder. But, as soon as she finished shouting this sentence, she became frightened again. He began to speak softly and stammered, I just want to change myself. Change yourself like that. That's why, Miss Hinata, you are indeed the eldest lady of the clan. She is naturally protected and naive. Neji heard this and continued. There are some truths that you may not understand. It is impossible to change a person's destiny. The crane tail is the crane tail. It's always the bottom line. His character and ability destined him to be the tail end. It can never change. Precisely because people cannot change, there are differences. That's why the adjectives elite and crane tail appear. Everyone is judged by their looks, brains, abilities, body type and character. To judge the worth of others and to be judged by others. These elements cannot be changed. It is destined from birth. This is fate. People endure the corresponding pain in their fate and survive. Just like I am a member of the branch house and you are a member of the Zong family. Destined. It cannot be changed at all. Now, I have seen everything with these white eyes. So I know. You're just trying to be tough. You must be thinking about escaping from here right away. Advertisement. No, it's not. Hinata thought of Bai Hao's constant guidance. Help has been the Pikachu Phantom Beast, given to her. Bai Hao helped her in every possible way, but what about her? She is still so unsatisfied and wants to avoid things when she encounters them. This made her feel deeply guilty, and anger at not living up to expectations. This moment, because of the anger and guilt in my heart, plus the confidence brought by Pikachu Phantom Beast. So Hinata's momentum suddenly changed. I'm not trying to be brave. I don't want to run away anymore, I want to change myself. After saying that, Hinata began to form the seals. Roll your eyes. After activating the Byakugan, Hinata assumed the starting position of Hyūga Fluid Jutsu. Brother Neji, let's show off. Neji was slightly startled when he saw this. He didn't expect that. Hinata suddenly became brave. However, he didn't care. I'll have you know that fate can't be changed. As he spoke, he made the same starting gesture as Hinata. As expected, they are all Hyūga style, at the same time. In the stands, Lee clenched his fists to calm down his excitement. While commenting on the starting moves of the two people not far away. The starting moves are exactly the same as Neji's. Hyūga style? Little Sakura glanced at Lee with some confusion. Yes, this is the strongest taijutsu school in Konoha. I've said it before. Among the genin of Konoha, the strongest man is on our team. That Hyūga Neji, the strongest genin? Naruto frowned, remembering a very hateful handsome figure in his mind. Lee, in fact, the strongest genin should be Mr. Bai Hao. Sakura-chan retorted with a smile. He's much stronger than Sasuke. HMPH, Sasuke on the side snorted and said nothing. It's considered acquiescence to this matter. Bai Hao? Lee was a little confused, although I haven't seen him. However, I still insist on that. Neji is the strongest. Chapter 14. What kind of technique is this? Neji gets hung up. 4th update, please collect and ask for flowers. The battle between Hyūga Neji and Hyūga Hinata soon begins. However, as soon as the two exchanged moves, Neji noticed something was wrong. Wrong. Why does my body feel numb? Neji quickly took a step back and distanced himself from Hinata. Hinata, on the other hand, foolishly did not follow the pursuit. Her chakra seems to have thunder attribute chakra. This numb feeling should be caused by the thunder attribute chakra. Every time I get hit by her chakra, it gives me a paralyzing feeling. If you get hit a lot, my body's reaction speed would drop dramatically. Therefore, you must not fall for it. Neji is indeed the strongest among the 12 Lil Strong. The correct answer was quickly analyzed, but what kind of technique is this? The Hyūga family doesn't have such a technique at all. Did she realize it herself? No, impossible. It is impossible for her to comprehend such exquisite lightning physical skills. Someone must have taught her, but who is it? Bai Hao. Neji thought of such a person. Bai Hao is the elite of the new generation of ninjas, and has the most contact with Hinata. The Hyūga clan once investigated Bai Hao. He also happened to have read the investigation report. It's only him. I heard he had given up being a ninja. It surprised me that he is so strong, worthy of being the elite among the elite. Thinking of this, Neji couldn't help but ask, this thunder attribute body skill of yours, did you learn from Bai Hao? Ah, Hinata blushed and was stunned. Then he quickly shook his head in denial. No, no, no. That seems to be the case. Neji smiled and shook his head. You can't lie at all. I didn't expect that he actually had such a talent. It would be a shame not to continue being a ninja. Now that I know you have such a trump card, well, Miss Hinata, I won't let go anymore. Even if you learn 1.5 of the elite moves, you will always be the last person. Destiny cannot be changed. Miss Hinata, please be careful. After saying that, Neji's eyes became serious. At the same time, his speed also became much faster than before. Oh, when using physical skills, drive the thunder attribute chakra into the enemy's body. Causes paralysis effect. Sarutobi hears and smoked a cigarette while watching the game. Advertisement. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Bai Hao is indeed a genius. Unfortunately, he actually doesn't want to continue being a ninja. Bai Hao? Lee on the viewing platform looked at little Sakura with some confusion. Is this the person you just mentioned who taught Hinata the ninjutsu? Little Sakura nodded heavily. Jun Bai Hao is still so awesome. Although I am no longer a ninja, but his legend is everywhere. Oh, Lee's eyes suddenly burned with fire. It seems that you like him. If I have the chance, I will definitely compete with him. Neji is getting serious. Lee looked at Neji, who suddenly became faster not far away. I couldn't help but explain it. However, he has not forgotten the Bai Hao topic just mentioned. Now, Hinata is finished. When Neji gets serious, no one is his opponent. No matter how powerful Bai Hao is, it is impossible to be Neji's opponent. However, Lee's words had just finished, then Neji flew backwards. This? Li Qing couldn't help being stunned. How can this be? Now, it wasn't just Lee who was stunned. Other Konoha people watching the battle were also stunned. This time, it's not the little trick, like last time of using the thunder attribute chakra to create paralysis to interfere with the opponent. This time, it is the hard power that can be crushed by speed and pupil power. Just now when Neji was attacking Hinata, Hinata hit the flaw at a faster speed. He also used his Byakugan ability to hit Neji's acupuncture points and disperse the opponent's chakra. Then he directly knocked Neji away. This shows that Hinata's speed and eye power are much stronger than Neji. If Hinata hadn't held back, Neji probably wouldn't be able to make it through a single round under Hinata. So strong, Neji felt like his faith was shattered. How could a low-level guy suddenly become an elite stronger than him in a few days? No, impossible. Neji gritted his teeth and rushed forward again. However, this time it was the same as last time. Neji simply can't survive 10 moves under Hinata. No matter how he used 8 trigrams 64 palms, he couldn't hit Hinata. Because the other party's speed and eyesight are really too strong. This made Neji feel that the opponent was even stronger than Guy. How so? Advertisement. How so? The more Neji fought, the more panicked he became. Finally, he was knocked away by Hinata's palm again. Brother Neji, you are no match for me. Hinata took a long breath and closed her fist. At this moment, she felt extremely confident. She did it. I successfully changed myself. Thank you, Mr. Bai Hao. Hinata silently thanked her in her heart. Then he continued to say to Neji, you can abstain. Look at Hinata. Neji felt a little aggrieved. As an elite, he is now being beaten by a crane. This feeling is very uncomfortable, but no matter how uncomfortable it is. This is also true. He cannot change. Miss Hinata. Why did your speed and eye power increase so much? Neji asked the question he wanted to know most. Could it be? Is it all because of the special training Bai Hao gave you? Ah, Hinata's face turned red when she heard this. Then he shook his head repeatedly, although she didn't know whether she should hide this matter. Bai Hao didn't say that he had to hide it, but, in her opinion, now that Bai Hao has chosen not to continue being a ninja, then he can't be harassed for it. Then, she decisively lied again. No, you are talking nonsense. I became stronger through my own cultivation. Everyone. This is what I said. Without eyes, you really wouldn't be able to tell she was lying. Yeah? Neji smiled bitterly when he heard this. It turns out that a good master can change your destiny. I abstain. Along with Neji's abstention, the venue was slightly quiet for a moment. Everyone is thinking about Hinata suddenly becoming stronger and Bai Hao's true strength. With one exception. Yeah, Naruto laughed naively. I know that as long as you work hard, you will become stronger. One day, I will defeat Bai Hao first, then defeat Sasuke. Finally became Hokage's, ha 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 ha. Kakashi's eyes twitched at the side. Then he sighed silently. Chapter 15 Dream Card. the new member of the organization Violet, please give me flowers and collect them in the 5th update. The Chunin assessment continues, however, Bai Hao did not continue to use the telescope technique. Hinata is really, I won't lie, Bai Hao couldn't help but sigh. Although he did not take the Chunin exam, but technique has been using binoculars to peek. Others are invincible in bookstores. Even if Otsutsuki Kagaya is resurrected, he will not be found peeping through the telescope technique. Therefore, he peeped without any scruples. Not only did I see all the content of the game, but I also saw the scene where Orochimaru and Kabuto had a secret contact. Orochimaru tested Kabuto with words. It turned out that the other party did not betray him. This makes Orochimaru even more confused and curious about the organization that Shan Lin belongs to. However, Bai Hao didn't care about these things. Orochimaru or whatever, he didn't care. Overall, the plot points that have been created so far are pretty good. Bai Hao changed a lot of big plots. Through these big plots, many small plot changes were triggered. But, the main plot of this world has not changed at all. This is the self-healing power of destiny, everything is destined. Although sometimes there will be some changes in the process. However, the results never change, and he is the person who changed the fate of others. There will be a backlash from fate. This time, Hinata's strength surged, causing part of his strength to be exposed. It is one of the backlashes from fate. In the future, he will continue to be arranged by fate. Suffered attacks from various strong men, and his strength will be exposed bit by bit. But, he wasn't worried about these minor problems. As long as the strength grows fast enough, then these problems will not be a problem. Moreover, he just won the Sage Body reward not long ago. Rinnegan, plus Sage Body, he is already basically invincible. Izumi's card is ready. This is also a very scary card. Bai Hao took out a card. This is the new diamond card he synthesized not long ago. Dream, diamond, after use, you can get the Dream Fairy and become a Dream Jinchuriki. Special effect. Invisibility, can be invisible anytime and anywhere without being discovered by anyone. Skills. Copy, can copy all abilities, including but not limited to ninjutsu, taijutsu, blood successor limit, blood successor elimination, secret technique, summoning. Increase. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra controllability, and greatly increase physical strength. Advertisement nearby matching characters. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Izumi, Hitaki Kakashi, Shimura Danzo. This is a pretty powerful card, it's truly a dream card. Looking at the dream card in his hand, Bai Hao had the urge to use it himself. This stealth and copying are really powerful, but he still held back, because his target card is the god of creation, Arceusca. Anyway, after giving the card to Quan, I also get copy and invisibility abilities. Make money with blood. I played with the dream card casually. Bai Hao put it away again. In a flash, he arrived at Uchiha Izumi's bedroom. Not long ago, after Bai Hao got the dream card, then he woke up Quan and briefly explained the situation. Let her think about it herself. How is your considering? Looking at Bai Hao who suddenly appeared, feeling the unfathomable aura on Bai Hao's body. Uchiha Quan couldn't help but kneel down on one knee and saluted Bai Hao. This subordinate has met the Holy Master, she experienced genocide. The person who exterminated the clan was the one she had an unrequited love for, Uchiha Itachi. Although she was killed by Obito, but she still hates Itachi extremely. Because Itachi killed her beloved family member, because she once had an unrequited love for Itachi. Therefore, love instantly turned into hate. Even after she got the real reason for the genocide from Bai Hao, she still couldn't forgive Itachi. So, she wants to join the organization to gain strength. Then take revenge. The hatred in your heart is too strong. This will affect the efficiency of future tasks. Bai Hao looked at Quan and frowned slightly. I won't forgive him. Never. With strong hatred, Izumi couldn't help but open the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Before she died, she was 3 Tomo Sharingan, however, I felt a very strong pain when I died. So 3 Tomo Sharingan evolved directly into Mangekyo Sharingan. Later, he was resurrected by Bai Hao using Phoenix King skills. Mangekyo Sharingan was promoted as a result, became the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Greatly increased strength. Eternal Mangekyo at just 13 years old. Advertisement have to say, very strong, if you add fantasy cards. Bai Hao was really worried whether Quan would kill Weasel on impulse. Or get killed by Weasel in the heat of the moment. What is in the past is in the past. Why live in the pain of the past? It's better to let go of the past and start over. In addition, the organization has a reward system. If you follow the instructions and complete the task well, you can make a wish to me, for example, resurrect some people. A gentle smile appeared on Bai Hao's face. Uchiha Itachi is 18 years old at this moment. You are still 13 years old, you are no longer the same age. Why cling to the bonds of the past? Thank you Holy Lord for your guidance. I will try my best to cut off the past and start over. Choose an organization codename, named after the plant. From now on, you will forget your past names. Let's call it the organization codename. Violet. Just call it Violet. Violet? Bai Hao smiled slightly. What color do you like? Purple, right? Yeah? Bai Hao nodded. He still remembers the flower language of purple violets. Falling in love with you in dreams, you will always be so beautiful to me. Then I hope you wake up soon. After Bai Hao said that, he threw the dream card out. Soon after, Uchiha Quan, who turned into a dreamy Jinchuriki, was teleported out by Bai Hao using the power of space. After all, he is invincible in the bookstore. Doing so will save you trouble and reduce your own risk of exposure. After Shanglin and Quan merge, the organization finally has a group of members who can act independently. What a joy! Bai Hao observed the two women with the telescope technique. While sighing, I hope they have a smooth journey on this mission. Bai Hao arranged a new task for the two women, to abduct new members. Nohara Lin has been eating and drinking at his house for a long time. It's time to assign a teammate to her and send her on a mission. Chapter 16 Rosewood and Violet, the soul of 8 trigrams is burning. Update 1, please give me flowers and collect them. What? What is this place? Quan suddenly appeared in a forest. In front of her was a small lake and a very beautiful wooden house. The ground is filled with all kinds of flowers, it looks like a paradise. Hey, hello, suddenly, she heard a crisp voice. Then he looked up. It turned out to be a red-haired girl dressed the same as her. The girl was sitting on a branch, shaking her white legs and twitching her nose with her eyes closed. It seems to be smelling something. A very nice smell of violet. I like it very much. Shanglin opened her eyes and patted the branch with a smile. Suddenly, a wooden slide appeared on that branch. Shanglin just sat on the slide and slid down. Hello. I am Huali, wood style? Quan glanced at Shanglin with some surprise. Then he smiled and said, I am Violet. After she smiled, her big eyes suddenly turned into crescent shapes. Looks very gentle and cute. Please give me more advice in the future. Please give me more advice. After the two girls got to know each other briefly, they walked directly to Kirigakure. This time their mission is to go to Kirigakure to abduct and save a little loli. Because they both belong to the same organization. They are all little girls around 12 years old, there is no generation gap. And they are all kind in nature. As a result, it didn't take long for the two to become familiar with each other. The topic gradually became, girly, Violet, do you have someone you like? I remember, Purple Violet's words are about falling in love with you in a dream. Who have you loved in your dreams? Well, Quan's face turned red when he heard this. That's just a dream to me, impossible for us. Huh? Is there a situation? Shanglin moved her face closer, tell me about it? Tell me, cannot say, I have to say it. Shanglin reached out to scratch Quan's creaking nest. The two women just started fighting together, although based on the strength of the two people. This behavior is very childish, advertisement but. Shanglin has been lonely since she was a child and has never experienced friendship. Quan's family was brutally exterminated and he felt extremely sad. Therefore, both of them are enjoying the warmth of this friendship at the moment. Ha ha ha, okay, I surrender, after fighting for a while. Quan smiled and pushed Shanglin away, then he revealed a secret and forcibly changed the subject. That person can't say, however, I can tell you about another person. My first love. First love? Shanglin was a little curious, why don't you like it now? Because he killed my whole family. Well, Shanglin couldn't help but tremble in her heart when she looked at the spring that was filled with chills. If he had just killed me, I can forgive and understand his difficulties. Maybe you'll forgive him, but he killed my whole family. He was for his brother and for the so-called peace of the village. The entire family was considered a victim, he committed the murder of his family. Unforgivable. No matter what his reasons are, they're unforgivable. At that time, I watched my family members die in front of me. Such a great hatred, I wish I could kill him with a knife. The vague good feelings I had all disappeared that night. Turned into hate. Looking at Quan who said such an earth-shattering event with a calm face, Shanglin couldn't help but feel a little scared. Are you planning to kill him? Kill him? Quan smiled and shook his head, after the Holy Lord's enlightenment, I have decided to cut it off. Because I think about it carefully, it would be too cheap to kill him. It's better to keep him alive and healthy, live in eternal pain. How many floors does a bag of rice have to carry? How many floors does a bag of rice have to carry? Well, Shanglin's eyes suddenly turned into white eyes. So scary. Don't worry, Quan smiled with crescent moon eyes and looked at Shanglin. It's all about the mission, I will not disobey the Lord's command. Whatever the Lord asks me to do, I will do it, now. Her cheeks turned slightly red, because she thought of that dream again. Back then, after she was resurrected by Bai Hao, advertisement. Although he has been imprisoned by Bai Hao's power and is in a coma. But she had hazy memories of everything that happened at that time. For example, Bai Hao gently feeds her food and water, gently covers her with quilts, gently helps her relax her muscles, and gently helps her go to the toilet. Although a little shameful, but because this is a dream, the brain always adds some beautiful associations. For example, the two of them greeted each other under the sakura tree in the morning, and took a leisurely walk on the streets covered with golden ginkgo leaves at dusk. Sometimes they play with cats, sometimes they talk about love while standing on the Hokage rock, and sometimes they talk about love at a meatball shop. Later she was severely injured and became disabled. Bai Hao still refuses to give up. Take care of her very gently. Such a sweet dream. A beautiful dream that was completely opposite to that horrific nightmare that was still fresh in my memory. She was very obsessed with it. After waking up, she was surprised to find out. The lover of his dreams actually turned into the Holy Lord. While this shocked her, she was also a little disappointed. So, she was ready to bury this impossible relationship in her heart. The name Violet was also named after this dream, however. Bai Hao, who didn't understand the truth, wanted to go astray. Thought she was still thinking about Uchiha Itachi. He even added, "I hope you wake up soon," at the end. Hey hey hey. Shanlin pushed up his glasses and laughed twice. That's good. After that, she started to change the topic. Correct. Do you know, I once heard the Holy Master say that Uchiha Itachi's favorite person is his younger brother. Sasuke. What? Quan was stunned when he heard this. Is there such a thing? Yes, yes. The Holy Lord said that most men of the Uchiha clan like men. So full of gay love, so Itachi should like Shisui. He and Shisui had a pretty good relationship back then. After Shisui died, his whole person changed, huh? Yeah, this is indeed possible. After all, Sasuke is his biological brother. It's impossible to be together, right? Shisui is different. It's possible for the two of them to be together. At this moment, the two Fujoshi felt their 8 trigrams souls burning. Crazy 8 trigrams by Uchiha Itachi, the former genius. Bai Hao didn't know about these 8 trigrams. He didn't use the telescope technique to observe their actions. Because Chunin's exam has come to an end, many people rushed into his bookstore. Chapter 17 Teaching Class 7, 3rd Generation comes to visit, 2nd update, please collect and ask for flowers. The 3rd qualifying match of the Chunin exam ended after a fierce battle between Lee and Gaara. A total of 26 people took the exam. After the game, there are 12 people left. The 12 people drew lots and decided in advance their opponents for the next game. Then 3rd Hokage briefly talked about the situation. And gave everyone a month's rest period, let everyone disperse freely. And after the dissolution, but many people did not go home, but rushed to Bai Hao's bookstore. Back then, Mr. Bai Hao hung out with that girl with white eyes all day long. Now she has learned Bai Haojun's ninjutsu first, it's really jealous. That's right, I don't know if Mr. Bai Hao likes her. Absolutely impossible. How could Mr. Bai Hao like a cute girl like her? If you like her, you will only like a beautiful girl like me. Pooh. You have a big forehead, you ugly monster. Big forehead, ugly. Sakura and Ino both stood at the same time, staring at each other with wide eyes. Where their eyes met, sparks seemed to burst out. Women are such trouble. Shikamaru glanced at the two women and sighed. Ino, Mr. Asuma is treating us to a barbecue, are you going or not? Go. Ino gave little Sakura a vicious look. Big forehead, I will come to you to settle accounts another day. Slightly, little Sakura pulled her eyes, stuck out her tongue and made a face. With the departure of the Ino Shikacho trio, the only people looking for Bai Hao were Naruto's trio and Hinata, who came to thank Bai Hao. Bai Hao, over there? As soon as Naruto entered the bookstore, he started making a fuss. I'm telling you, a lot of interesting things happened during our Chunin exam. We also met a man in black. Dwang, Naruto hasn't finished speaking about the black organization yet. Then little Sakura punched her back with a fist. Little Sakura. Naruto, have you forgotten what Ambu told you? Well, seeing little Sakura getting angry, Naruto was immediately frightened. Go, advertisement go clean, okay. Seeing Naruto going to clean the house dejectedly, little Sakura then turned to look at Bai Hao. She put her hands on her chest, and her eyes turned into hearts. Jun Bai Hao is really awesome. Hinata can defeat Neji just by giving Hinata some pointers. Hinata was stunned when she heard this. I didn't say it was Mr. Bai Hao who taught me. With the way you lie, who would be deceived? Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and glanced at Hinata speechlessly. Hinata's eyes instantly turned into white eyes. He froze in place, somewhat confused and at a loss. She originally wanted to keep it a secret. As a result, this happened. That, little Sakura ignored the confused Hinata. She walked directly to Bai Hao and asked a little shyly and embarrassedly, that Mr. Bai Hao. I also want to become stronger. Can you give me some advice alone? Bai Hao glanced at little Sakura, then he nodded slightly. Come over tomorrow. I'll teach you a more practical physical technique. Great, little Sakura suddenly became excited. Bai Haojun. Let me help you clean up first. With that said, she went to clean the house while humming a song. Open black lens bracket ding. Change the plot and get 20,000 plot points. Close black lens bracket. Sasuke hesitated to speak. He also wants to become stronger. But he couldn't open his mouth. He felt that it was very shameful for him to ask Bai Hao about how to become stronger. Bai Hao naturally saw what Sasuke was thinking. He thought for a moment. Then he took the initiative to speak. Sasuke, if you want to become stronger, you can talk to Kakashi and enter the Anbu exercise. There are more battles over there, and you can grow very quickly. Of course, the speed of growth mainly depends on individual efforts. If you can work as hard as Xiao Li, you will grow quickly. Come on. Sasuke heard Bai Hao say Xiao Li. Immediately he couldn't help but clench his fist. He thought of Xiao Li's terrifying strength after opening the door not long ago. Advertisement, if he can do it, of course I can. Sasuke made up his mind to practice hard, then he nodded with gratitude. Thank you. Open black lens bracket ding. Change the plot and get 20,000 plot points, close black lens bracket. Not bad. Bijuu looked at Sasuke's back as he went to clean up and couldn't help but smile. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. That. Hinata blushed and kept poking in front of her with her 2 index fingers with a guilty look on her face. Jun Bijuu. I know, you didn't mean it. Bijuu stood up with a smile, patted Hinata's little head. He said gently, it's not a secret, it doesn't matter. Also, the way you can't lie is really cute, ah? Hinata was stunned, then the temperature on the face rose sharply. At the end, there was a bang, and he fainted. Bijuu. When can you change this problem of yours? Bijuu was speechless for a moment. Hinata was quickly picked up by the Hyūga family. Seeing Naruto, the 3 of them had finished cleaning. So, Bijuu generously invited 3 people to have a meal at Ichiraku Ramen. While eating, Bijuu took the initiative to ask Naruto to come find him tomorrow. He would teach Naruto something. When Naruto heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. He nodded in agreement. Bijuu was also happy when he saw this. Inadvertently, he added a little plot point. With his appearance and guidance, the bond between the 3 Narutos and Sannin might be severed. Then he will harvest a wave of plot points again. This is very refreshing. After the meal, everyone left one after another. Bijuu walked toward the bookstore alone, however, it hasn't arrived at the bookstore yet. He then sensed that there was a person standing silently at the door of the bookstore, waiting for him. But it was the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this, Bijuu immediately smiled on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is a qualified ATM machine. Orochimaru didn't leave Konoha, instead, he has been secretly preparing to cause trouble. The 3rd generation will probably continue to die under the influence of fate. If he could take the opportunity to save a few waves of Hiruzen, then you can just like constantly withdrawing money from a broken ATM machine, binge charging plot points. Have to say, many times, saving people earns more plot points than killing people. Chapter 18. 3rd generation, I see you have a death look on your face. Please give me flowers and collect them in the 3rd update. 3rd generation item. Bijuu nodded slightly to Sarutobi Hiruzen as a greeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen took down the pipe with a smile. Pointing to the bookstore, he said with a smile, won't you invite me to come in and have a seat? Smoking is prohibited in this bookstore. Sarutobi Hiruzen put out his pipe slightly embarrassed and put it away. Cough, as I get older, sometimes I just can't control my addiction to smoking. 3rd generation, please come in. The 2 entered the bookstore and sat down on the sofa. Bijuu poured him a cup of tea. Then the 2 of them just sat on the sofa and stared at each other. Do not know why. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt like he was being treated as food. This boy's eyes are so strange, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bear it anymore. So, he took the initiative and said, what you taught Hinata. I know it all. You are doing the right thing by taking the initiative to help your classmates. After saying that, he paused slightly, then he glanced at Bijuu. In the end, he didn't see what he wanted to see, the happy expression after being praised. This made him a little depressed, however, he didn't care. Instead, he continued, since you don't want to be a ninja. I don't want to continue to persuade you, however, since you have the talent to teach people. Are you interested in becoming a teacher in school? I don't have money right now to hire someone to look at the bookstore. So, let's wait until later. That's it. Hiruzen took a sip of tea and nodded slightly. He felt it was quite reasonable. Actually, you can start as a tutor. Have your students come to the bookstore. You teach students while looking at the store. It's a good idea. 3rd generation project, I will consider this issue. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He feels that Bijuu is actually pretty good. Strong, smart, sensible, and obedient. By the way, 3rd generation. Have you ever heard of divination ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's a ninjutsu that can be used for divination. After seeing the confusion on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Bijuu smiled and continued, I am fortunate to have learned such a ninjutsu. And used this divination ninjutsu to perform divination. Advertisement. Then I got some secrets. The secret technique entrusted to Hinata is one of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not so long ago, I used this divination ninjutsu to perform divination on the Chunin exam. Then a shocking result was obtained. That is, a person with a long tongue who likes to stick out his tongue will attack Konoha Village. And you, the 3rd Hokage, will die in this catastrophe. Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3rd generation, I see you have a death look on your face. You must pay attention, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He used a magical ninjutsu to summon the 1st Hokage and the 2nd Hokage. You summoned a monkey and turned the monkey into a golden cudgel. The 4 of you keep fighting, the situation is not optimistic. Finally you summon a Shinigami, forcibly collected 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage. When he was about to capture the man with the long tongue, he was stabbed to death by the opponent's sword. 3rd generation, you have to be careful, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Soon after, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out of the bookstore with doubts in his stomach and panic in his head. Am I really going to die? If Bijuu hadn't explained in great detail the ninjutsu of sealing away the corpses that no one else would know. He really thought Bijuu was talking nonsense, after all. That divination ninjutsu sounds very unreliable no matter how you hear it. He is such a ninja doctor. The Grandmaster has countless ninjutsu, and even the learned people who know countless ninjutsu have never heard of it. A man with a long tongue who likes to stick out his tongue. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately pictured Orochimaru in his mind. Summoning first generation and second generation. Could it be reanimation jutsu? If it is really this technique. It was normal for me to be forced to use the corpse seal. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you would actually do this. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, the more it seemed possible. So, he couldn't help but speed up his pace, prepare for Anbu to check it out. The plot points are realized, Bijuu lifting telescope technique. A smile appeared on his face. I wonder what Orochimaru will do this time. Putting away the crystal ball, Bijuu continued to draw the lottery. Congratulations on drawing a ton of gold bars, close black lens bracket. Advertisement, congratulations on drawing a chakra permanent increase pill, 0.1%, close black lens bracket. Congratulations on drawing the Squirtle, bronze, card, close black lens bracket. At the same time, Shanglin and Quan encountered a very embarrassing problem. That means there is no money, it's easier to say in the wild. The two of them can easily catch prey and fill their stomachs. But it's not easy to do in the city, although with the strength of the two of them, it was easy to grab money. However, they can't do anything to steal money, Wally. A question suddenly occurred to me. Quan looked at Shanglin with some confusion. As far as I know, for an organization to function normally, it needs to take on tasks to make money. Will we also take on missions in the future? Well, Shanglin pushed up her glasses. I heard from the Holy Master that this is how a mysterious organization called Shao operates. I asked too at first, how does our organization make money? However, the Holy Lord did not say anything, he just said that I had no money and asked me to ask him for it. In this case, the organization should be divided into paid members and action members, right? Quan got this answer, and I think there is nothing wrong with my reasoning. Forget it, I'll go directly to the Holy Spirit. Shanglin communicated directly with Bijuu using the ring. Holy Lord, Shanglin blushed and said coyly. I want to soak in the hot springs, but I don't have any money. If you are willing to help others, people, boom. Shanglin hasn't finished speaking yet. Two large boxes appeared out of thin air in front of them. The box fell to the ground and was shaken open. Suddenly, golden gold bars appeared in front of the two women. At the same time, Shanglin's call was also directly cut off by Bijuu. Well, Shanglin sighed. Then he turned to look at the two boxes of gold, and said excitedly to Izumi. We have money. Well, Quan's eyes suddenly turned white, and his forehead was covered with black lines. This woman. So bold. How dare you talk to the Holy Lord like this? Still want. Seducing the Holy Lord. Snort, shameless. Chapter 19. Sasuke's Horror, Secret Talks with Konoha's Top Brass, 4th update, please collect and ask for flowers. Early the next morning, 3 people from Class 7 appeared in Bijuu's bookstore. Did you have breakfast? Eat it, Sakura and Naruto said in unison. Sasuke just nodded slightly. Seeing this, Bijuu also nodded. Then he locked the door of the bookstore and led the 3 of them outside the village. Although Bijuu asked Sasuke to find Kakashi and enter Anbu. But, Kakashi always can't get up in the morning. And Sasuke didn't want to waste this precious time. So, I followed Sakura and Naruto over to take a look. Maybe you can learn something. The 4 of them soon arrived at a river outside the village. We're here, let's start practicing. After Bijuu said that, he looked at Naruto. Naruto, your chakra control skills are too poor. So, I want to become stronger. The first step is to improve chakra control. Naruto nodded with curiosity on his face. He saw Hinata's progress, so he admired Bijuu's ability. How to improve? You should have learned the ability to gather chakra on your feet and climb up a tree smoothly, right? Yes, in this case, you should practice walking on water first. The principle is the same. Okay, Naruto heard this and ran to the river happily. Sakura-chan. Bijuu turned to look at little Sakura. In fact, he had no intention of teaching little Sakura. After all, when the time comes, find a fairy card that suits Lil Sakura and give it directly to the other party. Then her strength will skyrocket instantly. What a hassle-free thing. But, diamond-level elf cards are not good, and each one has the most suitable character. I want to draw a card suitable for Lil Sakura. It's really not easy, so, he planned to teach Lil Sakura something first. She was so disappointed. Your chakra control ability is very strong. Very suitable for being a medical ninja. We can try to develop in this direction in the future. However, medical ninjas also need to have a certain ability to protect themselves. With that said, Bijuu gathered chakra into his fist. At the same time, he explained the specific usage of this move to Lil Sakura. And the method of aggregation of chakra, finished explaining. He then punched the ground. Advertisement, boom. The ground trembled and then cracked suddenly. The power is quite terrifying. So, So strong. All three people's eyes were focused here. Naruto broke into a cold sweat. If Sakura-chan punches me in the head like this. Thought of this. He suddenly trembled. You must never mess with little Sakura from now on. Neither can Bailuo. Very good, little Sakura is very excited. If I had learned this trick earlier, it can definitely knock Ino away. Bai Haojun, what is this physical technique called? Sakura Flower Rush, Jun Bai Hao. Sakura's face immediately turned red. This is a ninjutsu you created just for me, well. Bai Hao didn't know how to explain it for a while. After all, in the original plot, this trick was invented by little Sakura. That's why it has such a name, in line with the principle of not explaining if you can't explain. He decisively changed the subject. You should practice this move well. After that he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, since you're here too. Then I will also teach you a ninjutsu. Sasuke's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with joy. After seeing Hinata's changes and little Sakura's taijutsu, he was also very greedy. Want to get some special ninjutsu? I heard Naruto say that once. Kakashi has a ninjutsu called Reikari, then I figured it out myself. Said. Bai Hao quickly made seals. A moment later, a dazzling light appeared on his hand. At the same time, it is also accompanied by a chirping sound like a bird's song. It's one of Kakashi's famous techniques, Reikari. Sasuke looked at this move with horror in his eyes. You just listened to Naruto's description and created it yourself. This is too scary, this is a creative ninjutsu. Does he think this is making a clay figure? While being horrified, Sasuke also admired Bai Hao even more. As expected of the man who always outdoes me. Much better than Kakashi who can only teach me how to find cats. Bai Hao after teaching Sasuke Reikari, then he took a magazine, sat quietly under the tree and started reading. He quite liked such leisurely time. Advertisement. At the same time, however, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned 3 of his old friends and sat in the office to discuss the information obtained from Bai Hao yesterday. Snort. Divination. What nonsense. Danzo's eyes flickered, he slapped the table and shouted angrily, Monkey. You are no longer young, how could one believe such nonsense? I don't believe in divination either. Udadane Kaharu slowly said, however, this information is very detailed. It makes people wonder whether this Bai Hao has any special channels for obtaining information. I asked someone to investigate Bai Hao. His family background is innocent and there are no problems. Mitokado Homura said, however, maybe he really has some ability to divine fortune. Didn't Jiraiya say that great toad sage will prophesy? Maybe he has some special blood inheritance limit and saw such a scene in his dream. That's why you said it so accurately, possible. Udadane Kaharu nodded. In this case, we have to guard against it. It is better to believe that it exists than to believe that it does not exist. I don't think it's necessary at all. That guy is talking nonsense. Danzo, why do you keep arguing? Are you still in contact with Orochimaru? Or, are you planning all this? The 3 of them looked at Danzo at the same time. Danzo was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and then said with some embarrassment, how is that possible? I'm just talking about divination, no other meaning. After seeing the 3 people seem to believe him. Danzo took a long breath, it's really troublesome. Should I tell Orochimaru this news? At the same time, Kakashi was standing in front of the commemorative monument, whispering to himself. Obito, do you know, 2 of my students passed the Chunin exam preliminaries. One of them is like me, a genius. One of them looks like you, a fool. The friendship between them is very similar to ours. It's so nostalgic, I still remember that you almost caused the 3 of us to be eliminated because you were late. Besides, I still remember your fire style how fire candy technique. Haha, Kakashi chuckled and then fell silent, I don't know how long it took. He just let out a long sigh. Obito, those 3 little guys are actually practicing with a little guy who is as big as them. It's really unsettling. I'm going to go see those 3 little guys. I'll see you again tomorrow. Chapter 20 Ninjutsu Genius Bai Hao? Kakashi's Meditations. Please give me flowers and collect them in the 5th update. After Kakashi left the memorial monument, he summoned Parker directly and asked Parker to track him. It didn't take long, then he found the 7th class practicing by the river. Kakashi was in no rush to show up, but observing in secret. However, I just watched it not long ago, he was stunned. Sasuke, that was, practiced Chidori, who taught him? Could it be Bai Hao? Kakashi was stunned, he was quite proud of the ninjutsu he created. If self-confidence is not passed on to others, it is impossible for others to learn it. However, at this moment, Bai Hao figured it out himself. He also threw it to Sasuke like it was trash, this made him feel a little uncomfortable. Did not expect, he is actually a genius who is not weaker than me. Kakashi looked at Bai Hao reading under the tree and couldn't help but admire him. As for Chidori, Sasuke thought up this possibility himself. But he directly ruled it out, because it's simply impossible. Unfortunately, he gave up on being a ninja, otherwise. Could definitely become a great ninja, maybe even become the Hokage in the future. After watching silently for a while, Kakashi decided it would be better to go out and meet them. After all, no matter how you say it, he is the captain and teacher of Class 7. It's a bit unsightly to just leave someone else to take care of you like this. Thought of this, he suddenly appeared on the branch of a tree opposite Bai Hao. Yo! Kakashi stretched out his hand to say hello to Bai Hao. Kakashi-sensei is here. Bai Hao didn't look up and just replied softly. I didn't expect you to be so talented in educating students. Kakashi ducked and appeared next to Bai Hao, then I couldn't help it. Asked the question he wanted to know most. Did you figure out the Chidori? Yeah, gather thunder attribute chakra in your hand. It's not too difficult, Kakashi, although he didn't find it difficult. But, advertisement, this is the self-created ninjutsu he is most proud of. Being judged like this really hurt his heart. With you here, I can really be lazy. Said. He leaned against another tree, took out his favorite, Making Love in Paradise, and started reading. Time passed slowly as the two of them read the book. The first person to complete the training mission was Little Sakura. Little Sakura's ability to condense and control chakra is very strong. Sakura Hana-chong is another taijutsu that suits her perfectly. Therefore, she quickly mastered this taijutsu, and then came over to announce the good news to Bai Hao, and at the same time said hello to Kakashi. Bai Hao gave the other party a few words of encouragement. Then he let her continue her practice. The second person to master ninjutsu was Sasuke. Chidori suited him well, so he quickly mastered the jutsu. Kakashi couldn't help but point after seeing this. He also told Sasuke that this technique cannot be called Reikiri, but only Chidori until he has the ability to cut lightning. After hearing the instructions, Sasuke couldn't help but rant in his heart. Then continued to practice silently. The last one to complete his training mission was Naruto. Because of Bai Hao. As a result, Naruto was not targeted by Orochimaru and sealed the Nine Tails chakra with the comprehension seal. Therefore, he mastered walking on water very quickly. Look! Look! Naruto shouted to Bai Hao by the river. Bai Hao, I can walk on water, ouch. Plop. While Naruto was shouting, he suddenly felt extremely happy and sad. It fell directly into the river. Bai Hao shook his head repeatedly. It was an accident just now, Naruto explained again and again. I've mastered walking on water. Bai Hao, please teach me another powerful move. Just like little Sakura and Sasuke, I want to become so strong too. Naruto, I will teach you the most suitable ninjutsu for you. Bai Hao sighed helplessly, then stood up. You keep an eye on it. As he spoke, a Rasengan formed in his hand. It's called chakra pills. Is the most suitable ninjutsu for you. Simple, practical and powerful. Looking at the Rasengan in Bai Hao's hand, Kakashi almost stared out of his eyes. Rasengan. Bai Hao glanced at Kakashi. Of course he knows what this thing is called. The reason why he said this was to deliberately induce Kakashi to change the name of the ninjutsu. Rasengan? Advertisement, the name is okay, then call it like this. Naruto, you watch. Say it. Bai Hao directly used Rasengan to push a big stone into powder. So strong. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. Teach me, okay, you go buy a bag of water balloons and balloons first and come back. It's about the same size as the Rasengan I just used. Okay. Naruto responded excitedly and then ran away in a hurry. I didn't expect that you could even figure out such a ninjutsu. Kakashi sighed from the side, you are really a genius. It would be a shame not to continue being a ninja. Actually, compared to being a ninja, I prefer studying ninjutsu. Bai Hao smiled at Kakashi with some deep meaning. I also like to read various documents and materials and find out something from them. For example, the blood inheritance limit. When the two chakra nature transformations are mixed together, a new escape technique will be produced, forming a blood inheritance limit. And can be passed on to the next generation. I heard that only a very small number of ninjas can develop their own blood successor. I really want to try it, this is a good ambition. Kakashi nodded approvingly. He felt that Bai Hao had the potential to develop the realm of bleeding on his own. But it's really difficult. Bai Hao shook his head. Sometimes, I really envy Sasuke. He is born with blood inheritance limits, still a very special Sharingan. No matter how much I fuse chakra, I still can't have a blood inheritance limit like Sharingan. Teacher Kakashi, how does it feel to own a Sharingan? Everyone has his or her own fate. Having a Sharingan does not necessarily mean you are strong. Isn't the first Hokage more powerful than Uchiha Madara? I got a Sharingan by accident, although it made me stronger. But he didn't feel that he had become unusually powerful. On the contrary, I felt very helpless. Everyone calls me Copy Ninja Kakashi. But I ignored my other abilities. Moreover, after having Sharingan, chakra is always not enough. That's right, this kind of blood inheritance limit that does not belong to oneself should not be able to evolve and close, right? After all, only the original owner can evolve Sharingan and turn Sharingan off and on freely. Otherwise, Mr. Kakashi wouldn't dress like this. It really can't be closed. Kakashi was suddenly startled after saying this. Evolution? Only the original owner can evolve Sharingan? Kakashi fell into deep thought for a moment. Chapter 21 Is Obito dead? Kirigakure's mysterious visitor. First update, please give me flowers and collect them. Bai Hao's seemingly casual words, but it brought a huge impact to Kakashi. Bai Hao's words really make sense. I'm not from Uchiha. There is no ability to control the Sharingan switch. The same is true. It's also impossible for me to evolve Sharingan. But my Sharingan has definitely evolved. Could it be that? Could it be that? Cold sweat began to break out on Kakashi's forehead. Because he suddenly had an impossible idea in his mind. And this idea seemed to have taken root in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. Could it be that Obito is not dead? Kakashi's body couldn't help but stiffen. This speculation is really too bold. No, it's impossible. I watched Obito die before my eyes, and he was hit directly by such a big stone. Half of his body was smashed. There was no chance of survival. Although Kakashi has always denied the inference that Obito is still alive. But there was always a trace of doubt in his heart that he couldn't explain. But since Obito is dead, so how did my Sharingan evolve? That's for sure. I don't have any Uchiha blood. Kakashi couldn't figure this out before Bijuu raised this issue today. In fact, he subconsciously believed that Sharingan evolved because he was too genius. After all, Obito's death was something he had confirmed. Coupled with the deaths of Obito and Lin, it has always been the most painful thing in his heart. It's something I don't want to remember at all, so deep down he was actively avoiding this issue. In addition, everyone who knew that Obito gave him the second Magatama Sharingan is also dead. He also didn't use Mangekyo Sharingan, so no one asked him about the evolution of Sharingan at all. The combination of all these factors led to him never doubting Obito's death. But today, for the first time, he began to doubt this issue that he had never doubted before. Is Obito dead? Kakashi is trapped in an endless loop. No matter how you think about it, it feels impossible to explain. The last thought made my head hurt. Kakashi-sensei, are you feeling unwell? Seeing this, Bijuu asked with great concern. Advertisement. Oh, yes. Kakashi waved his hand somewhat uncomfortably. Bijuu, I'll leave these three people to you. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. After saying that, he disappeared from the place with a swish. Have you finally begun to doubt Obito's death? Looking at the place where Kakashi disappeared, listening to the prompts from the system. Bijuu also had a smile on his face, another plot point. Lottery. Time passes slowly. Bijuu has been leading the 7th group to practice these days. One of them happened to meet Jiraiya, who came to the river to spy on girls bathing. However, Jiraiya hasn't had time to see Naruto's Rasengan training yet. Then Bijuu turned into a female clone and scolded him away, temporarily severing the bond between Naruto and Jiraiya. Earn a wave of plot points for sure. Kakashi started to doubt Obito's death. He never came here again. Bijuu observed him several times with the telescope technique. Found Kakashi either tangled at home, or check out various classified information in the Hokage building. All in all, Bijuu had a very comfortable time. And just when Bijuu was living a comfortable life, Kaoru and Izumi also arrive at Kirigakure. The smell here is really bad. Shanlin twitched her little nose, then frowned and said, is this the blood mist? If it wasn't for a mission, I wouldn't want to go in at all. Don't worry, Izumi smiled softly, I heard they changed to a new Mizukage. We are changing the policy in Blood Mist. I don't know what kind of new Mizukage it is. How are the policy changes being implemented? Shanlin showed a bitter face, maybe he is an old man. Work slowly. Okay, let me go and find the target first. Wait for me outside. Okay, Shanlin shook her ring. Your invisibility will be noticed by Byakugan, so, be careful. I'll keep staring at that eye roll. If you come near, I will notify you promptly. However, what Shanlin doesn't know is, her Kagura mind has long been copied away by Quan. Advertisement. The skills of the dream card are so terrifying. Thank you. Quan smiled and nodded. Then the whole body disappeared in an instant. This uses fantastic stealth effects. Izumi, who had disappeared, began to look for Yuri Lin's location in Kirigakure. This time, their mission target is Yuri Lin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Collect all information about the other party. If the other person is still alive, take him or her away. If the other party is already dead, then wait for Shanlin's resurrection skill to cool down, then resurrect the opponent and take him away. Huh? What luck, the target is actually still alive. It didn't take long for Quan to find his target, although Lin Yuri is still alive at the moment. But he was already dying. She has a terminal illness and is currently lying in a coma in the hospital. There was no one around to take care of her, apparently. Yuri Ringo, who is about to die, has been given up by Kirigakure. Does she even have no friends? The blood mist is really cold-blooded. Quan sighed silently. Then he communicated with Shang Lin through the ring. Tell the other person that you have found your goal. And prepare to take the target away directly. Let Shanglin prepare to respond. After getting Shanglin's reply, she just took out a bottle of medicine and poured it into Lin Zhao Yuli's mouth. This medicine was given to her by Bijuu, specially used to treat various terminal diseases. The medicine is guaranteed to cure the disease, and this is indeed the case. Not long after eating, Lin Yuli suddenly woke up. You. Who are you? Looking at the black-haired girl in front of her who was not wearing any forehead protector, Lin Yuri could not help but be stunned for a moment. But the next moment, she felt her body change. Huh? Why don't I feel pain anymore? Is this a flashback? Am I going to die? No, you're healed. Quan looked at each other with a smile. I am Violet from the Elf Pavilion. I have been ordered by the Holy Lord to come and save you. At the same time, we also invite you to join us. Chapter 22 The Terrifying Uchiha Spring, second update, please give me flowers and collect them. Elf Pavilion. Cut, Lin Yu sneered immediately after hearing this. Her sharp white fangs looked extremely charming, thank you for the medicine though. But, I don't want to join a crappy organization I've never heard of. Are you saying no? Quan raised his head slightly. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan opens instantly, just staring at Lin Yuri coldly. Your eyes, Sharingan? No, this is no simple Sharingan. As soon as he was stared at by those eyes, Lin Yu suddenly felt the breath of death. Now, she felt that the person in front of her was not a girl around 13 years old at all, but a terrifying tailed beast. Join an organization. You can gain power no weaker than mine. Refuse to join and die. Quan stared at each other silently. Follow the instructions on Bai Hao's mission card and threaten calmly. Well, Lin Yu froze for a moment. She is strong though. But he was still suppressed by the terrifying pressure from Yu Quan in front of him. Is this an illusion? Lin Yuri saw the scene of his own death. At the same time, she felt that her whole body was stiff and she did not dare to move at all. No, this is a pure threat. This woman, too horrible. Probably even more terrifying than the Uchiha who controlled the fourth Mizukage back then. Kirigakure is so cold-blooded, you might as well join us. Quan suddenly put away the Sharingan. Then he smiled slightly and his eyes curved into a crescent shape. He said very gently and calmly, look, you are seriously ill and dying. No one has come to see you yet, that's right. Yuri Lin's sense of belonging to Kirigakure is not very strong. After seeing Quan's smile, I was immediately infected. In that case, I will join you. Advertisement. This not only gives you strength. You can also feel a more exciting life, very nice. So, you are welcome to join. Quan smiled and nodded, I will take you back to see the Holy Lord. Then how do we get out of the village? Lin Yu showed an expression of interest on his face. You know, we at Kirigakure are closely guarded. I don't know how you got in though. However, it is not that easy to take me out. Go out? Quan immediately laughed when he heard this. She still remembers asking Bai Hao what the organization's style of conduct was. They are out and about and need to remain private? Or keep a low profile. However, Bai Hao's reply is just one sentence. Everything is based on tasks. When there are no tasks, it is right to be reckless. The organization is not afraid of anyone. Throw away your forehead protector. From now on, you won't need that thing. After that, Quan kicked the wall of the room directly. Let's go. Let me help you get the ninja sword back first. Lin Yu was stunned when he saw this. Are you so reckless? However, after a while, she became excited. I'm starting to like this organization. Yuri Lin throws away the forehead protector, then he quickly followed. The two of them jumped directly through the big hole. Then he walked slowly towards the Mizukage building as if there was no one else around. Who are you? Stop it, Ringo Yuri, what are you doing? Who is the person in front of you? Stop quickly and accept our questioning. The two of them hadn't left for long, then a group of Anbu suddenly appeared. Follow them with great caution. Where is Thunder Knife Tooth? Izumi asked those Anbu as they walked, didn't answer their questions at all. What do you want to do? Stop it, Rinyu Yuri, please stop quickly, otherwise you will be dealt with as a traitor. A group of Anbu were a little confused and didn't know what the two girls wanted to do. But Quan didn't answer questions when he saw these people. I didn't ask any more questions. Advertisement. Continue walking towards the Mizukage building on your own. Seeing such arrogant Quan, those Anbu couldn't help but take action. All of a sudden, all kinds of hidden weapons were thrown at the two women. Seeing this, Quan couldn't help but reveal a sneer. Then he lowered his hat, also opened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Whistling, he continued walking forward slowly. At the same time, 1,000 swords rushed out of her ninja tool bag. Chinbon kept flying in the air with a sweet whistle. Instantly destroy all hidden weapons attacking them. The whistle complements the ding sound of a concealed weapon being knocked off. Combined into a perfect piece of music. This is the ability of Izumi Mangekyo Sharingan's left eye, to control the ninja tool. So cool. Although Yuri Lin is very powerful, she is still a 13-year-old girl. Such a powerful scene for Izumi, she was really yearning for it. However, the other mist shinobi Anbu was furious. While they were throwing hidden weapons, they also used detonating charms, water-style ninjutsu, smoke bombs and the like. Seeing this, Quan frowned slightly, then he slightly raised the volume of his whistle. Suddenly, the Chinbon aura in the air changed. From the initial gentleness, it has become murderous now. Every time it flies, it will inevitably bring out a blood flower. Although no one was killed, it made Kirigakure, filled with dense fog, even more eerie. Those Anbu were directly injured by Chinbon as soon as they got close, and were no longer able to attack. Who is it? Suddenly there was a loud shout, followed by the thick fog dissipating. A beautiful woman appeared in front of the two women. She was wearing a blue tube top dress. Reddish-brown long curly hair criss-crossed like a pine tree. Although the image is delicate and strange, it is murderous. What do you want to do? Give me Thunder Sabertooth, and I'll take Ringo Yuri and leave. Ha 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 ha. Fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei immediately laughed angrily when she heard this. Die. Terumi Mei quickly formed seals with her hands. Then lava-style monster melding technique spit it out. HMPH, Quan snorted coldly and directly activated the third form Susanoo. Not only did he block Terumi Mei's attack, he also caught the opponent in his hand. As Mizukage, Terumi Mei is unable to dodge at all. This woman seems to be a high-ranking member of Kirigakure, right? If no one tells the location of Thunderblade Tooth, then I will take this woman away. Listening to Izumi's calm and cold voice, the entire Kirigakure fell silent. Chapter 23. Rosewood and Violet's new mission. The third round of the Chunin exam begins. Free updates, please collect and ask for flowers. Inside Kirigakure, it was eerily quiet at the moment. No one expected that their Mizukage would be so vulnerable. He was caught by the enemy just after a face-to-face meeting. But what they don't know is, this is not because Terumi Mei is too weak, but because Uchiha Izumi is too strong. Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo has two skills. The left eye can mark all ninja tools, and can be controlled at will after marking. The right eye has a precognition skill. You can see what your opponent will do in the next second. It can be said that this skill is the ultimate skill of Sharingan's observation eye function. And she just used such a function to predict Terumi Mei's prediction. Coupled with the unexpectedness, and the strength is stronger than Terumi Mei. That's why it can be killed with one hit. Uchiha. You are from the Uchiha clan. Terumi Mei was firmly restrained by Susanoo's big hands. Since she couldn't use ninjutsu, she could only shout. Who are you? There is only one child left in the Uchiha clan. Where did you come from? Where is Thunder Knife Tooth? Izumi ignored Terumi Mei and turned to look at the other ninjas gathered around. Have to say, today's Kirigakure has a serious talent decline. Not even the 7 ninja swordsmen could gather together. The strongest one in the whole village is Terumi Mei, a Mizukage. However, even the strongest person was subdued by Quan's move. Then, the ninjas watching didn't know what to do for a while. Terumi Mei also did not order these people to continue the siege of Quan. Because she knows, even if these people come together, it will probably be in vain. And, if Zhang Quan is angered, I'm afraid Kirigakure is completely doomed. Just when the surrounding ninjas didn't know what to do for a moment. Suddenly, a one-eyed dragon came over supporting an old man. Izumi recognized the one-eyed dragon. That's Ao, the Jonin with the Byakugan. I am Yuenshi. The old man said tremblingly, in the village, the status is equivalent to Mizukage. Thunder Knife Tooth we gave you. Lin Yuri's terminal illness should have been cured by you, right? That being the case, then Yuri Lin will follow you. This old man was very smart and kept his posture to the lowest level. Come up and give away knives, no requests at all. The purpose is just to let Quan Shao kill some people. Advertisement pity, his little abacus white hits. Because Izumi doesn't kill anyone at all, good. Quan nodded. Then wait quietly. Soon, a shy little boy wearing glasses ran over with a knife. Upon seeing this, Izumi knocked Terumi Mei unconscious. Then use people to replace knives, your knife. Izumi turned to look at Ringo Yuri. At this moment, she was smiling. A pair of big eyes curved into a crescent shape, very beautiful and gentle. She is indeed a gentle person. Looking at Quan, Lin Yuyu couldn't help but think. Because she discovered that along the way, Quan didn't kill anyone at all. Let's go, Quan said, and strode towards the outside of the village. Lin Yuri quickly followed. Many people in Kirigakure just watched the two people slowly leaving. I dare not say more than a word. Who is she? What do you want to do with Yuri Lin? These two questions appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. But they couldn't come up with the answer even if they tried hard. After completing the mission on Quan and Shanlan's side, Bai Hao immediately received the news and received 100,000 plot points from the system reward. Look at such a pitiful plot point, he could only sigh helplessly. It makes sense, after all, this is not a Mizukage ninja. But the Hokage ninja, Bai Hao sighed silently and continued to draw the lottery. Yuri Ringo is coming back. He needs to prepare a diamond card for the other party. Unfortunately, the diamond card was not drawn. Instead, I drew 2 one-time, Tathagata Divine Palms. As expected, we still need to do something in Konoha. Bai Hao gave the order to the 2 women. Let it not come back for a while. After Shang Rin's resurrection skill cooled down, he resurrected the former hero of Sunagakure, Hyakura, who died tragically due to kunai and shuriken. After doing these things, Bai Hao lived his leisurely life again. Time passes slowly. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the last game of the Chunin exam. Naruto had been begging in his ear since a long time ago. I want him to go to the game. Advertisement Hinata also blushed and stammered for a long time on his side. Although it is not stated explicitly, but he knows. Hinata also hopes that he can go to the game. Bai Hao thought that Orochimaru was still evil. During Chunin's exams, he will definitely cause trouble. When Konoha is attacked, ninjas will gather ordinary people in a safe place to protect them. Bai Hao found it troublesome, and he doesn't want to accept such protection. Then, he decided to go to the competition venue to watch the show. I just don't know if third generation is prepared to prevent snakes. Early in the morning on the day of the competition, Bai Hao locked the door of the bookstore and walked towards the competition venue. Because the Chunin exam is a big event, so it was really lively today. Bai Hao saw people from various countries on the road. I also saw the daimyo riding an ox cart. You shouldn't get many plot points by killing the daimyo, right? Looking at those famous names, Bai Hao thought silently. Thinking about it while walking like this. Soon, he arrived at the auditorium of the competition venue. Jun Bai Hao. Seeing Bai Hao appear, Sakura and Ino immediately waved together. Jun Bai Hao, sit here with me, sit over here. Big forehead, please let Mr. Bai Hao sit next to you. Are you going to block Bai Hao Jun's sight with your big forehead? Ugly. With you, Mr. Bai Hao is not in the mood to watch the game at all, okay. Who are you calling ugly? You have a big forehead. That's you, you ugly monster. The two women glared at each other. A smell of gunpowder suddenly filled the air. Seeing this, Bai Hao pulled Ino up expressionlessly and put her aside. Then he sat silently between the two women, Jun Bai Hao. When the two women saw this, they immediately came over from left to right. While taking advantage of Bai Hao, they quarreled with each other. Bai Hao was speechless for a while. Who chose this position? He sighed in his heart, and then looked at the playing field silently. There are 11 people standing there at the moment. The missing one is none other than the protagonist, Naruto. The first game is Naruto versus the saxophone of the Sound Ninja Village. There shouldn't be any suspense. When Bai Hao was thinking about it, suddenly a loud bang was heard. Then Naruto flew in through the gate. The body scraped the ground and just glided all the way, rushing to the side of other players. Alright. This one is very Naruto. Chapter 24, the first round of competition, Orochimaru's plan. Fourth update, please give me flowers and collect them. With Naruto's appearance, all the contestants have arrived. However, the game did not start directly. Instead, Third Hokage waited until the cage took his seat on the top stage before announcing the start of the game. The first match was Naruto versus Sasha, nothing special to watch. So, Bai Hao began to observe from the summit stage and the audience seats. The cage is indeed Orochimaru. There are many ninjas hidden in the audience. It seems that he still wants to cause trouble, here in Konoha. Third generation has strengthened its security forces. I remember that in the original work, the only bodyguard of third generation was the special Jonin in the same person. It's better this time. 3 came directly, similarities still appear. The other is his good partner, Yamashiro Aoba. Another is wearing a mask. Looks like Anbu's ninja. The surrounding protection is also pretty good. It seems that third generation is really interested. Ever since Bai Hao and Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he might die at the hands of Orochimaru. Third generation began to investigate this matter. After some investigation, he discovered that Orochimaru was indeed doing some small tricks in secret. Moreover, he also had close contacts with Tsunagakure. It seems that they are preparing to do something big together. Then, after he summoned the other 3 Konoha top brass to discuss. Decided to strengthen defense during Chunin exam. After all, there was no way they could stop the Chunin exam. We can only strengthen our defense to deal with this matter. Fortunately, I have plenty of time to prepare. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to mobilize a sufficient number of Jonin. Bai Hao finished watching the summit, then he turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi has suspected that Obito is still alive. He entered an autistic state. Like now. He was ostensibly watching the game, but in fact, he was staring at something in a daze with his eyes distracted. I wonder if Kakashi has thought about it for so long? Bai Hao took one look and stopped looking. Instead, he turned to look at the competition site. Naruto is worthy of being Naruto. Even a stirrup can make your blood boil. First, he was tortured in various ways by Sack's stirrup. Then Silk Blood counterattacked. Advertisement, if he had mastered the Rasengan earlier, he might have ended the battle long ago. Bai Hao sighed silently. The second match is Konkuro versus Aburame Shino. Konkuro didn't even fight and just forfeited. Seeing this, Bai Hao glanced at Shino secretly. I found that Shino's face was still expressionless, and there was no sign that he was angry at all. The third match is Tenden versus Mitsuno Shuru. Mitsuno Shuru is an average Konoha genin. He was defeated very easily by Tianshin. The fourth game is Tamari versus Shikamaru. Shikamaru relies on his super high IQ. The opponent was dealt with very smoothly. The fifth game is Sasuke versus Tuzanvil from Sound Ninja Village. Because Sasuke is currently the only survivor of Uchiha. Most of the people who came to watch the game came to see him. So, his game actually caused a lot of cheers. Naturally, Sasuke won easily. He didn't even use the Chidori he had just practiced throughout the whole process. After the game, the last match of the first round, Gaara's match against Hyūga Hinata also began. It's finally almost the end of the first round. There are so many people participating in this competition, I can't wait. On the viewing platform, Konkuro complained as he touched his puppet. Wait until Gaara wins this game, then it's time to move on to the second round. Uzumaki Naruto versus Aburame Shino, Tenden versus Shikamaru. Sasuke versus Gaara. This game is really long, it will take a while longer before we can start planning. Konkuro, calm down. Baki glanced at Konkuro, then turned back to the playing field. Everything went according to plan. We have to believe in Gaara. This game will end soon. At the same time, on the summit stage, Orochimaru was staring at Sasuke, who had just finished the game. Sasuke, as expected of Uchiha, how could he kill Toss Anvil so easily? I hope you can bring me more surprises when you play against Gaara. Let me see your true strength. Orochimaru wanted to stick out his tongue and lick his lips at this moment. However, thinking that his dearest teacher was still beside him, he forcibly held back. Advertisement, although the last operation was disrupted by the sudden appearance of the girl. But, I will definitely succeed this time, in the audience. Hyūga Hinata felt that his palms were sweating, now. He was really nervous. Hanabi, you have to take a good look. Study seriously. Your sister is no longer the same as she used to be. She defeated your brother Neji, became the Hyūga clan, the strongest of the younger generation. Speaking of which, Hiashi had a look of pride on his face. He had always hoped for Hinata's blessing, pity. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. But I never expected it. This time Hinata actually gave him such a big surprise. Bai Hao? If he comes to be our Hyūga's son-in-law. Hiashi couldn't help but look at Bai Hao, then he nodded silently. I acquiesced in this marriage in my heart. Father, can my sister beat this Sand Shinobi? Can't beat it. Hiashi shook his head, although he is optimistic about Bai Hao. He is also optimistic about his daughter, however, Gaara is too strong. The man's name is Gaara, there is a monster inside him. So the strength is very terrifying, if anyone among his peers can beat him. It should be just Naruto and Sasuke, unfortunately. The growth of the two of them is really too slow. I don't know if it's possible to beat him in the future. Speaking of which, Hiashi couldn't help but sigh. I hope Hinata can see the facts clearly and give up as soon as possible. In a burst of cheers, Gaara and Hinata enter the playing field. With Shiranui Genma's voice starting, the competition between the two began. But it was very strange that neither of them made the first move. Chapter 25 Hinata's Gaara, one tail is defeated. Update 1, please give me flowers and collect them. Why didn't Gaara take action? On the viewing platform, Kankuro frowned and said with some confusion. Say it. He looked back at Temari. Temari, why did you let go of water just now? Didn't you abstain from voting? Temari looked at the playing field with a blank expression. I always had a sense of foreboding. It feels like today is going to be a tough fight. So, it's better to retain some strength, do not know why. Temari always had a bad feeling today. She felt very uncomfortable as if something big was going to happen today. That woman is in trouble. Shikamaru lay on the railing. Although I was looking at Gaara, my mind was thinking about what happened not long ago. Why release the water? Why did Kankuro abstain? Is Sand Shinobi trying to do something? He thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. There is too little information. No useful conclusions can be drawn at all. It's really troublesome, Gaara. Sasuke was filled with pride at this moment. After practicing with Bai Hao for a period of time, he felt that his strength had improved a lot. I don't know how much better it is than following Kakashi to complete tasks. This feeling of rapid improvement in strength, it made him very intoxicated and at the same time very swollen. HMPH, you should be the strongest among this generation of ninjas. It's time to try out the Chidori I just practiced. In the competition venue, Hinata had already opened her eyes, and now she was looking at Gaara silently with an open hand stance. Although her current strength is no longer what it used to be. But, personality is not that easy to change, so. She didn't rush to attack, instead, he was observing Gaara's reaction. Gaara is currently in a state of schizophrenia. He was calm sometimes and ferocious sometimes. From time to time, he even talks to himself. The reason for such an abnormal state was mainly because he found that the person in front of him was very powerful. I don't know how long it took. Gaara finally takes action. The stopper on the gourd behind him popped open, then countless amounts of sand poured out of the gourd. After the sand hit the ground, it turned into a circle around Gaara. When enough sand has gathered, Gaara then controlled the sand and grabbed it towards Hinata. However, Hinata is very fast. Hinata couldn't be caught with all the sand he had. Not only that, he was also hit several times by Hinata who rushed towards him. In the end, he was knocked straight out. Fortunately, the sand armor on his body separated Hinata's acupuncture ability from the paralysis effect. Otherwise, he might have lost his fighting ability. Advertisement, Kakeke. Kill her, kill her. Gaara got up from the ground. Look at Hinata. The expression on his face became completely ferocious. He stretched out his hand. The sand on the ground suddenly turned into a sand clone. Then he controlled the sand clone to hit Hinata. Hinata frowned slightly at this. It's not that she's afraid of this sand clone, but she felt that the sand armor on Gaara was too troublesome. Although her strength has improved a lot, but if you want to rely on pure physical strength to break this sand armor, still not enough. In that case, Hinata took a deep breath and quickly formed seals with her hands. She began to perform the tricks taught to her by the spirit beast Pikachu. The reason why a diamond card is a diamond card, not just because it can greatly improve the user's abilities, or because the spirit beast in the diamond card can guide Jinchuriki. For example, Shanlin learned wood style, and Hinata also learned a lot. Discharge mode, Boom, accompanied by Hinata's spell. Countless terrifying arcs of electricity suddenly appeared around her. Zila. Zila. Hinata was surrounded by countless electric arcs, her hair and clothes automatically became windless. The momentum is very terrifying. This is lightning-style chakra mode. The spectators watching the battle were all stunned. They all thought about Raikage's famous skill, however, some knowledgeable ninjas frowned at the same time. Looks very similar to lightning-style chakra mode. But it's a little different. A pleased smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. It seems that this was also created by Bijuu, right? I just don't know how the effect compares to lightning-style chakra mode. Boom. Just when the audience was thinking wildly. But Hinata kicked her foot to the ground, and with a loud noise, someone had appeared next to Gaara. So fast. Gaara's pupils shrank. If Hinata's speed just now was 1, Hinata's speed at this moment is 10. It was so fast that he couldn't make any defensive moves at all. He could only watch helplessly as Hinata slapped him into the air. Lightning-style gentle fist method 8 trigrams 64 palms. Along with Hinata's soft drink, her palms also began to hit the acupuncture points on Gaara's body quickly. Every time it hits Gaara, a bolt of lightning shoots out of Hinata's hand, instantly piercing Gaara's absolute defense. While electrocuting Gaara, it also ensures that every attack by Hinata can accurately hit the acupoints on Gaara's body. Not only did it seal Gaara's chakra, it also put her body into a state of paralysis. Terrifying currents surged everywhere, instantly shattering the sand that tried to surround it. Zila, boom, Zila, boom, accompanied by the sound of lightning. Gaara was beaten repeatedly like fish on a chopping board. Advertisement, boom. A set of 8 trigrams 64 palms was over quickly. With Hinata's final push, Gaara was also knocked away by her. Hinata took a deep breath to calm down, then he turned to look at the referee Shiranui Genma. However, Shiranui Genma was shocked by the scene in front of him and forgot to speak for a moment. It wasn't just Shiranui Genma who was shocked. The other onlookers were also shocked, the Hyūga family. When did such a genius appear? Orochimaru's eyes flashed with curiosity. But, Hinata is powerful though. The importance in his heart is still no greater than that of Uchiha Sasuke. In terms of attack power alone, it's not weaker than lightning-style chakra mode. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a smile on his face. It's a very good physical skill. Elder sister is so awesome. Hyūga Hanabi was a little panicked for a moment. Father, when my sister fought against me, did she really use her full strength? Could it be that she has let herself off? Well, Hyūga Hiyashi didn't know what to say for a while. Can only be silent. So awesome. Naruto and Shikamaru were stunned. They know Gaara's strength and terror best, not to mention Lee and Gaara's battle. Shan said not long ago, they accidentally saw 2 Kusanagi village ninjas trying to threaten Gaara and make him lose the game. Result, those 2 people were instantly killed by Gaara. Gaara had no expression on her face the whole time. It surprised me that, Hinata, so strong. Gaara was beaten like this. Kankuro and Temari's eyes glazed over. They know Gaara's strength best, no one expected it. Such a cute little girl actually has such terrifying explosive power. Broken, however, after being shocked, panic appeared on their faces. Because they know, Gaara will go crazy after receiving such stimulation. What will happen to our plan if Gaara goes crazy? Just as Kankuro and Temari thought, after receiving such stimulation. Gaara is completely crazy. In addition, his own chakra was sealed and his body was completely paralyzed. Therefore, the power of one tail breaks through the seal instantly. Roar. Accompanied by an inhuman roar, Gaara's body has also begun to undergo drastic changes. Chapter 26 The Konoha Collapse Plan begins. Second update, please collect and request flowers. Not good. See Gaara's body begin to change. Baki's expression suddenly change. Now all the plans are messed up. Damn it. Why is this Hinata so strong? To actually push Gaara to this point, just when he was feeling depressed. Suddenly, I noticed feathers starting to float in the air. This is an effect achieved by illusion, and with these feathers flying. The spectators in the competition venue also fell asleep. And those who were not asleep were all ninjas. All of a sudden, all goals became clear. Seeing this, Baki was stunned. Finally, it was a joy. Is it finally time to take action? Damn it. Orochimaru is also depressed at the moment. This is the second time. We didn't see Sasuke's true strength last time. I originally wanted to see it this time. Did not expect. I actually encountered such a thing. Gaara is really useless. Orochimaru was also helpless. However, being helpless is of no use. Things have reached this point, and some things have to be done even if they are not done. Anyway, this was his fundamental purpose in launching such a plan to collapse Konoha. It's not to see Sasuke's strength. Then, he suddenly turned his head to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to sense it and turned his head to look over. Do it, Orochimaru signaled. At the same time, he rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly. And his men threw a smoke bomb. This smoke bomb seemed to function like a signal flare. As soon as it was thrown out, countless ninjas started to move. They quickly rushed towards Konoha Anbu who was hiding in the audience. I want to get rid of these Anbu first. However, these Anbu are not simple characters either. They quickly reacted and fought with the intruders. Baki did not attack the Konoha shinobi. Instead, he frowned and looked at Gaara. At this moment, Gaara is still changing forms, because his chakra was sealed, his body was paralyzed and his mind went crazy. So he completely lost control. The whole person is constantly expanding. Advertisement. It looks like it will soon become a complete one-tail state. Gaara. Konkuro's eyelids twitched. Looking at everything in front of him, he didn't know what he should do. He clearly knows how powerful one tail is. Once Gaara completes her transformation, the two-cage duel over there. Then I'm afraid no one in this place can suppress one tail. What do we do now? Temari covered her head. He squatted there with a look of fear on his face. Her premonition came true. Something quite uncontrollable actually happened. Fortunately, she retained her strength. Don't come near Gaara. He's out of control. Baki sighed. Be careful yourselves. Just follow the plan. Yes. The remaining people in Konoha who had not fallen asleep looked at the ever-changing one tail. They were all very panicked. Then, what kind of monster is that? So scary. Where's Hokage-sama? Broken. There was a puff of smoke over there. Lord Hokage seems to be obsessed with the cage. Damn it. What is Sanagakure planning to do? Just as a group of ninjas were panicking and resisting the enemy. Kakashi stood up. Don't panic, everyone. This time it was an attack by Orochimaru and Sanagakure on us. However, Lord Hokage already knew this, therefore, we are fully prepared. After hearing Kakashi's words, everyone immediately felt relieved. In their hearts, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest Hokage. With such a Hokage-sama here, what are you afraid of? It's true that we are prepared, but can he really stop Orochimaru? Bai Hao looked at the scene in front of him quietly, frowning slightly. He didn't care about Hinata. If the enemy is one tail who thrives in the desert, he would be worried that Hinata would be forced out of Pikachu mode. But now the enemy is just a crazed one tail. There wasn't much sand around at all. Therefore, only now could Bai Hao watch the show so calmly. I always feel that the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen is too confident. It seems like he overestimated his own strength and underestimated Orochimaru. Advertisement on the summit not far away. The fierce battle did not last long at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 guards were eliminated by Orochimaru's men with a few kunai. Then the 4 sound ninjas quickly opened the barrier. The other Anbu who came over were unable to help Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing such a scene, Bai Hao couldn't help but frown. Sarutobi Hiruzen is so old. The heart is old and the brain is dull. I told him everything, but nothing changed at all. Did he really think he could beat Orochimaru? It seems that I can only take action at that time. Is it you, Orochimaru? In the barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen first glanced at the chaos below, and then turned to look at the cage. After Bai Hao's prompt, he finally made some progress compared to the original work. You can tell at a glance that the opponent is Orochimaru. Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru was slightly surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect that you actually recognized me. It's such a gratifying thing. Orochimaru, is your purpose for this village? Is Konoha Shinobi Village such an important thing? There was a hint of disdain in Orochimaru's tone. And 7 points of dissatisfaction, compared to this village. Teacher. Look at Gaara. Is it something more interesting than a village? The charm of ninjutsu and scientific research is greater than that of a village. Snort. Okay, teacher. Let's not talk about this yet. Because of your stupidity, Konoha has fallen into a mess. I won. It's impossible to know the outcome of anything until the final step. Is this what I should have taught you? Orochimaru became a little excited when he heard this. As soon as he touched his face, he immediately changed into his original appearance. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Orochimaru. I knew this day would come, however, it is not that easy for you to take off my head. Roar. Just at this time, Gaara finally becomes the perfect one tail. The terrifying coercion in the eyes that made one's hair stand on end. All of them made the ninjas feel afraid. Teacher. The village you cherish most is about to end. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked the kunai on his hand. His eyes were full of excitement. Chapter 27 The Shocking Palm of Tathagata. Is it that holy lord? 3 updates. Please collect and ask for flowers. I didn't expect to show you like this. Gaara, in her complete one-tail state, stared at Hinata. Said slowly. Did not expect. I will be beaten by you until I can't fight back. Die. He growled angrily and flicked his tail. Boom. The entire competition arena was demolished in an instant. The huge explosion caused all the forces here to go into chaos. On the one hand, Konoha has to deal with the intruders, on the other hand, it has to defend against one tail's attacks, and on the other hand, it has to save ordinary people who have been affected by illusions. On the other hand, it has to send people to besiege one tail, and on the other hand, it has to respond to Hokage at any time. It can be said to be quite busy. The invaders' side was only slightly better. They just had to deal with Konoha and one tail. Look at the mess outside. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at the same time. What a mess. Orochimaru looked very unhappy, although the barrier of the 4 sound ninjas is strong. But it couldn't stop the tailed beast's attack. If one tail attacks this side like crazy, he won't be able to trap Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very unhappy at the moment. This time the Chunin exam was held by Konoha Village. But this is what happened. By then, we don't know how many of these spectators will be killed or injured. Most of the audience are ordinary people. What if another famous person dies? He couldn't imagine the consequences. Then, neither Orochimaru nor Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the mood to talk too much nonsense. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru suddenly laughed. At the same time, I don't know what he thought. Eyes filled with tears. Are you so happy that you cry? Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. Or, if you want to kill me, your master, do you still feel a little sad? No. Orochimaru stabbed the palm of his hand hard with the kunai lying across Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Ah, Orochimaru yawned nonchalantly. I've been very sleepy since the beginning. Now I finally woke up. I knew it was like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted. Orochimaru didn't reply. Instead, he let go of Sarutobi Hiruzen and walked slowly not far away. Then he turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two looked at each other for a moment. Then Orochimaru said, I can fight you again, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this and said no more nonsense. One tail below is wreaking havoc, and he has no time to continue talking nonsense. Form a seal and attack Orochimaru directly. Ninpawa Shuriken. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's spell, the tiles turned into hidden weapons and shot towards Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru dodged it. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue. Advertisement. Then his tongue instantly turned into a python and bit into Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen was bitten, but what he bit was Sarutobi Hiruzen's stand-in. Orochimaru was stunned, and just when he was stunned, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack is here, Earth-style river of Earth-style. The bricks beneath Orochimaru's feet instantly turned into a flow of mud, rolling Orochimaru down. That's all, Mr. Sarutobi? Orochimaru smiled and began to form seals. However, his technique has not been released yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack is over there, Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. An earthen faucet popped out of the bricks and continuously fired earthen blocks at Orochimaru. Fire-style Fire Dragon Bullet. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out another large fire dragon from his mouth. Fire attribute and earth attribute attacks are just mixed together. Orochimaru screamed and then disappeared. Stop doing boring shows. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked outside, feeling even more anxious. It's almost time to see the temptation. I am too lazy to continue testing. It's really amazing. Orochimaru emerged from the tiles. However, I was also underestimated. Do you think you can kill me with that level of moves? You're still the same. You're not lovable at all. Orochimaru smiled upon hearing this. Then he looked at the mess below, and couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Let's just stop playing. This is not a ninja school ninjutsu course. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled when he heard this, then pulled the Hokage hat and Hokage robe away casually. And hidden under this outfit, it's a Hokage battlesuit. Orochimaru also smiled when he saw this and threw away the case-cage robe he was wearing, revealing his clothes. This time, both of them stopped talking nonsense. Instead, go to war directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen threw several shurikens. Then quickly make mudra with both hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Several shurikens suddenly turned into a swarm of shurikens, flying towards Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru's ninjutsu also completed the seal. Summoning Technique and Pure World Reincarnation. Following his summoning, 3 coffins rushed out from under the tiles. Blocked the shuriken attack for him, but just as the third coffin appeared, it was directly pressed down by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang! Along with the coffin boards falling, 2 figures that were extremely familiar to Sarutobi Hiruzen just appeared. Then how do you deal with it, Mr. Sarutobi? No. Third Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 2 people and his body couldn't help but stiffen. Long time no see, advertisement monkey, it's you. You are getting older too, Sarutobi. I never expected that I would meet you 2 brothers again because of something like this. I'm sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Be prepared. First Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama, has it started yet? Bai Hao was cleaning up the intruders while paying attention to the situation at Sarutobi Hiruzen. After discovering that Orochimaru used Impure World Reincarnation, Sarutobi Hiruzen became increasingly difficult to fight. His brows also wrinkled. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen really has no trump card. I have to take action too. Otherwise, after he uses the corpse ghost to seal it off, it will be too late. Thinking like this, Bai Hao no longer hesitated. Directly used the Tathagata Palm prop in the system space. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a golden cudgel transformed from the monkey demon, breathing heavily while looking at the 2 people in front of him. No, it simply won't work like this. No matter what I beat them into, they can come back to their original shape. There is no need to fight like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in despair at the moment. Because he discovered that no matter how injured the first generation and second Hokage were, they could recover in an instant. Moreover, their chakra seems to be unlimited. He can't feel the little chakra left in your body. He finally made a decision. In this case, we can only use that technique. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen made his decision, suddenly sensing something, he quickly looked up. I saw a huge golden hand suddenly appearing in the sky. That palm was slapping toward them in a hurry, and a shuddering, terrifying pressure. As the palm approaches, it becomes stronger and stronger. What is that? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Orochimaru also saw this scene. Moreover, the shock and panic in his heart was stronger than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because, he felt that this huge palm was coming towards him. And, he actually felt like he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's so scary. Give me a very strong smell of death. Orochimaru's pupils shrank suddenly. He felt that this was the strongest ninjutsu he had ever seen in his life. Who on earth is this? Whose trick is this? Could it be? Orochimaru suddenly thought of the red-haired woman he met not long ago. And the information he got from Konoha Village, the woman belonged to an organization, and the leader of the organization called himself the Holy Lord. Could it be? Is it the Holy Lord who takes action this time? Chapter 28. Is Lord Orochimaru dead? Fourth update, please give me flowers and collect them. What is that? What a terrifying pressure. I feel like if that palm hits, Konoha Village will be blown away. What level of powerhouse is this coming from? Could it be? Is this the strength of the Hokage? Could it be that this is the ninjutsu of Lord Third Generation? The pressure of the Tathagata palm in the sky is really terrifying. Everyone felt the pressure brought by that giant palm. So everyone in the field, for a moment, everyone was paying attention to the Tathagata palm. So much so that he forgot to attack his opponent. It wasn't just ordinary ninjas who showed such an unusual behavior. Even Gaara, who had activated his full one tail, began to tremble. What is that? So strong. I feel like if I was photographed, might die. Gaara couldn't help but shudder. Then, he sensed that the Tathagata palm was not aimed at him. So I feel relieved, but, although I feel relieved a lot. But when he attacked people, he specifically avoided the direction of the summit. Damn it, I can't move. Orochimaru discovered something that made him tremble. He was completely suppressed. Under that terrible pressure, he actually lost the ability to move. Is this the strength of that Holy Lord? Horrible. Look at the palm that is getting bigger and bigger. His mentality was completely broken. Why? Why are you always targeting me? Why? No one answered his question. The palm of Tathagata pressed down violently with terrifying pressure. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet. After a while, a huge explosion sounded. Boom. House, wood style, Orochimaru. Under this palm, everything disappeared. All that was left was a huge handprint on the ground. Gulu. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed hard, then he took a long breath. This attack. Advertisement, could it be the mysterious Holy Lord? Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen also suspected the leader of the Black Organization. Because in his opinion, only the leader of the Black Organization has such strength and can release such an ninjutsu from a long distance. No, it's impossible. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the scene not far away, his eyelids twitching constantly. Sir, Orochimaru-sama, could it be? Is he dead? No, impossible. I do not believe. Is that a lie? What kind of existence is this that can issue such a move? Kakashi glared at his Sharingan, although that palm attack was not him. But he still felt palpitations. Could it be? Is the user of this ninjutsu related to the mysterious Black Organization? What kind of organization is this? Countless people looked at the big handprints on the ground in silence. For a moment, the venue became strangely quiet. It wasn't until a moment later when Gaara roared again that everyone finally reacted. Damn, there's this monster. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath. Then he waved the Vajra wishful stick and rushed towards Gaara. Die. Gaara seemed to be stimulated by the slap just now. Saw Sarutobi Hiruzen rushing towards him. Suddenly, he went crazy and slapped one tail towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already reaching his limit, naturally couldn't bear such a blow. He was directly beaten away by Gaara one Tailba, Lord Hokage. Several Anbu rushed over to check the situation, and the entire competition venue started fighting fiercely again because of such an episode. Hinata, you go first. Leave this monster to me. You go and drive out the invaders. After Hyūga Hinata discovered Gaara's transformation, he has been protecting Hinata. Although Hinata is much stronger now, but in his eyes, Hinata is still very weak. It doesn't matter. Hinata shook her head upon hearing this and continued to attack Gaara. Actually, she has more powerful moves, but it has never been used. Advertisement, because she always felt that she scammed Bai Hao last time. If you use more powerful tricks this time, maybe it will bring some trouble to Bai Hao. Plus there are a lot of ninjas here, so she relaxed a little. I have always just used discharge mode to fight fiercely with Gaara. Father, it doesn't matter. Now Lord Third Hokage has arrived. We can definitely defeat this monster. Hinata's eyes were determined. However, her words had just finished. Sarutobi Hiruzen over there was knocked out by Gaara again. Hokage-sama seems to have been injured during the battle with Orochimaru. Hiashi continued. It's dangerous here, you go first. No, Hinata's eyes were determined. She wants to change herself. This moment is a good opportunity. She knew that with Bai Hao's strength, it would be absolutely easy to deal with this monster. The reason why Bai Hao never took action, maybe I just want her to exercise. Jun Bai Hao, could that big palm just now be your ninjutsu? Hinata turned her head and glanced at the big palm not far away. Suddenly there was such a guess in my mind, as the person who knows Bai Hao best. She knew very well that only Bai Hao had the strength to carry out such an attack. However, Hinata was distracted. Gaara's attack arrives. She just heard Hiashi's voice and didn't have time to react. Then she saw her father rushing in front of her, used her body to help her block Gaara's one tail. Boom! Hiashi couldn't block such a blow, he was directly knocked out. Father! Hinata was shocked. After seeing Hiashi being caught by Bai Hao who suddenly appeared, he breathed a sigh of relief. Your father is fine. Don't worry about anything, just go ahead. Bai Hao's voice suddenly reached her ears very clearly from a distance. It gave her endless confidence. Good. Hinata closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes had changed slightly. Became more confident and determined, then she quickly formed seals. After a moment, her whole body suddenly burst into flames. Escape mode, turn on, Chapter 29 Hinata's superficial strength, the roar of the Thunderflame Dragon. Update 1, please give me flowers and collect them. At this moment, Hinata seemed to turn into a burning torch. The whole body is covered in hot flames. In the flames, there were constant flashes of lightning. But the weird thing is, such terrifying flames and lightning did not harm her at all. Not only that, even her clothes and hair were not damaged at all. Everyone around was a little surprised when they saw such a scene. Those who know understand that this is a special ninjutsu. If you don't know, you will definitely think that it was attacked by fire style. Hinata. Guy was about to say something, but was stopped by Kakashi. He turned to look at Kakashi with some confusion. But Kakashi just shook his head. Let's take a look at her strength first. This time, Kakashi and Guy didn't use their full strength. After all, if the two of them attack with all their strength, the consequences will be too great. Kakashi lacks chakra, and Guy will have a brief period of physical fatigue after opening the door. Once they attack with all their strength, although the enemy can be killed. But it can also put yourself in danger. Nowadays, powerful enemies are surrounding us, there are too many of them and the situation is unclear. The enemy's intelligence was too little. It is a very stupid behavior to rush to use all your strength when you come up. In addition, the fighting time so far has not been long. So, they then drove the genin away, leaving some jonin to besiege Gaara. That's fine. Guy nodded. Be ready to open the 8 inner gates at any time. Kakashi, Guy. Just at this time, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed over again holding the Vajra Wishful Stick. Let's fight this tailed beast out together, Lord Hokage, please take your time. Kakashi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I saw that the Hokage of Konoha had blood at the corner of his mouth and his clothes were messy. The old eyes were bloodshot. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Third generation is getting old. Sarutobi Hiruzen and third Tsuchikage Onoki are different. Onoki is a bloody elimination ninja. Older age does not have a great impact on strength. And Sarutobi Hiruzen is a learned ninja. The attack method mainly relies on the combination of ninjutsu with various attributes. Coupled with summoning Mon's power, intelligence and calculation. Relying on these, we have great strength. As he gets older, his chakra capacity, reaction ability and calculation ability are much reduced. Advertisement leading to a serious decline in strength. Hinata is very strong. Let's take a look first and then talk. While Kakashi was talking, he saw that Hinata had already started to attack. Her speed at this moment is faster than when she turned on the discharge mode. With just a flash, he appeared in front of Gaara. Then he saw her jump up. The flames and lightning all over his body instantly converge, condensing into the palm of his hand. Just slapped Gaara on the stomach. Bow, white airwaves centered on Hinata's palm and swayed in all directions. Boom. Gaara's body also flew backwards under the influence of this huge force. He fell heavily to the ground, and Hinata, under the reaction force, flew backwards. What a powerful force, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. But there seems to be some weakness. However, before he could continue his evaluation, Gaara's body was already burning with fire. HMPH, Gaara snorted coldly upon seeing this, then he was shocked. Disperse the flames. But just as he dispersed the flames, lightning suddenly appeared around him. The powerful current caused him to scream repeatedly. The moves are good, but they are not enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the Vajra Wishful Stick and wanted to rush to help. But at this time, then Hinata snapped her fingers. And accompanied by the snap of her fingers, there was also the sound of thunder in the air. A moment later, a bolt of lightning struck quickly. Hit Gaara hard. Gaara's body trembled slightly and then continued to tremble in the lightning. Apparently, this is complete paralysis, and at this time, Hinata also landed safely, however, she did not attack again. Instead, he began to form seals quickly, after completing the seal. She began to inhale frantically while building up her strength, refining the chakra. After spending 3 full seconds to accumulate strength, she just opened her mouth and spit out a very terrifying flame pillar towards Gaara. The roar of Sway-Dun Thunderflame Dragon. The flame pillar instantly shot out for 2 kilometers, surrounded by countless electric arcs. The flame pillar is not only long, but also thick. Gaara's entire body was covered in one tail. Ah! Gaara couldn't help but scream. Advertisement. Then there was no sound in this terrifying attack. Feeling such a terrifying move, all the ninjas around him were stunned. Is this still a trick Genin can use, outside the playing field? A little white snake felt the terrifying aura not far away and couldn't help but pause. He turned and glanced behind him, then he fled out of Konoha Village at an even faster speed. Is this Hinata's strength? Hyūga Hinata almost rolled his eyes when he looked at the terrifying flame pillar not far away. Too strong. This is probably the most talented ninja in our clan, right? Could it be she couldn't beat Hanabi just because of the water? This attack, the fusion of thunder and fire. Is it the new blood inheritance limit? It's really amazing. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly showed a happy smile. Unexpectedly, Hinata also has strength beyond the average elite Jonin. It's really awesome, but how did she become so powerful? Could it be? Is it all Bai Hao's fault? No way. This must be Bai Hao's move, unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi is very sure about such a matter. That boy's ability to create ninjutsu is really great. No, impossible, right? Such a terrifying ninjutsu. Kankuro, who had already killed several Anbu with terrifying toxins, suddenly looked horrified. Gaara won't die. Konoha Village is so scary. Such a terrifying flame pillar lasted for 5 seconds before stopping. And when the flame goes out, the originally huge Gaara has disappeared. Instead, it's Gaara in normal condition. Start fighting back. Sarutobi Hiruzen restored the monkey demon to its original form and then waved his hand. The counterattack against the invaders began. Chapter 30. Operation Konoha Collapse ended hastily. A great harvest. Second update. Please give me flowers and collect them. In the arena, the situation between the two sides reversed instantly after Gaara fell. The intruder's side, because the strongest Orochimaru died, the case gauge disappeared, and Gaara was defeated. The morale of the invaders instantly fell to the bottom. They had no intention of fighting anymore, and some ninjas even started to run away. And Konoha's side, it was because of Hinata's great display of Kamui and the sudden arrival of the Tathagata palm. As a result, they were full of momentum at the moment. So, for a time, the invaders were killed by the Konoha shinobi and kept retreating. The situation has turned around, Kakashi said lazily. After saying that, he turned to look at Hinata again. At this moment, Hinata was fighting the intruders vigorously. There is no sign of consuming a large amount of chakra at all. If Kakashi hadn't just watched her use Thunderflame Dragon's roar, he would never have believed that the person in front of him had unleashed such a terrifying ninjutsu. It surprised me that she has so much chakra. Kakashi felt very strange. Hinata can't possibly have such a terrifying amount of chakra. However, Hinata used such a terrifying ninjutsu very calmly. This is very intriguing. The rapid improvement in strength can be explained by proper training methods. The rapid mastery of ninjutsu can be explained by the fact that he is a genius in the first place. However, the sudden increase in chakra amount cannot be explained. Could it be Bai Hao has any secret method to increase the amount of chakra? I thought of this possibility. Kakashi suddenly became a little uneasy. His current shortcoming is that he has too little chakra. If this shortcoming can be filled, it seems that I also want to talk to Bai Luo. Many Konoha shinobi have discovered the sudden increase in Hinata chakra volume. But these ninjas were surprisingly unanimous in not saying anything. After all, matters related to spiritual practice are personal secrets. If you can beat him, you can consider kidnapping and friending him. But if you can't beat it, you can only give up silently. The way people around looked at Hinata changed. Bai Hao discovered this early, but he didn't care. Hinata has only exposed her superficial strength so far. Pikachu mode and direct activation of full Pikachu have never been used. Advertisement. Moreover, her most powerful killing move is not actually tailed beast transformation, but the seemingly rubbish skill of 100,000 volts. At first, Bai Hao also thought that this 100,000 volts was a very rubbish and useless skill. After all, in a certain anime, Pikachu's 100,000 volts is a skill that is sometimes useful and sometimes useless. He had preconceptions that this 100,000 volts was useless. But, after conducting experiments, he discovered that this 100,000 volts was a terrifyingly powerful killing move. The strength of electric attacks is not determined by voltage. It's not just electric current either, rather, it is the electric current that passes through the human body. The size of the current passing through the human body is determined by the total power of the electrical attack attacking the human body, the resistance of the human body, and the voltage of the electrical attack. The 100,000 volts of this skill refers to the electrical attack voltage. Total power can be controlled via chakra consumption. The size of the human body's resistance is related to the electrical attack voltage and its own defense. The higher the electrical attack voltage, the smaller the human body resistance. In general, as long as enough chakra is consumed, the power of this move is still very terrifying. Although it only has 100,000 volts, it can kill someone instantly. Certainly, when using this skill to deal with top experts, you can't kill them. However, another ability of this skill comes into play. That's a sure win. As long as it is released, the enemy cannot hide. Although the electricity is not fatal, it has a paralyzing effect. Once the enemy's body is paralyzed, it will completely turn into fish on the chopping board. Therefore, Bai Hao is not worried about Hinata. As for himself, there is no need to worry. As his strength increases, he also became more and more courageous. At this moment, he only cares about how fast Hinata's strength is improving. Little Hinata's strength has improved quite quickly. Sui Dun actually mastered it so quickly. Sui Dun is the blood inheritance limit after the two attributes of thunder and fire are merged into chakra. The name was obtained by Bai Hao, because he discovered that no one in this world seemed to have integrated the two attributes of chakra, thunder and fire. Or there was. But then it disappeared. Then, he named it with the character, Jun. Sui refers to the ancient fire-making device, and thunder and lightning can make fire. So, he chose such a name, in general, advertisement. I've made a lot of money this time, Bai Hao suddenly thought of his harvest. After this series of operations, he directly earned 2 million plot points. It can be said to be a bumper harvest, so, Bai Hao was in a happy mood. Then he attacked the intruders at will, while drawing prizes. Congratulations on drawing the Charmander, bronze, card. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on drawing the Squirtle, bronze, card. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on drawing the Wood style, close black lens bracket. Congratulations on drawing the Groudon, diamond, card. Close black lens bracket. Huh, Bai Hao, who was winning the lottery, was suddenly stunned. He seemed to see a diamond card floating by, then. He quickly opened the system backpack and took a look. Groudon, diamond, after use, you can get Groudon Fairy and become Groudon Jinchuriki. Special effects. Power of the Earth, standing on the Earth, you are the god of the Earth. Skill. Temperature regulation, can control the temperature of all targets. Increase. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra controllability, and greatly increase physical strength. Nearby matching people. None. Good guy. God of the Earth. Bai Hao couldn't help but complained. He likes this card very much. However, I resisted the urge to use it. Keep it for now. I'm still waiting for my old founder. The battle in Konoha Village soon ended with Bai Hao's constant draws. From this battle, Konoha can be said to have gained a lot. Not only did he successfully kill Orochimaru, but he also captured one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara, as well as a large number of Sand Shinobi village ninjas. At the same time, he also made a name for himself in the ninja world. After this battle, Konoha's powerful strength will once again shock the ninja world. And their losses were minimal. Not only that, a new heroic figure has also appeared, Hyūga Hinata. She single-handedly killed one-tailed Jinchuriki in full body mode. Strong strength and wealthy family background, making her a popular choice at Fifth Hokage. However, some people are very opposed to this matter. I object to Hyūga Hinata being the Fifth Hokage. Inside the office, Shimura Danzo slammed the table and stood up angrily. Chapter 31 5th Generation Project Candidates. Big plan, first update, please give me flowers and collect them. Danzo. Ekaharu glared at Danzo. During the war not long ago, where were you in your roots? We are conserving our strength for emergencies. Danzo gritted his teeth and said firmly, we are the roots of Konoha. It is the root of Konoha that will never see the light of day. A big tree, even if all its leaves have fallen off, will not die as long as the roots are intact. On the contrary, if the root is finished, then no matter how many leaves you have, you won't be able to survive. Ekaharu rolled his eyes and said nothing. Alright, ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen weakly interrupted the quarrel between the two. He felt like he was dying. To be precise, he felt like he didn't have a few days to live. This war seems to have damaged the fundamentals. In addition, he was already older. So, I really can't bear it anymore. First Hokage-sama. Could it be that you felt the same way when you came back from the Valley of the End? But that's fine. I protected Konoha. It's a worthy death. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed sadly in his heart. Ahem. 5th generation projects need to be selected as soon as possible. Hinata is good. However, he is too young. It can be cultivated as a 6th generation item. For 5th generation, let's change to another person. I don't have much time. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the other three people rarely showed sad expressions. Especially Danzo. At this moment, his mood was very complicated. It stands to reason. If Sarutobi Hiruzen died, he would be very happy. Pity. At this moment, he couldn't feel any happiness at all. There are only 3 parts of reluctance and 7 parts of jealousy. He is jealous of Sarutobi Hiruzen. You can die fighting to protect the village in the name of the Hokage. I propose that Jiraiya be the 5th generation project. Mitokado Homura opened his mouth to change the subject. It broke up the sad atmosphere in the conference room. Jiraiya can't. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He will not agree to such a request. Tsunade should be fine, though. I suggest, ask for Tsunade. Tsunade. The 3 of them were silent for a while. Danzo actually wanted to refute it and then take the position himself. However, at this moment, I suddenly felt that I couldn't open my mouth. So, I could only sigh. He said slowly, Tsunade can do it. But, how to find her? Advertisement how to persuade her. The four of them fell silent at the same time. Ever since that incident, Tsunade left Konoha. From then on, his whereabouts became a mystery. It was very difficult to find her. You can use roundabout tactics. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said, let Jiraiya be the Hokage first. The reason is that he is one of the existing Sannin, and he is the only one who can convince the crowd. At the same time the daimyo also agreed. He would definitely refuse and then offer Tsunade the job. In this way, Tsunade can be found. You still have more tricks. Danzo pouted and complained. I'll trouble you about these things. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and walked to the window. While looking at the Hokage rock not far away, he said helplessly, I don't have much time. During this time, prepare to spend some quality time with your family. Take a look at the village. Good. The three of them nodded together. Then he stood up slowly, ready to deal with things. Danzo, don't forget what you promised me, HMPH. Danzo snorted coldly and then left without saying anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care either, just quietly looking at the scenery outside the window. He narrowed his eyes slightly and held a pipe in his mouth. Facing the sun, there was still a little smile on his face. Wherever there are leaves flying, fire burns. The shadow of the fire would illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was seriously injured, his vitality was overdrawn, and news that he was about to die spread like wildfire. Soon the news spread throughout the village. For a time, the village was filled with an atmosphere of sadness. But, Baihao's bookstore is extremely busy, ever since Hyūga Hinata showed off Kamui. Baihao also became famous. Everyone is very curious. I am curious about how Baihao made Hinata stronger and how he gave Hinata more chakra than ordinary people. Then, many people came to the bookstore under the guise of buying books. Find information in various ways. For example, Kakashi. Hey, Baihao, do you have a collector's edition of Intimate Paradise here? Baihao. No, Kakashi. What a pity, I originally wanted to buy a collection. I searched many bookstores but couldn't find it, now I have no motivation to practice. I don't know when my chakra level will be increased. Baihao. Oh. Kakashi. For example, Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, kid, do you have Intimate Paradise here? Advertisement Baihao. No, Jiraiya. Such a good book, how can you not buy some here? Baihao. I won't enter the 18 ban novels. Jiraiya. Don't say that in front of the original author. Ha ha ha, since you run a bookstore, you must have read a lot of books, right? Do you want to discuss it with me? I am a well-known writer. Baihao. I am not yet 18 years old. The women's bathhouse is over there. I'll leave you there. Jiraiya. For example, one night, Cloud Shinobi Village John and Yumuchang Saburo sneaked into Baihao bookstore. HMPH, Konoha is nothing more than that, to actually let such an important person live alone. Yumucho Saburo sneered, if this were our Cloud Shinobi, it would definitely be protected at all levels. But that's okay. Baihao-jun, I'm here to save you. Say it. He went towards Baihao's bedroom, however, before he took a few steps, he completely vaporized and disappeared from the world. Although Baihao's bookstore is busy, however, it did not have much impact on Baihao's life. Living like a salted fish every day, train class 7 from time to time. My days were leisurely and contented, after hearing the news that Sarutobi Hiruzen was dying. He was depressed for a while. The power of fate is really powerful. How many times have I pulled him? The result is still death. Alas, but, if I give him a hand again, will I make a fortune? Baihao fell into deep thought. Uchiha Izumi and Kaoru were almost back. Moreover, 2 new reserve members were brought back. Plus Lin in his attic, he currently has 5 core men. Each one has super cage level strength, it's time for a big move. Baihao decided to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a hand, not only that. He also decided to start making some big moves, then. Once again he walked out of the bookstore late at night. Taking the clothes with me, I arrived at the Konoha cemetery. What would happen if Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato came alive? Baihao had a smile on his face, it will definitely earn a lot of plot points, right? But for the time being, we can only let Kushina come back to life. After Quan comes back, only then can she use her to copy Shang Rin's resurrection skill in chapter 32. Kushina's resurrection, Kakashi's fantasy cemetery tour, second update, please give me flowers and collect them. Okay, Naruto's mother is alive, I just don't know what kind of changes this pungent blood red pepper will bring to this village. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina lying on the ground, Baihao couldn't help but smile. Then he quickly formed seals. The next moment, he cast an earth style. The soil rolled underground and formed a small mound, which just covered Kushina. Done, Baihao clapped his hands, then turned and left. He had no intention of bringing Kushina into the organization. After all, Kushina is different from others. All her thoughts were on her son and husband. It's easier for her to move around freely. Let's go home and draw a lottery. Time passed slowly, and it was early morning in a blink of an eye. Konoha Cemetery is very quiet at the moment, but a moment later, there was a very slight sound of footsteps. The visitor is Kakashi who can't sleep. Kakashi has been very irritable lately. First, he accidentally got the news that Obito might still be alive. Then he racked his brains and analyzed it. As a result, no useful information was obtained at all. Therefore, we can only give up temporarily. Wait until you get more information before you think about it. After that, he suddenly discovered that Hinata's strength had skyrocketed. The amount of chakra also increased dramatically. This made him very envious. Then, he found Bijuu and wanted to get some information. As a result, Bijuu didn't talk to him at all. Later, he got the news that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was dying. This made him feel very sad, although 3rd generation has made many seemingly weak decisions for its dream of peace in Konoha. But he is a Hokage who is deeply loved by Konoha shinobi. Kakashi has never forgotten that after his father passed away, he often visited his 3rd generation and his teacher 4th generation. Therefore, he came to the cemetery on a whim today. I want to see my teacher. Teacher, 3rd generation is also leaving. Just like you, it's for Konoha. It's such a regrettable thing. Besides, you may not believe it, I suddenly realized that Obito might not be dead. Certainly, this is just a guess, it's also possible that Obito is dead. I'm overthinking, advertisement, puff. While Kakashi was talking to himself, he suddenly heard a strange sound of breaking ground not far away. Kakashi was startled and turned around quickly. I saw a hand suddenly stretched out from a small dirt bag in the distance. The feeling was as terrifying as a dead corpse pretending to be a corpse. What's the situation? Kakashi was startled, he did not examine the cemetery carefully when he came. And that little bumpkin was relatively far away from his position. So I really don't know that there is anyone in that dirtbag. Puff. Just when Kakashi was stunned, suddenly another hand stretched out from the ground. Naruto. Immediately afterwards, a loud roar penetrated from the earth. What surprised Kakashi was, this voice sounded very familiar to him. But for a moment I couldn't remember whose it was. Naruto. Who is she? Why call Naruto's name? Just as Kakashi was wondering, he approached carefully with a kunai. Suddenly a head with red hair emerged from the soil. Pooh! The red-haired head spat out muddy spit. Then he shook his head violently. Shake the dirt out of your hair. Finally, he subconsciously looked at Kakashi who was running towards him. Eyes facing each other, both of them were stunned. Teacher. Teacher's wife? Kakashi? Kakashi was frightened. The kunai in his hand could not be grasped for a moment and fell directly to the ground. But then, he took out another kunai, then he threw it at Kushina without any explanation. When, after being resurrected by Ho-Oh's skills, Kushina's strength has improved a lot compared to the past. So with just a flick of his finger, the kunai thrown by Kakashi was deflected away. Kakashi, what are you doing? Who are you? Kakashi did not answer Kushina's words, but continued to look at the other party with full vigilance. What is the purpose of changing into Kushina-sama's appearance? Kakashi. A sign popped up on Kushina's forehead. There's a mole on the corner of your mouth, like to eat fish. That be ***** Obito once stole a fish and blamed it on you. Well, Kakashi was stunned, then he winked and said, you. Advertisement you, I don't know what's going on though. Kushina looked at the confused Kakashi and suddenly laughed for some reason. But I seem to be resurrected, moreover, apart from being buried in the soil, there is no other discomfort. Say it. She jumped out of the ground directly, huh? Unexpectedly, the first thing I saw after my resurrection was you. Kakashi. How have you been doing these years? Where's Naruto? Kushina patted the dirt on her body as she spoke. However, only half of what I said, she then realized a very embarrassing problem, her clothes had changed. This outfit is not what she was wearing when she died. Could it be? Someone changed my clothes after I died? No, probably not. Could it be? It was the clothes someone gave me after resurrecting me. Kushina's face suddenly turned red when she thought of this. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and a sign popped out on his forehead. Teacher. Teacher's wife. When Kakashi saw this, his head suddenly turned black. At this moment, he was also sure, this is Kushina. Ah, Kakashi, sorry, I thought of some annoying things. Kushina tilted her head with a smile, I didn't expect that. I've been dead for so long, you have grown so big. Kakashi wanted to complain at this moment. Because at this moment, he is older than Kushina. By the way Kakashi, where's Naruto? Well, why don't we go meet the 3rd generation project first? And the thing about you coming back from the dead is also very bizarre. I don't want to deal with those things. Where's Naruto? All I want to see now is Naruto. Take me to Naruto. Don't tell me you don't know where he is. Chapter 33. Finally meeting Naruto, the furious Kushina. Please give me flowers and collect them. This is it. Kakashi brought Kushina to Naruto's house with a look of helplessness. Because of Kushina's unexplained resurrection, so Kakashi suggested that she use the transformation technique temporarily to change her appearance. Kushina, to reduce trouble, make the process of meeting Naruto smoother for yourself. Therefore, I directly followed Kakashi's suggestion. Use transformation technique to transform into an ordinary female ninja. Is this right here? So broken? Kushina frowned. She was filled with doubts, but why is this a place? I remember that our house didn't seem to be damaged. Could it be that Nine Tails was destroyed back then? Although she had some doubts in her heart, she didn't think much about it. After all, Nine Tails destroyed half of Konoha back then. Whizzing, two soft sounds sounded. The next moment, the two of them arrived at the door of Naruto's house. Kakashi quietly pried the door open, and then the two of them walked in silently. The room was very messy. All kinds of messy things were thrown everywhere. There are several instant noodle boxes on the table. There were still a few unwashed bowls thrown into the sink. Various strange smells, plus the smell of Naruto's stinky socks, made the whole room smell a bit hard to describe. Naruto seemed oblivious to this. At this moment, he was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Uncle, one more bowl. This time one want barbecued pork ramen. Halulu. Naruto seemed to be dreaming about eating ramen. He muttered something under his breath. Then he hugged the Sasuke doll next to him and bit it. It looks like the Sasuke doll was used as ramen. Oh my god. What exactly does Naruto eat every day? Kushina was so excited that she didn't even stabilize her transformation technique and immediately changed back to her original appearance. She didn't disturb the sleeping Naruto. Instead, he turned around and opened the refrigerator. It turns out there are a lot of vegetables and fruits in the refrigerator. But these things are now withered. Apparently, it's been there for who knows how long. And some bread milk. Advertisement, however, most have expired. Naruto. These years, how on earth did you live? Kushina wanted to cry for a moment. No one hurts me, no one loves me, and I don't even know if the milk is expired. Eat this instant noodles all day long. Even though there are fruits and vegetables, I don't know how to eat them. Kakashi looked at Kushina with red eyes and started to cry. He quickly said, Naruto, this kid is very careless in everything he does. We all came to see him often. Bring him something from time to time. But he just likes to eat ramen. Yeah? Kushina wiped her tears. Then he walked slowly to the bed and stared at his son biting Sasuke's doll in a daze. Although she wanted to meet and chat with Naruto when she didn't see him. But after actually meeting, she became a little scared. Kushina hesitated for a moment, but chose to give up. Let's go. She stood up slowly and strode towards the door. Don't you say hello to him? There is something strange about Kakashi. No, Kushina shook her head, he must have practiced very late last night. Let him sleep a little longer, let's go out for a walk first. Okay. The two left Naruto's house and walked down the street again. This time, Kushina is going to investigate what people around her think of Naruto. She wondered how Naruto had been doing all these years. However, if you ask Kakashi directly, you may not get the correct answer. If you ask Naruto, maybe Naruto wouldn't tell the truth in order not to worry her. Therefore, only by asking ordinary passers-by in disguise can you get the real answer. For greater convenience, Kushina once again transformed into an ordinary ninja. Then, she began to inquire about information in various stores. That brat Naruto is really annoying, he actually played a prank on me while I was doing my mission. The cat I just found ran away again. Kushina's method of gathering information is very simple and crude. Advertisement just complaining about Naruto in a shop near Naruto's house. If the store owner knew Naruto, there was a high chance he would answer the call. Really, after hearing Kushina's words, the owner of the ninja shop actually answered. Has the little demon fox started playing pranks again? There is really no progress at all. I thought he would be better off after becoming a ninja. Unexpectedly, it was still the same, demon fox brat. Kushina almost ran away when she heard this. Fortunately, I held back in the end. You do not know? When the shop owner heard this, he looked at Kushina very cautiously. Then he looked at Kakashi next to Kushina. Mr. Kakashi, who is this lady? Well, Kakashi smiled awkwardly. She was originally a ninja from another village. Joined our village not long ago. I took her to familiarize herself with the surroundings. I see. The shop owner nodded. I thought it was a spy from another village. Otherwise, how could you not know that Naruto is the demon fox? Boom. Kushina's hair exploded instantly. At this moment, she was really angry. She can get a lot of useful information from the boss's words. First, the whole village knew that Naruto was Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Second, the villagers didn't know what Nine Tails Jinchuriki was, and just regarded Naruto as the incarnation of Nine Tails. Thirdly, Naruto often makes mischief around him. Fourth, most people around him are very disgusted with Naruto. Fifth, Naruto's purpose in playing pranks must be to get others' attention. As a Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she naturally knows exactly what it feels like to become a Nine Tails Jinchuriki. That feeling of loneliness and depression was almost suffocating her. Fortunately, at first, only a few people knew that she was Nine Tails Jinchuriki. She also did not suffer discrimination or rejection from the villagers of Konoha Village. But even so, she was already very uncomfortable, it can be seen from this. How hard Naruto's life was. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kushina roared before rushing straight towards the Hokage building. Teacher's wife, Kakashi looked at Kushina's disappearing figure and couldn't help but panic. He quickly followed him. Chapter 34. That incident that year, Sarutobi Hiruzen's apology. Update 1, please give me flowers and collect them. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's house was shattered. A red-haired woman rushed in. Konohamaru heard the sound and rushed out. Then he saw a woman with red hair and an angry face standing at the door. You. Who are you? Konohamaru was a little scared, but he still took out a kunai and looked at the strange red-haired woman very cautiously. Subsequently, he seemed to have thought of something. Then he pointed at Kushina and said loudly, "It's you. You are the woman who helped Sasuke's brother fight snakes." Kushina's anger faltered slightly, she didn't understand what this kid was talking about. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Kakashi finally chased after him. Teacher's wife, don't be impulsive, there are some misunderstandings here. Konohamaru was slightly surprised when he heard this. He couldn't figure out why Kakashi called the red-haired woman master. Just at this time, Asuma also rushed out of the room. Before Asuma could finish his sentence, the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. 9. Kushina-sama. Asuma was stunned. He couldn't understand how a person who was obviously dead could appear alive and well in front of him. Is it impure world reincarnation? He thought of such a possibility. But then I felt a little confused, it's not right. Impure world reincarnation usually chooses summoning a relatively powerful ninja. Kushina-sama is indeed very powerful, but it's not that strong. Asuma, just as Asuma was stunned, Kakashi next to him said, "Hurry up and call the third generation." No, Kushina snorted coldly, then he strode directly into the room. Asuma originally wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Kakashi. Kakashi, what on earth is going on? It's hard to say, let's go in first. Kakashi shook his head and followed quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his time was running out. So, he planned to spend the last period of his life spending time with his family and visiting the village. Now, he is sunbathing in the yard, although he didn't know what just happened. However, now that Asuma has passed, it must be possible to solve it. However, just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a very familiar yet very unfamiliar voice was heard. Advertisement, Third Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around when he heard this. Then I saw a very familiar figure. 9. Kushina. Pap. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth fell limply to the ground. He has wide eyes and a long mouth. I was a little confused for a while. You are not, am I not already dead? Kushina helped Sarutobi Hiruzen finish what he wanted to say. To be honest, I don't know how I'm alive again. What on earth is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen was very confused. He was certain that the person in front of him was not from impure world reincarnation. But a living person, he is someone who has been resurrected. But it was precisely because he discovered this that he felt very confused. How can a dead person be resurrected? What kind of technique is this? Won't the caster suffer backlash? Third generation project? Kakashi also quickly followed, and then briefly told what he saw at the cemetery in the morning. Is there such a thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen is still confused. He couldn't figure it out. Who is it and what kind of force has such great power to resurrect the dead? And what is the purpose of this person or this force resurrecting Kushina? Kushina. Follow me out of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious face. Your resurrection is really surprising. Although I don't know what the purpose of that person is. But, we need to quarantine you, and check your body in detail. Otherwise, if that person controls you to destroy Konoha, the village may suffer unimaginable damage. Kushina has been Mrs. Hokage before, so she naturally understands the seriousness of this matter. But, I need you to give me an explanation, Naruto. My Naruto. Why is his identity known to the whole village? Why is he living so hard? What about the things you promised back then? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned gloomy upon hearing this. Kushina, I'm sorry. This is my mistake. I carried Naruto sadly away from the battlefield and handed him over to a trustworthy wet nurse. However, this matter was known to many villagers. Advertisement, they don't know anything else. All I know is that Nine Tails was sealed by the fourth generation. The fourth generation was sacrificed, and suddenly there was a newborn child on the battlefield with traces of beard on his face. This child was taken out of the battlefield by me, and handed it over to the nanny to take care of, while several Anbu watched the whole process. Then, these villagers thought Naruto was the Nine Tails demon fox. It was the fourth generation who sacrificed their lives to seal Nine Tails. After being sealed, Nine Tails transformed into a human child. After, the rumor spread throughout the village. I found this out the first time. But there was no way to silence the villagers, had no choice. Also to protect Naruto from the prying eyes of ninjas from other villages. I can only order the news that Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki to be blocked. Violators will be severely punished. At the same time, he came forward to explain that Naruto was an ordinary child born when Nine Tails attacked the village. It has nothing to do with Nine Tails, and block the relationship between Naruto and fourth generation. I want to use this method to block the news that Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The effect is indeed remarkable. Very few people know that Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. But, I ignored the evil in the human heart. Those whose families have died or whose families have been destroyed do not dare to seek revenge from Nine Tails because they cannot find Nine Tails. Then, he vented the evil in his heart on the innocent Naruto. They don't call Naruto by his name, they only call him the demon fox. They don't regard Naruto as a human being, but as the demon fox himself. I have no choice but to order again. No one was allowed to vent their anger on the innocent Naruto. No one is allowed to tell Naruto that he is the demon fox. It is forbidden to call Naruto by the name of the demon fox. However, the ban seems to have had the opposite effect. More people were curious about this and secretly called Naruto the demon fox. Be proud of it. They don't care about the truth at all. They didn't care about Naruto either. I just regard this as a way of entertainment. Just like when I made fun of your red hair. Enjoy teasing and isolating Naruto. Children in the village were infected by adults. He also began to isolate Naruto and subjected him to school violence. I had to ask Iruka to take good care of her. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh. Naruto has always been suffering from sore spots though. But I believe Naruto. Having said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked at the big tree in the yard. The big branches are lush and lush. I believe in him. I believe that hatred between people can be resolved with love. One day, he will be recognized by everyone, become a hero in people's eyes. Become Konoha's next generation Hokage. The era when people can truly understand each other will one day come. Chapter 35 New Diamond Card. The decision of Konoha's top management. Second update, please give me flowers and collect them. Listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone in the field was silent. Kushina, who was originally angry, calmed down now. She suddenly felt that she had been too impulsive just now. Then he smiled very sheepishly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. That, I was too impulsive just now. Kushina scratched her head. I see Naruto is having a very hard time right now. So I was very angry and anxious. It's not your fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. It's my fault. It was me who didn't take good care of Naruto. I should apologize to you for this matter, third generation. Kushina said sheepishly. I want to reveal Naruto's identity. In this case, maybe he will be recognized by many people. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Your idea is good. But it's not appropriate now. Announcement now may have the opposite effect. Moreover, his Jinchuriki identity may also be known to other ninja villages. I suggest that we continue to keep his secret for now. Wait until he is recognized by everyone before telling the news. In this case, the good impression everyone originally had towards him will become even more so due to guilt. That's fine, Kushina nodded. I know you want to see Naruto, but you'd better check your body first. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. This way, you will feel more at ease. Just in case someone wants to use you to make the 9 tails inside Naruto go berserk. That would be bad. That's right, Kushina nodded. Third generation, I heard you were injured. That doesn't matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Dying for the village is an honor for the Hokage. Go ahead and check your body first. Third generation old man is awesome. The mouth is invincible. Could it be that the Hokage's secret skill is mouth escape? At the same time, Bai Hao put away the crystal ball. He has been watching the show with his telescope technique. Although there is no sound, but just by looking at the screen, you can feel the power of third generation's mouth. Advertisement, Shanlin and the others will be back the day after tomorrow. Really good, my diamond card is also ready. I just don't know if it's suitable for them. During this time, he got a lot of plot points. He used all these plot points to draw prizes. Although I didn't get anything good, but 3 diamond cards were directly synthesized. Thinking of this, Bai Hao took out these 3 diamond cards. He put it in his hand and started playing with it. Zekrom, diamond. After using it, you can get the Zekrom fairy spirit and become Zekrom Jinchuriki. Special effect. Flying creates an anti-gravity field, which is not affected by air resistance when flying, without any consumption. Skill. Thundercloud creates thunderclouds, can become invisible in thunderclouds, and can control thunderclouds to release countless powerful lightnings. Increase. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra controllability, and greatly increase physical strength. Nearby matching characters. Uchiha Sasuke, Hitaki Kakashi. Dienshi, diamond. After use, you can get the Dienshi fairy spirit and become Dienshi Jinchuriki. Special effect. Diamond, all crystals made by crystal-style ninjutsu turn into diamonds. Diamonds cannot exist for a limited time and cannot last forever. Skill. Diamond Storm, summons Diamond Storm. Increase. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra controllability, and greatly increase physical strength. Nearby matching people. None, Mewtwo, diamond. After using it, you can get the Mewtwo fairy and become Mewtwo Jinchuriki. Special effects. Superpowers, can move objects remotely, manipulate weather and thoughts, modify memory, control other people's thoughts. Skill. Mind reading, can hear people's inner voices. Increase. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra controllability, and greatly increase physical strength. Nearby matching characters. Kurama Yakumo, it's really good. Bai Hao played with the cards in his hand for a while before putting them away. Kurama Yakumo, it seems that this little girl needs to be arranged. Kushina's physical examination was quickly over. The conclusion is somewhat puzzling, no questions? The 4 senior members of Konoha looked at the report in their hands and looked confused. They were a little confused at the moment. Who on earth resurrected Kushina? Why did that man bring Kushina back to life? After wasting so much effort, he revived Kushina, but did nothing. What exactly is this intended to do? They couldn't figure it out. Is it because that person is too powerful that we can't detect Kushina's physical problems? Danzo frowned and said, well, that should be it. I suggest, continue to isolate and control Kushina. Take a good look before talking, I don't think it's necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, since this person can resurrect Kushina. Moreover, such a superb method can be used to leave a restriction in Kushina's body. It can be seen from this advertisement that person is very powerful. With that person's strength, it is not easy to destroy our Konoha. So, we don't need to be so careful, after hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. The other three were silent. They had always believed that Konoha was the most powerful ninja village in the world. All the strongest ninjas in the world come from Konoha. However, at this moment, I discovered. An unknown strong man with terrifying strength and unknown purpose actually appeared out of thin air. This is really disturbing, and I feel that that person may be the Holy Lord of the Black Organization. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, the eyes of the other three people lit up at the same time. They suddenly felt that it seemed possible, although I don't know what this Holy Lord wants to do. But, judging from his actions of killing Orochimaru with one palm, he should have a good impression of Konoha, so I think we can go without limiting Kushina. The three of them looked at each other after hearing this. Then they nodded together, after discussions with Konoha's top brass. Kushina is finally free. She quickly ran to Naruto's house, took a deep breath, and knocked gently on the door. Who? A lazy voice came from the room. Apparently, Naruto had just woken up. It's already 11 o'clock in the morning, I just woke up. Hash. Sign appeared on Kushina's forehead. Open the door. Naruto. Well, Naruto opened the door sleepily with a piece of bread in his mouth. The red-haired woman looking at the door was slightly startled. Then woke up with a start. He thought of Shang Lin, whom he met not long ago. You are from the Uzumaki clan. Kushina smiled and nodded. She felt that her son was really knowledgeable. But eldest sister, what do you want from me? Dwang. Kushina punched Naruto in the head. Call mom. Chapter 36. Excited Naruto, the famous Bijuu, please collect and send flowers in the third update. Mother? Naruto was stunned when he heard this. Then I thought of the red hair of the person in front of me. And his last name, Uzumaki. There was also the strange mantra of the woman in front of him, which was the same as him. Suddenly, I had a bold guess in my mind. You. Are you my mother? Of course, Kushina smiled and hugged Naruto. Naruto, I'm really sorry for showing up so late. I've always wanted to see you, mother. This chakra, when Naruto and Kushina hugged. Inside Naruto, Nine Tails opened his eyes suddenly. Kushina, is her, it's definitely her, isn't she dead? Nine Tails was a little confused, his face was full of question marks. So that's it, after listening to Kushina talk about her, missing, years and other past experiences. Naruto had a very happy smile on his face, so my dad is the fourth Hokage. It turns out that they called me Demon Fox for this reason. Haha, I see. I understand it all. After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. I made a decision, I'm going to keep this all hidden. I will tell others one day when I become a Hokage. That's great, Kushina smiled and nodded, but mom. Naruto suddenly looked at Kushina worriedly, does your sudden resurrection really have nothing to do with it? It's okay, Kushina smiled brightly, although Minato left some tricks in the seal of Nine Tails in your body. When these situations are triggered, you can see me. But, I can see you as a real person. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. Bah, don't say such unlucky words. Naruto quickly covered Kushina's mouth. Correct. Then he thought of something, rushed to the bedside, and picked up his small wallet. Advertisement, mother. You must have never tried Ichiraku ramen, right? Walked. I'll treat you to ramen. Looking at the excited Naruto, Kushina just smiled and said nothing. In fact, in the past, she often went to Ichiraku to eat ramen with Namikaze Minato. After the meal, Naruto took Kushina around Konoha Village. To hide identity. Keep Naruto safe, so Kushina disguised herself throughout the whole process. After all, as Mrs. Fourth Hokage, she is still very famous. Mother, look over there, Naruto excitedly pointed to a bookstore not far away. The bookstore owner. He is my first friend, no one wanted to play with me at first. He is the only exception. The eyes he looked at me were full of friendliness. Oh, Kushina was stunned when she heard this, then he looked at the bookstore over there with interest. She was still very interested in her son's first friend. Not only that, he also taught me ninjutsu, a unique trick called Rasengan. He said he created it himself. Rasengan. Kushina was shocked when she heard this. What he created on his own, this was obviously created by your father. Ah. Naruto was stunned when he heard this, but he's the same age as me, so he can't possibly learn it from his father, right? It seems like this boy is an extremely smart and talented ninja. Kushina smiled and nodded. He may become a powerful opponent on your Hokage journey. Will not, he has given up being a ninja. Kushina was stunned, then I became more interested in Bijuu. Then let's go in and have a look. Good, I want to introduce you to him too. With that said, Naruto pulled Kushina to Bijou's bookstore. Bijou. Bijou. Naruto rushed into the bookstore excitedly. Then I saw Bijou reading a book in front of the counter. Bijou. Look, advertisement, this is my mother. Hello Bijou. Kushina smiled friendly. Bijou was stunned when he heard this, and then pretended to be very confused and asked, Naruto. Aren't you an orphan? That. Naruto looked around anxiously and found that the bookstore was very deserted today. There were no guests after that. Then he came to Bijou and whispered, this is a secret. The Holy Master of the Black Organization resurrected my mother. Black Organization? Bijou was stunned. This time, he was really stunned. Because this was the first time he heard news about his elf pavilion from other people. What he didn't expect was, these people actually gave him such a name. Really? Very inquisitive. It's a secret. Naruto also remembered that Bijou didn't know about this. I don't know much about that organization, however, it is definitely a super good organization. Oh, Bijou smiled when he heard this. I don't know what kind of expression this guy will have when he knows that I am the Holy Lord. Okay, I took my mother for a walk first. We'll treat you to dinner tonight. With that said, Naruto waved to Bijou and then led Kushina away. Naruto's temperament now is completely different from the past. Looking at Naruto's back, Bijou couldn't help but smile. This is really a good thing for you, me, and everyone. I earned a lot of plot points this time, think of this. Bijou couldn't help but sigh slightly, because Hinata shines. Therefore, he also became famous. Now, the entire ninja world knows that Konoha has a young ninjutsu genius, and he is also a master of training. You can turn a crane tail into a cage-level powerhouse in an instant. Ever since, many big families in Konoha came to Bijou and wanted him to tutor their family's children. But, how could Bijou bother to do something that doesn't earn many plot points? Therefore, he refused all invitations. But those people refused to give up. It seems that this can show their sincerity. It made Bijou terribly annoyed. Then, he is going to give a lecture. Let's carefully tell how Hinata became stronger. Deceive these people severely. Educate them, and earn a wave of plot points. Chapter 37 Bijou's first open class. A different kind of listener. Fourth update. Please give me flowers and collect them. Early the next morning, as soon as the genius dawned, all the big families in Konoha became lively. Nothing else. Just because today is the day when Bijou lectures. Everyone was very curious about Hinata suddenly possessing such great power. I also really long for such power. So, these big families, who were originally aloof, are very active today. Moreover, it is not just these big families who are active. Others, people with alternative identities, are also very active. For example, the spies from various villages infiltrated into Konoha Village. For example, White Zetsu secretly transformed and sneaked in. These people also came to the large classroom of open classes through various means. Because the class start time has not come yet, therefore, these big families sat in the classroom and chatted. When Bijou came to the big classroom, what he saw was a group of people chatting. Seeing this, Bijou didn't care. Anyway, he is here to fool. However, the audience below was very positive. After seeing Bijou walk to the podium, he immediately stopped talking. The whole classroom was quiet. Everyone was waiting for Bijou to start speaking. It's almost time. Bijou saw this. Then he quietly glanced at the people in the classroom. I saw that sitting in the classroom were the Hyūga family, the Akamichi family, the Nara family, the Aburame family, and people from the Kurama family. It can be said that all the famous families in Konoha are here. Besides, there are also some Anbu who stay inside and outside the classroom. Authentication of the visitor's identity. It looked very solemn. Bijou swept around. Then he focused on the members of the Kurama family. Since everyone is basically here, I will start the lecture. Bijou spoke slowly. Everyone I saw below took out their notebooks to record. He started talking directly. The strength of a ninja is mainly affected by many factors. Today we focus on the chakra factor. Chakra, generally composed of two kinds of energy. One is the body's energy taken in one cell at a time from the 130 trillion cells in the human body. The second is the spiritual energy that has been tempered through many practices and accumulated experiences. People can increase the amount of chakra in their bodies through spiritual practice. But there is a limit to this improvement. After reaching a certain level, it becomes impossible to improve again. Advertisement. Everyone knows this. So how do you break through the limits, increase the total amount of chakra, and thereby improve your own strength? Bijou paused slightly. He looked at the expectant looks of everyone below, then smiled and continued to fool around, and said, generally speaking, there are 3 ways. The first is to upgrade Sharingan. Sharingan upgrade will increase a large amount of spiritual energy, thereby increasing the total amount of chakra. No one has this, so I won't talk about it. The second is to get a tailed beast. Let's not talk about this anymore. The third type is to use external force. Everyone can succeed in this. So, let's focus on this. Quote, said. Bijou turned around and started drawing on the blackboard. A moment later, a lifelike white Zetsu appeared on the blackboard. White Zetsu, who was taking notes carefully in the back row, was suddenly startled. Then a question mark popped up in my head. Everyone, look at this. Bijuu pointed at the blackboard. This is a white Zetsu. It is a very special creature. This creature is more accurately said to be a plant than a human being. They absorb the essence of heaven and earth and are conceived. Bijuu continued. It is precisely because of this specialness of white Zetsu. So, if humans are lucky and eat this white Zetsu, they can increase the total amount of chakra. White Zetsu with a question mark on his head in the back row. At this moment, 3 more question marks and an exclamation mark appeared on my head. Mr. Bijuu, a member of a big family, raised his hand and asked, so, where should we go to find white Zetsu? This classmate has a good question. Bijuu nodded approvingly. White Zetsu is a creature I saw in a book. This kind of creature was born from the chakra sacred tree. It's a great supplement, however, now the chakra sacred tree has disappeared. Therefore, it can be said to be very difficult to find this kind of white Zetsu. White Zetsu with 4 question marks and 1 exclamation mark on his head in the back row. At this moment, 10 more question marks popped up in my head. Mr. Bijuu, another member of the big family, raised his hand and asked, what is this chakra sacred tree? The chakra sacred tree, this is a legendary thing. In the legend, advertisement, all chakra in the world comes from the chakra sacred tree. Later, a fruit grew from the chakra sacred tree. After seeing this fruit, a woman named Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help it. He ate the fruit in one bite. Later, she gained extraordinary abilities. At the same time, she also became the first ninja. According to legend, the chakra we all have today comes from her. White Zetsu, whose head in the back row was full of question marks, suddenly had countless exclamation marks. How could he know this? Also, what is his purpose? White Zetsu looked at Bijuu with a bit of horror. Black Zetsu's plan is about to succeed, if something unexpected happens at this moment. I'm afraid they will block it. Many of the people listening to the lecture below were a little depressed at the moment. Because they couldn't use the method Bijuu said. Mr. Bijuu, how did Miss Hinata increase the total amount of chakra? I heard someone ask. Bijuu then talked about the answers he had prepared long ago. This is because Hinata has a very special physique. That's Sage Body, a person with such a physique. It's not obvious in the early stages, but as the practice time continues to increase, the total amount of chakra can grow almost infinitely. As long as you are willing to practice, the total amount of chakra will grow wildly. And Hinata is the one who has such ability. Oh. Everyone's eyes showed envy when they heard this. Although they don't know what a sage body is or how to tell who has a sage body. But that doesn't stop them from being envious. The Hyūga clan is truly a powerful clan. Yeah, there is still something like this handed down. I'm so envious. In one class, Bijuu quickly finished cheating. The effect is also good. People in the village no longer wonder how Hinata's chakra increased so much. Not only that, there is also a movement to find white Zetsu in the village. Let Bijuu gain a lot of plot points in vain, it can be said to be quite perfect. He was also in a very good mood, however, white Zetsu was in a rather bad mood. With a confused look on his face, he left Konoha and found Zetsu. He also told Zetsu all the information he had gleaned. Chapter 38. Morning Fog returns home. Update 1. Please give me flowers and collect them. Is there such a thing? Black Zetsu's tone was a little surprised. Where did this Bijuu get this information? Maybe it's a classic that was left over from ancient times. Black Zetsu's conjoined white Zetsu said slowly, after all. There are only those very incomplete classics left over from ancient times. Only then will there be a misconception about eating white Zetsu. Alright, our focus should not be on this place now. You're right, Black Zetsu said slowly, that Bijuu seems to be a relatively talented ninja. The focus now is the mysterious force that suddenly appeared. Black organization. The strength is strong, but the number is unknown. The purpose is unknown. The leader is unknown. I really don't know where this came from. We absolutely cannot let this organization ruin our plans. I will send all the clones out. White Zetsu said slowly. They will transform into ordinary ninjas from each village. One day, we can find the heel of this organization. Well, since Akatsuki is not catching tailed beasts for the time being, then let those people explore the background of the black organization first. As the person involved, Zetsu naturally does not believe that eating white Zetsu can increase the amount of chakra. But, other people who didn't know the truth believed this lie. After Bijuu's open class, breaking news spread in the ninja world one after another. Have you heard? Legend has it that all chakra comes from a chakra sacred tree? The chakra sacred tree will bear a white fruit that looks very similar to humans. After eating this fruit, you can increase the total amount of chakra. Have you heard? In the Far East, there's a sacred tree. The sacred tree will bear a ginseng fruit called white Zetsu. Why is it called ginseng fruit? Of course it's because this fruit looks like a human. Eating it can prolong your life and improve your strength. Have you heard? Ginseng fruit looks like this. If you eat it, you will live forever. Have you heard? This fruit looks like a human being, but after eating it, you can become a god. Various versions of the legend soon spread throughout the entire village of Konoha. The main reason for such a result It was those spies who deliberately guided it. After all, advertisement, this is a good opportunity to cause internal strife among the major families in Konoha. The effect is indeed obvious. Those big families are indeed suspicious of each other. But this didn't last long, because something big happened in Konoha. The third generation is critically ill. After the Battle of Konoha's collapse, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has exhausted his life force. But no one expected that he would become critically ill so quickly. Then, major families and famous ninjas all went to the hospital to visit the third generation, who was critically ill and in a coma. The whole village also fell into an atmosphere of extreme sadness. Many people have already begun to prepare black clothes to attend the funeral of third generation. And in this atmosphere, Uchiha Ikaharu and Mitokado Homura approached Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who was sitting on the rooftop and leaning against the wall to look at the sky, turned around when he heard this. "Oh, it's Uncle Yan and Mr. Kaharu, what does the consultant want from me?" "What's up?" Mitokado Homura said expressionlessly. "You should know it even if you don't tell me, right?" "The expression doesn't have to be so scary," Jiraiya said with a smile. "Didn't the negotiation with Sanagakure end successfully?" Sanagakure announced that everything happened because of Orochimaru. Moreover, Sanagakure has declared total surrender to us, Konoha. Even their Jinchuriki are in our hands. At this time, negotiation is no longer so important. The most important thing for Konoha is to elect a new leader. Uchiha Ikaharu then said, "We need a strong and trustworthy leader. There are issues everywhere that may cause disputes. There is no need for you to tell me such things." Jiraiya continued to act confused. "I'm ready to collect materials." "Then, see you another day, Jiraiya," Mitokado Homura said with a straight face. "Let me tell you a basic policy first. We need the fifth Hokage now." Then there was an emergency meeting with the daimyo of the Fire Country yesterday. "Jiraiya, we unanimously decided to choose you to be the Hokage." Uchiha Ikaharu said quickly, "It's not just that. Your teacher, third Hokage, also recommended you to become a new Hokage. Sarutobi should have discussed this matter with you, right?" "What a coincidence." Jiraiya didn't look back. "I'm not that material at all. This is the decision. And if a ninja like you can't even be praised as a Sannin advertisement, we really can't think of anyone else. As for Sannin, isn't there someone else?" Jiraiya turned to look at the two consultants seriously. "Isn't that guy Tsunade a very suitable candidate? That girl does have such an ability." Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Ikaharu looked at each other, pretending to be surprised. However, no one knows where she is now. "I'm going to find her." Jiraiya stared at the two of them and said slowly, "Compared to me who have no motivation, the capable Tsunade is obviously more suitable to be Hokage. What do you think?" But the two pretended to hesitate for a moment before agreeing. "I know, we will discuss it. However, among Tsunade's search team, we need to send 3 Anbu to follow you." "No need." Jiraiya shook his head. "I won't run. Also, I want to ask you personally." "Who?" "Uzumaki Naruto." Ding! A high wall outside Konoha Village. Suddenly 2 men appeared, wearing black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds and hats with wind chimes on their heads. Their appearance was completely unclear. The breeze blew by, causing the wind chimes on their bamboo hats to ring continuously. "This village is really lucky," Hoshigaki Kisame said with a faint smile. The invaders were eliminated not long after they appeared. But, although not many people died, but the village was severely damaged. "That's such a prosperous village." Uchiha Itachi looked at the village below and said calmly, "It's so pitiful. It's really not like your style. Are you really nostalgic for your hometown?" "No, not at all." Itachi slowly looked up, revealing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. "We will enter the village early tomorrow morning. Don't forget the mission. Explore the new black organization." "Understood." Early the next morning, suddenly there was heavy fog in Konoha Village. In this thick fog, 2 figures slowly walked into Konoha Village. It was Kisame and Itachi, but what the two of them didn't know was, not long after they entered the village, 2 more strange men in black wearing bamboo hats entered Konoha Village. Chapter 39: The Return of Shanlin and Quan. New members of the organization. Second update: please give me flowers and collect them. Bai Hao got up very early today, because today is a very special day, the day when Shanlin and Quan return. Not only that, today is the day when Shanlin and Quan will send back his 2 new men. I wonder if these 2 newcomers are obedient. Bai Hao came to a bedroom on the 2nd floor with curiosity. This bedroom was remodeled by him. A teleportation array was carved into the floor. This teleportation array is a special item obtained by lottery in the system. It is complementary to his organizational system. As long as Shang Lin and Quan come to the secret stronghold around the Kingdom of Fire, they can directly use this teleportation array to come to him. Time passes slowly. Not long after, a simple teleportation array appeared on the clean floor. The teleportation array emits light blue light, which flashes very mysteriously. After a while, the blue light above the teleportation arrays suddenly became brighter. Buzz, along with a buzzing sound, 4 figures appeared in front of Bai Hao. "I've met the Holy Lord." Shanglin and Quan took off their bamboo hats at the same time, then knelt down on one knee and saluted Bai Hao. Seeing this, Yi Kang and Lin Zhao Yuli, who were behind them, also knelt down. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Bai Hao's eyes. Then he nodded expressionlessly. This is a new mission card as well as mission props. You guys go do your mission first. With that said, he threw 2 mission cards, a bottle of medicine to treat terminal illnesses, and a Kami Turtle Silver Elf card to Quan and Xianglin. The 2 of them put away their things, picked up the card, took a look at it, and then bowed their heads again and saluted. As you command. Say it. They returned directly to the teleportation array. Then he sat in the teleportation array and left the bookstore. After seeing the 2 people leaving, Bai Hao then turned to look at Yi Kang and Lin Zhaoyu. Romantic and Violet should have told you the rules, right? Yes. The 2 of them responded at the same time. Yuri Lin Yi doesn't have much loyalty to Kirigakure. After discovering that this organization was very powerful, I wanted to join it. The former Hyakura was the hero of Sunagakure. In the end, he was betrayed by Feng Ying. Sent directly to Kirigakure to die. Therefore, Yi Kang despaired of the dark politics of Sunagakure. He also felt despair for the entire ninja world. At the same time, there was still hatred in her heart. Advertisement: she wants revenge on Sunagakure, revenge on Kirigakure. And after being resurrected, he discovered that his power had increased due to his resurrection. She was curious about such a mysterious and powerful organization as the Elf Pavilion. She longed for greater power. She doesn't want to be a hero anymore. So, she came very obediently. Very good. Bai Hao nodded and stretched out his hands. Now that you have made your decision, then sign a contract with me. Once the contract is signed, your lives are under my control. I can obliterate you in an instant. After you think this through, put your hands on mine. Yi Kang and Lin Yuli looked at each other after hearing this. Then they put their hands on Bai Hao's hand. They had already figured it out when they came. So, although Bai Hao looks very young, like a 12-year-old child. But, they didn't think much about it. Buzz, with the signing of the 2. An X-shaped tattoo of the same shape also appeared on both of them. Yuri Lin's tattoo is on the outside of her right knee, where the ninja bag is attached. Yi Kang is on the vest. Okay, now, I will give you strength. Said. Bai Hao took out 2 diamond cards. Groudon and Zekrom cards were not originally shown as matching characters. At this moment, the names of 2 people appeared. Then, Bai Hao then hit the check Ronka into Lin Yuri's body. Hit Groudonka into Yi Kang's body. This time it was the same as the last time I gave Izumi the dream card. Not a single shred of chakra is leaked, because Bai Hao made preparations in advance. Chakra will no longer be leaked when the Ho-Oh card is used for the first time. Looking at the 2 new members of the organization who had fainted, Bai Hao nodded with satisfaction, then walked towards the attic of the bookstore. In the attic of the bookstore, Nohara Lin has been locked up here for more than a month. Now, her teammates have finally been found. It's time for Bai Hao to go see her. Holy Lord. See Bai Hao coming over. Lin knelt down on one knee very obediently and saluted. Advertisement: it was completely different from when I first wanted to negotiate terms with Bai Hao. Very good, I've already found your teammates. Bai Hao said expressionlessly. You can get ready. Waiting for the afternoon. You can go on missions together. Yes, this time, our mission is to deliver medicine to that person. Inside the Elf Pavilion's stronghold of the Kingdom of Fire. Xianglin said while looking at Quan. She knew about Izumi's relationship with that Uchiha Itachi. So, she was curious. What was Quan Hui's reaction after knowing Bai Hao's mission? Yeah, I didn't expect that we would meet again so quickly. Hearing this, Quan turned to look at Xianglin and then smiled. The big eyes suddenly turned into crescent shapes. Very gentle, but it would also be nice to give him medicine. What the Holy Lord meant was that he was terminally ill. If this medicine is not available, can't live for 4 years. Therefore, what the Holy Lord means is quite in line with my wishes. After all, only Itachi lived longer, only then can he feel the pain for longer. How many floors does a bag of rice have to resist? Well, Xianglin looked at Quan, who was still smiling softly. My heart suddenly became cold. Isn't this girl going dark? Wally. Let's go. Well, okay. Okay. The 2 women left the secret stronghold and quickly headed towards Konoha Village. Although they didn't know where Itachi was, but they believe Bai Hao's words. As long as they enter Konoha Village, they can sense Itachi. And this is indeed the case. They haven't entered Konoha Village yet. Then I noticed 2 strange characters. One has a huge chakra, like a humanoid-tailed beast. A chakra that has a very cold yet very pleasant smell. It's Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame mentioned in the mission card. Chapter 40 Uchiha Itachi's purpose. Akatsuki appears. Please give me flowers and collect them in the 3rd update. Ding, ding, Itachi and Kisame took advantage of the thick fog and entered the village. While walking slowly on the road, while looking at everything around me. The village was severely damaged, Kisame said casually. The people in the village are really busy. Itachi looked calm and said nothing. This time he came to Konoha because he actually had personal matters to attend to. That was to intimidate Konoha's top brass. He heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen was dying. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen dies, there will be no one in Konoha Village to protect Sasuke. Therefore, he just came back specifically to intimidate the top management of Konoha. Let these Konoha high-level officials know that he is still alive and has terrifying strength. But these are private matters, except for personal matters. There are also some official things. That is to confirm who Nine-Tails Jinchuriki really is. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't lie. The news that Naruto was Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was indeed blocked. The world only knows Naruto as a demon fox brat, not knowing that Naruto is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Therefore, there was such a trial by Shao, in the original work. Orochimaru, who knew a lot of information about Konoha, only discovered Naruto's identity when Naruto got angry and showed the Nine-Tails chakra. Perhaps, it is to prevent Naruto from being discovered by Akatsuki and indirectly protect Naruto. Perhaps, it was to prevent Naruto from disrupting his plan to collapse Konoha. Perhaps, it's for some other reason. Just added a seal to Naruto's Nine-Tails seal. Let its Nine-Tails chakra no longer leak out. Original. Itachi and Kisame have only one mission, but because a black organization suddenly appeared recently. So, Itachi and Kisame have another mission to investigate the black organization in Konoha. Certainly, this task is just a matter of course. If you can't find it, give up. Itachi, where should we go first? Looking for the whereabouts of Nine-Tails, the two of them strolled through the streets of Konoha. While using illusions to gather information, while hanging out. It didn't take long. When the fog in Konoha dissipated, the two of them also got some accurate information. Through the interrogation of those who participated in the Battle of Nine-Tails and survived. Advertisement, that's okay. Itachi raised his head slightly and said slowly, Uzumaki Naruto is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yeah, Kisame sighed with a smile. I didn't expect that the guy from Third Hokage would actually play such a trick. Who would have thought? That demon fox brat that everyone scolds is actually Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Make top secret information public to confuse everyone. If it weren't for your incredible illusion skills, Itachi, we would never have gotten such information. It's really awesome. However, there's information about the black organization. We didn't get much useful information. Do you want to eat meatballs? Itachi looked up at a meatball shop not far away. He was familiar with that meatball shop. I used to go there often when I was a kid. With Sasuke. Made him miss it very much. Then he stole a glance at Kakashi behind him. He immediately decided to enter the meatball shop and eat meatballs to delay the arrest of Naruto. Ball. Kisame was a little stunned. He didn't expect Itachi to be so leisurely and elegant. However, after thinking about the strength of the two of them, he didn't care anymore. Okay, so, the two of them went to the meatball shop together and started eating quietly. Not far outside the door, Kakashi suddenly saw two men in fancy clothes and felt a little strange. So, he quickly followed him. Could it be that they're Shao? Right. It's unmistakable. It's Shao. Kakashi's eyes became serious. A few days ago, Jiraiya suddenly found him and told him some information about Akatsuki. At the same time, he also wanted to take Naruto away and take him with him. This would not only help Naruto in his training, but also protect him. However, when Kakashi told the story that the three Narutos were placed in Baihao's place to practice, Jiraiya was shocked. He did not expect that a magical genin like Baihao would appear in the village. Then he went to Baihao himself and asked Naruto to leave. Baihao naturally let him go very readily. At the same time, Kakashi also went to Baihao to ask for Sasuke. The purpose is to train Sasuke's Sharingan, and today, Kakashi made an appointment with Sasuke to meet at the meatball shop. And took Sasuke to practice. Advertisement, but what he didn't expect was, I actually met the Akatsuki organization here. What's the purpose of their coming? Is it really for Naruto? Kakashi quietly came to the door of the meatball shop, ready to listen to the chat between the two people. However, Itachi and Kisame were both very alert. In a place like meatball shop, no crucial information is given at all. Just casual chat. Kakashi was impatient to wait. This won't work. Kakashi was a little anxious. Just at this time, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai walked over slowly. Yo, you two. Kakashi put down the little yellow book in his hand and said hello to the two of them. I want to take this opportunity to lure Itachi and Kisame out to fight. And took the opportunity to gather information. It seems like your relationship is very good. Start dating so early? Fool. Yuhi Hong quickly retorted, I was just entrusted by Anko to come here to buy meatballs. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Nothing. Kakashi shook his head, I'm here to buy the offerings, and I'm waiting for someone by the way. Say it. He glanced at the meatball shop, then he said deliberately, wait for Sasuke. You actually wait for someone? Asuma was a little curious, it's so rare. But the offering is for Obito, right? That's what happened. Kakashi said while staring at the meatball shop. Just at this time, Sasuke walked over with a confused look on his face. Kakashi? You actually arrived early? This is really rare? Occasionally it's a little earlier. Sasuke sensed something was wrong in the atmosphere. Moreover, Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai were all looking at the meatball shop. So, he also turned around and looked. As a result, I found that there were uneaten meatballs and warm Anko soup on a table near the entrance of the meatball shop. But there was no one. I hate natto and sweet things. Sasuke thought those things were eaten by Kakashi, so he said directly. Really? Kakashi replied absently, then turned to look at Asuma. Asuma nodded. Then he chased Itachi and Kisame with Kurenai in tow. Chapter 41 Uchiha Itachi, who played very hard, 4th update, please give me flowers and collect them. Kakashi. What happened? Sasuke immediately frowned when he saw this. He sensed something was happening here. Moreover, Kakashi didn't seem to want to tell him. Several spies have entered the village. Kakashi looked at Sasuke sheepishly. Sorry Sasuke, today you go to Bijuu to practice. I'm going to catch those 2 spies, all right. Sasuke had no doubts about him. He nodded and walked towards Bijuu's bookstore. Kakashi, on the other hand, quickly rushed towards the direction Itachi left. You don't seem to be from the village, right? Asuma and Kurenai stopped Itachi and Kisame. What is your purpose in coming to Konoha? Long time no see, Mr. Asuma, Miss Hong. Since you know us, does that mean you used to be a ninja in this village? Hearing this, Itachi said nothing. Instead, he slowly raised his hat. Let the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan be seen by others. You are. After seeing those eyes, Asuma and Kurenai were both stunned. See this situation. Itachi took off his hat and partially unbuttoned his windbreaker. Let his appearance be fully displayed in front of Asuma and the 2 of them. Absolutely right. Uchiha, Itachi, Asuma and Red's eyes suddenly became serious. Are you acquaintances of Mr. Itachi? Then let me introduce myself. Kisame next to him also slowly took off his hat. Hoshigaki Kisame. Please give me more advice in the future, there is no future. Asuma said, looking at the 2 people in front of him more cautiously. I'll kill you now. Mr. Itachi, it seems that people in the village hate you. I know you too. Kurenai suddenly spoke to Kisame and said, Hoshigaki Kisame, the former ninja of Kirigakure. Because of the killing of Daimyo and the work of sabotaging the country, he became a fugitive ninja wanted by the Kingdom of Water. You are all S-class felons on the wanted list. Asuma followed, Itachi. Advertisement you caused such a serious incident. You actually dared to enter this village, you are very brave. Mr. Asuma, Miss Kurenai, Itachi said very politely, please don't stop us. I don't want to kill you. This is not what you would say to someone who killed a fellow human being. Asuma continued to test Itachi's purpose in coming to the village. At least I know that you won't just show up here dressed like this without any purpose. Weasel. What exactly is your purpose? Itachi looked at Asuma silently and said nothing. Kisame next to him was a little impatient. He whipped out his samahata and smashed it to the ground. This guy is quite annoying. Want to kill him? It seems that we can't leave the village peacefully. Itachi said slowly, but don't go too far. Your moves are eye-catching. It's decided. Speaking of which, the atmosphere between the 4 of them suddenly turned cold. Then Kisame waved samahata and attacked Asuma without any explanation. Upon seeing this, Asuma quickly took out his chakra knife to resist. And when the 2 were fighting, Hong also used his best genjutsu beside him. But, all her actions were seen by Itachi. HMPH. Kisame watched as his sword fell on Asuma. He immediately snorted coldly. Then swung samahata. Sharp and dense thorns suddenly appeared on samahata. As Kisame slashed, the thorns immediately left wounds on Asuma's body. My sword samahata is not for cutting, it's used for peeling. Asuma covered the wound and looked at the red figure that suddenly appeared behind Kisame, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Red, too slow, and with the appearance of red. Behind Kisame and Itachi, big trees also appeared. These big trees entangled the 2 of them tightly. Kurenai appeared in the big tree behind Uchiha Itachi. She was holding a kunai. A head emerged from the top of Weasel's head. Now, it's over. With that said, she stabbed the kunai directly. However, just stabbed it. She then found out that her and Uchiha Itachi's places had been swapped. Advertisement originally it was Itachi who was entangled in the tree. But now, it turned into her being entangled in a big tree. Illusions of this level are of no use to me, Itachi said calmly. Then he took out a kunai and stabbed Hong. Is this an illusion rebound? Hong's heart froze. Then he bit his tongue sharply. Remove the illusion, and dodge Itachi's kunai attacks. As a result, fatal injury was avoided, but her hair was inevitably cut dozens of times. And was kicked away by Itachi's raised foot. While Hong Fei was in the air, he had no chance to counterattack. Itachi immediately dodged and followed him. Then, when Kurenai fell into the water, Itachi appeared behind Kurenai in time. As expected of Miss Hong, Itachi sensed Kakashi's position. Then it slowed down again, but as soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi's voice sounded behind him. But the one who stopped here is you. Kakashi stood behind Itachi, holding a kunai, always ready to attack. At the same time, he also left a shadow clone beside Asuma. When Kisame uses the water-style water shark bomb, he directly copied an identical ninjutsu and collided with it. Same ninjutsu as me. Kisame looked into Kakashi's eyes and understood everything immediately. Sharingan. Kakashi, why are you here too? Asuma looked at Kakashi with some confusion. Oh, although I just asked you two for help, but I'm still a little worried. Hitaki Kakashi. Itachi finally turned his head. He looked at Kakashi expressionlessly, however, he finally took a long breath in his heart. He finally arrived at Kakashi, as a spy sent out from Konoha Village to lurk in Akatsuki. As a ninja who loves Konoha Village, as a super powerful ninja. He actually had a hard time acting, a fugitive ninja like you. Kakashi looked at Itachi and asked slowly, "What's the point of coming to this village now?" Itachi looked at Kakashi. Suddenly I felt that Kakashi was really suitable as a demonstration object. Not only strong and famous, but also durable. Chapter 42 Sharingan, Tsukuyomi, please give me flowers and collect them in the 5th update. 5 people faced each other by the river. The atmosphere was a bit tense. And among these 5 people, Kakashi was the most nervous. As someone who has known and worked with Itachi for a long time, Kakashi is very familiar with Itachi's abilities. When he rebelled against Konoha, Itachi already had great strength. Long time no see now, presumably the strength has become more terrifying. This makes him very stressed. His eyes are still the same as before. Kakashi looked into Itachi's eyes and couldn't help but think of Sharingan's other form, Mangekyo Sharingan. Having said that, he is the true successor of Sharingan. Although I haven't seen him turn on Mangekyo against enemies. But maybe he has it. Therefore, you must prepare for the worst. What a surprise. Kisame spoke first, breaking the atmosphere around him. No wonder you use my ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, except for Mr. Itachi and the woman from the unknown black organization. There really are people with those eyes. You seem to be called the copy ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. I should be the one surprised. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly when he heard Kisame's words. Through this sentence, he got some very useful news. That is, that mysterious black organization actually has an Uchiha. Moreover, they have not grasped this news yet. I don't know where the Akatsuki organization got such information. I found 2 very suspicious guys in the meatball shop. I thought he was a spy from that village, did not expect. It's Uchiha Itachi, and Kirigakir's weirdo, Hoshigaki Kisame. Disrespect, disrespect, unexpectedly, he even knew my name. Kisame smiled, it's a great honor, I see. Kakashi looked at Kisame's sword and said slowly, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, is that big sword Samahata? HMPH, Kisame smiled proudly, then raised his knife. I heard that Zabuza brat fought against you, he is a person worth cutting for me. Stop it, Kisame. Hearing this, Itachi quickly stopped Kisame's actions. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. I don't know why Itachi stopped Kisame's actions. If you're serious about fighting that guy, it won't be safe. Moreover, the more time it takes, the more other ninjas will come over, right? But don't forget our purpose. You didn't come here to get hurt, did you? Then, come and tell us your purpose. Hearing Kakashi's words, Itachi felt quite relieved. He waited until Kakashi came over just to secretly reveal some information about Akatsuki. We're just looking for something. Looking for something? Advertisement. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then thought of Naruto. Jiraiya has already told him. Akatsuki's goal may be the tailed beast. So, Kakashi continued to ask, what are you looking for? I am different from Kisame. Itachi glanced at Kakashi. I was very satisfied with the way Kakashi asked this question. In this way, he can take the opportunity to launch an attack. I won't take too long. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes. He held a few shurikens in his hands and stretched them out from his sleeves. Ninpo water-style water barrier. Kakashi saw this and quickly released his ninjutsu defense. As he cast the spell, a water barrier rose from the river. Just enough to block Itachi's water style. The speed of activating ninjutsu was so fast. Kakashi was very surprised. I didn't even see him forming seals. He used the shuriken in his right hand as bait, but actually used the water style to attack the soles of my feet. As expected of Mr. Kakashi, the ability of insight is extraordinary. After Itachi said halfway, I won't say any more. At the same time, a shadow clone instantly appeared behind Kakashi. And inserted a kunai into Kakashi's vest, at the same time. Complete what the main body didn't finish just now. Yeah, but at this time, Kakashi's body suddenly turned into water. Water body? Itachi glanced at it, feeling calm in his heart. Han on the side immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. She thought Kakashi was going to die, beautiful Kakashi. Han couldn't help but admired. Then she discovered that Kakashi's body actually came to her. And handed her a kunai. She took it subconsciously without thinking. But the kunai hasn't been used yet. She was directly carried by Kakashi and flew out. Get down, Red. What you see is his clone. Boom. Then a huge explosion was heard. Immediately afterwards, a stream of water comparable to water style was seen, shooting out in all directions. Kakashi. Red. Asuma was shocked when he saw this. He actually exploded Shadow Clone's body, after a while. The water in the air gradually fell completely. The figures of the 4 people appeared on the river again. Kakashi. Kurenai glanced at Kakashi worriedly. Are you okay? Don't let your guard down. Kakashi turned his head. He looked at Itachi with a solemn expression. That guy became the captain of the Anbu unit at the age of 13. Advertisement. I didn't expect that he would be so powerful. Asuma suddenly became more cautious after hearing this. No, the bad feeling in Kakashi's heart became even stronger. That guy's strength is far more than that. I didn't expect you, who is not from the Uchiha clan, to be able to use Sharingan to such an extent. Itachi glanced slowly at Asuma and Kurenai. he couldn't help but feel satisfied with his behavior in showing his strength to the top management of Konoha this time. It can be seen through Asuma's attitude towards him. There are still many people in Konoha who don't take him seriously. Once the third generation dies, then Sasuke might be in danger then. But your body is not suitable for the Uchiha clan with those eyes. Keep using Sharingan. Is your burden heavy? He's right. Kakashi felt very helpless. I'm going to burn out in no time. Why is the Uchiha clan called the strongest? Why are the Uchiha clan feared? Itachi slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Let you see the true power of Sharingan's blood succession limit. Could it be that? Kakashi was shocked when he saw this. Oops. You too, don't look into his eyes. Hearing this, Asuma and Kurenai closed their eyes in confusion. You two must not open your eyes, just meet his eyes now and that's it. Kakashi closed his normal eyes and only looked at Itachi with Sharingan. I'm afraid the only person who can compete with those eyes is someone with a Sharingan. Indeed, Itachi said expressionlessly. If you have a Sharingan, you can somewhat resist this Mangekyo Sharingan. But this special Sharingan eye technique, Genjutsu Tsukuyomi, cannot be broken. The only ones who can defeat me are Sharingan users who have the same blood inheritance limit. Itachi finished laying the groundwork, then he unleashed Tsukuyomi directly on Kakashi. He just wants to use his tyrannical strength to let the people of Konoha know how powerful he is. At the same time, it also lets people in Konoha know Sasuke's potential and importance. Without Sasuke, no one in Konoha can fight him, so if you want to fight him, you need to treat Sasuke well. This was one of the reasons why he chose Kakashi, the Sharingan owner, to demonstrate. Ah! Kakashi suddenly screamed and knelt weakly on the water. Just now, he stayed in the Tsukuyomi world for 72 hours. I was also tortured for 72 hours. I was stabbed with countless knives for 72 hours. What's wrong, Kakashi? Do you still want to close your eyes? Hong heard the sound and asked anxiously. However, Kakashi was just panting and had no energy to reply. And at this time, suddenly a cold voice came from not far away. Is this Tsukuyomi? Uchiha, ferret. Chapter 43. The situation on the battlefield is getting more and more complicated, and the people who eat melons are fragrant. First update, please give me flowers and collect them. The cold voice suddenly sounded. It shocked the 5 people present. Because they didn't even notice that someone came to them quietly. Uchiha Itachi was also taken aback, although he is not a sentient ninja. But he is powerful, and his perception ability is much stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. But even so, the 2 people who suddenly appeared were not noticed. Then, he turned towards the place where the sound came from. I found 2 people over there. They wore hats, black dresses, and a black cloak. One is standing on a branch, looking quietly at this side. One was sitting on a branch, dangling his calves and eating watermelon. After seeing Uchiha Itachi and others, she actually smiled at them. The Black Organization. A word suddenly appeared in the minds of several people present. What happened? Who is behind you? Kakashi, can't we open our eyes now? Asuma and Kurenai were panicking at the moment. First, Kakashi fell down and didn't speak, just gasping for air. It sounded like he had suffered severe mental damage. It was also like releasing a very terrifying ninjutsu, causing the body to be overloaded. After, suddenly, a cold voice came from behind them. This voice is very strange. At the same time, he was very calm. Judging from Uchiha Itachi's reaction, this man is a strong man. So, they can be sure, this strong man is not from Konoha Village. There is a strong enemy ahead, and the situation is unknown. Later, an unknown strong man appeared. This made them panic. Kakashi was also panicking at this moment. He originally planned to keep the 2 Asumas from opening their eyes. However, now a new enemy appears behind. Is it better to open your eyes? Is it better not to open your eyes? Kakashi was confused. Could it be? Are we going to die here today? Kakashi thought so, however, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. 3 days in Tsukuyomi's world, is there only one moment in the real world? But, Itachi clearly has the ability to kill me, but why didn't he kill me? It wasn't just Kakashi who had doubts, Kisame also had doubts in his heart. After being hit by that trick, your spirit didn't break down? Kakashi certainly lives up to his reputation, but... Advertisement. As he said that, he turned to look at Itachi. Mr. Itachi, overusing those eyes is also very dangerous for you. You took such a big risk with this move, why not just kill Kakashi? It's good now. 2 people from the Black Organization came. 2 people from the Black Organization, Asuma and Kurenai, were both shocked when they heard this. And Kakashi was also surprised. He was too uncomfortable at the moment, so he didn't have the strength to turn around and look. Therefore, I don't know who the person coming behind is. Did not expect, he is actually from the Black Organization. Oops, things are getting more complicated here. I don't know when Enba will arrive. You too, what is your purpose here? Kisame looked past the 3 Kakashi people and looked at Shangrin and Izumi not far away. But, he focused on Shanglin for a moment, because Shanglin's behavior at this moment is really too arrogant. She actually sat on a branch eating watermelon. He looked at them as if he were watching a show. Watch a show, Shanglin smiled and threw a piece of melon rind casually. They had already followed, however, he has always been hiding his figure. She used the Kagura Hard Eye to hide her chakra. Also use Wood Style to hide her body in the tree. Watching the battle so silently, and Quan is awesome. She became invisible and stood there quietly watching the show. No one noticed the whole process. Watching a show? Kisame was stunned. He was very dissatisfied with such an explanation. Kakashi also regained a little strength at this moment. He thought that the Black Organization had not done anything too outrageous so far. He didn't do any destructive actions to Konoha, on the contrary. They also often help Konoha, relatively speaking. The Black Organization is much friendlier than the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, he temporarily ignored the Black Organization. And looked at Itachi. Is that what you're looking for, Sasuke? No, Itachi didn't look at Kakashi, but at Izumi. His intuition told him that Quan was very familiar. But he couldn't remember who the other party was. It's the legacy of the fourth generation. Kakashi felt cold. Is it really Naruto? But it's okay. Naruto is not only surrounded by Jiraiya-sama, but also his master's wife. Advertisement: these Akatsuki people shouldn't be able to catch Naruto. Thinking like this, Kakashi then said, I know you are not the only ones taking action. Is the name of your organization called Shao? Don? Several people in the field were stunned at the same time. Itachi and Kisame looked up at Kaoru and Izumi. Originally, according to the rules, they needed to take Kakashi away to interrogate the source of the intelligence. But at this moment, looking at the red-haired girl eating melon not far away, both of them had a very absurd feeling. What is the purpose of these people? The two were confused, but at the same time, he didn't act rashly. Because they know that those two people are very strong. Yes, Kakashi, their Shao, the leader on the surface is named Pain. Shanglin took off the bamboo hat on his head and twitched his little nose. Hello, that Kisame, you smell like rotten fish and shrimp. It smells so bad. The corner of Kisami's mouth twitched. He looked at Shanglin with a little fighting spirit on his face. You are the Uzumaki girl who defeated Orochimaru, right? Yes, he is an opponent worth cutting. Kisame waved Samahata. Weasel. What do we do now? You capture Mr. Kakashi, and I'll kill the other two. Leave the people in the Black Organization alone for now. Evacuate quickly after finishing. Good. Kisame laughed excitedly and rushed towards Kakashi. However, just as he was halfway through, he was kicked out. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Who? Kisame took some effort to stand still, and then looked at the newly appeared weirdo in green clothes. Konoha's proud blue beast. The visitor bared his teeth at Kisame. The white teeth flashed in the sun. Might guy. What kind of outfit is this? It should be a rare beast, not a blue beast, right? Don't underestimate that person. Itachi said slowly. I also felt a lot more at ease in my heart. This time his purpose of coming here has been achieved. Moreover, time was delayed until Guy showed up. He also had an excuse to let the three Kakashi go and leave. It can be said that the action is quite perfect. The only flaw is the two men in black not far away. Who are you? 2CJ Chapter 44 Uchiha Spring and Uchiha Itachi, second update. Please give me flowers and collect them. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Izumi. The familiar feeling in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. Following Uchiha Itachi's words, the venue became quiet again. I really didn't expect to see more than just Uchiha Itachi today. Two members of the Black Organization were also seen. Might Guy turned his head and glanced at Quan and Shanglin not far away. To actually hurt Kakashi to this extent, Guy glanced at Kakashi lying on the water, trying not to faint. I couldn't help but become more cautious. It looks like you're done fighting. Uchiha Quan tipped his toes slightly, and the next moment he appeared on the river. She slowly took off her hat, used the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and looked at Uchiha Itachi. Weasel. Haven't seen you for a long time, Spring. Itachi was shocked for once. He widened his eyes and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar person in front of him. My heart was filled with shock. Uchiha Spring is one of his childhood friends. At the same time, he is also his only friend besides Uchiha Shisui. He can feel it. Quan had a vague fondness for him in his heart. But he has no interest in love at all, in his heart. The village and my brother are the most important. However, what shocked him at this moment was, Quan is obviously a person who should die. Why does he appear in front of him alive again? And her appearance and height are exactly the same as when she died. The scene was very quiet for a while. Kakashi raised his head and looked at the Mangekyo Sharingan girl who suddenly appeared. My heart was shocked. Another person who came back from the dead. Just like my wife, really, sure enough, Master's wife's resurrection from the dead has something to do with that organization. But what is their purpose? Also, Izumi actually owns Mangekyo Sharingan. Guy didn't dare to look up, only sounds can be heard. So I felt very confused about what was happening in front of me. What happened? Does this new member of the Black Organization know Itachi? Advertisement Asuma and Kurenai were the two most confused. Now, the two of them were still enduring their inner anxiety with their eyes closed. Kakashi. Guy. What happened? What happened? It actually has the same eyes as Itachi. Kisame glanced at Izumi's eyes and immediately lowered his head. He knew the terror of Itachi. Therefore, I dare not look at the spring. Itachi. Who is this? Uchiha Spring. Itachi looked at Izumi very solemnly. At this moment, he became more fearful of the Black Organization than ever before. What kind of organization is that? Not only can the dead be resurrected, but it can also open Quan's eyes. I don't know how many people there are in that organization. What is the purpose of establishment? Will it have any impact on the village and Sasuke? Thinking like this, he asked again, what exactly does your organization want to do? As he spoke, he couldn't help but open the Mangekyo Sharingan. He didn't act rashly. After all, currently, he knows nothing about Quan's abilities. To rashly attack such a person who possesses Mangekyo Sharingan, it will be a big loss. Don't be so panicked. Izumi glanced at a few people expressionlessly, then took out a bottle of medicine and threw it to Itachi. The Holy Lord asked me to give you a bottle of medicine. Medicine? Itachi looked at the medicine in his hand and had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that that organization even knew about my physical problems? Itachi was shocked. There was something wrong with his body, and only he knew about it. And, because it is a terminal illness and he does not want to live. So I didn't find anyone to treat me at all. He just wanted to train Sasuke as soon as possible and then die directly in Sasuke's hands. Being terminally ill is actually a good thing for him. After all, this will make it easier for Sasuke to kill him. He could also act more realistically. But, what does it mean when the holy master of that organization suddenly gave a bottle of medicine? Advertisement. How on earth did he know about his physical condition? Not bad. Quan seemed to have read Itachi's thoughts. It's the medicine to treat your body's terminal illness. Eat it. Just eat it and you'll be fine. What? Everyone in the field was shocked at the same time. They never thought of it. Uchiha Itachi is actually terminally ill. How do you know? Itachi clenched the medicine bottle in his hand. I didn't tell anyone about this. We know everything. We can do anything. Quan looked at Itachi calmly and said slowly, we all know everything you are hiding. If you don't want to be spread by us, it's best to take your medicine honestly. Itachi fell silent immediately upon hearing this. He admits, he was threatened, and dare not resist. Once the secret that he is an undercover agent in the village is exposed, everything he has done will be in vain. Therefore, he could only compromise. Itachi, why'd I feel that the relationship between this lady and you is unusual? Kisame asked curiously from the side. Certainly unusual. When Quan heard this, he immediately laughed. Her big eyes instantly turned into crescent shapes. This Mr. Uchiha Itachi killed my whole family. We are enemies. But I don't want him to die. I just want him to live and feel the pain. The longer you live, the longer you will suffer. Well, everyone suddenly broke into sweat after hearing this. By the way, Uchiha Itachi, I want to ask you a question. If you give me the answer, I can tell you a little secret you want to know. What is the problem? Itachi asked quickly after hearing this. He now urgently wants to know the purpose of the Black Organization. Therefore, prepare to exchange this answer for the purpose of the Black Organization. No matter what she asks, I will answer this time. Itachi secretly made such a decision in his heart. Then, he heard Quan's question. Do you like Uchiha Shisui? Or Uchiha Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 45. The purpose of the Black Organization. Please give me flowers and collect them in the third update. Uchiha Izumi's question was heard. There was a sudden silence in the field. This question is weird. Very weird. It's weird and feels a little abnormal. However, it made everyone present except Uchiha Itachi very curious. Perhaps it was the appearance of Uchiha Izumi and Korin that caused the tense atmosphere among several people to dissipate. Everyone knows that we may not be able to fight today. Therefore, several people had the idea of making fun out loud. Uchiha Izumi, how can you ask such a question? Kisame was the first to speak. I have never heard that two men can be together. Uncle Stinky Fish, you were wrong. Shanlin saw that there was a lot of fun here to join in, so she ran over directly. As soon as I came over, I heard Kisami's words, so he refuted it directly. You don't understand Uchiha. In Uchiha, there is always this situation where two men like each other. For example, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, the two of them love each other very much. Therefore, only people of the same S*X can fall in love, and people of the opposite S*X can only love each other for the purpose of reproducing offspring. Well, several people were stunned, looking at the young Shanlin who made such remarks. I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. That makes sense. At a young age, my words always come out of my mouth. As expected of that Black Organization, after several people sighed in their hearts, they couldn't help but get a little 8 trigrams. I think it's Shisui. Hong, a girl, spoke first. She stopped closing her eyes and opened her eyes to look at Itachi and Izumi. I have heard of Shisui's name before. Uchiha Shisui is not only great at the body flicker technique, but his illusion skills are also quite powerful. Itachi has such a strong genjutsu. Shisui's guidance is absolutely indispensable. Possible. Shanlin nodded. At that time, Itachi and Shisui hung out together all day long. Maybe we've developed some feelings, I think so. Kisame nodded. It can't be Sasuke anyway, after all. Itachi has always wanted to kill Sasuke. That's not necessarily true. Shanlin continued. I know there are some perverts. The way they express love is unique. Maybe Itachi really likes Sasuke. Advertisement, but the way of expression is different. His way of expressing this was to slaughter the entire ethnic group. Only you and me are left. Then they fall in love and kill each other and abuse them again and again. In the end, one person dies at the hands of another. I guess Itachi is preparing to die at the hands of Sasuke, right? In this way, Sasuke will open his eyes. In this way, it explains a truth. True love is dedication without asking for anything. I bear all the pain myself, and as long as you are happy, I am satisfied. Since we are brothers, we are destined not to be together. Then I will carve a mark of love in your heart forever. Tisk tisk tisk. This is love. Isn't this similar to the romance novel you read 2 days ago? Quan rolled his eyes at Shanglin. I remember you cried for a long time? Yes, but in the end the two men finally got together. So touching. I never thought that two men could still be in love. Am I getting old? Asuma rarely spoke up to complain. I think it's Shisui. Kakashi gritted his teeth and held on while gasping for breath. Back then, I often saw these two boys running into the forest together. Uchiha Itachi. Watch these guys keep going 8 trigrams. Uchiha Itachi suddenly had a very unreal feeling. Are we really enemies? Also, can you not be so interested in my personal affairs? He really wanted to complain, however, I thought about it and endured it. I started thinking about another question. Should he answer this question? If it were another person, Itachi will definitely catch him and use Genjutsu to reveal all his secrets. But the opponent is a being who possesses Mangekyo Sharingan just like him. He was not sure that the spring could be subdued. Therefore, if you want to know the purpose of the Black Organization, you can only answer the question. Then what do I say? Itachi hesitated. In fact, he didn't like anyone at all. He is friendly to Shisui. There is family affection for Sasuke. As for love, he felt that he, the person who killed his companions, did not deserve love. So, he was ready to say that he didn't have anyone he liked. However, just when he was about to speak, Quan suddenly spoke. Advertisement. Don't use the excuse that you don't like anyone to deal with me. Uchiha Itachi. He looked at Quan and felt that there was a hole in his heart that he didn't know how to spit out. Finally he thought about it. For the secret of that Black Organization, he had no choice but to sacrifice. Anyway, I already bear so much pain, it doesn't hurt to have more. I like Shisui. Say it. He couldn't help but mutter in his mind, forgive me, Sasuke. Shoo, there was a burst of, who, sounds from around him. Itachi felt embarrassed for a while, so, he quickly asked, I want to know the purpose of your organization. Hear Itachi's question, the others didn't speak either. Because of this problem, they also want to know. We are both angels and demons, because we want to reverse the flow of fate, resurrect the dead, and subvert fate. After hearing Quan's words, several people suddenly fell silent. The amount of information in this sentence is really great. One can't help but think deeply. Okay, we're ready to leave. Izumi looked at Itachi with a smile. Before you go, I need to supervise you to take the medicine. Good. Itachi knew that if he refused, your secret will be exposed. Therefore, he could only use illusions to confuse everyone and make them think that he had taken medicine. Those who have hurt their companions will never end well. I was destined to die a bad death, at the same time. I can't die at Sasuke's hands either, because I can't let his hands be stained with the blood of his companions. This terminal illness came at a very good time. When I'm dying, find Sasuke and duel him. In this way, I died of a terminal illness, instead of being killed by Sasuke. My stupid brother. Hate. Only if you hate me will you resist my words. Only then will they give up killing their companions to gain strength. With this thought, Itachi opened his mouth and pretended to take medicine. At the same time, illusions were used to cover up everything. But at this time, he was suddenly shocked to find that these pills flew into his stomach on their own. Then, he saw Quan smile. My Mangekyo Sharingan can control ninja tools. Of course, you can also control the pills, Itachi. Chapter 46. Sarutobi Hiruzen successfully renewed his life. Izumi and Shanglin's new mission, 4th update, please give me flowers and collect them. Although Uchiha Itachi was feeling a little irritable at the moment. But more than anything, it feels a bit shocking. One is that the other party can see through his carefully prepared illusions. The second is that the opponent's speed is so fast. So much so that the pills had already entered his body before he had a chance to react. It can be seen from this Uchiha Izumi is very powerful. Not weaker than him at all. I really didn't expect that you would become so strong after not seeing each other for so many years. Itachi sighed silently. Kisame, let's go. After that, the two people left quickly. Although he wanted to say sorry to Izumi, but he always felt that what he said was too perfunctory. So, it's better not to say anything at all. I never thought that when you and Itachi meet again, it will be like this. Shanglin pushed up his glasses with some sigh. I thought you were going to have a big fight when you met. Maybe there will be a chance to fight in the future. Quan said silently. Then he turned to look at Kakashi and his group. At this moment, Kakashi couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. Guy was carrying Kakashi and staring at them closely. It seems that he is always on guard against them. Mr. Guy, you don't have to, we mean no harm. Quan said slowly. We have completed the task here. Everyone, see you again, say it. She and Shanglin quickly left the place together. I didn't expect that Uchiha Izumi would also be resurrected. Asuma watched the two people leaving and couldn't help but sigh. The strength of that black organization is really terrifying. We are both angels and demons, because we want to reverse the flow of fate, resurrect the dead, and subvert fate. This purpose is so mysterious, it's impossible to guess what these people are planning to do. The Uchiha clan is really scary, Red said slowly. At this moment, she was extremely thirsty for power. But, she also knows her potential. To be able to grow to such a point now is considered to be the limit. This life is probably the level of Jonin. Originally, she was not so eager for power. But, recently, all kinds of powerful people have emerged one after another, making her feel pressured. Therefore, this idea came to mind. Let's go first, Kakashi has fainted. Guy said and rushed towards the hospital. Advertisement. At the same time, in a certain ward of the hospital, two people dressed in black suddenly walked in. It was Shang Rin and Quan who had just parted ways with Itachi and the others by the river not long ago. However, the person who was visiting the patient in the ward fainted when the two came in. This is Itachi's illusion that Izumi copied not long ago. Itachi's illusion is really useful, Quan smiled. I think your copying skills are really useful, Shanlin couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, she was quite envious. Quan's copying skills are really too strong. All abilities can be copied once you have seen them. Much better than her simple resurrection, copy is not a panacea. Quan smiled and shook his head. I am not as good at using many skills as the original creator. Moreover, sometimes those with more skills are not necessarily more powerful than those with fewer skills. That's true. Shanlin nodded, she strongly agrees with this. Because Izumi replicates the effect of her Kagura Heart's Eye, it is not as strong as her Kagura Heart's Eye. Okay, you just need to put this card into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body to help him extend his life. Izumi smiled and punched the silver elf card into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. The special effect of this card is longevity. The skill is water style. Not too strong, however, there is no problem in using it to extend Sarutobi Hiruzen's life. Done, Quan smiled and clapped his hands, it's time for us to leave. Yeah, Shanlin nodded, the next task is a very difficult one. To find out information about Otsutsuki Ishiki. It's really difficult, however, for us, it is nothing. Find it slowly. The two of them left the ward slowly while chatting. And after the two left the ward, only then gradually did some people wake up. Huh? Why did I faint? Yes, oh no, third generation fainted? Hurry up. Doctor, third generation is exhausted. After a group of people woke up, they immediately started shouting. The doctor rushed over quickly amidst the shouts of these people. Third generation, did he faint? The doctor looked anxious and walked quickly towards the bed. Advertisement others in the ward began to cry, ooh. Third generation, I didn't expect you to leave us like this. Your will of fire, we will never forget, woo. Just when there was a lot of crying in the ward, suddenly Sarutobi Hiruzen sat up suddenly. Oh. The doctor who was just about to check on Sarutobi Hiruzen was so frightened that he screamed out. Subsequently, there was a sudden silence in the ward. Immediately afterwards, someone shouted, it's a fake corpse, and then the whole ward became chaotic. Groups of people rushed outside. After a while, only Konohamaru was left. What happened? When Asuma comes back, I saw such a panic scene. Then, he discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly very energetic at this moment. This made him happy. Father, I was rescued. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still a little sluggish at the moment. It never occurred to him, he was actually saved by someone. It seems that it should be the work of the black organization. He sighed. Then he looked at Asuma. How's the situation over there? The people here are Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. We fought it. Kakashi was seriously injured. Later, people from the black organization came forward and helped us out. Asuma slowly explained in detail what had just happened. This morning, he was originally here to guard Sarutobi Hiruzen. But suddenly I received a notification from Anbu that some villagers were found to be under the spell of illusion. Then, he went out with Hong to investigate the situation. Only then did he meet Kakashi and discover the intruder. It surprised me that they actually have such a purpose. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. I really don't know whether the appearance of this black organization is good or bad. Bai Hao was in a happy mood after receiving the news that Shanlin and his wife had completed the task perfectly. However, this pleasure did not last long. He was interrupted by Sasuke. Bai Hao, I have decided to leave the village. Sasuke looked at Bai Hao solemnly and said. Bai Hao, on the other hand, was a little confused. I don't know what's wrong with this second pillar. What? Chapter 47 Uchiha Itachi. No one knows Hokage better than me. Update 1, please give me flowers and collect them. Why do you suddenly want to leave Konoha? Bai Hao was a little confused. Because of his influence, Orochimaru did not successfully plant the curse seal on Sasuke. Sasuke also didn't have much interaction with Orochimaru. So, there was no reason for him to leave Konoha Village. I want to get stronger quickly. Sasuke pursed his lips and spoke firmly. So, I want to go out and find White Zetsu. Bai Hao was speechless when he heard this. I made some nonsense, but this second pillar actually took it seriously. Have to say, he is truly a person blinded by hatred. Can you find it? How do you know you can't find it if you don't look for it? Sasuke looked at Bai Hao, still very appraising. the reason why he made such an unreliable decision. Mainly because after Kakashi left today, he went to the family ancestral hall alone. I stood there for a long time, thinking a lot, unable to help but think of the man who destroyed his entire clan. Therefore, his mind is filled with hatred now. Also, I feel that I can have more room for improvement outside the village. Well, I can tell you. You think too much. Bai Hao shook his head. Now is the time of peace. It's actually not too dangerous outside. It's really unreliable if you want to improve your strength in this way. Not only that, it's also very dangerous. Don't forget, you are an Uchiha. How many people are staring into your eyes? Bai Hao's fundamental purpose is to obtain plot points. Although having a major character die can lead to big plot points. However, it will also cause some major changes in the plot. So much so that there are suddenly fewer opportunities to get plot points. So, he wouldn't watch Sasuke leave the village like this. I know you crave power, so, I can show you a way. What way? Sasuke's eyes lit up when he heard this. Practice like Lee, and then often take on missions. I will continue to teach you new ninjutsu that are suitable for you. In this way, I can guarantee that your strength will increase rapidly. Good. Sasuke thought for a moment before nodding heavily. Looking at Sasuke, who was brought back to the right path, Bai Hao finally laughed. It surprised me that advertisement my initial lie actually had such a big effect. Tisk, however, what Bai Hao didn't know was, White Zetsu's problem is not really a problem. And the purpose of the organization that he casually mentioned to Izumi. But some unimaginably big problems have arisen. The purpose of that black organization is actually this. In some hidden corner, Black Zetsu said slowly, this is really surprising. Yes, White Zetsu continued. We are both angels and demons, because we want to reverse the flow of fate, resurrect the dead, and subvert fate. The dead are resurrected and their fate is reversed. It's really unimaginable, based on the intelligence. Uchiha Izumi, once dead, has been resurrected. Uzumaki Kushina, who was once dead, has also been resurrected. Black Zetsu's tone was very solemn, it can be seen from this. It would be easy for them to resurrect ordinary people. Moreover, you can also directly train Super Cage level ninjas. So, the strength of the black organization is quite terrifying. The person they want to resurrect is also quite terrifying. Who is the one? Black Zetsu's eyes flashed. There is a secret. Only he knows. That is, he is not the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's will, but the product of Otsutsuki Kaguya's will. His fundamental purpose is not to resurrect Uchiha Madara and let Uchiha Madara activate infinite Tsukuyomi. His fundamental purpose is to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya. Could it be? The purpose of the black organization is to resurrect Mother? Black Zetsu suddenly became excited when he thought of this. It's a pity that I can't contact them at all now. At the same time, I am not sure whether these people actually want to resurrect my mother. If not, my secret contact may expose myself, so. Let's take a look first, at the same time, Konoha Village. In order to hide the black organization from people and prevent the exposure of such a mysterious organization from causing panic and turmoil. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen prepares to keep news of his recovery under wraps. Simultaneously hold your own funeral and then go behind the scenes. Resurrect people, extend their lives, everything is scary and desirable. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out the window and sighed leisurely. Advertisement, we are both angels and demons, because we want to reverse the flow of fate, resurrect the dead, and subvert fate. This organization, what exactly do you want to do? I'm afraid I'm the first Hokage to hold a funeral for himself, right? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh at himself. It's not yet noon. The news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death was announced. The villagers of Konoha Village were not surprised by this news. Uchiha Itachi, who hadn't strayed too far from Konoha Village, wasn't surprised either. Weasel, you said the third Hokage is not dead. Kisame looked at Itachi blankly. They received intelligence not long ago. Said that third generation was renewed by the black organization. Then the next moment, an obituary came out in Konoha. This made Kisame somewhat doubt the authenticity of the information. However, Itachi did not doubt this information, not surprised either. But they have already started to prepare for the funeral. They want to hide the existence of the black organization. Itachi slowly stood up. He felt that no one understood the Hokage better than him. Everything Hokage does is for the stability of the village. No matter who is sacrificed, the peace of the village must be guaranteed. Ensure the stability of the village. Come on, let's leave. No more chasing Uzumaki Naruto. He has Jiraiya and Kushina to protect him. We have no chance. Itachi shook his head. It would be better if it was just Jiraiya. We can take advantage of his lust and lure him away. But, he also has Kushina with him. Thus, a woman under a genjutsu can't lure away the Jiraiya. The perception ability of the Uzumaki clan is very troublesome. Jiraiya and Kushina, one is good at attacking and the other is good at sealing. I'm afraid we won't be able to come back if we go. And, whether Naruto is 9 tails or not is basically undetermined. Accompanied by Kushina, he must be the son of 4th generation, 9 tails Jinchuriki. Itachi looked into the distance. Now, he was thinking about something. How on earth should I prevent Sasuke from getting stained with my blood? Kill me. I have a headache. Chapter 48 Strawberries and Apples, Orochimaru's Depression, Second Update, please give me flowers and collect them. Strawberry, why'd I feel that you were very silent? Somewhere in the country of fields, Yuri Lin, who was sent by Bai Hao on a mission, was looking at Nohara Lin with some depression. She felt that Nohara Rin was too bored. Along the way, he didn't talk much at all. But there was one thing she was very satisfied with Nohara Rin. That's why Lin is very careful. Along their journey, she didn't have to worry about anything big or small. It gives people a very comfortable feeling, just a little boring. It would be nice if I could talk more. Apple, you talk too much. Lin shook her head. Let's do the task quickly. This mission is not simple. That's true, Lin Yu nodded. I hate this intelligence gathering mission the most. This time, Bai Hao gave them 2 tasks. The first one is to look for a heinous person on the road. There is no time limit for this task. However, one condition must be met. The crime must be extremely heinous. Second task. Just find Hanlian and let her join the organization. These 2 tasks are relative. None of it is difficult. The only difficulty, it's just about gathering intelligence and finding the target. Actually, these people are easy to find. Intelligence is also easy to collect. Lin shook her head. For example, a person who commits heinous crimes. We just need to find out this among ordinary people. Then just confirm it again. As for Hanlian, the Holy Lord said. Gurren is Orochimaru's subordinate. We just need to go to Tien country and find the Sound Ninja village. Then you can almost get the information by snooping around. Holy Master said, the clue is Yakushi Kabuto. We can take advantage of the hatred between Yakushi Kabuto and Gurren and come find someone. It does sound simple. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, but I still feel bored. I want to find someone to fight now, otherwise wouldn't my strength be improved in vain? There will be a fighting chance. The 2 of them talked intermittently, while searching for the whereabouts of the Sound Ninja village in the country of fields. Fortunately, they didn't last long. Advertisement. I got some information about Orochimaru's secret base from a defector from the Sound Ninja village. Because of Orochimaru's death, therefore, there were many defectors in the Sound Ninja village he founded. After all, Orochimaru is not a serious ninja, he is a scientist. He likes to conduct very dangerous human experiments whenever he has nothing to do. Therefore, after the high-end combat power of the Sound Ninja village died in Konoha, and the leader of the Sound Ninja village, Orochimaru, also died. The Sound Ninja village was in chaos. The 4 Sound Ninjas who fled Konoha village injured were unable to stop those people from defecting. So I just let it go, under Kabuto's orders. The 4 Sound Ninjas took Kimimaro, who was seriously ill, and left the Sound Ninja village directly. I completely gave up on that village. Instead, they all came to the secret base of Orochimaru, not far from Tiano country. When will Orochimaru-sama be able to recover? Kitamaru asked with some urgency. It won't be long. Kabuto glanced at the secret room. Then he quickly returned to the conference room with the 4 Sound Ninjas. Now, he was in an unusually cheerful mood. There was a faint smile on his lips. I knew it. Lord Orochimaru is the most powerful. Look. The leader of the Black Organization is such a secretive existence. Neither can kill Orochimaru-sama. Once Orochimaru-sama gets a more powerful body. I don't believe there is anyone in this world who can stop Orochimaru-sama. Not long ago, he watched as Orochimaru was slapped to death. My heart was very broken, because in his opinion, Orochimaru is the most powerful being in the world. That palm subverted his cognition, make him feel devastated. So much so that he didn't fight much at all and just ran back with the 4 Sound Ninjas. But, just when he was feeling sad and desperate, he was about to use Orochimaru's cells to transform himself. Suddenly Orochimaru was discovered to be alive, although Orochimaru was frighteningly weak at the moment. But, it is indeed alive. This immediately gave him unlimited room for imagination. Being able to survive that kind of attack, as expected of Orochimaru-sama. However, he didn't know. Advertisement Orochimaru-sama, whom he was praising, was very depressed at the moment. Finally recovered, Orochimaru slowly walked out of a nutrition cabin. At this moment, his strength has returned to its peak again. Not easy. Just because of that one palm, I was actually weak for so long. If not, I was well prepared. This time I really died. Don't even know when it will be resurrected. Orochimaru looked out the window at the blue sky, feeling very tired. But is this high-level power? I feel, under that palm. Even Itachi can't escape, the mysterious Black Organization. It's really exciting. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. It's time to gather some intel on that organization. With this in mind, he was ready to go out and arrange the matter. However, he had just stepped out when he noticed a very terrifying chakra pressure. Who is coming? Orochimaru looked at the sky with great vigilance. I saw that a large black thundercloud appeared in the sky at this moment. Thunderclouds flashed with thunder, it looks very scary. That thundercloud, is it ninjutsu? Orochimaru was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that there was such a terrifying thunder ninjutsu. Boom. Boom. Click, just when Orochimaru wanted to do something. Suddenly a series of thunder was heard, then there was a sudden tremor. The thunderclouds in the sky actually started to release lightning indiscriminately below. The terrifying lightning will destroy a large area every time it strikes. It made Orochimaru heartbroken. Who is it? He was a little depressed at the moment. Just after resurrecting, he suffered such a big blow again. It really makes the already poor families even worse. Ding! At this moment, two girls wearing black skirts and hats were seen approaching slowly. They walked on the ground one by one. One is floating in the air. It looks very weird. It's the Black Organization again. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed. My head feels very painful. Chapter 49 Confident Orochimaru organizes new members. Update 1. Please give me flowers and collect them. Ding! Ding! There was a sound of bells. The two girls also approached the stronghold here. Orochimaru wisely stayed behind and walked out of the stronghold. It's you again. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He looked at the two girls in front of him with cold eyes. What is your purpose, Orochimaru? You are indeed not dead. Yuri Ringo looked at Orochimaru and bared her fangs. We came here just to take Hanlin away, take Gurren away. Orochimaru was stunned. Then, something moved in his heart. Why don't you let Hanlin go in and be a spy so that you can get some information about this organization for me? Maybe, I will become a lot stronger because of this. The more he thought about this idea, the more plausible it became. The Black Organization is simply too powerful. He is both fearful and covetous of this organization. Then, he smiled and nodded. Sure, just a moment. I'll help you call people out. After that, he glanced at Yakushi Kabuto as he walked inside. Kabuto, please entertain these two distinguished guests properly. Yes, Kabuto was also very curious about this Black Organization. After all, this organization is a terrifying existence that beat Orochimaru to such a miserable state. Orochimaru kept thinking as he walked inside, it's a pity. I should have known that the people in the Black Organization had taken a fancy to Hanlin's words. I'll just be patient and wait until Gurren gets here before using living corpse reincarnation. Orochimaru felt a little regretful. He was seriously injured this time. Therefore, living corpse reincarnation must be used promptly to relieve injuries. Then, he summoned Hanlin to come to this stronghold. Prepared to activate the Red Lotus container as the first supplement to complete the living corpse reincarnation. However, Gurren's speed was too slow. The longer Orochimaru waited, the weaker he felt. Finally, I couldn't wait any longer. So, he selected a reasonably good person from the experimental subjects to carry out living corpse reincarnation. Advertisement because there is a time interval between the use of living corpse reincarnation. Therefore, even if he wanted to use living corpse reincarnation at this moment, he couldn't. Let her be a spy. Anyway, she is very loyal to me. Orochimaru was very relieved about Gurren. After all, this Gurren was a person who voluntarily became his container. Has a very high level of loyalty. Such loyal subordinates are different from subordinates controlled by ninjutsu. He is not worried about Hanlin's betrayal, and indeed it is. After Gurren heard Orochimaru's arrangement, he agreed without hesitation. Lord Orochimaru, I will definitely complete the task well. Looking at Gurren with a determined expression, Orochimaru nodded slightly. Then he brought Gurren to Lin and Ringo Yuri, although I am very dissatisfied with your organization. However, I think there is still a possibility for us to cooperate. Orochimaru pointed at Gurren, I will give this person to you. It can also be regarded as my sincerity, have no idea. Can we cooperate? The Holy Master didn't give any orders. Yuri Lin shook his head, if the Holy Lord wants to cooperate with you. I have been cooperating with you for a long time. Since I haven't cooperated with you yet, that explains it. The Holy Lord will not cooperate with you, you can report it. Orochimaru said without giving up, I am an excellent scientist. The Holy Lord knows everything. Lin Yuyu shook his head, there is no need to report it. Gone. Lin glanced at Gurren silently, then turned around and left. Looking at the backs of the three people gradually leaving. Orochimaru couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. Sooner or later I will get information about you. Orochimaru was quite confident in his loyal men. Yuri and Lin took Gurren and rushed towards the Fire Nation stronghold. At the same time, after they entered the Kingdom of Fire. Then he began to consciously search for the most evil person. Unexpectedly, they actually found such a person. Advertisement. It was a businessman named Hiroshi Ito. Not only does he sell prohibited items everywhere, he also keeps gangsters in a circle, bullies men and dominates women, and commits all kinds of evil. Then, they immediately knocked the person unconscious and rushed to the stronghold with him. Here we are. It didn't take long for the 3 women and 1 prisoner to arrive at the stronghold. This is the organization's headquarters. Looking at the dark ordinary cave, Hanlin asked with some doubts. She felt that if that very powerful black organization really chose to use such a place as its headquarters, it would be a very low-grade thing. How can it be? Lin Yuri rolled her eyes at Gurren. Then he continued to stride inside. This is just a stronghold where the teleportation array is located. Just take that man to see the Holy Lord in a while. We have other tasks. Said. Lin Jiaoyu, Yuri and Lin, took Gurren to the inside of the cave. I saw. The cave was originally ordinary, but after Lin performed a ninjutsu, it became a cave. His appearance suddenly changed. From a dark cave, it turned into a Yamanaka hall studded with luminous pearls. In the center of this hall is a magic circle shining with light blue light. At the edge of the hall, there are several sofas and a mixing station. Although simple, it is full of mystery. Standing in the center of the teleportation array, we are going to perform the spell. Lin said lightly. Then he and Yuri Lin stood on both sides of the magic circle. Good. Hanlin nodded, then carried the man to the center of the magic circle. I saw Lin and Ringo Yuri forming seals quickly, and then the magic circle suddenly lit up. Next moment, Hanlin felt that his eyes were filled with flowers. Then he came to a relatively empty room, and in front of her stood a handsome boy with an expressionless face who looked about 12 years old. Welcome to Elf Pavilion. You can call me Holy Lord. Elf Pavilion. The name of the black organization is actually this. Also, the Holy Lord is actually so young. Hanlin felt like she suddenly mastered many unknowns that others didn't even know about. If you tell Orochimaru-sama this, he will definitely be very happy. Just when Gurren was thinking this, then I saw the Holy Lord opposite suddenly said, if you want to tell Orochimaru these things, he will die immediately. Of course, if you think it's worth giving up your life for a lil ant like Orochimaru. I have nothing to say. Chapter 50 Hanlin. I am willing to dedicate everything I have to the Holy Lord. Hinata's request, second update, please give me flowers and collect them. Giving up your life for a little ant like Orochimaru. Hanlin was stunned when he heard this. She felt that this sentence was too loud. In her heart, Orochimaru-sama is the most powerful being. And she was attracted by Orochimaru's powerful power, so she was willing to be his subordinate. But, such a powerful Lord Orochimaru was actually called an ant by the Holy Lord? Snort. Although you severely injured Orochimaru-sama, you are obviously stronger than Orochimaru-sama. But, it's not that strong, Gurren retorted silently in her heart. Bai Hao didn't care what Hanlin thought at all. As long as he signs the contract, he can control the other party's life and death. If you don't obey, just kill them. Resurrect after a month. Repeat this cycle several times until you don't believe it or listen to it. Put your hand on mine. This means that you are willing to join the organization and sign a contract with me. With this contract, I can control your life and death at will. With that said, Bai Hao stretched out his right hand. Gurren was slightly stunned, then Orochimaru came to mind again. For Orochimaru-sama, if you die, just die, she gritted her teeth and put her hand directly on Bai Hao's. Buzz. A burst of mysterious power flashed across the two of them. A moment later, an X-shaped tattoo appeared on the back of Gurren's right hand. Choose a plant to be your organization's codename. Bai Hao said as he took out Tianshika. At this moment, on Dianshika, the matching characters nearby are no longer none. Instead, it turned into Gurren. This is consistent with Bai Hao's initial judgment. Gurren, the crystal-style ninja, really goes well with this card. Camellia. Hanlin didn't know what he thought of, and finally chose such a codename. Good. Bai Hao nodded, then he casually threw the card at the opponent. At the same time, he easily unlocked a memory sealed by Hanlin himself. After doing all this, he took the fainted Ito Hiroshi and left the room. I didn't expect that a person like you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, could have such a dark heart. Advertisement. Bai Hao looked at Ito Hiroshi and couldn't help but complain. This person was the tool he found to lift the seal of the corpse. Because Minato's soul was sealed in the fourth Hokage Namikaze. Therefore, he cannot resurrect it directly, the seal needs to be lifted first. And once the corpse ghost seal is released, the caster will become a sacrifice. Therefore, he just specifically found such a damn tool man. As for the problem that the other party is not a ninja at all. That's not a problem at all. Take a few pills with Bai Hao to enhance the elixir effect of chakra. The Hiroshi Ito in front of him has officially become a ninja. Next, all we have to do is wait for Quan and Shanglin to come back soon. Use illusions to control this person, just let him do the magic. Gurren quickly woke up. As soon as she woke up, she felt the changes in herself. Subsequently, her eyes suddenly opened wide. This power. She clenched her fists subconsciously, feeling that her body was full of strength. And, choked, she looked at the crystal style she had displayed in front of her, and her eyes completely lit up. In the past tense, her crystal style is just some red crystals with relatively high hardness. But now, all the crystals turned into diamonds. Looking at the pink diamond, I felt the phantom beast in my body. Gurren swelled. Snort. Orochimaru? He is an ant. Compared with the Holy Lord, it is nothing. It turns out that the main reason why the Holy Master did not kill Orochimaru was because he was too lazy to take action. Unfortunately, I thought Orochimaru was very strong. What a shame. Hanlin sighed in her heart for a while, and then she became very fanatical and loyal to Bai Hao. I am willing to dedicate everything I have to the Holy Lord. At this moment, her eyes were full of hot fire. Bai Hao didn't care about Hanlin's thoughts, now. Advertisement. He meets Hinata, whom he hasn't seen in a while. Me, I am doing special training in the family during this period. Hinata is still the same as before. Before he could say a few words, he started to blush and stutter. Why are you telling me this? Bai Hao deliberately teased Hinata with a faint smile. Hinata was a little confused, she blushed. I kept poking and poking with my 2 index fingers. For a moment I didn't know what to say. She just subconsciously wanted to explain why she hadn't come over for a long time. Did not expect Bai Hao actually asked such a question backhandedly. Okay, just joking with you. Bai Hao patted Hinata on the head. Then he said with a smile. Let's go, I'll take you to dinner. Ichiraku ramen is here. Hinata's face turned even redder when Bai Hao touched her head. Fortunately, she had already been through this experience several times. Otherwise, she would faint again at this moment. Oh. Hinata responded innocently, and then followed Bai Hao towards Ichiraku ramen without saying a word. Bai Hao has been a little busy lately. Sasuke has followed his advice and started practicing crazily. Little Sakura and Ino are helping out at home these days. Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha failed, but it also caused a lot of damage to Konoha. Therefore, they have been quite busy recently. Naruto followed Jiraiya to find Tsunade. Kakashi is lying in the hospital. Shikamaru occasionally comes over to play chess with Bai Hao. No one else can see it. Those who wanted to find out from him how to train masters. He also stopped appearing after that public class. Therefore, Bai Hao is really free recently. The record holder for the biggest Ichiraku ramen eater is Hyūga Hinata, the female biggest eater who once ate 46 bowls in 30 minutes. She just finished half a bowl and was too embarrassed to eat. Instead, he looked at Bai Hao thoughtfully. Is something wrong? Bai Hao ate the noodles casually and asked vaguely. I feel there's something wrong with Teacher Hong. Can you go take a look? Chapter 51 Yuri Hong wants to resign. First update, please give me flowers and collect them. Something's wrong with Hong. Bai Hao looked at Hinata with some confusion after hearing this. Although he often uses telescope technique to observe others. But the people being observed are all people who have a certain relationship with him or are related to the main plotline. He didn't care much about non-core main characters like Yuhi Kurenai. So I don't know what happened to Yuhi Kurenai. Could it be that the appearance of Uchiha Spring caused some unexpected situation? There was some doubt in my heart. Bai Hao asked slowly. What exactly is wrong? I can't tell. Hinata thought for a moment, then shook her head. I was locked up in special training within the family during this period. So I didn't contact Teacher Hong. It was Ya who realized something was wrong with the teacher, so he came to the family to discuss it with me. Then I was released by the family elders, after coming out. I'm coming to the bookstore. He didn't go to see Teacher Hong. I didn't see Teacher Hong's appearance either, that's it. Bai Hao nodded. I know that the news Hinata is getting at this moment all comes from Ya. Then let's go take a look tomorrow morning. Why are you eating so slowly? I'm full. Hinata blushed and whispered as she picked a noodle and chewed it gently. If Bai Hao hadn't known that the other party was a bigger eater than Choji, you would definitely think that Hinata is just a little girl who eats less to stay in shape. It seems that Hinata really has no intention of continuing to eat. So Bai Haobian stopped eating. Instead, I took Hinata around Konoha Village. Early the next morning, Bai Hao first said today's training course for Sasuke. Then he walked towards the place agreed with Hinata. Bai Haojun, as soon as Bai Hao appeared on the street corner, Hinata blushed and waved her arms to greet him. When the Inuzuka Kiba next to her saw this, he also said hello. Aburame Shino was relatively silent, just stood there quietly. You guys came quite early. Advertisement. Bai Hao smiled and nodded to several people. Then he looked at Teeth. Teeth, what exactly happened? Teacher Hong doesn't know why, but suddenly wants to resign. Ya glanced at Bai Hao with a complicated expression. He actually didn't understand it. The man in front of him is a skipper like him. As a result, the results went from sky to sky. Originally, he thought that after graduation, Bai Hao would stop being a ninja and he would be able to overtake him. Unexpectedly, he casually gave Hinata a few pointers, and Hinata became a being that surpassed Jonin. As for Bai Hao's own strength, although he has not fought with Bai Hao since graduation. But Akamaru was scared to death when he saw Bai Hao. It can be seen from this that Bai Hao's true strength is probably really terrifying. This is the so-called genius. Ya sighed silently in his heart. Then we got down to business. 2 days ago, we gathered as usual and prepared to do tasks with Teacher Hong. But I feel that something is very wrong with Teacher Hong. There is a feeling of being absent-minded. We didn't pay attention at first. I thought it was because Teacher Hong was feeling unwell. Did not expect. Just yesterday she expressed her intention to resign. I was immediately frightened. Then he quickly asked why. But the teacher said nothing. I have no choice but to go find Hinata and ask. See if she can find any clues. Unexpectedly, she found you. Quote. Maybe she has something on her mind. Bai Hao frowned and said. Anyway, let's go take a look first. Okay. As they talked, they walked towards Yuhi Hong's home together. Because a few people came earlier. So Hong just got up. Teacher Hong, good morning. Several people said hello and entered Hong's home together. Bai Hao looked at Shiri Hong slightly. She was found to be haggard. It looked like he hadn't slept well. Advertisement. Teacher Hong, I heard that you want to resign. What is the reason for this? Hinata said straight to the point. Can you please not give up on our 8th class? Ya nodded repeatedly. That is, Teacher Hong, you can't give up on our 8th class. Shino and Bai Hao did not say anything, just sat aside and watched quietly. When Hong heard this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. After a slight hesitation, he said with a wry smile, "I'm not feeling well. Therefore, you may not be able to continue with the mission. The Chunin exam is over. Hinata also became a Chunin. Moreover, she is more powerful than me, therefore. The three of you can complete the task independently. It is for these two reasons that I am ready to resign." "Me," Hinata stuttered immediately after hearing this. "I don't have enough experience." "Hinata," Hong smiled, "you underestimate yourself too much. All three of you are very perceptive. With these, you basically won't fall into the enemy's trap. Plus your strength, therefore, can complete tasks independently. I am separated from you, this is destined. It's just one day earlier or one day later. So, don't be too sad, you can still come to me to communicate in the future. And I will continue to guide you for a while. He will resign only after 5th generation takes office." As this? Like this? Hinata and the three of them all felt sad when they heard this. But at this time, Bai Hao suddenly spoke. "Teacher, you are lying." Bai Hao looked at Shirihong with a smile. "Actually, you are also very reluctant to let them go." "No." Chapter 52. Yuhi Hong's problem. Second update, please give me flowers and collect them. After Shirihong heard Bai Hao's words, she couldn't help being stunned. This is a knee-jerk reaction after a lie is exposed. Although she quickly suppressed this expression, but Bai Hao still saw it clearly. Hong smiled and shook his head. "Of course I can't bear to leave them. But I'm really feeling unwell. Since you can't bear it, it's better to tell the truth. In this way, we can also help you. After all, there is no problem in this world that cannot be solved." After Bai Hao put the dream card into Uchiha Quan's body, he got the corresponding copy skill. After copying Shanglun's Kagura Hard Eye, he can also judge whether others are lying by sensing changes in their chakra. Have to say, this is a very practical ability, therefore, he could tell at a glance that Hong was lying. Hong hesitated when he heard this. She turned around and looked at the expectant looks of Hinata and the other three. He looked at Bai Hao's indifferent smile again. She felt an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. "Okay," Hong thought for a moment and finally nodded. "Actually, this thing is about one of my students. Her name is Kurama Yakumo." Hong paused slightly. Then he talked about Kurama Yakumo in detail. Kurama Yakumo. She is the daughter of the original leader of the Kurama clan. The Kurama clan, another famous family in Konoha Village. Good at illusions. Possessing a special physique, the illusions he casts can instantly control other people's 5 senses. Unless the 5 senses are blocked at the same time, as long as you enter the attack range, you will definitely be hit. At the same time, everything that happens in the fantasy world can be transformed into reality. At its peak, it was always suppressing the Uchiha clan who did not have Mangekyo at that time. They are the #1 Genjutsu clan in Konoha, advertisement. But it later declined, and Kurama Yakumo is the hope for the revival of the Kurama clan. She has a special physique that has not been seen in the Kurama clan for a long time. You can cast illusions that instantly control other people's 5 senses. Therefore, the Kurama clan has high hopes for Kurama Yakumo. But, however, Kurama Yakumo was too weak to go to a ninja school for long-term training. Therefore, the Kurama clan invited Kurenai Yuhi to be Kurama Yakumo's tutor. However, after Hong taught the other party for a while, he didn't want to continue teaching. Because Kurama Yakumo's body is too weak, not suitable for being a ninja at all. So, she told Kurama Yakumo's parents about this matter. And Kurama Yakumo's parents naturally agree with this. After that, Kurama Yakumo's training plan was cancelled. Kurama Yakumo held a grudge against this. She wanted to be a ninja and revitalize the clan. The seeds of hatred were planted and sprouted at this moment. She wants revenge on her parents for not allowing her to continue being a ninja. After that, physical weakness coupled with mental pain caused her schizophrenia. The evil personality directly used that special illusion to kill her parents. Because it was done by another personality, her main personality was not aware of it. Panicked and frightened, she relied on her former teacher, Yuhi Hong. However, not long after, she happened to overhear a conversation between Yuhi Hong and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thereby misunderstanding Yuhi Hong and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thinking that her parents were killed by people sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a result, she instantly hated Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yuhi Kurenai. The hatred grew stronger. That evil personality is also getting stronger. If left unchecked, the evil personality will one day engulf the master personality. Therefore, Konoha imprisoned Kurama Yakumo to Satamagoka Villa. The main personality does not know the reasons for these things. So I became more and more indifferent to Hong, but in order to protect Yakumo, Hong couldn't tell her about killing her parents. I can only take the blame silently, feeling very frustrated. Advertisement original. That was the end of the matter. Kurama Yakumo will be imprisoned until she dies. The red ninja passed by. But the sudden appearance of Izumi and Itachi's confrontation made Kurenai realize that times have changed. Becomes more chaotic, and the illusion she has always relied on is just a child's play in the eyes of a truly powerful person. Break easily. Therefore, she also desires to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself and the people you want to protect. And in her opinion, if you want to become stronger, the first thing you have to do is to open the knot in your heart. Then, with determination to die, she resigned from her post as class leader Jonin of Class 8. Prepared to face Kurama Yakumo alone. Without telling Kurama Yakumo the truth, use love to influence him. Either she succeeds and she opens her heart, or fail and she dies completely. The stakes are high. In her opinion, once Kurama Yakumo goes berserk, no one in Konoha Village without Mangekyo Sharingan will be able to break her genjutsu. Therefore, she originally didn't want to tell others. But, after seeing Bai Hao, who looked confident and always had a light smile, she suddenly changed her mind again. She felt that Bai Hao, this magical boy, might be able to help her save Kurama Yakumo. This matter. So hard, Ya grabbed the hair tightly and kept rubbing it. But I couldn't think of a solution. Hinata frowned and quickly thought of a solution. Shino on the side pushed up his glasses and continued to remain silent. But Bai Hao still had a faint smile, doesn't seem to be stumped by the problem. After seeing such a situation, Han's eyes suddenly lit up. Bai Hao. Do you have a good idea? Chapter 53 successfully solved? Xiao's meeting. Please give me flowers and collect them in the third update. Certainly. Bai Hao smiled and nodded. This matter is really very simple for him. All he had to do was tell Kurama Yakumo everything. Then he promised to resurrect her parents, and signed a contract with the other party to improve the other party's weak physique. Finally, work with her to kill the other personality and you're done. Not only can he help Kurama Yakumo solve his problems, you can also gain yourself a powerful subordinate. Earn blood. Originally, he planned to let Kaoru and Izumi take over Kurama Yakumo after resurrecting Namikaze Minato. However, it seems that they are not needed this time. Any solution? Hong looked at Bai Hao expectantly. Kurama Yakumo is too dangerous. If it was possible not to take risks, she would naturally not be willing to take risks. Psychological guidance. Bai Hao smiled mysteriously, to put it simply. Just give her some psychological guidance. Psychological guidance? Hong frowned slightly. We had someone do this for her, but it didn't work. Those psychological coaches are not strong enough. 19 It's better to let me, a professional psychiatrist, go. Psychologist? Hong was stunned again. It seems that this is the first time I have heard of this kind of profession. Yes, Bai Hao nodded. We will go see Kurama Yakumo in a moment. Then, I chatted with her alone. This way the problem will be solved quickly. Is this okay? Hong looked at Bai Hao with some confusion. Although she trusts Bai Hao more, but I dare not bet. In case of failure, Kurama Yakumo was angered. Maybe, the other party will turn black in an instant. Use illusion to kill Bai Hao. Believe me, Bai Hao just looked at Hong lightly when he heard this. His face was full of confidence. Hong's face turned red when she was stared at, and she felt inexplicably that Bai Jia was trustworthy. Then, he finally nodded. Then let's set off now. Very good. Yao shouted excitedly on the side, although he doesn't know why Bai Hao is so confident and strong. But, as long as the problem can be solved, Teacher Hong will be kept. He was very happy. #FG, advertisement never mind. The group of people rushed towards Satomaichu Villa. It didn't take long before we arrived at our destination. Yui Hong and Anbu, who is guarding here, reported. Then he let Bai Hao go in alone. It didn't take long for Bai Hao to see the target. Who are you? Kurama Yakumo is a girl with pale skin like Orochimaru. This may have something to do with the fact that she rarely goes out. At the same time, because of being in a repressive environment for a long time. Her whole person had a gloomy temperament. I'm here to help you. Bai Hao looked at the other party expressionlessly. Do you want to know the truth about everything? Unnecessary. Kurama Yakumo replied indifferently, then turned around and continued painting. Seeing this, Bai Hao was not surprised at all. He silently sensed the people around him who were watching him. Then he took out 4 scrolls and threw them on the ground. They are placed at the 4 corners of the room, and automatically opens in one direction. Finally, it forms a rectangle, accompanied by a muffled sound of bang. A very special illusion was cast like this. This illusion only targets all people outside the rectangle who look inside the rectangle. With such an illusion, no matter what Bai Hao said to Kurama Yakumo here, people outside will think that he is just giving psychological counseling to Kurama Yakumo. At the same time, you will think that the scroll just now is just a special ninjutsu used for better psychological counseling. Illusion, as a master of illusion who has not been targeted. Kurama Yakumo noticed Bai Hao's movements instantly. What do you want to do? I want to tell you the truth. I don't need the truth. Those things are what third generation does. No, you need to, because you yourself have some doubts about your theory. Bai Jia said expressionlessly, otherwise, you wouldn't have made so many preparations to lure Yuri Hong into the illusion. Ask nicely for specifics. What on earth do you know? Kurama Yakumo suddenly relaxed a little when he heard this. I know everything. Not only that, I can also give you strength. Let you become a real ninja who can resurrect your parents. Let you have no regrets. What did you say? Kurama Yakumo couldn't hold himself any longer. His face, which had been expressionless all year round, was now filled with horror. As long as you sign with me, I will tell you everything. Bai Hao stretched out his hand to Kurama Yakumo. Once you sign the contract, you are selling your soul to me. Advertisement: I can control your life and death, but you can also get everything you want. That's fair enough. If you agree, hold my hand. Kurama Yakumo looked at Bai Hao solemnly, although she thinks this is very unreliable. But she wants to know the truth, wants to resurrect her parents, and wants to become a ninja. Plus her body is too weak. Even if he doesn't sell his soul, he won't live long. Then, she gritted her teeth and held Bai Hao's hand. After a wave of energy, Kurama Yakumo had an X-shaped tattoo on his lower abdomen. Done. Not long after, Bai Hao came into contact with illusion. Came out with a smile on his face. This, is it over? Everyone was stunned. Then Hong ran in without any explanation. Seeing this, the other three people also rushed in. See this situation. Bai Hao didn't care, didn't pay attention. Just wait silently. Sure enough, after a moment, Yuhi Hong and the other four walked out with shocked faces. How did you do that? Isn't this incredible? At the same time, the Akatsuki organization is holding an internal meeting for ninjutsu projection. The reason why such a meeting was held temporarily. Mainly because Bijuu passed on information about the black organization. At the same time, information also came from Itachi. Nagato thought it was time to hold a meeting and discuss it carefully. Recently, a very mysterious and powerful black organization has appeared in the ninja world. Their purpose may be to resurrect a terrifying existence. This may conflict with our larger plans, therefore. From now on, the Akatsuki organization will do its best to collect all information about that organization. And somewhere in the Land of Fire, Naruto encountered a big difficulty. No matter how he and Jiraiya tried to persuade him, Tsunade just refused to return to the village and become a Hokage. Plus Naruto's first impression of Tsunade wasn't very good either. Therefore, they're in trouble. How can we let Granny Tsunade return to the village and become a Hokage? Naruto sat on the ground, holding his hair and thinking hard. This mission must be completed, although I don't think she can do Hokage. But I want my mother to see how awesome I am. But what should I do? If only Bai Hao were here. He definitely knows what to do. Chapter 54 Naruto's Attempt, Akatsuki's Analysis. 1/10 Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Do you want me to run to Konoha and ask Bai Hao? Naruto couldn't help but frown when he thought of this. He felt this was very unreliable, because this place is really far away from Konoha. Correct. Naruto, who had been thinking for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution, suddenly his eyes lit up. Got a great idea. He rushed to his room and took out a very special kunai from his ninja bag. When I left the village that day, he specifically told me. If you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, chakra can be infused into this kunai, although I don't know why. But you can give it a try now. Naruto thought so and grabbed the kunai with both hands. Use all your strength to inject the chakra into it. This is actually a very simple psychological guidance. Bai Hao looked at the four shocked faces in front of him. Even Aburame Shino, who had been expressionless all day, showed a rare expression of surprise. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Kurama Yakumo is a schizophrenic patient. All she needed was a good dose of psychological counseling to heal her. This one is very simple, moreover, because her situation seems complicated and serious. But in fact, it is not too serious, therefore, this is all it takes for me to heal her. If you continue to observe for a while, you can let her move freely. Is it that simple? Of course not. Bai Hao complained silently in his heart. He just signed a contract with Kurama Yakumo. At the same time, he told Kurama the truth about Yakumo and gave her hope. In the end, he helped the other party kill the dark side in her heart and the split monster personality. That's all. After waiting for a while, Kurama Yakumo passed the Konoha review and was freed. Only then will he officially join the organization, accept the diamond card, and work for him. However, Hong didn't know all this. Now, she looked at Bai Hao, and a trace of confusion suddenly flashed in her eyes. It was once considered a very difficult problem for her. To be able to be solved so easily by the person in front of me. This is really shocking. Psychologist. It seems like a very powerful profession. Advertisement, yes, but why has this profession never been born? Listening to Hong He's words, Bai Hao couldn't help but smile. Perhaps no one has summarized the relevant knowledge and formed a complete set of theories. Although he is not a real psychiatrist, but he knew that if a psychiatrist really appeared in this world, maybe many tragedies can be avoided. In his mind, the most suitable person to be a psychiatrist is Naruto. Thank you very much this time. After solving the problem, a relieved smile appeared on Hong's face. To thank you. The teacher is treating us to a barbecue at noon. Great. Ya shook his fist excitedly. It's still early. Then let's meet at the barbecue restaurant at noon. Hong said, then waved and said goodbye to a few people. Afterwards, Kiba and Shino also left one after another. Suddenly, only Bai Hao and Hinata were left. Originally, Bai Hao planned to take Hinata to the training ground to check the results of her recent practice. But, not waiting for him to speak, then I felt that the Flying Thunder God Kunai Mark I gave to Naruto was touched. What happened? Could it be that Naruto suffered an unexpected attack? Bai Hao frowned. Because of his appearance, the plot of the entire world has shifted somewhat. Orochimaru, who was originally going to fight Jiraiya and Tsunade, will not appear again at this moment. Then, in order to prevent some accidents from happening, causing Naruto to die or lose control, he specifically gave Naruto a kunai with the Flying Thunder God's mark. With such a kunai, he could instantly come to Naruto anytime, anywhere. Grown. His strength has been greatly improved. The amount of chakra, the ability to control chakra, and the total amount of ninjutsu are much higher than in the past. In addition, there are several skills and special effects that come with diamond cards. Therefore, as long as he doesn't encounter 6 pads level beings, there is no way anyone can be his opponent outside. I don't know what happened, never mind, let's go and take a look first. With this in mind, Bijuu said goodbye to Hinata for the time being. Then go back to the bookstore alone, after the preparation is complete. Advertisement. Then he used the Flying Thunder God technique and rushed towards Naruto. In a hotel on Tanzu Street, Naruto looked at the kunai in his hand with some confusion. He had just poured a lot of chakra into the kunai. Pity. This kunai has not changed at all. This made him wonder if Bijuu was teasing him. Naruto, what are you doing standing here? Kushina looked at Naruto with some confusion. To hide identity. Also with Naruto. This time she went out, she used transformation technique to change her appearance. Therefore, not even Tsunade discovered her true identity. Mother. When Naruto saw Kushina coming over, he immediately expressed his doubts. Then he scratched his head again and handed the kunai in his hand to Kushina. Bijuu said, if you encounter a problem, you can inject chakra into the kunai. But I just gave it a try, but there was no reaction at all. I feel very strange. This is. Kushina took the kunai and looked at it, her eyes widened immediately. She was very familiar with the above technique. That's the Flying Thunder God technique. This is a trick often used by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. So, she grabbed her, Nuojao, son. He asked eagerly, is this really made by Bijuu? Yes. Naruto nodded confusedly, this. Kushina looked at kunai, her eyes suddenly became complicated. At the same time, the Akatsuki organization meeting is still going on. After Nagato took control of Pain, he proposed to collect information about the black organization with all his strength. Several other members began to speak and discuss. Analyze what the purpose of that mysterious organization is. And who is the leader of that mysterious organization? And where is the organization's base, after some discussion. But no useful conclusions were obtained. Just at this time, the Red Sand Scorpion suddenly said, I can analyze it based on the intelligence. The birthplace of this organization may be in Konoha. Moreover, there may be some connection with that Bijuu. Chapter 55 Akatsuki's Decision, Naruto's Request, 2/10 Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Oh, when the other members of the Akatsuki organization heard this, they all immediately looked over. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, hiding his unkind look deeply. He also analyzed that this organization may have originated from Konoha. But he won't say it, one is because the possibility is not high. Secondly, it was the village he loved deeply. What if it is destroyed by the Akatsuki organization? How to say? Pain asked slowly, Scorpion, tell me your analysis. We can analyze it through the recent actions of the black organization. Shie used his low and hoarse falsetto and spoke slowly. The first action of the black organization was during the Konoha Chunin examination. The member sent was a member of the Uzumaki clan. According to our survey, the girl's original name was Shanglin. After the kingdom of Whirlpool was destroyed, he wandered around with his mother. Finally settled in Koen village. Later, her mother died, and she participated in the Chunin examination selection in Kusakure village and came to Konoha. After, her strength was greatly improved overnight. And continued to hide his strength and took the Chunin exam. Finally, in the Chunin exam, he fought with Orochimaru to protect Uchiha Sasuke. From this incident, it can be inferred. The root of all these changes is in Konoha village. Not long ago, something big happened when I was trapped in Yi. The eldest lady of the Hyūga clan, Hyūga Hinata's strength has been greatly improved in a very short period of time. This one is weird. The situation is somewhat similar to Shanglin. The person who caused this change was Bijuu, therefore. I suspect that the change in Shanglin was also caused by Bijuu. Bijuu, 12 years old this year, both parents are ordinary Konoha shinobi. Among them, the father is Special Jonin and the mother is Jongen. 2 people died in the line of duty. Bijuu has been very good since he was a child. Always ranked first in ninja school, strength penultimate. According to my inference, he may have been spotted by someone from the black organization and was selected to become a core cadre of the organization. Hear these well-founded distractions from Scorpio. Everyone fell silent for a moment, then the discussion started. That being said, it does feel like this. Advertisement. A smile appeared on Deidara's face. I want to test that Bijuu. With just one explosion, everything can be tried. Konoha. BJBH, village. Angle slowly raised his head. He thought of a legendary man. Boring. This kind of person is very suitable as a sacrifice to God. Hidan spread his hands and said with a smile, I think I can go to Konoha to play. Your analysis does make sense, Itachi slowly said, but not accurate. It's really not accurate. I'm not sure whether my guess is correct. After all, there is too little information. Shie turned to look at Hidan and Angle, but we can try to get some information. It doesn't cost anything to try anyway. Try by how, put it on hold. Pain said slowly. For the time being, we are mainly focused on collecting intelligence. After all, our ultimate goal is to collect tailed beasts and start a war. Therefore, the tissue cannot be exposed in advance. Once you go to Konoha to test intelligence, the organization may be exposed in advance. And the emergence of this black organization is not a bad thing. We can blame some things that have been done but cannot be exposed on this black organization. As long as this black organization doesn't affect our big plan. Then, you can ignore it. Once we gather the tailed beasts together, no matter how strong the black organization is, it is impossible for us to cause any trouble. It makes sense. Black Zetsu listened silently. Regarding that black organization, his thoughts are actually very complicated. I want to have a good communication with this black organization to see if they have the same goal as myself. He also wants to destroy this black organization as soon as possible and reduce the variables that may arise when his big plan is implemented. What a worrying thing, the discussion soon came to an end. The final result of the discussion was that Zetsu would focus on monitoring Konoha Village. Focus on monitoring Bai Hao, and when the Shao organization was preparing to monitor Bai Hao with all its strength. Bai Hao directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and came to Denju Street. Naruto sighed, however, as soon as he appeared, he heard a scream not far away. Ah! The corners of Bai Hao's mouth twitched. He naturally knew who the screaming person not far away was. Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina. Advertisement, what about this eldest sister? Haven't you seen the Flying Thunder God technique? Bai Hao complained silently in his heart. Bai Hao. Naruto was very excited at the moment, and curious. Why did you suddenly appear? Ha ha ha. That kunai you gave me is indeed a magical thing. I infused some chakra into it. You just showed up. Awesome. Is this a special summoning technique? Like the toad summoning ninjutsu that Pervy Sage taught me? I remember when Chunin took the exam, we also summoned Iruka-sensei with the scroll. This is not summoning jutsu, this is a space ninjutsu I came up with myself. Bai Hao said with a smile. He didn't directly say this was the Flying Thunder God technique. Because he is not qualified to read the ninjutsu classics left by the second generation. So, theoretically, he shouldn't know this ninjutsu. You figured it out on your own. Kushina looked at Bai Hao with a shocked face. As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled awkwardly. Because she felt that she was too out of control just now. Seeing Bai Hao suddenly appear using Flying Thunder God, he actually came out. Zo, it's so embarrassing. Of course, the reason why such a situation occurs. Mainly because she was too focused on recalling the past. So much so that he was frightened by the sudden appearance of Bai Hao. I didn't expect you to be so talented in ninjutsu. This is much better than Kakashi back then. Kushina, who was slightly embarrassed, quickly recovered. Then he looked at Bai Hao and admired him sincerely. This space ninjutsu of yours is very similar to the Flying Thunder God technique created by second Hokage. Can you tell me how to form the seal? Sure, but wait a moment. Bai Hao nodded, then looked at Naruto. Naruto, why did you ask me to come here? Well, Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, we have encountered a problem. Mother-in-law Tsunade is unwilling to follow us back to Konoha to be a Hokage. I want to ask if you have any good ideas. Chapter 56. How to let Tsunade return to the village and become a Hokage. Open black lens bracket 3/10. Please subscribe and ask for automatic close black lens bracket. Grandma Tsunade. Bai Hao was stunned when he heard this. Then he pretended to be curious and asked, is it Tsunade, one of the Sannin? Yes. Naruto nodded, then he told Bai Hao everything without any secret. Pervy Sage originally said she was going to take me out to practice. Unexpectedly, we were only halfway gone. He then said he wanted to find a mother-in-law named Tsunade. There is no other way, I can only follow him, looking for him while practicing. Finally, I finally found the Tsunade mother-in-law. Result, he also said that the village is planning to make Grandma Tsunade the new Hokage. I was shocked at the time. I almost choked to death on the fish in my mouth. After, she refused to be a Hokage. Not only that, she actually said that anyone who wants to be a Hokage is a stupid idiot. I was very angry and had a fight with her. Then go out for a fight. I didn't expect that she was so strong. He actually defeated me with just one finger. After, she saw me using the Rasengan which I had not yet mastered, and immediately started to laugh at me. Said that I couldn't master this kind of high-level ninjutsu. I am angry. I got into an argument with her. Then we made a bet. She said if I could master Rasengan within a week, then give me her necklace. If I can't do it, the money in my wallet is hers. Then I practiced Rasengan hard for a long time, but I just couldn't do it. Mother-in-law Tsunade refused to go back to being a Hokage under the persuasion of Pervy Sage. Ah, so annoying. Bai Hao nodded slightly when he heard this. Although there was a lot of nonsense in what Naruto said. But he also understood the general situation. Naruto's actions this time are similar to the original plot. However, what is missing is because such a villain acted as a catalyst. His actions became less smooth. In the original plot, Tsunade was moved by Naruto's persistence and escaped during the battle. Not only is there a fear that hemorrhage will not be cured without treatment, and he also agreed to return to the village and become a Hokage. Naruto thus mastered the Rasengan. It can be said that everyone is happy. But now there is no more villain, like Orochimaru. Naruto's escape and persistence had no chance to be used. The task of letting Tsunade return to the village as a Hokage has also reached an impasse. Advertisement. By how do you have a way to let Master Tsunade go back to be a Hokage? Kushina looked at her son's first friend with some curiosity. About letting Tsunade return to the village to be a Hokage. She also thought of many solutions. But it was all in vain. Therefore, she was really curious about what kind of solution Bai Hao would give. This is simple. Bai Hao smiled and nodded. I already have a plan in mind. According to his analysis, the reason why Tsunade is still unwilling to go back to being a Hokage. There are mainly two reasons. The first is hemophobia. Tsunade suffered from severe hemophobia because he failed to save his former lover. As an excellent medical ninja, Tsunade returns to the village as a Hokage. Then it was inevitable that some seriously injured ninjas would need to be treated. After all, she is the person with the best medical skills in Konoha. But she suffered from hemophobia and was unable to operate on the patient at all. At that time, once someone makes such a request, then she couldn't hide her hemophobia. By then, many people will be talking about it. Said that she is a medical ninja and a Hokage, but she actually has hemophobia. She couldn't bear this kind of gossip. Moreover, every time someone talks about hemophobia, she can't help but think of her lover who she couldn't save no matter how hard she tried. This will cause her more pain. This was also the fundamental reason why she left the village in the first place. The second is lack of courage. There are two most important people in her life. One is her brother Nawaki, and the other is her lover Kato Dan. Both men aspire to be Hokage. They all died on the battlefield. She also has two grandfathers, one is first Hokage and the other is second Hokage. Both of them died trying to protect the village. She also has a teacher, third Hokage. The third Hokage also became a person who died for the village in Jiraiya's mouth. And fourth Hokage, he was also a man who died fighting for his village. Then, in her opinion, dying in battle for the village is the Hokage's fate. This fate bored her, make her feel sad, make her want to escape. Essentially, Tsunade doesn't refuse to be a Hokage. But due to these two constraints, she was quite resistant to being a Hokage. Therefore, I want Tsunade to return to the village as a Hokage. Please give me flowers. 0. Just solve these two problems. For Bai Hao, this is very simple. You already have a solution. Advertisement. Bai Hao, you actually thought of a solution so quickly. Kushina and Naruto looked at Bai Hao in surprise. They couldn't figure it out. Why is it such a difficult question here? When we got to Bai Hao, it became a very simple matter. Of course, Bai Hao smiled and nodded. However, now is not the time to start implementing the plan. I need you to help me keep the fact that I've been here a secret. Tonight, let Jiraiya take Tsunade out for a drink. Drink more. You guys should get up early tomorrow morning. I'll come over tomorrow morning and start executing the plan. Guaranteed to solve this problem. What a plan. What a plan. Naruto pulled Bai Hao's arm and asked with a curious look on his face. Talk to me. It won't work now. Bai Hao smiled mysteriously. But, Naruto, if you want to successfully complete this plan, you need help too. Quote. Okay. Naruto nodded repeatedly. What should I do? Learn Rasengan and win the bet. Ah, Naruto immediately became frustrated upon hearing this. I thought you wanted me to do something for you. I didn't expect it to be this. I can definitely master this jutsu in a week. So, it's better to arrange some other tasks for me. Believe me, this task is the most important. Bai Hao rejected Naruto directly. As for Rasengan, I can give you a suggestion. That is to use Shadow Clone to rub. Okay, remember to let Tsunade drink more wine. See you tomorrow morning. After that, Bai Hao directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and left the place. What a stingy person. Naruto looked helplessly at the place where Bai Hao disappeared. Ah, that's right. Kushina was suddenly startled, and then she suddenly slapped her head as if she thought of something. He forgot to tell me how to form this ninjutsu. Naruto immediately rolled his eyes upon hearing this. This question is not important. But, what method will he use to get Grandma Tsunade to return to the village and become a Hokage? Naruto rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Chapter 57 The plan cannot keep up with the changes. 4/10 Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Whoosh. Along with a very slight sound of breaking the air, Bai Hao also returned to his bookstore. Leave some of the things you prepared before going out in the bookstore. He strode upstairs. Currently, 2 members of the organization are still imprisoned in his bookstore. They are Yi Kang who has Groudon card. Organization code Lilac. And Gurren who has Tianshika. Organization code Camellia. The main reason why Yi Kang was left here was because there were no organization members to act together. Gurren was there to familiarize her with her own power. Now, Honglian has almost mastered it. It was also time for him to release the 2 people to do the task. Holy Lord. Seeing Bai Hao appear, they both knelt down on one knee at the same time and bowed very respectfully. Bijuu nodded expressionlessly. About there. It's time for you to do your mission too. Quote. With that said, he, 013, threw out 2 mission cards. Upon seeing this, the 2 women quickly took the task card and began to browse it. I saw 2 tasks written on the card. Mission 1. Revenge. You can choose to take revenge on those you hate in your heart. But both of them must act at the same time. And don't hurt innocent people. You can also choose not to seek revenge. Close black lens bracket. Task 2. Find out all the information about Otsutsuki Ashiki. Otsutsuki Ashiki, a powerful being, was seriously injured by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Now he is possessed by monk named Shion. Close black lens bracket. After seeing these 2 tasks, both women were slightly stunned. They didn't expect that mission 1 was actually revenge. But after a moment, Yi Kang's eyes lit up with excitement. She has long wanted revenge. Bijuu had promised her that she could take revenge. But there has never been a chance to implement it. Did not expect. Now I can finally do this. Honglian beside Yi Kang didn't have much interest in such a task. She actually doesn't have much hatred in her heart. After Biju's operation, her memory that had been sealed by herself was restored again. That memory made her very painful. That was when she followed Orochimaru's order to kill her savior. Later, due to the condemnation of conscience, he clashed with the temptation of Orochi's power. It caused her to suffer from selective amnesia. Now if we talk about revenge, it can only be revenge against Orochimaru. But, she seemed to look away. Advertisement. I don't want revenge anymore. If anything happens, you can communicate through the ring on your hand. Bijuu pointed to the rings on their hands. Then he clicked on the magic circle in the room. That's it. You are ready to go. Quote. Yes. The 2 women responded and then left together. Seeing the 2 women disappearing, Bijuu nodded slightly. I hope we can collect information about Otsutsuki Ashiki as soon as possible. Otsutsuki 1 style. He is not a character in the original plot of Hokage, but a character from Boruto's biography. Although Bijuu didn't know whether this person would appear, he still started searching for information about the other party just in case. For the weird Otsutsuki clan, his defensive mentality is still very serious. After completing the assignment, Bijuu looked at the time and then walked slowly downstairs. He was prepared to wait a little while. After dinner, eat barbecue. But at this time, he suddenly saw a group of people walking quickly towards him. It was Kurama Yakumo whom he had just met in the morning. And several Anbu. What's happening here? Bijuu was a little surprised. Logically speaking, shouldn't Kurama Yakumo continue to be under surveillance? Just when Bijuu was confused, Kurama Yakumo and those Anbu have entered the bookstore. She said she didn't feel well. So, I wanted to come and see you. Quote. An Anbu said something casually, and then stood aside and watched. Bijuu saw this situation. He immediately knew that Kurama Yakumo had something to say. Then, he directly used the invincible power in the bookstore, and then these Anbu fell into the illusion together. Okay, they can't hear you anymore. If you have anything to say, just say it. Quote. Quote. Kurama Yakumo glanced at Bijuu hesitantly, and then said sheepishly, can you resurrect my mother first? Bijuu frowned when he heard this. Reason. I really miss her. Bijuu was silent for a moment. Then he slowly shook his head, not now. Next month. Quote. Thank you, Holy Lord. Kurama Yakumo was overjoyed when he heard this. After Bijuu lifted the illusion, he and Anbu went back happily. Watching the people leave, Bijuu thought silently for a moment. He feels. Advertisement. It seems that I should put off resurrecting Namikaze Minato for a while. Minato's matter is not urgent. After all, resurrecting earlier or resurrecting later can bring me the same number of plot points. Resurrecting later might reduce the impact on the plot. So, let's resurrect Quan's parents first. It's really not as fast as plans to change. Just when Bijuu was thinking wildly, he suddenly sensed something. So, he shuttled directly through the space and came to another room. As soon as he entered this room, then he saw the magic circle on the floor of the room suddenly light up. Immediately afterwards, 2 very familiar figures appeared in front of him. It was Shang Lin and Quan who had just returned. I've met the Holy Lord. When the 2 women saw Bai Luo, they quickly knelt down on one knee and saluted. How's the intelligence gathering going? There is no news about Otsutsuki Ashiki at the moment. There was no news from Shion. Quan said slowly. Bijuu nodded, not surprised by this. Okay, this is a new mission card, please prepare it. With that said, he threw out 2 new mission cards. The task given to the 2 women this time was not too difficult. The first step is to go to the Uzumaki clan Neiman Hall in Konoha Village to get the Shinigami mask, and control the dying person to unlock the corpse ghost seal. The second step is to go to the mother of the resurrection fountain. The third step is to go to the country of fire, find a small village with a beautiful environment, and quietly build it into an organizational stronghold. Holy Lord. Quan after seeing the task card. I immediately became excited 4.3. She really didn't expect that Bijuu would actually change his original plan for her. She remembered that the person Bijuu was preparing to resurrect was Namikaze Minato. He was so kind to me. Quan looked at Bai Hao with gentler eyes. Shangolin looked at Quan's eyes and felt very uncomfortable. But he didn't say anything. However, Bai Hao did not understand the psychological changes of the two women very well. After he simply said a few words of praise for Quan, he let the two women go on their mission. He himself walked slowly downstairs, preparing to clean up and attend the dinner party. But at this time, a very strange girl knocked on the door of the bookstore. Excuse me, are we hiring employees here? Bai Hao was stunned when he saw this. It's not because the girl is good looking, but because this girl turned out to be White Zetsu. Chapter 58 Black Zetsu's Little Thoughts, Naruto's Curiosity and Vigilance 5/10. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. White Zetsu, what is this thing doing here? Bai Hao was a little surprised. Could it be that you are here to gather information? Or do you just want to test me? It seems that Xiao pays special attention to me. However, this is considered normal. As expected. Quote. After thinking for a moment, Bai Hao shook his head. He refused bluntly. Sorry. I'm not hiring. Quote. Is it because the store is small and doesn't have enough funds? The White Zetsu girl asked delicately. Seeing this, Bai Hao suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. Yes, I can actually do volunteer work. Why do you want to volunteer? Because I like Senior Bai Hao. He forcibly resisted the urge to slap the other person to death. Then he pointed sharply at the door. Senior, give me a chance, please. Bai Hao did not continue to answer his words this time. Instead, he directly used a very weak wind style to blow White Zetsu out of the door. I have someone I like, please give up. With that said, Bai Hao pulled Hinata over to the bookstore and prepared to ask Bai Hao to eat Hinata. Hinata's face suddenly turned red when she heard this. Hinata fainted before she could say the words, you. Okay, excuse me. White Zetsu looked very disappointed and bowed to Bai Hao. Then he walked out of the bookstore slowly. As soon as he turned his head, the disappointed expression on his face disappeared instantly. Became extremely depressed. If you don't expose your condition for the first time, the doctor will fail. White Zetsu silently transmits his experience to the main body. And at the same time, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were analyzing the process of this trial. Did that wind style just happen to be there? Why do I feel that it doesn't look like it was put there by chance? Otherwise, it would not be such a coincidence to blow out the spores of White Zetsu. Quote. Whether it was a coincidence or not, we failed on the first try. White Zetsu's tone was very complicated. If we choose exposure testing, maybe we can find something. No, Black Zetsu directly rejected White Zetsu's suggestion. Just wait a little longer. His tone was depressed and he felt sad. The reason why I chose to conduct the test without exposing myself. Mainly because Black Zetsu is afraid that the other party has the same purpose as himself. If the other party's purpose is the same as yours. If you are tempted, it will be bad. Advertisement. It will definitely affect their big plans by then. Therefore, he always insisted on this gentle temptation. I don't know if he has anything to do with that organization. I don't know who their organization wants to resurrect. See White Zetsu leave. Bai Hao pinched Hinata's middle. Wake up. Well, Hinata opened her eyes drowsily, and then saw Bai Hao close at hand. She stood up suddenly in a panic. The movement was so fast that he almost hit Bai Hao's head. I'm here to ask you to go to dinner together. Hinata explained in a panic. Bai Hao didn't care when he saw this. Because he is used to it. Naruto was in a state of high excitement after Bai Hao left. He ran outside first. I practiced Rasengan according to Bai Hao. Did not expect such a Rasengan that he had been practicing for a long time but could not master. I actually managed to do it in one go with the help of my clone. Naruto, who was so excited, performed proudly in front of Jiraiya. Then he was going to show it to Tsunade directly. Good to win the bet. But, after thinking about the agreement with Bai Hao, he forced himself to hold back. Well, you definitely can't be in the limelight because of me. Which caused Bai Hao's plan to fail. Naruto thought so. However, as I thought about it, the curiosity in my heart became more serious. What method will he use to get Grandma Tsunade to return to the village and become a Hokage? With this curiosity, at night, Naruto went to an izakaya with Jiraiya. They began to use various means to persuade the two of them to drink. The effect is also very good. Jiraiya and Tsunade drank happily. After returning, Naruto was too excited to sleep. He lay on the ground, staring at the moon and thinking. How will he do it? Thinking about it over and over again. It made him a little sleepy. But, no matter how strong the curiosity is, it cannot resist the invasion of sleepiness in the end. Late at night, he finally fell asleep. Then, the next morning, he successfully overslept. Naruto looked at the alarm clock next to him with panic on his face. I overslept. It's so noisy. Jiraiya on the side groaned and threw a pillow at Naruto. But Naruto didn't pay attention to these details. He quickly changed his clothes and rushed out. Advertisement. Then he saw Tsunade, Shizune, his mother, and Bai Hao. 4 people were sitting there eating breakfast. Talking and laughing, looking very friendly. Naruto. When Kushina saw Naruto coming, she smiled and waved to him. Here, her identity is that of accompanying Anbu. So Tsunade didn't realize that she was Kushina. Bai Hao. You. Naruto ignored his mother and ran towards Bai Hao. He was only halfway through speaking when he suddenly thought of Tsunade. Then he paused slightly and glanced at Tsunade quietly. Then he whispered. Did you succeed? What do you think? Bai Hao replied with a smile. Quote. Naruto looked at Tsunade, whose temperament was completely different from yesterday, as well as Kushina and Shizune, who looked happy. He immediately guessed the answer. But there is a lack of participation. Ah, what on earth is going on? Why should I oversleep? Naruto growled in his mind. Then he finished his meal quickly and followed Bai Hao closely. Start asking how he did it. 137 Bai Hao immediately looked at Naruto with interest after hearing this. That look was like looking at a specimen. You want to know? Naruto nodded repeatedly. Promise me one thing and I can tell you. What's up? Naruto suddenly became alert. You don't have any bad ideas, do you? He suddenly thought of the day they just graduated not long ago. That day was the day when the class placement results came out. A group of them gathered in the classroom, waiting for the class placement results. Naruto didn't find Bai Hao in the classroom, so he quarreled with Sasuke. In the end, he squatted directly in front of Sasuke, and the two of them locked eyes with each other. But this time, someone behind him suddenly bumped into him. As a result, Naruto and Sasuke just kissed each other. Shocked everyone. Certainly, if that were just the case, it would be acceptable. But when Naruto turned around and vomited. But he was shocked to find that Bai Hao, who was passing by outside the window, actually had a portable camera in his hand. The thing between him and Sasuke was just filmed. Afterwards, no matter what Naruto and Sasuke wanted, Bai Hao pretended to know nothing. With a cold face, he ignored them at all. This makes them feel helpless. As a result, they later completely gave up on asking for photos. At the same time, it also made them understand something. That is, underneath Bai Hao's expressionless face, there is a heart that occasionally has a bad taste. Therefore, Naruto was extremely vigilant at the moment. Chapter 59 Bai Hao. Do you like this story? Open black lens bracket 6/10. Please subscribe and ask for automatic close black lens bracket. Of course it's not a bad idea. Bai Hao shook his head. How could I have any bad intentions? Even if I want you to do something, I just want to be nice to you. Then what do you want me to do? Naruto was still very wary. Keep it secret. Bai Hao shook his head and did not say it directly. Instead, he continued to ask. Do you want to know how I persuaded Tsunade? Think. Then just agree to my request. If I don't agree, I won't say anything. After that, Bai Hao ignored Naruto. Tsunade and the other three looked at Naruto with interest. They were very curious about Naruto's choice. At the same time, I am also curious about what Bijuu will arrange for Naruto in the future. Naruto was slightly silent for a moment. Then he turned to look at Tsunade. At the same time, a flattering smile appeared on his face. Grandma Tsunade. What happened this morning? Tsunade couldn't help but smile when he heard this. She had been under a spell this morning. The moment he got up, he was unknowingly pulled into the illusion by Bai Hao. That illusion was very real. She saw Orochimaru coming. Orochimaru took Yukushi Kabuto with him and found her directly. He threatened her and asked her to help him treat his injuries. And in return, Orochimaru will resurrect the two most important people in her heart, Kato Dan and Naoki, using reanimation jutsu. I heard such news. Tsunade fell silent for a moment. Think of Orochimaru as the indirect murderer of the third generation. Also, Orochimaru will definitely destroy Konoha Village after he recovers from his injuries. And, Konoha Village is a place that all her cherished people desperately protect. At last, Tsunade decided to reject Orochimaru and fight with Orochimaru. One punch smashed Orochimaru's snake head. However, this matter was known to Jiraiya. Then, Jiraiya came directly to give Tsunade a lecture. In the end, he even said harsh words, if you dare to do anything that harms Konoha, then I will kill you. Tsunade was furious when he heard this. She was very angry at the moment. Because Jiraiya actually doesn't trust her. At the same time, she had clearly made the decision to reject Orochimaru and was about to say it. As a result, Jiraiya suddenly said this again. B. If she refuses Orochimaru now, is it her own decision? Or was it the decision to reform after Jiraiya's persuasion? She was sure. Jiraiya will definitely take credit for her change of mind. It comes down to yourself. She is proud and does not like to be misunderstood that she only changed her ways after Jiraiya's persuasion. Then, she decisively drugged Jiraiya and Kushina. It was used as punishment, but also allowed her to face Orochimaru alone. However, she miscalculated. Advertisement. With her blood phobia, she is no match for Orochimaru. He was knocked down instantly. Fortunately, Jiraiya arrived in time, otherwise, she would have been killed by Orochimaru. However, because Jiraiya was drugged by her, therefore, Jiraiya's strength has not been fully utilized. He could only barely hold Orochimaru back. But Orochimaru's subordinate, Yukushi Kabuto, is extremely powerful. Not only Kushina and Shizune were taken care of instantly. He also took advantage of Tsunade's weakness of bloodphobia and destroyed her. Only Naruto, a brat like immune to death, persisted. Not just hold on to it. He also used mouth escape while desperately protecting her. In the end, he caught Kabuto's kunai with his palm and held Kabuto's hand tightly. Then Shadow Clone stepped forward, rubbed a Rasengan, and killed Yakushi Kabuto with one move. However, Yakushi Kabuto wouldn't just stand there and wait for Naruto to rub his balls. He took advantage of Naruto's opportunity to use the Rasengan and quickly used the chakra scalpel to cut off Naruto's heart veins. Then, when Kabuto was knocked away by the Rasengan, Naruto also entered a state of near death due to his heart veins being severed. Tsunade looked at the scene in front of him. Immediately, I thought of the scene where Naoki and Kato Dan died. So, subconsciously, he rushed to Naruto's side. Start treating Naruto. But her hands were always shaking uncontrollably. At last, it seems like fate. The third person who wanted to be a Hokage died in front of her. Looking at Naruto with a weak heartbeat and stopped breathing, Tsunade was instantly heartbroken. Her mind went blank for a moment. While looking at Naruto blankly, he muttered, "Don't die." While frantically treating Naruto. But just when Tsunade was desperate. However, a special chakra suddenly appeared in Naruto's body. Chakra swept through the whole body in an instant, stimulating Naruto's newly healed heart. Suddenly, Naruto's breathing started again. He opened his eyes slightly and reached out to grab Tsunade's necklace. Bet, I won, he said in a very weak voice. The last sentence even only has the mouth shape, but no sound. Because the Hokage is my dream. With a complicated expression, Tsunade helped Naruto say the silent words. At this moment, she seemed to see the two people she loved most resurrected. It is not a resurrection in the sense of transmission. It is the inheritance and resurrection of will. Moved, Tsunade slowly took off the necklace. And put it on Naruto. The last time. This is the last time. I want to place a bet on you. She looked at Naruto who fainted, and seemed to see the two people who died just after receiving the necklace gift. And just when Tsunade fell into memories, Orochimaru suddenly got rid of Jiraiya. Come towards Naruto. He had a snake in his mouth, and the Kusanagi sword came out of the snake's mouth and stabbed straight at Naruto. Tsunade didn't have time to think about it. In order to protect his dream and win the last round of gambling, she rushed directly in front of Naruto and blocked the blow. Tsunade. Orochimaru saw Tsunade blocking the sword with his body. He immediately gave up and continued the attack. Advertisement. Draw your sword and stand up. You are the only one I don't want to kill. If that child is allowed to live, because of some problems, it will become troublesome later. Can you please stay out of my way? Only this kid. Only this child. I will definitely protect you. Your hemophobia is back again. Why do you, as a Sannin, try your best to protect this brat who is just a genin? Quote. To protect Konoha. Protect the village. To protect Konoha. If you want to ask why. Because this kid will become a Hokage kid sooner or later. What nonsense are you talking about? Orochimaru sneered and repeated what Tsunade had said. Besides, Hokage is rubbish and no one wants to do it except idiots. From now on, I will risk my life too. Tsunade thought for a long time before standing up with a firm look on his face. If you can risk your life for a kid. Orochimaru was furious when he heard this, spitting out the Kusanagi sword and attacking while shouting angrily. Then just die quickly. He severely wounded Tsunade with a single blow of his sword. Even the lungs were severed. Then he slowly walked towards Naruto. Down below, there's this little devil. As he said that, he struck out with his sword again. However, this sword was blocked by Tsunade who came up. Orochimaru was startled, then sneered again. Do you still want to protect this little brat? I told you, right? From now on, I will risk my life. You damn guy. In anger, Orochimaru kicked Tsunade away. No matter how much I pretend, I can't stop my body from shaking. There is no way to get rid of the shackles of blood phobia money. Why would a body like yours get hurt for a brat like that? Why fight for Konoha? However, when Orochimaru looked at Tsunade with some mockery, Tsunade suddenly stopped shaking. She stood up suddenly and kicked Orochimaru away. Because I am, Tsunade said as he unlocked the 100 healings mark and used the 100 healings technique. Konoha's fifth Hokage. Say it. Under Orochimaru's shocked eyes, she instantly healed all the injuries on her body. Afterwards, Tsunade seemed to be cheating. Defeated Orochimaru instantly. She felt like her eyes were blurred. Returned to his bedroom again. Tsunade was stunned for a moment subconsciously. Then I saw a strange and handsome young man not far away. He slowly cut his finger open and let the blood flow down. At the same time, he asked in a very gentle voice, "Are you still afraid? Still anxious? Do you like this story?" The golden sunshine in the early morning shone down and fell on the young man. It made the handsome young man feel a little more sacred out of thin air. At the same time, it also made Tsunade feel a little tenderness in his heart that he hadn't felt in a long time. Chapter 60. By Hao's request, Naruto's nightmare is about to begin. Open black lens bracket 7/10. Please subscribe and ask for automatic close black lens bracket. Illusion. Tsunade looked at Bai Hao blankly. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. One of them was stunned, the other was gentle. just standing quietly like a statue. I don't know how long it took. Tsunade finally recovered from this feeling. She was angry at first, and then punched Bijuu fiercely. Accompanied by a soft sound of bang. Bijuu's body instantly turned into a pillow. Grandma Tsunade, breakfast is ready, remember to come out and have breakfast. Smelly brat. Looking at the pillow on the floor and listening to the sound not far away, Tsunade couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. She felt that the illusion just now was so real. She didn't even notice it. It also made her deeply immersed in it. It's incredible. In addition to having strong control over genjutsu, you also need to understand the personalities of other people who enter the genjutsu besides Tsunade. What an amazing kid. It made me feel the long-lost tenderness. I will never forget the passion I felt just now. Quote. Tsunade squatted on the ground and looked at the blood on the ground. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. She found that her body no longer trembled. Her hemophobia has improved to 95%. Konoha Village with these lovely people. No wonder they all want to protect it with all their lives. Grandma Tsunade. Granny Tsunade. Listening to Naruto's constant shouting, Tsunade also came back from the memories. Grandma Tsunade, can you tell me what happened this morning? Not good. Why? Because it's confidential. Ah, Naruto was stunned when he heard this. He was a little confused. How could such a trivial matter become a secret? Snort. Mother-in-law Tsunade obviously didn't want to tell me the truth. Hateful. Do I really have to agree to Bijuu's request to know the truth of the matter? Naruto was a little unwilling to give up. He went to ask Shizune and his mother, Dr. Chunin. As a result, these two people didn't know anything about it. They seemed to be under an illusion in the morning and slept very deeply. It was never discovered what Bijuu did. After getting such an answer, Naruto became even more depressed. He was curious. Tsunade, a mother-in-law who hates Hokage very much, was influenced by Bijuu through some means. At the same time, he was also very afraid that Bijuu would ask him to do something outrageous. Then, Naruto was even more confused. Advertisement. I was so confused until after breakfast. Hearing that Tsunade decided to return to the village and become a Hokage. I heard Kushina say that Bijuu's space ninjutsu was developed by the second generation project, and his father's fourth generation project was the best at flying thunder god technique. Finally, Naruto couldn't help it anymore. He thinks Bijuu is really awesome. If you can get Bijuu's full guidance, you can quickly become the new Hokage. He had an idea and decided to negotiate terms with Bijuu. Ask for more things. Anyway, although he has some bad taste, he will not really do anything to me. With this in mind, Naruto went directly to Bijuu. Bijuu, I made a decision. I want to know everything that happened in the morning. Besides, I also want to learn your super cool flying thunder god technique. As long as you meet these two conditions of mine, I will promise you one thing. Quote. Naruto looked at Bijuu expectantly. Now, in his mind, he had already imagined himself wearing a Hokage robe, using the flying thunder god technique, and flying quickly through the battlefield. Every time it appears, you must use Rasengan to kill an enemy. That scene must be really cool. Bijuu just took one look and knew what Naruto was thinking. But he didn't tell Naruto that there was no way he could learn the flying thunder god technique. Instead, he smiled and agreed to Naruto's request. Okay, if that's the case, then it's settled. Bijuu said, then he stretched out his palm and gave Naruto a high five. Okay, come on, tell me what happened. As soon as he finished high-fiving, Naruto couldn't wait to ask. What happened is actually this. Bijuu leaned close to Naruto's ear and whispered exactly what he had done in the morning. Wow, BJCE. Really? Are you sure? After Naruto listened to the whole content, a look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. Bijuu, you are indeed the person who understands me best. Such persistence, such belief. This is me. Naruto felt that the pictures described by Bijuu were amazing. The person in that illusion is the real person. Correct. My bet hasn't been paid yet. Naruto suddenly thought of Tsunade's necklace, so he ran to Tsunade excitedly. He showed his Rasengan to Tsunade. Successfully obtained Tsunade's first-generation necklace. Then he happily ran to Bijuu and showed off. Look. First Hokage's necklace. I heard it's very valuable. Then you should keep it well. Advertisement. Bijuu suddenly smiled and took out a scroll he had just written. This is the detailed explanation of Flying Thunder God technique. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Quote. Oh, thanks. Quote. Okay, now that I've told you what happened this morning. Also pass the Flying Thunder God technique to you. So, should you also do what you promised me? Well. Naruto suddenly felt a thrill all over his body. What did you want me to do? First, let's talk about it first. I won't do anything too outrageous. Don't worry, it's definitely not outrageous. Bijuu smiled and moved closer to Naruto. Then he whispered. Go and practice secretly with Jiraiya for 3 days. That's all. Naruto was stunned, feeling that this matter was a bit simple. It's not like Bijuu used it to make things difficult for him. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Naruto couldn't help but think. But at this time, Bijuu's voice came over again. Of course not. I have limitations. During these 3 days, you must always use seduction to transform. Believe me, Jiraiya will definitely teach you a lot of good things in these 3 days. Ah, Naruto was stunned for a moment. No 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 no. Cannot be like this. Certainly, I won't blame you if you don't want to do it. Alas, I didn't expect that my friend would be such a dishonest person. Bai Hao said as he walked towards the distance. Watching Bai Hao's retreating figure, Naruto's face suddenly turned blue and white. Finally, he blushed, gritted his teeth, and walked towards Jiraiya. Hello, pervy sage, let me tell you, oh. Jiraiya's eyes gradually brightened as he listened to Naruto's words. Then he glanced at Bai Hao's back. At that moment, his eyes were filled with admiration. This kid understands me very well. When Bai Hao and his party returned to Konoha Village, 2 girls in black skirts suddenly appeared not far outside Sunagaku. These 2 people are Yi Kang and Hong Lian who just arrived not long ago. At the same time, not far away from the 2 of them, 2 people also appeared quietly observing the 2 women. The 2 men were wearing Akatsuki clothes. But it's Uchiha Obito and Zetsu. Chapter 61 The Horror of Yikan Garadoka. Open black lens bracket 8/10 please subscribe and ask for automatic close black lens bracket. I'm back. Yi Kang stood there, quietly looking into the distance. At this moment, she was in a very complicated mood. Past glory, past dreams, past persistence, past partners. And the subsequent betrayal by the village. All the scenes came to mind at this moment. HMPH. Sunagaku. Quote. Yi Kang calmed down his mind. Looking into the distance, a sneer appeared on her face. Thinking about it, I really miss it so much. I don't know what your reaction will be when you see me now. Lilacs. Honglian frowned and said slowly, do you really not care about the 2 people behind you? She was referring to Uchiha Obito and Zetsu. When these 2 people were in the country of fire, they followed them. However, the 2 of them didn't pay too much attention. Because the rules of the organization are to put the mission first. Other things can be put aside for the time being. The purpose of the 2 Akatsuki members following them could be guessed by just thinking about it with their toes. It's nothing more than surveillance and gathering information. So, they didn't pay too much attention. After all, they didn't use any ninjutsu at first. At the same time, no purpose was revealed. But at this moment, something is different. They were about to enter Sunagaku. Once you enter Sunagaku, a battle is inevitable. If you continue to let these 2 people monitor you, some of their information may be stolen by these 2 people. This is quite unfavorable for them. Therefore, Gurren asked if he wanted to get rid of the 2 Akatsuki members. No need. Yi Kang didn't even look back, he just said lightly, this time is my revenge, just leave it to me. I control the power of the earth. Even if they all see it, they will only think that my earth style is great. This is no big deal. Quote. At this moment, Yi Kang's heart was already occupied by hatred. So I have no mood to care about the Akatsuki organization. She just wants revenge right now. All right. Honglian glanced at Yi Kang, then nodded and said nothing more. For the Akatsuki organization, they actually don't care. This stems from the understanding of the Akatsuki organization and the self-confidence after becoming stronger. Walk. Advertisement. Yi Kang narrowed his eyes, and then the sand under his feet condensed into 2 salons. Sharon carried the 2 of them and swam quickly towards Sunagaku. This is the special effect ability in her Groudon card, the power of the earth. It seems that the members of this black organization used to be from Sunagaku. Not far from Hyakura and Gurren, Uchiha Obito was talking quietly with Zetsu. Judging from the current situation, she should have considerable strength. At least he's a cage-level ninja. Quote. White Zetsu said slowly, I have to say. This black organization is really powerful. The people who come out of it are all cage-level experts. I really don't know where they found so many strong men. Quote. Obito sneered when he heard this. How could it be possible? We have been searching for so long, and we have only found a few strong people. How can they be stronger than us? And, don't forget that they still have some former weaklings here. Uchiha Spring. Good. Obito nodded. The eyes looking into the distance are very complicated. Since he deceived Nagato into lameness, he has hidden behind the scenes and no longer interfered with Akatsuki's affairs. In daily life, apart from practicing and watching Kakashi, I just stay in a daze. He didn't care about Xiao's affairs. But, not long ago, Z suddenly found him and told him a shocking news, Uchiha Izumi was resurrected. After hearing such news, Obito's eyes suddenly widened. His first reaction was disbelief. The second reaction was ecstasy. Because Nohara Lin, whom he has always loved deeply, seems to be resurrected. But the third reaction was confusion. He didn't know what the purpose of such a strange black organization was. Will it make an impression on their plans? Then, he came to Konoha just after the Akatsuki organization meeting. He was going to sneak into Konoha Village to take a look. Look for clues about this black organization. However, before entering Konoha Village, he luckily found clues, Yi Kang and Gurren. After seeing these 2 people from the black organization appear, he took Ju and followed him without hesitation. Then we came all the way outside Sunagaku. They followed and analyzed all the way. Many useful conclusions were also obtained. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. I know Uchiha Izumi's strength very well. She back then. That is to say, the strength is similar to that of the current Uchiha Sasuke. I can kill many with one punch. But what now? Kurigakure's information is what you collected. So, you should know how strong she is now. She still looked the same as when she died. This shows that she was resurrected not long ago. Therefore, I suspect that there may be something in this organization that improves people's strength. Not necessarily. White Zetsu shook his head. Have you forgotten yourself? After activating Mangekyo Sharingan, your strength will increase instantly. That Uchiha Spring also opened Mangekyo. Maybe her strength increased greatly because she activated Mangekyo when she was resurrected. 000. Look, we followed them all the way. None of them found any trace of us. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? Makes sense. Uchiha Obito was stunned when he heard this. Then he nodded thoughtfully. I just don't know how they resurrect people. It should have been done with some kind of forbidden technique. It's like Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. Quote. Quote. When Obito heard this, his eyes suddenly flickered. Look over there, the battle has begun. Ju Wenyan looked towards Sunagaku. I saw that Ye Kang and Gurren had rushed to the entrance of Sunagaku village on the salon. Countless Sunagaku Anbu also appeared over there. The battle is about to begin. Ju, guess what? How long will it take for them to break out of the Anbu blockade? I think it takes 10 seconds. I think it was 20 seconds. Obito couldn't help but smile when he heard Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's words. I think it will take a minute. Boom. Obito's voice just finished. Then I saw Sunagaku not far away suddenly disappeared. The entire village, all the walls and houses, disappeared in an instant. Obito and Zetsu's eyes widened instantly. What kind of power is this? Chapter 62 Ye Kang. I don't want to be the shadow of this kind of garbage village. Open black lens bracket 9/10 please subscribe and ask for automatic close black lens bracket. Earth-style house disappearance technique. Ye Kang looked at everything in front of him, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on his face. She felt that this power was so charming. Just a slight tap of the foot. All the houses in Sunagaku disappeared. This kind of terrifying strength was something she couldn't even imagine in the past. Did not expect. After following the Holy Lord, he was able to become so strong all of a sudden. Standing on the earth, I am God. At this moment, Ye Kang realized this very clearly. I can release the super terrifying Tien Dun without consuming too much chakra. And, you can also manipulate the dirt or sand on the ground at will. Quote. Whoosh whoosh. Looking at the ninjas who were not afraid of death and rushed towards her to protect the village. Ye Kang couldn't help but show a hint of pity in his eyes. Poor man. I really don't know what is worth protecting about this village. Quote. Ye Kang watched indifferently as those people rushed towards him. After those people got closer, she had a thought. Directly control the sand, turn it into a huge palm, and slap those people away. Boom. As the huge palm fell, the ninjas who rushed towards Ye Kang disappeared in an instant. Vulnerable. Ye Kang commented coldly. Then continue to control the salon at your feet and practice medicine forward. Where did this guy come from? Obito felt his eyebrows twitching. He was a little confused. It obviously started smoothly, but halfway through, so many top players suddenly appeared. What exactly is going on? Her strength is so terrifying. Such a big Sunagaku, she can actually level it in an instant. This is incredible. Quote. Yes. Black Zetsu also felt a little panicked. He felt that if these people from the Black organization really wanted to interfere with their plans. So, their plan will never succeed. Even if we successfully collect 9-tailed beasts. Even if we resurrect Madara. And let it be 10 tails Jinchuriki. I'm afraid it will be difficult to activate infinite Tsukuyomi. These people from the Black organization are really terrifying. If they go together, I'm afraid Madara can't bear it. Moreover, the mysterious boss of their organization has never shown up. My subordinates are all so strong. Then their boss will be worse. Mom, it's so hard for me. While Black Zetsu was sighing depressedly. However, a new situation has arisen on Ye Kang's side. I saw 3 white puppets suddenly appearing in the desert. These puppets are killing Ye Kang at extremely fast speeds. Snort. Advertisement. Is this old guy Chio coming out? Ye Kang smiled and raised his hand. Then he pinched somewhere in the desert. Puff puff. Accompanied by a soft sound. The puppets that were so murderous just now all fell to the ground helplessly. Are you still playing hide and seek with me on Earth? Ye Kang snorted coldly. Then keep walking forward. Since defeating Granny Chio, Ye Kang did not receive any more effective attacks. She just walked to the center of the Sunagaku ruins, as if she was in no one's land. Drag out several Sunagaku high-level officials hidden here. How many of you are here? Ye Kang slowly took off his bamboo hat. Reveal your true face. Then he looked sarcastically at the senior Sunagaku executives who were shocked and speechless. Ye Kang. V3. You're not dead. This is impossible. Kurigaku clearly sent a reply. He said he had already killed you. Are you a dead soul? No wonder it's so powerful. Ha 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 ha. I must be dreaming. How could Ye Kang survive? How could Sunagaku be destroyed like this? Several Sunagaku executives completely lost their composure after seeing that the terrifying powerful man was actually Yi Kang. Everyone was crying, laughing, crazy and screaming. There was even one who was incontinent. HMPH. I actually sacrificed my life to protect you, trash. Yi Kang looked at the senior officials in front of him. For a moment I couldn't help but feel very funny. I feel like I'm really stupid. Super stupid. Teacher. Just at this time, a petite figure suddenly rushed out from the corner. The teacher is really you. Scared. Yi Kang frowned. He looked at the girl. She was still very familiar with that girl. Because that was her former disciple. Teacher. VR. What happened to you? Why destroy Sunagaku? You are Sunagaku's hero. Hero. Yi Kang sneered. What is a hero? A hero is someone who voluntarily sacrifices himself to protect what he wants to protect. And me. Advertisement. Without knowing it, I was tricked by the Kazekage into Kurigaku, and then I was killed in a sneak attack. I was betrayed. I was betrayed by the village I trusted the most, the Kazekage I trusted the most. Yi Kang talks. Suddenly the mood became excited. With a slight lift of her right hand, the incontinent senior executive instantly turned into a charred corpse. Original. She has the blood inheritance limit of scorched style. It can instantly evaporate the water in a person's body, turning it into a mummy-like corpse. Now with Groudon's temperature control skill, her scorched style suddenly became even more powerful. Teacher. Wang bit his lip and said firmly, but this is still the village you once protected. Please don't vent your dissatisfaction on those innocent people. Yes. Baki suddenly rushed out from the side. Yi Kang. As long as you want, you can return to the village immediately and become our fifth Kazekage. To be honest, I have been dissatisfied with the current situation of the village for a long time. I hope you can come back and change this village. Yi Kang looked at the two people in front of him silently. After a while, she just snorted coldly. I don't want to be the shadow of this trashy village. Say it. She waved her hand, and the senior Sunagaku executives instantly became households. Gone. Yi Kang silently put the bamboo hat on his head, then turned around and left. Quote closing square bracket closing square bracket closing square bracket closing square bracket quote. Accompanied by a crisp sound of bells. Yi Kang and Gurren also disappeared. Only a group of ninjas who had narrowly escaped death were left in Sunagaku, staring at everything in front of them in a daze. The information is coming. After a while, Ju suddenly emerged from the ground. 5.3 inches. That woman is Yi Sai. Once Sunagaku, the scorch-style ninja, was a hero. Now the reality is many times stronger than before. Shang Lin is one, and Yi Kang is another. Uchiha Spring can also be considered one. Quote. One can be said to be a coincidence, but how can we say three? So, we can draw the conclusion. That organization can indeed make people's strength improve by leaps and bounds. Speaking of which, Obito and Zetsu were both silent. Xie once analyzed Shang Lin and came to the conclusion that a black organization can make people stronger instantly. However, this conclusion is too incredible. So Obito didn't fully believe it. He thought it was a coincidence. But, what he saw told him. All this is no coincidence. The black organization can indeed make people stronger instantly. What a terrorist organization. Obito sighed softly. Ju, we are in trouble. Chapter 63. A big event that shocked the ninja world, the black organization became completely popular. Open black lens bracket 10 out of 10. Please subscribe and ask for automatic close black lens bracket. Uchiha Obito now seriously doubts that Bijuu has a certain relationship with the black organization. The reason is that Bijuu can make Hyūga Hinata stronger in a short time. Although this reason is not sufficient. But, it was enough for Obito to label him as a suspect. Konoha Village. Obito looked into the distance, his eyes gradually becoming wandering. Kakashi, how is your day? I'm having a bad time. I live in this hell, suffering every day. Quote. Tsunade was escorted by Bijuu and his party. Arriving at Konoha Village very smoothly. They entered the village quietly and then parted ways in the village. Tsunade, Shizune, Jiraiya and Kushina walked towards the Hokage building together. Bijuu and Naruto went back to their respective homes. I didn't expect that after so many years of not coming back, Konoha would still look like that. Tsunade sighed softly while walking on the road. She looked at the buildings around her. I looked at the shops next to me. I looked at that Ichiraku ramen. I looked at the Hokage rock again. Everything is so familiar. So kind. Soon, they entered the Hokage building. In Hokage's office, I saw 4 old acquaintances. They are Shimura Danzo, Udatane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura and Sarutobi Hiruzen, 19. Etc. Sarutobi Sensei. The 4 people in Tsunade were shocked at the same time. Then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a horrified look on his face. Hello. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and took the pipe out of his mouth. Then he blew out a smoke ring easily. Tsunade, you are finally back. Teacher, what's happening here? Tsunade was a little confused. Then he turned to look at Jiraiya. She felt that Jiraiya was lying to herself. However, Jiraiya also felt a little confused. When he left, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly looked like he was about to die. And, not long after he left, Konoha also sent Sarutobi Hiruzen's obituary. Sarutobi Hiruzen is alive again. I know you're surprised. To be honest, I was actually surprised when I found out that I was not dead. I'm such an old bone. He was actually thrown back by Shinigami. Could it be that Shinigami thinks my old bones are not tasty? Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood and made a rare joke. Actually, don't be too surprised. All this was done by the Black Organization. Advertisement. They could resurrect Kushina very easily. It doesn't seem to be a big deal to let me extend my life, right? Kushina is resurrected. Tsunade and Shizune both exclaimed at the same time. Then they saw the ordinary Anbu who accompanied them all the way, suddenly released the transformation technique. Suddenly, a female ninja that they were all very familiar with appeared in front of them. Tsunade-sama, I'm so sorry. Kushina smiled sheepishly. Then decisively threw the pot to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's all third generation that made me do this. This. Tsunade looked at Kushina, then at Sarutobi Hiruzen. For a moment, I felt like my world view had collapsed. Resurrection and renewal of life. It's that simple. She thought of the people she couldn't save even though she tried her best. I was a little confused for a while. This Black Organization. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Pity. Everyone here wants to know this question. So no one can give Tsunade a correct answer at all. Tsunade, stop gossiping. Udatane Kaharu spoke forcefully and changed the subject. Let's get down to business quickly. Okay. Tsunade responded numbly. Now, all she could think about was the Black Organization. If I can find that Black Organization, can I also ask them to help me resurrect Naoki and Dan? Thought of this, Tsunade couldn't help but get a little excited for a moment. At this moment, she was very eager to find the Black Organization. Advisor sir. Just at this time, an Anbu rushed in. Something happened. What happened? Danzo glanced at Anbu coldly. I couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with the level of Sarutobi Hiruzen's training of Anbu. Why panic? Speak nicely. Yes, Lord Danzo. Anbu took a breath, and then said very calmly, I just got the information. A member of the Black Organization wiped out Sunagaku. As his words fell, the office suddenly became quiet. Wipe out. Danzo felt his eyelids twitching. Is it the dang ping that I understand? What's the specific situation? It is said that. I heard that the member of the Black Organization destroyed all the houses in Sunagaku with just a stamp of his feet. Then he raised his hand and condensed a palm of sand, knocking away all the ninjas who rushed over. He also defeated Sunagaku veteran and Granny Chiyo very casually. Advertisement. In the end, several senior Sunagaku officials were turned into prisoners. The methods are extremely cruel. And, I heard that the member of the Black Organization is the former Sunagaku Scorch-style ninja, Yi Kang, who has been dead for many years. What? Everyone in the office was shocked by the news. This Black Organization, how strong is it? Who is their leader? Now, everyone is thinking about this question. The news of Sunagaku's destruction spread quickly throughout the ninja world. This time was different from the last time I robbed people in Kurigaku. This time, Yi Kang directly destroyed Sunagaku, which was quite vicious. Therefore, this incident directly shocked Renzi. For a time, the Black Organization became a terrorist organization that made everyone change their color after hearing it. And the boss of the Black Organization has become a terrifying demon king. Ninjas and spies from various villages took action. Start searching around for all the information about the Black Organization. However, the boss of the Black Organization that everyone is looking for right now. I was eating ramen with 3 people from class 7. Hululu. Ah ha ha. The handmade ramen is still so delicious. Naruto wiped his nose casually, and then said vaguely, I haven't eaten in a long time. I miss you so much. Naruto, you're so disgusting. Little Sakura resisted the thought of hammering Naruto, and took the opportunity to get closer to Bijuu. Bai Haojun, we are going to visit Mr. Kakashi together. Do you want to go together? Kakashi is awake. Yeah, after attending the meeting today, Mr. Tsunade went to the hospital to see Kakashi and Lee. Kakashi-sensei doesn't have any big problems. Already woke up. He may never be a ninja. After hearing what little Sakura said, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became cold. Do not worry, he will be fine. Trust Tsunade's medical technology. Quote. Bijuu said with a smile. After that, the conversation among several people became relatively happy. Not long after, they finished their meal, made an appointment to visit Kakashi, and then left. Sasuke. Bijuu did not rush home, but called Sasuke first. Sasuke looked over with some confusion upon hearing this. Tomorrow, go to the old place by the river to practice. Okay, Sasuke nodded upon hearing this. Without doubting his presence, he put his hands in his pockets and left. Bijuu on the side shook his head gently. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is Naruto's first day of practicing the seduction technique next to Jiraiya. I don't know what wonderful changes will happen after you go there. Chapter 64 Konoha High Level Meeting, First Update, please subscribe and automatically. Ever since Tsunade returned to the village, the top management of Konoha held several meetings in succession. These meetings not only discussed things about the reconstruction of Konoha, but also future planning. We also discussed some more international Issues, Akatsuki and the Black Organization, detailed analysis of these two organizations. Currently, this is the only information we have collected about the Black Organization and the Akatsuki organization. In the conference room, Shikaku slowly recounted the information collected so far. Then he sat aside and listened quietly. In the conference room, besides Shikaku, there were 5 other people. Respectively, 2 Konoha advisors, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. A root minister, Shimura Danzo. Former 3rd Hokage, current Konoha elder Sarutobi Hiruzen. And 5th Hokage Tsunade. Each of them holds a piece of detailed information in their hands and is constantly flipping through it. There was a brief silence in the conference room. After a moment, the silence was broken by Danzo. Looking at the current intelligence. The purpose of the Akatsuki organization should be the tailed beasts. Although I don't know if they are planning to use the tailed beasts to start a war. But I think it's almost the same. Quote, when it comes to Akatsuki. Danzo's eyes twinkled slightly. He thought of something he had done before, tricking the Akatsuki leader, Yahiko, to death. However, that Akatsuki organization is obviously different from the current Akatsuki organization. Whether it's uniforms, strength, or purpose, they are all different. So, he believed that this Akatsuki organization was an organization with the same name as the previous Akatsuki organization. As for that Black organization, I suspect that their real purpose is to resurrect some ancient mythical existence. The reason why they have resurrected many people now. Mainly because they were experimenting. After all, that ancient existence may not be so easy to resurrect. So, only by doing some experiments on ordinary people can we better resurrect that ancient existence. As for not caring about Kushina at all, I think they were experimenting with whether people would be normal after resurrection. So Kushina was thrown back. Pipe. Quote. Danzo's analysis was heard. Everyone nodded. Based on current intelligence, this analysis is indeed very reasonable. I recommend listing these 2 organizations as SS-level terrorist organizations. No, only the Akatsuki organization is an SS-level terrorist organization. The Black organization is an SSS-level terrorist organization. More mysterious and dangerous than the Akatsuki organization. Quote. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the pipe out of his mouth. He said with a serious face, at the same time, start secretly investigating all intelligence about these 2 organizations. In addition, if you meet people from these 2 organizations outside, be careful when investigating. If you encounter an accident, save your life first. At the same time, I suggest reporting this matter directly to other ninja villages. All of us ninja village work together. Let's uncover these 2 terrorist organizations together. That's a good idea. Uchiha Kaharu nodded. This Black organization and this Akatsuki organization must be dealt with as soon as possible. I analyzed some things through the existing intelligence. Mitokado Homura put down the information and said solemnly, this Black organization can definitely increase a person's strength rapidly. That Uchiha Spring. Before death, he was just an ordinary Chunin. But now, her strength is probably no worse than any other movie. Certainly, there may be part of the reason why she is Uchiha. But, this Yi Kang can explain a lot of things. Yi Kang before his death. Just an elite Jonin. But now, she is probably many times stronger than Orochimaru. Yes, be careful indeed. I think the Black organization is more terrifying than the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade held his chin in one hand and listened quietly to the analysis of these old guys. A feeling of impatience suddenly arose in my heart. Why do I feel like my Hokage is acting like a puppet? So boring. If I had known the Hokage was like this, I shouldn't have agreed in the first place. That stinky brat. Tsunade suddenly thought of Bijuu again, thinking of his superb illusion skills and gentle smile. He is obviously a 12-year-old kid, but I don't know why it feels very mature. How interesting. Quote. I suggest that we focus on investigating Bijuu. Tsunade, who was distracted, suddenly heard these words. The whole person became energetic. Why? Several other people heard what Danzo said. Then all eyes were focused on Danzo. Because he made Hyūga Hinata very powerful. Danzo squinted and Greenland said, although, he said it in that open class. Advertisement. Hyūga Hinata is a person with a sage body. But who knows if he is lying? Maybe he is a cadre of the Black organization. At the same time, I recommend doing an in-depth investigation of Hyūga Hinata as well. Maybe, Hyūga Hinata is the undercover agent placed by the Black organization in our village. Quote. Danzo, you think too much. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately sneered and spoke. Something about Hyūga Hinata. She had already seen it from the intelligence. With the strength shown by that Black organization, there is no need to put undercover agents in any village. Because they can destroy a village in an instant. Think about that giant golden hand. That Yi Kang had the terrifying power to wipe out an entire village in an instant. And Uchiha Izumi's record of instantly catching 5th Mizukage. If these people go out together, can that village bear it? And, let alone a Black organization. Even the Akatsuki who is weaker than them. There is no need to plant spies in any village. Because with their strength, it is simply too easy to destroy a village. Tsunade is right. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, confirming Tsunade's statement. Hinata can't be a spy. They don't have to. There is no need to develop Hinata as a spy. As for Bai Hao, get it. There is no need to doubt. He comes from a clean background and has a clean resume. It can't be related to the black organization. Danzo snorted coldly and stopped talking. But he already had some small thoughts in his mind. If that's the case, then I'll investigate secretly. I, Danzo, want to eliminate all hidden dangers to Konoha. Alas, being the root of Konoha. Sometimes, I feel like I am Konoha's unsung hero. The next day we arrived in Gen quickly. After visiting Kakashi, Naruto quickly ran to the place he had made an appointment with Jiraiya, ready to start the shame training. Bai Hao took Sasuke and rushed to the place where Naruto practiced by coincidence. However, just after Bai Hao left Konoha. But suddenly, several root ninjas came to his bookstore quietly. Chapter 65 The photo Naruto wants to destroy the most too. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. There are so many books here. A root ninja slowly searched the bookstore. Nonsense, this is a bookstore. Can there not be too many books? Another root ninja couldn't help but complain. I mean this warehouse room. The first ninja to speak pointed to the room that was used as a warehouse not far away. Look, I actually got so many books. I don't know if they can be sold out. As he spoke, he flipped through all the cases in the warehouse. Boxes of gold bars piled up in the room are just ordinary novels in the eyes of these root ninjas. These books are very ordinary novels. Nothing special. Quote. The root ninja put down the gold bar in his hand. Then I took a look around and found nothing. Only then did he restore the room to its original appearance and left the warehouse backwards. Several people quickly joined together. They each completed their respective tasks. The result was nothing gained. This is just an ordinary bookstore. Although there is a storage room with a lot of instant noodles, mineral water, snacks and other things. But there's nothing unusual about it. Let's go and report to Lord Danzo. Accompanied by the leader's words. Several roots nodded together and then disappeared into Bai Hao's shop. And just after a few people left, in Bai Hao's bookstore, two figures suddenly appeared. These two people, one appeared 447 out of thin air. One emerged from under the floor. Everything seemed extremely strange. It was Uchiha Obito who had just arrived in Konoha, and Zetsu. Those are the roots. There was a trace of indescribable weirdness in Obito's tone. Yes, White Zetsu responded, it seems like they didn't find anything. Do we want to continue searching again? Certainly. Obito nodded. If this is really the house of the leader of the black organization, then there must be some secret rooms. All secrets will be hidden in that secret room. Instead of putting it in the open so stupidly. Quote. Obito picked up a gold bar and shook it in his hand. In a place like this filled with books, there are often hidden mechanisms. With that said, he put the gold bar back into its place. I started to explore around the room. However, after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any mechanism. This made him feel a little depressed. Is it true that this Bai Hao has nothing to do with the black organization? Obito sat in a chair and began to be in a daze. And at this time, Zetsu also emerged from under the floor. Obito. No clues were found. Quote. It seems that Bai Hao really has nothing to do with the black organization BJDC. Advertisement. Obito sighed. You go first. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu glanced at Obito at the same time, and then said nothing. Left directly. They know. Obito is going to visit his old friend. When Obito and Genbu explore Bai Hao's residence, Bai Hao has already brought Sasuke to the place where Naruto and Jiraiya practice. What are we practicing today? Sasuke looked at Bai Hao with some confusion. In general, he practiced in Yamanaka, not by the river. After all, his latest practice has been lightning style. Lightning style ninjutsu's form changes, and water style. And the fusion and cooperation between escape techniques. Quote. Bai Hao said casually after hearing the words. What he said seems very useful. But it's actually of no use. After all, when it comes to high-level battles, except for the terrifying ninjutsu like First Hokage's true several thousand hands, other ninjutsu don't have much effect. The reason why Bai Hao brought Sasuke here to practice. Mainly because Naruto trains here. Okay, this is it. Bai Hao did not come directly to the place where Naruto practiced. Instead, they stopped at a place not too far away from their practice. Then he began to teach relevant ninjutsu knowledge. You can practice here by yourself, I'll read some books for a while. After completing the teaching, Bai Hao took the book and came to a big tree to rest. Sasuke didn't pay attention when he saw this. Because Bai Hao often does this. He just needs to quietly practice on his own far away from Bai Hao. So, Sasuke responded. Then I started practicing today according to what Bai Hao taught me. At this rate, he should be able to meet Naruto soon, right? Bai Hao took the book and glanced at Sasuke quietly. Then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next moment, he then created a clone. Let the clone sneak towards Naruto's location with a portable camera. At the same time, Jiraiya was looking at Naruto in the state of seduction, Naruto, with his eyes shining brightly. Oh. Jiraiya's eyes are shining, his nose is bleeding, and he has a pen and paper in his hand, and he is constantly recording materials. Naruto, your move is really invincible. Golden twin ponytails. The whisker marks on the face look just like a cat's whiskers. If you could wear a small bell around your neck. Puff. Jiraiya's nosebleeds spurted out, but he didn't care at all. Naruto heard this and had a dark look on his face. He felt so ashamed. Hello, pervy sage. Advertisement. When it's over, be sure to tell Bijuu that I fulfilled his request. Okay, Jiraiya said absently, then start fantasizing about more interesting things. Naruto, I'll prepare some sets of clothes for you tomorrow. I didn't think of it today. What a miscalculation. How awesome. Bijuu really understands me. Naruto. I am ready to give you all I have learned. The condition is that when you practice with me in the future, you will look like this. I reject. Naruto immediately refused harshly upon hearing this. Okay, pervy sage, hurry up and teach me how to practice. Oh, practice. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. He suddenly felt that Naruto's cultivation state seemed to be very good. So, he began to teach with all his heart, although a little distracted. But the intentions are real. Okay, Naruto, start practicing Rasengan. Master Rasengan for good as soon as possible. You can try to create more avatars to practice together. It's faster this way. Okay, Naruto responded, and then directly used the harem technique. Oh. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly widened. The nosebleeds continued. He felt that it was a wise decision to accept Naruto as his disciple. Boom. Bang. Naruto ignored Jiraiya. Continue to practice with concentration. But perhaps he was too focused. Or maybe it's because there are too many clones. So much so that he didn't realize that a figure suddenly appeared not far from him. It's Sasuke who practices lightning style. This is. Just jumped off the waterfall and was about to try Reikiri Sasuke jump. Suddenly, he saw a bunch of Naruto making meatballs. Such an exciting scene made Sasuke dumbfounded. The Reikiri in his hand was not controlled and dissipated instantly. Naruto and others on the other side also saw Sasuke who suddenly appeared. Immediately, the Rasengan in his hand also dissipated. Sasuke. Naruto. With a few shouts, Sasuke fell from the sky and hugged Naruto. Kacha technology. Corner. Suddenly there was a slight sound of a camera shutter. The photo 2 that Naruto wants to destroy the most is here. Chapter 66 Kakashi. Obito is indeed alive. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. 2 disgusting. It's so disgusting. Sasuke complained crazily as he walked. Why is Naruto so disgusting? No, Naruto wouldn't normally do this. Although he often uses that seduction technique. But it won't be used for a long time. So, this must be because of that Jiraiya. Damn Jiraiya. I really didn't expect that he, one of the Sannin, would be such a person. Sasuke was so stimulated that he started to complain like crazy. Human. There are always some offbeat quirks. Quote. Bijuu said with a smile. For example. Tsunade likes to gamble. Orochimaru likes poison. Relatively speaking, Jiraiya's preferences are nothing. After all, most men like it. Quote. Let's practice somewhere else. Sasuke put one hand in his pocket and hit his head with the other hand. I feel so sick right now. Okay. After Sasuke and Bijuu left there. Naruto took a long breath. Fine. Fortunately, Sasuke saw it. Otherwise I will be embarrassed. In Konoha Hospital. Kakashi, who was rescued by Tsunade, looked at the birds outside the window and felt irritable. Since he was rescued, I'm often in a daze. He was thinking about Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm not Uchiha. Why can Mangekyo Sharingan be turned on? Kakashi looked out the window and continued to think. Why does it take so long to prepare my Mangekyo Sharingan to open it? But Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan can be activated instantly. Is it because I am not the real owner of this Sharingan? Kakashi never paid attention to these problems. But after being awakened by Bijuu, he also began to pay special attention to these issues. In the past, he didn't know much about Mangekyo Sharingan. I haven't seen Uchiha using Mangekyo Sharingan either. So, he also thought that Uchiha's Mangekyo would take a while to gather chakra before opening it. But not so long ago. When fighting Itachi, he discovered that Itachi could actually drive Mangekyo. This made the suspicion in his mind even more certain. Will not. Obito is dead. He died in front of me. It's impossible to survive being hit by such a big stone. Quote. Advertisement. Kakashi once again thought about the time when Obito was stoned to death for saving him. There was a feeling of sadness in my heart. But then he rejected the idea. Wrong. Who says that if you die, you will definitely die? The spring came to life. The master's wife is resurrected. Why can't Obito be resurrected? Maybe there is some unknown existence that resurrected Obito. But, why did he resurrect Obito, the crane tail? It's not in line with common sense. The more Kakashi thought about it, the more he got a headache. This problem has been bothering him for a long time. Pity. I can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. He preconceptually believed that Obito was dead. So, until very certain evidence is found, he won't completely believe that Obito is still alive. Forget it, let's go out for a walk. Kakashi sighed. Then he got out of bed and walked out of the hospital. Although he is not fully recovered yet, But, simple walking can still be done. He walked out of the hospital, started wandering around Konoha Village. Then unknowingly, he came to Lin's tombstone. Just got here. Kakashi realized something was wrong. Because there are actually some traces of footprints in front of Lin's tombstone. From the traces, Kakashi can be quite certain. That person was not passing by chance. But I stood here for a long time. Who is it? Lin no longer has any relatives. Her only friends are me and Yuhi Kurenai. Every time Yuhi Hong comes, she brings flowers with her. There can be no exception. And I was lying in the hospital again. FFLX. So, Kakashi suddenly trembled. I had a bold idea in my mind. Is it Obito? Because of this issue, he has been thinking about it for a long time. Therefore, it is more sensitive. Probably not. With this thought in mind, Kakashi bit his finger tremblingly. And used the summoning technique. Next moment, Parker appeared in front of him. Parker, smell it and remember the smell of the man who was here not long ago. Then, help me find him. Quote. Kakashi's voice trembled slightly. Kakashi, are you hurt? Asterisk TT. Advertisement. Parker sniffed it for no apparent reason, then started looking for it while talking. Why don't you lie down well in the hospital? What are you doing out here? Kakashi. There's something weird about this guy's smell. It's gone when you get here. He seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. 52. Really weird. There was nothing of this man around. It was as if he appeared here out of thin air. Then he stood for a while and then disappeared out of thin air. How could there be such a person in this world? Does he know any space ninjutsu? Space ninjutsu. Kakashi's voice trembled slightly. He thought about the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui. That is a very powerful space ninjutsu. Could it be? Is it really Obito? No, it's Obito. Obito is indeed alive. Kakashi was so frightened by his conclusion that he sat on the ground. Because his body was still very weak, he sat on the ground and kept panting. Kakashi. Parker looked at Kakashi in a panic, wondering what happened to him. I'm fine, Parker. Thank you very much this time. Let's go back. Quote. Are you sure you don't need me to call a doctor? No, I want to be alone. Oh well. Parker nodded and disappeared. Kakashi was left sitting quietly on the ground, looking at Nohara Lin's tombstone in a daze. Obito, since you are still alive, where are you now? Why don't you come back to see me? Could it be that do you hate me for killing Lin? Is that why you don't want to see me? Kakashi raised his hand and looked at the hand that passed through Lin's heart, his eyes full of disgust. Why am I so weak? Why didn't I protect Lin? Why can't the blood be washed clean? Why? Kakashi went crazy, rubbing his hands frantically. It seems that he wants to completely wipe away the non-existent bloodline on it. I don't know how long it lasted. Only then did Kakashi hear a rush of shouting and footsteps. Then, he fainted again. Chapter 67 by How? Are you really treating me as a psychiatrist? Fourth update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Quote. I don't know how long it took. Kakashi finally woke up. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on the hospital bed again. Quote. Back to the hospital again. Kakashi glanced around confusedly. Then I saw a little nurse not far away suddenly stood up in surprise, and then ran out while shouting. Not long after. Then I heard the sound of rushing footsteps. Then a group of people Kakashi knew very well rushed in. The first person is the Fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Behind him were Guy, the people from Shift 7, and a group of doctors and nurses. Kakashi, what happened? Why are you suddenly rubbing your hands like crazy? Tsunade looked at Kakashi seriously. If I weren't here, your hand would be useless. Do you know? May 13th. I'm sorry. Kakashi apologized very sincerely. Then he stared and began to be in a daze. Let the group of people next to you chirp and scold you. After Tsunade finished, Guy said, Guy finished, Sakura said, Sakura finished, Naruto said. Sasuke is even more powerful. He put his hands in his pockets and added abruptly while listening. Couple it with other people's words and make those words even more hurtful. However, Kakashi didn't want to pay attention to these things at all. He just wanted to be in a daze in silence at the moment. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Tsunade saw something strange about Kakashi and stopped everyone from scolding him. Speak up if you have any problem and we can help you solve it. Kakashi continued to be dazed. Kakashi. Tsunade waved his hand in front of Kakashi. However, Kakashi turned his head away and continued to be in a daze. Guy was suddenly startled. Then I thought of how Kakashi had been depressed like this for a while when Zhong Lin had just died. And what Kakashi looks like at this moment. Exactly the same as the one a few years ago. Guy, what did you think of? Tsunade saw this and asked quickly. Tsunade-sama, let's go out and talk. Quote. The group of people soon arrived outside. Listen to Guy slowly tell the story between Kakashi, Obito and Lin. And the way Kakashi looked depressed after both Obito and Lin died. This time is exactly the same as that time. Advertisement. Moreover, this time before Kakashi fainted, he had been looking at Lin's tombstone. So, I think there should be some correlation between the two. Quote. That's it. Hearing this, Tsunade didn't know what to say. Although she is an excellent medical ninja. But he is not a psychiatrist. She was helpless when it came to such a thing. Kakashi's trauma is no longer a problem. As for psychological things, just ask you to pay more attention. I'm going back. Quote. After saying that, Tsunade quickly left the hospital. I'm about to attend the Fifth Hokage induction ceremony. She has been really busy recently. Guy and the four watched Tsunade leave, and then discussed how to help Kakashi. I didn't expect Mr. Kakashi's past to be so miserable. Naruto said sadly. A companion died trying to save him. Before he died, he gave Sharingan as a gift to him. At the same time, another companion was entrusted to him. The other one had a tailed beast sealed within his body. He committed suicide at the hands of Kakashi-sensei. Not only did Kakashi-sensei fail to fulfill his companion's entrustment, he also indirectly killed another companion. As he said that, Naruto looked at little Sakura and then at Sasuke. Well, if I were Kakashi-sensei, I must have collapsed, right? Sasuke snorted upon hearing this. He couldn't help but think of that night. And that man, who doesn't have a little pain in his heart? If it were me, I would stand up immediately. Kill all the enemies. Sasuke, that's you. When Sakura heard this, she immediately looked at Sasuke angrily. For this man who was obsessed with revenge, she was truly speechless. HMPH. Sasuke looks good though, but there is no way to compare with Bai Hao. Huh, correct. Bai Hao. Suddenly, little Sakura suddenly remembered something. He quickly said, we can go find Bai Hao. Not long ago, I heard that Bai Hao also has high attainments in psychology. He even cured a traumatized girl. Really? Guy was overjoyed when he heard this. Then what are we waiting for? Advertisement. Hurry up and call him over. Youth has no room for waiting. After saying that, he rushed out directly. Teacher Guy, just wait for me. Seeing this, little Sakura quickly chased after him. Suddenly only Naruto and Sasuke were left. After the two heard little Sakura talking about Bai Hao, they looked embarrassed. Apparently, both of them thought about the embarrassing things that happened not long ago. And coincidentally, Bai Hao was the one who witnessed this incident. Well, I suddenly thought, Pervy Sage has something to do with me. I go first. After Naruto said that, he ran away quickly. Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this. I felt speechless for a moment. Wei Wei thought for a moment and felt that if Naruto was not present, he would not cause an embarrassing topic. Then, so he stayed. He walked slowly to Kakashi's hospital room. Waiting quietly. To be honest, he was also curious. What methods will Bai Hao use to treat Kakashi? Time passes slowly. Not long after, Bai Hao was invited by Guy, looking at Kakashi who looked like a salted fish. Bai Hao couldn't help feeling a little emotional. I didn't expect that Kakashi would become like this after knowing the truth. Not so long ago, after Kakashi found out that Obito was still alive. He just got a ton of plot points. After suddenly getting a plot point from Kakashi, Bai Hao was a little curious, so he used the telescope technique to take a look. 0.0 as a result, Kakashi who self-mutilated was discovered. Seeing the surrounding environment, I thought that Obito had just entered his bookstore not long ago. Bai Hao immediately thought of the reason for Kakashi's change. It was because he discovered that Obito was not dead, so he began to blame himself and regret it. Seeing Kakashi's self-harm out of control, Bai Hao could only use illusions to make a passerby, accidentally, come to the cemetery, see Kakashi, and then call a doctor. Bai Hao, it's you this time. Guy bowed sharply to Bai Hao, please be sure to heal Kakashi. Bai Hao was speechless when he heard this. Do you really think of me as a psychiatrist? But, he looked at Kakashi, who looked like a salted fish, and immediately had an idea in his mind. I really have a way to cheer him up. Thought of this. He turned to look at Guy. Leave it to me. Chapter 68 Bai Hao suddenly wants to be a psychiatrist, Orochimaru regains his confidence. Fifth update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Yeah, upon hearing this, Guy immediately bowed to Bai Hao with a look of joy on his face. Please. Bai Hao nodded slightly when he heard this. Then he pointed to the door. That, you go out first. I talked to Mr. Kakashi alone. Quote, okay. The three of them nodded when they heard this, and then walked out quickly. Although they are curious about what Bai Hao will do soon. I also really want to know how Bai Hao treated Kakashi. But, in order for Bai Hao to better treat Kakashi, they still suppressed their curiosity and quickly left the ward. Kakashi-sensei. They all told me the whole story. Quote. After seeing that he and Kakashi were the only ones left in the room, Bai Hao then spoke slowly. You must be regretting how weak you once were. And wallow in that pain, right? Listening to Bai Hao's words, Kakashi didn't have any reaction. Still like a salted fish. Lying quietly on the bed, motionless. 19. When Bai Hao saw this, he didn't care. Still talking to himself. Actually, you don't have to feel so guilty and regretful. Because all of this has nothing to do with you. No matter how strong you are. In the trend of the times, it is still very small. Still very weak, it can be said, as long as the war lasts. The pain you experience will continue to happen. Quote. After saying that, Bai Hao glanced at Kakashi. It turned out that the other party was still the same. Then, Bijuu smiled and continued, actually. By your reaction. And my guess. A lot of things can already be deduced. For example, Uchiha Obito is not dead. You saw it too. Kakashi sat up with a huff. He looked at Bijuu blankly. Right. Quote. Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Bijuu smiled and nodded. I remember, I once said it accidentally. This kind of blood inheritance limit that does not belong to oneself should not be able to evolve in close, right? I still remember. After I finished saying this, your reaction is very unusual. Became very panicked, and doubting yourself. This led me to a very bold guess. That is, teacher, your Sharingan has evolved on its own. Advertisement. Certainly, I'm not so sure either. All I can say is that this is a guess. And what happened yesterday shows that there should be nothing wrong with my guess. Teacher, you don't know what stimulation you have received. He ran to Nohara Lin's tombstone and committed suicide. This is obviously a sign of regret and self-blame. It can be deduced from this. You should have reached the conclusion that Uchiha Obito is not dead through some way. This is exactly what I originally suspected. What I said. Right. Kakashi nodded meaningfully after hearing this. Then, I can roughly analyze your psychological journey at that time. After you find out that Uchiha Obito is not dead. Suddenly my mood was in chaos. Start thinking why Obito didn't show up to see you. Then the answer came quickly. That means Obito knows you killed Nohara Rin. So I hate you. Therefore, under the influence of strong regret and self-blame, you start harming yourself. Kakashi nodded silently. Actually, you don't have to be like this. Bijuu continued. Nohara Lin's death actually had nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself and regret it. This is her own wish. She would rather commit suicide than become a tool to destroy Konoha. Although this is a bit cruel. But, I will die in your hands. It was her only choice at the time. The only thing that can be done to protect Konoha. Yes, it's like this. Kakashi nodded confusedly. Next is Obito. If he knew that Lin died in your hands, then I will definitely come to question you. Pity. He didn't. What does this mean? It means that he knows the truth about everything. Knowing that Lin committed suicide. Knowing that under the circumstances, Lin could only do this. So, he doesn't blame you. Otherwise, he will definitely come to you, scold you, and take the Sharingan away. Yes, it is. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Kakashi's eyes. Since he didn't take the eyes away, that explains it. He still cherishes this bond very much. So, teacher Kakashi. Why are you so sad and self-blame? Advertisement. It's a good thing to find out that Obito, our friend, is not dead. But why doesn't he come to see me? Since he doesn't hate you much. Then there are only two possibilities if I don't come to see you. One is, I don't want to go back to Konoha. I just want to hide quietly in the dark. Then find a chance to take revenge. He wants revenge. And, I don't want to involve you. Revenge. Kakashi was stunned. Right. Besides. If he doesn't come to see you, there is another possibility. That is, he was rescued originally. That's why he didn't die. The person who saved him directly controlled Obito by some means. Let Obito do a lot of things in secret that he doesn't want to do. Obito had to do it for various reasons. Therefore, he has no face to see you. Right. There is still this possibility. 957 inches. So, no matter what it is, you have to cheer up. Only by cheering up can the problem be solved. Pull your friend, Obito, out of the shadows. Don't let him do something he might regret. Don't be afraid, the best way to eliminate fear is to face it, and persistence is the only way to victory. You're right. Kakashi suddenly cheered up. The originally dead fish eyes also regained their vitality. Bijuu, thank you very much. You're welcome. Bijuu smiled and nodded. Now, he suddenly felt that he might really be a psychiatrist. Being a psychiatrist in the Hokage world. Cure mentally disturbed teenagers. Tisk. It seems like you can earn a lot of plot points this way. Shaked his head. Bijuu threw such an idea to the back of his mind. Turned around and went out to call Guy and others. At the same time, deep in a stronghold in Yamanaka, Orochimaru looked at the information in his hand and suddenly showed a confident smile. Members of the Black Organization have appeared at this moment. Moreover, it is still far away from Konoha Village. They will no longer appear in Konoha Village. That being the case, I can finally take action. This time, no one will bother me again. Sasuke, sooner or later you will be mine. Can't run away. Chapter 69. Sasuke's Destined Bite. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Orochimaru's eyes flashed. It only took a short time to come up with the plan for this operation. Let's stick to the old plan this time. I'm going to test Sasuke's strength myself. After making a decision, Orochimaru suddenly thought of another question. Why hasn't Honglian sent me any news yet? Could it be? Is it because the Black Organization's supervision is too strict? Orochimaru was a little confused though. But I didn't pay too much attention to it. He knows. It is very difficult to get some news from within a secret organization. I thought about my action plan this time. Then he looked at the current location of the members of the Black Organization. After doing all this, Orochimaru told Kabuto some more things before rushing towards Konoha Village. At the same time, inside Konoha Hospital, looking at Kakashi who had cheered up, the three of them were a little shocked. Is it going to be fine so soon? You, how on earth did you do that? Jun Bai-Hao is so awesome. The three people praised him repeatedly. After admiring, the Japanese looked at Bai-Hao together. He seemed to want to know how he did it. Seeing this, Bai-Hao just shrugged. This involves patient privacy, so, I think it's better for me not to say anything. He felt like he was really becoming more and more like a psychiatrist. All right, after the three of them heard this, they stopped asking any more questions. Instead, he turned to look at Kakashi. Started to keep asking questions and warmed up. Kakashi's energy has just improved, so his reaction is relatively slow. Seeing Kakashi in such a state, a few people just said a few words casually and then left one after another. Bai-Hao also casually greeted Kakashi and walked home with the others. Time passes slowly. It was late at night in a blink of an eye. Sasuke stood alone in the courtyard of his home. Look at the moon quietly. His face was sometimes frowning, sometimes angry, and sometimes sad. Looks preoccupied. Why did Kakashi get injured? If I read it correctly, he should have suffered mental injuries. This is something only advanced illusions can do. Advanced illusion. Is it him? Quote. Regarding Kakashi's injury, it was announced that he was injured by a black organization. Details have not been released to the public. That's all Sasuke knew. In order to protect him, no one told him about Itachi's return to the village. But, although no one told him, even though he didn't know the true situation of the matter. Although no matter who he asked, he couldn't get the correct answer. Advertisement. But he still guessed something through Kakashi's injury. It's definitely him, Itachi. Moreover, it was the day that Kakashi and I met. It is precisely because of this reason. That's why Kakashi asked me to find Bai-Hao. Damn it, why are you hiding it from me? Am I too weak? Sasuke punched the tree trunk hard. Although the correct answer has been guessed. But he didn't show it in front of others. I have always been controlling my emotions. Because he knows that this kind of anger is impotent rage. It has no effect other than making people look down upon. However, tonight, when I was alone, finally he couldn't bear it anymore. I ran to the yard and started to vent. He was practicing physical skills near the dummy for a while. Practice fire style on the artificial lake for a while. Practice lightning style in front of the rockery for a while. After exhausting himself, he finally felt much more comfortable. Whirring. He lay on the ground, gasping for air while looking at the moon. Wait, then, Weasel, one day, I will kill you. At your current speed, I'm afraid you won't have any hope for the rest of your life. Who? Sasuke was startled by the sudden sound. I jumped up and saw a familiar figure not far away. Orochimaru. Sasuke looked at that figure and was stunned. You're not dead. That palm that day was indeed very strong. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. But if you want to kill me, you're still far away. Quote. Sasuke quickly took out two kunai and held them in his hands. Orochimaru looked at him warily. The purpose of your visit this time? It's me. Shang Rin told him about Orochimaru back then. Therefore, he is very clear about Orochimaru's purpose. Certainly, Orochimaru looked Sasuke up and down. That look was as if he was looking at some piece of art. Sasuke. You grow up quickly, but, compared to Itachi, you are still far behind. If you continue to be in Konoha, you will never be Itachi's opponent in this life. If you desire power and are willing to change your organization, you can come to me. Dream. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, he felt a sudden surge of fear in his heart. Then the whole body became unable to move. Advertisement. Is this an illusion? No, this is murderous intent. Pure murderous intent. How many people did he kill? Sasuke looked at Orochimaru not far away. I just feel like my heart is full of fear. Not even the slightest thought of resistance could arise. He felt that as long as he resisted, he would die miserably. Oops. Just at this time, Sasuke saw Orochimaru's neck suddenly become thinner and longer. Just like a snake. Keep twisting. And Orochimaru's face also became extremely ferocious. He has a big mouth and bared fangs, and he speeds towards Sasuke. Not good. Sasuke was startled. He quickly stabbed his thigh with a kunai. Narrowly before Orochimaru bit him, he got out of his stupor. And dodged the blow in time. You run pretty fast? Orochimaru smiled grimly. He opened his mouth and spit out countless slender little snakes. As soon as those little snakes appeared, they wrapped themselves around Sasuke. Sasuke tried his best to dodge and fight back, but because I had just consumed a lot of chakra and physical strength not long ago, resulting in a rather poor state, so it didn't take long for him to be entangled. It's over. Sasuke felt a chill in his heart, and then Orochimaru hit his head quickly. Bite him hard on the neck, then he slowly took it back. Ah! Sasuke was in pain, covered his neck and fell to his knees. Zhao Qian's. Sasuke. I gave you a small gift. This gift will make you feel powerful. Orochimaru said and looked up into the distance. Why did Anbu come so fast? The smile on his face softened a little, and he was always ready to take on the challenge. Swish swish. After a while, then I heard a few soft sounds. Then a figure that was quite familiar to Orochimaru appeared in front of him. Tsunade. It's you. Orochimaru. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru solemnly, you're not dead. It's not a surprise that I didn't die. Orochimaru slowly put his hand to his mouth, and then bit hard, breaking his hand. What's really surprising is that you, a medical ninja with a blood fear, became a Hokage. Said. He stretched out his hand in front of him and let the blood flow down drop by drop. Suddenly, Yinshi was stunned. Because he found that Tsunade didn't have a hemophobic expression on his face. Chapter 70 The Arrogant Orochimaru, by How Who Seems to Know Everything, second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Tsunade. You, B********* D Orochimaru. Orochimaru hasn't finished speaking yet. Then Tsunade rushed over. Then he punched him hard in the stomach. Well, Orochimaru's face was deformed in pain. He used the power of this punch to fly backwards. And when I first landed, I used the Orochimaru body replacement technique directly. The real body rushed out directly from the double's mouth. As soon as he got outside, his tail turned into legs. Did not expect, you actually cured your hemophobia. Tsunade. I underestimated you. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade in surprise. I underestimated you too, Orochimaru. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru solemnly, I read the information from that day. It surprised me that you can actually survive that palm. Because I am immortal, Orochimaru had a wild smile on his face. The success of that experiment, it is what he is most proud of. It seems that today is not the right time to continue fighting. After noticing that Anbu was coming here, Orochimaru no longer stays. Suna 770, I will destroy Konoha sooner or later. I hope we can meet again then. With that said, Orochimaru burrowed into the soil and disappeared completely. Tsunade-sama. Several Anbu quickly came over and lowered their heads to ask if they wanted to catch up. No need to chase. Tsunade frowned at the spot where Orochimaru disappeared, then shook his head. Regarding what Orochimaru said, what destroyed Konoha? She wasn't worried, because the strength of Konoha is unprecedentedly powerful. If you catch up rashly, you will die, Tsunade said and turned to look at Shizune. How is Sasuke doing now? I was hit by Orochimaru's curse seal and passed out. Shizune shook his head, somewhat helpless about such a situation. A curse seal? Tsunade thought for a moment, then began to give orders. Anbu, take Sasuke to the hospital. Yes. After Anbu left with Sasuke, she looked at Shizune again. Shizune, go and call Kushina over, advertisement. This kind of curse seal. Medical ninjutsu was useless. This thing can only be sealed with a seal, yes. Shizune responded and left quickly. Tsunade stood here quietly, looking at the place where Sasuke had just fallen. I couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I passed by here today when I was checking out surgery information. Otherwise, who knows what Orochimaru might do, noon the next day. Bai Hao was preparing to eat when he suddenly saw Naruto and little Sakura running over. Oh no, Naruto started yelling before he even entered the door. Bai Hao, oh no, he was bitten by Orochimaru. Bite? Bai Hao frowned. This is really hard to guard against? Is Sasuke destined to be bitten by a snake? Bai Hao complained in his heart. It's something that was planted with a cursed seal by Orochimaru. Little Sakura punched Naruto, and then quickly explained beside Bai Hao. Shizune told me this morning. Last night, Orochimaru sneaked into the village. Then found Sasuke. Immediately planted a curse seal on him. He is lying in hospital now. Should we go see him together? After saying this, little Sakura seemed to have thought of something. He quickly said with some embarrassment, last time, Mr. Bai Hao said that I could become a medical ninja. So, I mustered up the courage to prepare to become a disciple of Tsunade-sama. Tsunade has not promised me yet. Originally, I was planning to wait for her to promise me before telling you. BJEA, that's it. Bai Hao nodded. Let's go and see together, no matter what. Sasuke is also considered half of his disciple. Now that he is hospitalized, he still needs to go and see him. The group arrived at the hospital soon. After Tsunade's treatment, Sasuke was awake at this moment. Seeing Bai Hao and the others coming over, they just nodded slightly as a greeting. You are here. Seeing Bai Hao coming, Tsunade nodded and turned around to go out. Since you are here, let's sit with him first. I went to read a book. With that said, she strode outside. Advertisement. As he walked, he rubbed his temples. Recent. She often stayed up late just to save Lee. Everyone watched Tsunade go out and then started discussing. Sasuke, does it hurt here? Naruto approached very curiously. Just as he was about to poke the curse mark with his finger, Sasuke slapped his hand away. No pain. Sasuke replied lightly and then looked at Bai Hao. He asked expectantly, Bai Hao, is there any way you can remove this? Master Tsunade said that this cannot be solved for the time being. It can only be sealed with sealing techniques. Can be solved. Bai Hao nodded slightly. What? The three of them were shocked at the same time. Naruto was sluggish. Sasuke was a surprise. Little Sakura was impressed. As expected of Mr. Bijuu, nothing can trouble you. Little Sakura said with a cautious look in her eyes, even 5th generation can solve the problem. Mr. Bijuu can easily solve it. Cough. Little Sakura just finished speaking, then I heard a cough from the door. This made her body freeze instantly. Tsunade-sama. Snort. Tsunade, who forgot to pick up the book, snorted when he came back halfway. Then he looked at Bijuu with some curiosity. Bijuu. You said you can remove this curse seal? Tsunade was really curious about this boy. She felt that Bijuu seemed to know everything. In this world, it seems that nothing is difficult for him. Can. Bijuu nodded affirmatively again. There are roughly 3 ways to remove the curse seal. I can definitely resolve the first 2. The third kind is not necessarily the case. You can try it. 3 kinds, the 4 of them were shocked. The top brass of Konoha have been discussing this for a long time. Everyone is helpless against such a curse seal. As a result, Bijuu actually has 3 solutions. This is really a shocking thing. How to do it? The 4 people asked in unison. Chapter 71 3 ways to remove the curse seal, and the purely natural sage mode. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. In this curse seal, there is not only the Orochimaru chakra. There are also some spirits of Orochimaru. This part of the spirit body has an independent mind. And this curse seal is so strong, that's where the strength lies. 4 people's questions were heard. Bijuu didn't show off, he just talked about it directly. To solve it, I think there are 3 ways. First, find a way to bring out the Orochimaru spirit body and all the Orochimaru chakra hidden in the curse seal. Then use high-level sealing techniques, seal all these things. Second, use a special ninjutsu to pull out all the bad things hidden in the curse seal. Then seal it together. Both of these are sure to succeed. However, each has its own difficulties. The difficulty of the first method is that it is not easy to draw out the Orochimaru spirit body and chakra. The second method, the difficulty lies in creating the corresponding ninjutsu to pull out the bad things. Hear Bijuu's words. The 4 of them were silent for a while. Naruto and the 3 of them found it very difficult to hear. But Tsunade knew it very clearly. This kind of thing is really difficult to do. I really didn't expect that Orochimaru's spirit body actually exists in this small curse seal. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, we studied this curse seal. As a result, nothing can be researched at all. We don't even know what this curse seal is. And both of these methods are too difficult. The 3 Narutos nodded in understanding. Actually, only the first method is more difficult. Bijuu smiled when he heard this. The first method, he said. This is exactly the method used by Uchiha Itachi in the original work. After Sasuke's chakra is exhausted, Orochimaru came out. Then just seal it. Bijuu is not sure whether this method is useful now. But, according to Bijuu's speculation, if you kill Orochimaru completely first, then let Sasuke drain the chakra, then Orochimaru might actually show up. After all, Bijuu knew that Orochimaru could be reborn through this curse seal. Advertisement since this curse seal is used as a mechanism for rebirth. Then there is definitely more than just active triggering. There must be a passive trigger method, and the way of passive triggering. It means that the host chakra is exhausted, and this situation can easily occur. After host has the curse seal, you will definitely be obsessed with this power. Along with increased strength, over time, that host will become more and more bold. One day, he will encounter a situation where chakra is exhausted. Then, Orochimaru will use the opponent's body to return again. But, he was not prepared to use the first method to solve Sasuke's hidden dangers. Because it's too much trouble, he plans to use the second method together with the third method. What about the third method? Tsunade asked curiously. The third method, I'm not sure if this is possible. Bijuu said slowly, I just observed this curse seal. Understand the general working principle of this curse seal. Tsunade. Listen to this sentence. Tsunade was suddenly speechless. They gathered a lot of elite ninjas, and everyone discussed it for a long time but still couldn't come up with the function of this curse seal. Anko's curse seal was also used as a reference, but there is still no result. But what about Bijuu? Good guy, at a glance, you directly skip the function. Instantly understood how it works. This is simply many levels stronger than their elite ninjas combined. The function of this curse seal, it is to let the cursed host get an extra energy. Besides, host can also get a large increase in speed and strength. That is to say, once this curse seal is opened, host's strength will increase dramatically. It actually has such an effect. The 4 of them were shocked at the same time. Sasuke, on the other hand, was slightly interested. He felt that this thing might be a boost for his revenge. Right. Bijuu nodded. This is the function. The principle is to absorb the natural energy in nature through the curse seal to enhance itself. Natural energy? Tsunade was stunned. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Then something came to mind in an instant. I know this. Humans absorb natural energy and can turn on sage mode. It seems that this curse seal was created by imitating sage mode. Sage mode? Naruto and the 3 were slightly startled. They felt that they could no longer understand the conversation between Bijuu and Tsunade. However, Tsunade ignored them. Instead, he continued to look at Bijuu. So, the third method is related to Sage Mode? Good. Bai Hao nodded. Learn Sage Mode. Maybe this Sage Mode can be used to get rid of this curse seal. Of course, it's not certain whether it can be done. I see. Tsunade nodded. So, are you ready to use the second method? She felt that she could already guess Bai Hao's thoughts. That's why I asked. Good. Bai Hao nodded, then he looked at Sasuke. But not entirely. I'm going to teach Sasuke Sage Mode. Then at the same time develop new ninjutsu to remove this curse. You know Sage Mode. Tsunade was shocked again. Although she had already guessed that Bai Hao might do this. But when she got the answer in the affirmative, still couldn't help but exclaimed. To know. Sage Mode is very difficult to practice. She did not succeed in cultivation. Although Jiraiya knows it, it took him 10 years of practice to master it. And what about the young man in front of me? Tsunade estimated. From understanding to understanding, I'm afraid it won't take more than a year. And understanding is much more difficult than learning. Yeah, Bai Hao nodded. His Sage Mode was obtained through lottery. Moreover, it is a purely natural Sage Mode that does not belong to any holy place. Sasuke, take a good rest. After waiting, we started practicing. Sasuke, who had always had a cold face, couldn't help but smile at this moment. Do not know why. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Uchiha Itachi before the genocide. And the image of Uchiha Itachi before the genocide gradually began to merge with Bai Hao Maru. Chapter 72 New members of the organization, new diamond cards, 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. I want to learn too. I want to learn too. Naruto immediately started shouting anxiously after hearing this. Bai Hao. You can teach me too. Okay, Bai Hao nodded after hearing this. In the original plot, Naruto learned Sage Mode from Jiraiya. He was intercepted by Naruto. You can definitely earn a lot of plot points. Although he has accumulated a lot of plot points recently and there is no lottery. But plot point is such a thing, he doesn't have too much. I want it too. I want it too. Little Sakura pulled Bai Hao's arm with excitement. In her heart, practicing with Bai Hao is even more important than learning a Sage Mode. Okay, Bai Hao smiled and nodded. When the time comes, you will practice together. This Sage Mode has a limitation. That requires the practitioner to have a large amount of chakra. Naruto can definitely do 3, 6, 3, not necessarily for you too. Let's practice some practice and give it a try when the time comes. Little Sakura nodded repeatedly, nothing to be unhappy about. Okay, now that the problem has been solved, I'll leave first. Tsunade said, picking up the surgery book placed aside. Then he strode out of the ward. Bai Hao and the other three sat in the ward for a while before leaving together. Looking at the ward that became quiet again, Sasuke's heart was filled with joy. Finally there is a way to become stronger. He was very lucky at the moment. I'm glad I was bitten by Orochimaru. If he hadn't been bitten, it would have taken a long time for him to learn the immortal model from Bai Hao. I just don't know if I can learn. Does one need to have a lot of chakra to learn it? Sasuke was lost in thought for a moment. Bai Hao, who returned to the bookstore, also began to meditate. He didn't know if Sasuke could practice Sage Mode. The original commander assistant does not know Sage Mode. But Bai Hao thinks it's not impossible to learn. But Orochimaru didn't teach him at all. After that, Sasuke has Mangekyo Sharingan, so there is basically no need for Sage Mode. The Sage Mode I got through the lottery seems to be a little different from the one in the original work. Bai Hao thought so and turned on Sage Mode directly. Suddenly, advertisement he felt that his body was full of power. Subsequently, he ducked in front of the mirror, looked carefully in the mirror. As a result, I discovered that there was no facial makeup on my face. At the same time, there were no abnormal changes on the body. This is completely different from the original work. I feel like mine is simpler. As for the power, that's not clear. Just when Bai Hao was exploring Sage Mode on his own. Suddenly, an acquaintance came to his bookstore, Kurama Yakumo. Holy Lord. Kurama Yakumo came to Bai Hao and greeted him quietly. I've been released. So fast? Bai Hao glanced at Kurama Yakumo casually. Did you mislead those people with illusions? Well, Kurama Yakumo immediately smiled sheepishly when he heard this. A blush instantly appeared on the pale face. I really don't want to stay in that place. Moreover, I really want to have power. Follow me. Bai Hao nodded when he heard this. Then he took Kurama Yakumo to the bedroom on the second floor. Because the contract has been signed, therefore, Bai Hao directly threw out the Mewtwo card that suited her. Accompanied by a huge amount of energy entering the body. Kurama Yakumo also fainted. At the same time, Bai Hao also received Mewtwo's special effects and skills. Is this the power of Mewtwo? Bai Hao felt that he could control anything around him at will at this moment. He had a thought. All the furniture in the room floated up. The thought moved again. The furniture fell back into place. This feeling of having superpowers, let him enjoy it very much. I feel like I don't even have the Creation God card now. It is already considered invincible, he sighed silently. Bai Hao left the room directly and returned downstairs. He sat in front of the counter, looking at the store and drawing prizes out of boredom. Now, he has accumulated a lot of plot points, feels like it's time to take a swing. Congratulations on drawing the Charmander, bronze, card. Congratulations on drawing the Squirtle, bronze, card. Advertisement, congratulations on winning a box of Master Kong mineral water. Rewards flashed one after another quickly. It didn't take long for Bai Hao to use up all the plot points. However, apart from a bunch of useless cards and a bunch of messy ninjutsu, I didn't get anything particularly good. There's no diamond card at all. See this situation. Bai Hao didn't panic at all. He has become accustomed to this kind of black hand situation. Anyway, as long as there are too many ordinary cards, you can still combine them to create diamond cards. Then, he opened the synthesis bar and began to synthesize continuously. The cards merge quickly, and a new card is born. I don't know how many times I did this. Finally he synthesized a new diamond card. Kyurem, diamond. After using it, you can get the Kyurem fairy spirit and become Kyurem Jinchuriki. Special effects. Absorb and store cold air, giving all attacks a freezing effect. Skill. Frozen world, completely freezes the enemy, guaranteed to hit. Amplification. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra controllability, and increase physical strength due to the increase. Fusion skill. When there is Reshiram or Zekrom around, you can merge with each other to become a more powerful dragon. Nearby matching people. None. There is actually an extra combination skill? Bai Hao was slightly stunned after seeing the card. Then a question came to mind. After I have the abilities of these two cards, can I merge with myself? Thinking of this, Bai Hao couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew that this was impossible. As a result, there is a probability that there will be an additional skill that can directly transform into a dragon. So it seems. 0.2 I have to find someone who suits this card when I come back. Bai Hao slowly put the card away. Diamond cards are the highest level cards. Synthesis cannot continue. Therefore, it is most cost-effective to give the diamond card he got to his subordinates. A few days passed in a flash. In these few days, Tsunade completed the 5th generation project inauguration ceremony. There was a jubilant atmosphere in the village, and he also completed the preliminary teaching of the 3 people in class 7. Have to say, his sage mode is indeed different from the one in the original work. The threshold is also lower than in the original work. Sasuke and little Sakura both meet the conditions for this training, and began arduous practice. This day, Bai Hao is supervising the practice of 3 people by the river. Suddenly an Anbu appeared, interrupting his leisure time. Bai Hao, Master Hokage has come to see you in an emergency. Chapter 73 Bai Hao prepares to travel at public expense. The Black Organization and Shao encounter each other. 5th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Emergency. Bai Hao was slightly startled when he heard this. He was a little confused. Tsunade would come to him if there was something urgent. Could it be that Xiao Li needs my help during surgery? I am responsible for knocking out Xiao Li, and she is responsible for performing the operation? Bai Hao shook his head, although he didn't know what Tsunade wanted from him. But he still let the 3 Narutos practice freely first. Then he followed Anbu to the Hokage office. Tsunade, is something wrong? After entering the door, Bai Hao found that Kakashi was also there. So I suspected that this incident might have something to do with Kakashi. Listen to Bai Hao's disrespectful words. Tsunade couldn't help but have a dark look on his face. This little B*******D is just like that brat Naruto. You never knew how to call me Hokage-sama, but he's even more hateful than Naruto the brat. You actually treat me as an equal, although Tsunade was very dissatisfied. However, she didn't say anything, because Bai Hao is not only mature but also powerful enough. She is qualified to call her that. I came across an A- level mission. There are not enough manpower. 19 so, I need you to make a trip. I haven't been a ninja for years. When Tsunade heard this, a sign popped up on his forehead. Then she slammed the table. He growled at Bai Hao, how long have you graduated? Well, Bai Hao wiped the saliva from his face. Let's first talk about what the mission is, escorting an actor. Protect the other party from harm throughout the process. The destination is the Land of Snow. Departing from the Land of Fire, we arrived in the Land of Fire and stayed for a while to film. Then returned to the Fire Nation. Tsunade watched Bai Hao wipe his face. Suddenly he thought that he seemed to have accidentally spit out his saliva just now. For a while, she blushed slightly with embarrassment. Originally, we were going to let Kakashi take class 7 on a trip. Unexpectedly, Kakashi said that he was not in good condition recently. Outside, Akatsuki was staring at Naruto, and Orochimaru was staring at Sasuke. He worries about inadequate protection. Advertisement. Therefore, I made a request to send another powerful ninja. But where are the powerful ninjas left? Then, I can only ask you to come out. That's it. Bai Hao turned around and glanced at Kakashi after hearing this. When Kakashi saw this, he immediately put down, Intimate Paradise. At the same time, he raised his other hand and greeted Bai Hao sheepishly. Sorry, I've been working on my Sharingan usage recently, so I'm in a bit of a bad mood. Bai Hao frowned when he heard this, then I thought about it. Finally, he nodded and agreed to the mission. The reason why he gave up being a ninja in the first place. Mainly because I don't want to do tasks such as finding cats and dogs, running errands to buy groceries, picking up trash, and weeding. He has plenty of money now. The strength has also become much stronger. In addition, you still need to find a character that suits that new diamond card. So, he decided to take a public trip. Good. Seeing Bijuu agree, Tsunade's face suddenly lit up with joy. With you here, I feel relieved. Go ahead and get ready. Set off in 3 days. Kakashi will tell you the specific mission situation. Yes, Bijuu nodded, then he followed Kakashi out the door. The two walked outside while chatting about the specifics of the mission. This mission is very simple protection, and the reason why Kakashi applied to join. Mainly because he has been to the land of snow. I know there are some very tough ninjas over there. In addition, he was in a bad state and was afraid of danger. That's why I applied to add people, then Bijuu. We'll meet in 3 days. Kakashi and Bijuu waved their hands and then quickly left the place. As he hurried on his way, he began to think of his own worries. Since being psychologically counseled by Bijuu, he began to cheer up. He decided to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you save your friend, Uchiha Obito. So he began to seize the time to practice. I no longer read pornographic books all day like in the past. Besides, he also practiced his Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Once he only knew that he had such an ability, advertisement. But it has never been used. I just started trying to practice now. Besides, he also bought a diary and wrote something in it that he wanted to show Obito. And directly use Mangekyo Sharingan's ability, Kamui, to suck away the Yuki note. The reason for doing this, mainly because he suspected that the things sucked by Kamui were not randomly transmitted to somewhere in the world. Instead, it appeared in a small dimensional space. And this space, Uchiha Obito, who owns another Mangekyo Sharingan, might also be able to get in. So, he did such a test, although he didn't know whether this temptation would be useful. But, you will never know the result until you try everything. Obito, I wonder if you can see it. Kakashi, at the same time. Within Kamui's space, Obito looked at the notebook in his hand with complicated eyes. Kakashi, you actually found out that I'm not dead. He is indeed the genius he was back then. 110 Obito recalls the past. I can't help but feel nostalgic for my childhood. Forget it, let's go back to Konoha and see Kakashi. At the same time, somewhere in the land of thunder, Nohara Rin and Ringo Yuri are here to find out information about Otsutsuki Ashiki. Have to say, it is indeed difficult to find a suspicious and hidden person in the ninja world. They have been looking outside for a long time, but no clues were found. That C. Shion is really cunning. After we find him, you must give him a good beating. It is better to pass the information to the Holy Master first, and then let the Holy Master make a decision. Lin said with a smile. Why are you so rigid? I can't even hear the joke. Yuri Lin clicked her fangs and said somewhat unhappily, I'm just irritable. At this time, I really want to find someone to fight. Huh? While she was thinking this, she suddenly saw two strange men wearing red clouds, black robes and bamboo hats not far away. One of them is slightly taller, with some blonde hair peeking out from under the hat. One is very short and walks very strangely. It was as if he was walking forward with his back bent. That's Akatsuki. It should be Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion. Lin Yuyu suddenly felt happy. Chapter 74. The Frightened and Angry Red Sand Scorpion. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Strawberry. Look over there. Lin Yuyu pointed to the Akatsuki members not far away, with a hint of joy in his tone. Nohara Lin turned around and took a look and found that it was indeed a member of Akatsuki. I couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. It's really a coincidence. They were eating on the streets of a small town in the Kingdom of Thunder. There are more people here and it is more lively. It was precisely for this reason that they met Xiao's people by chance. Otherwise, it was impossible for ninjas to approach other ninjas they met by chance on the road. Even if we meet by chance, they will also quickly avoid them after sensing the other party. From the information given by the Holy Lord, we can conclude that they should be the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara. The Red Sand Scorpion is a genius puppet master. He has transformed his body into a puppet. Strong. The weak point is the weird lump of flesh with Scorpion written on it at the heart. All of his hidden weapons are poisonous, and there is a high probability that he will die if he is hit by them. Deidara, a genius slow escape ninja. The guy who says art is explosion all day long. Weakness is lightning style. These two are not easy to mess with. You can tell by the way they look. They're in great shape. Haven't fought recently. Deidara's detonating clay should be full by visual inspection. If you want to fight them, I'm afraid I need to change my form. Nohara Lin glanced at the two people and then analyzed them lightly. She is a very careful and kind girl. You can always notice things that others miss. Therefore, she could tell the specific status of those two people at a glance. It's not easy to mess with, it's just fun, Ringo Yuri laughed. Her terrifying fangs were also exposed. Besides, isn't it still yours? If I can't defeat you, just travel through time and take me away. All right. The kind-hearted Lin nodded and then pointed at the people around her. If you want to fight, find another place. Otherwise, I can only travel through time, come to the moment before your battle, and pull you away. Rest assured. I'm not the kind of ninja who likes killing ordinary people. Lin Yu smiled, picked up his knife, and walked slowly towards Deidara. Brother. When Lin Yuri and Lin saw Deidara and Shaw. Deidara and Scorpion also saw the two of them. That's from the Black Organization. I really didn't expect to meet them. Don't look for trouble. Task-oriented. Advertisement. Scorpio glanced at Deidara indifferently, then continued forward. Those two guys are strong. If you act rashly, you will die. Don't worry, brother, I won't delay the mission. Deidara said as he put his hand into the bag on his waist. Start swallowing the detonating clay with the mouth on your hand. And shape it into the shape of a bird. Besides, they have already come to find us. While talking, Lin Yuri has arrived not far from them. Hello, want to have a fight, Thunder Saberfang? Deidara and Shaw glanced at Lin Yuri's sword at the same time. Suddenly, he had some guesses about the identity of the person in front of him. It seems that you were Yuri Lin, right? The original Kirigakure ninja who was taken away by Uchiha Izumi. Deidara smiled and said, what a fate, we actually meet in this place. Yeah, Deidara, Lin Yuri also said with a smile, but Deidara. Aren't you afraid of my lightning style? Well. Deidara's smile froze. I also felt a little depressed. He discovered that the other party actually knew his weaknesses. You. Or should I say you? Shay slowly said, you seem to know us very well. His tone was dark. Just from the short conversation between Lin Zhaoyu and Yuri, many problems have been analyzed. We know everything. Everything you know, we naturally know everything too. Lin Yuri shrugged, including you. Red Sand Scorpion. I really don't know what's going on in your head. He actually puts his weakness in such an obvious place. He also wrote the character, Scorpion. Are you afraid that others won't see it? Scorpion was shocked and angry. He never imagined that this mysterious black organization actually knew his own weaknesses. For ninjas, intelligence is the most important thing. After all, no ninja is invincible. Everyone has various weaknesses. Once your weaknesses are exposed, you will easily be targeted. And Scorpion, whose weakness was pointed out, instantly became angry. Deidara, leave this person to me. You go deal with the other one. That's exactly what I meant. Deidara smiled and took a step back, then turned to look at Nohara Rin not far away. Advertisement. Alas, Nohara Rin felt Deidara's gaze. He couldn't help but sigh, and then put down the cup in his hand. Although she doesn't like fighting, but he is not afraid of fighting either. In the beginning, she was indeed a medical ninja. But, after undergoing the transformation of the phantom beast in his body, she also became a lot stronger. First, she fused her two attributes of water and fire, chakra. It has become the new blood inheritance limit, boil style. The strength skyrocketed. Secondly, she has very terrifying regenerative abilities. As long as you are not killed by one hit, you can be resurrected with full health. At last, she has the ability to travel through time. You can shuttle after being poisoned or injured, or you can shuttle directly after the enemy attacks to 1 second before the opponent attacks. And carry out targeted strikes against the opponent. Let's go. Let's fight somewhere else, Lin said and left a few bills on the table. Then directly activate boil style and rush toward the uninhabited suburbs at extremely fast speeds. Lin Yu immediately floated up when he saw this. He also rushed towards Lin. Boil style, the other one can fly. It's impossible for Yuri Lin to fly, right? Could it be that this is the welfare of the Black Organization? Yes. Yeah, Deidara was stunned for a moment, Jiao, and then laughed again. Brother, that one of yours is not easy to mess with. I'm leaving first. Say it. He threw the bird in his hand into the air. Accompanied by a bang sound, the bird suddenly grew bigger. Deidara stood on top and chased Lin. I don't like waiting for people, and I don't like making people wait. Chie didn't even look up and chased Lin Yuri. I hope you can hurry up. As the four people left, the town was also in panic for a while. But then it calmed down, and somewhere in a small town. But suddenly a half-black and half-white figure song appeared. It is Zetsu who supervises the work of Akatsuki organization members from time to time. Have you met the Black Organization? Ju looked at the four people drifting away and nodded. It's a good opportunity to gather information. One is Ringo Yuri. Who could the other one be? With such a question, Ju also chased after him. Chapter 75 Lin Yuri vs Red Sand Scorpion. A shocking discovery. Second update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. She's very fast. The reason why you are flying so slowly is because you want to wait for me? Xie looked at Lin Yu, who was flying slowly not far away, and couldn't help but feel angry. He hates being kept waiting for others. Then, he couldn't help but speed up. The two of them walked in tandem and soon arrived at a relatively remote place. The Scorpion of Red Sand. A trace of expectation flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. She has long heard of the name of the Red Sand Scorpion. Know that this is a legendary ninja, a puppet master due to his talents. After joining the Elf Pavilion, she also got the information that the Red Sand Scorpion had transformed herself into a puppet. This shocked her. At the same time, they also want to challenge each other even more. Now that they happen to meet each other, she couldn't help but feel extremely excited. The me in the past was definitely no match for him. Now I can definitely defeat him. I just don't know if I need to turn on tailed beast mode. Or transform into a tailed beast directly? With questions. Ringo Yuri directly summoned a large thundercloud. The dark thunderclouds brought tremendous pressure to people. However, for Scorpio, it's just a bit of a headache. She can actually keep flying in the sky. This is a real headache. Scorpio frowned. He discovered that his Fei Luhu couldn't hit the opponent at all. T583. Many of his abilities may not be used, that's fine. Scorpion sighed. Before the opponent attacked, he escaped from Fei Luhu directly. Revealed his true body, then he took out a scroll. It surprised me that you can actually fly forever. This is indeed a very powerful ability. You deserve the most powerful puppet I can use. With that said, he directly summoned the third case-cage human puppet sealed in the scroll. Third case-cage. Lin Yuyu looked at the human puppet summoned by the other party. A trace of excitement flashed across his face. Is this the human puppet that the Holy Lord said? Third case-cage, he is also a legend. Unexpectedly, he was actually made into a puppet. How awesome. I heard that the sand and iron in third case-cage are all poisonous. Once injured, he is dead. If I hadn't joined the elf pavilion and gained strength. There is no match for this puppet at all. Advertisement. Lin Yuyu sighed while waving his hand. Suddenly, countless terrifying lightnings struck at the scorpion body. Boom. Boom. Lightning, BJEA, comes one after another. As if it never stops, it keeps hitting the scorpion's body. But it didn't hit the scorpion. All those lightning bolts were blocked by the sandy iron of third case-cage. Can't break through. Lin Yuyu frowned, then waved again. Suddenly, the thunderclouds in the sky became thicker. While maintaining the current lightning frequency. She is still gathering strength, prepared to use her most powerful thunderstorm. The scorpion on the ground was also very bored at the moment. He found that this enemy was really too difficult to deal with. Just fly in the air. People are still hiding in the dark thunderclouds. He is not a sentient ninja. Therefore, in the thunderclouds full of thunder and lightning, Lin Yuri's correct position could not be found at all. No enemy found. Naturally, he cannot attack. If Deidara comes to deal with her. I'm afraid Deidara will be dead after a round of lightning, right? Scorpion couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, I started thinking about how to find the enemy and give him a fatal blow. Just a moment later, Scorpion has already thought of how to deal with the enemy. Subsequently, he moved his fingers together. The third case-cage controlled by him also started attacking. I saw the sand and iron in the air suddenly condensing rapidly. Finally, it condensed into a triangular pyramid. The triangular pyramidal sand iron is constantly rotating in the air. The speed is getting faster and faster. When the speed reaches a certain level, Scorpion then controlled the triangular pyramidal sand iron to shoot diagonally into the air. He was going to rely on this powerful wind to disperse the thunderclouds in the sky. And the effect of this move is very good. The thunderclouds in the sky were indeed dispersed by his move. Yuri Lin, who had been hiding in the thunderclouds, also revealed his figure. Appeared. Scorpio smiled, then continued to control the triangular pyramid of sand and iron, causing the triangular pyramid of sand and iron in the air to spread out and turn into countless thousand thorns. Shoot hard towards Lin Yuri. Not good. Lin Yuyu's pupils shrank suddenly. Then use your own abilities to quickly take off. After a lot of effort, he finally escaped this move. Scorpion is really powerful. Lin Yuyu looked at the scorpion on the ground with a slight smile on his face. Advertisement, I'm probably no match for him in this form. Using the tailed beast mode, which I haven't fully mastered yet, I probably won't be a match for him. This guy is like a poisonous hedgehog, too difficult. If only the lilacs were here. She has the power of the earth. You can use terrifying power to kill Scorpion instantly. Strawberries are easy to handle. Directly open boil style and add calendar. Recklessly attack the opponent's weakness. Use time travel skills at the same time. Once you are hit, immediately go back in time and start over. After countless failures, you can definitely succeed once. Instant kill. As for me, I can only turn into a tailed beast. Sometimes, it's really troublesome to fight someone who restrains himself. Thinking like this, Lin Jiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. Then he transformed directly into Zekrom. Suddenly, a giant black dragon flying in the air appeared out of thin air. She flapped her wings suddenly and flew high into the sky in an instant. Then he opened his mouth and began to gather tailed beast bomb energy. Scorpion. Looking at the giant dragon that suddenly appeared in the sky. And the tailed beast bomb from the dragon's mouth. Scorpion's eyes suddenly widened. This is impossible. At the same time, Zetsu also appeared in the battle venue between Deidara and Nohara Rin. Let's see their battle first. Scorpio is much stronger than Deidara. Thinking like this, he emerged from the ground, then he saw Lin punch Deidara on the lower abdomen and send Deidara flying away. Deidara fell to the ground, his body twitched twice and then stopped moving. K.O. Instant kill. From the beginning of the battle to the end of the battle, less than a second passed. This is that human being, absolutely dumbfounded. But at this time, suddenly there was a huge roar from not far away. Then a wave of air swept over, chakra mixed with horror. Tailed beast bomb, absolutely confused, the airwaves rolled. Blow down the bamboo hat of Lin, who was standing not far away. It happened to reveal a pretty childish face, Nohara Rin. Absolutely frightened. Chapter 76. Wave after wave of stimulation, Black Zetsu is dumbfounded. Please subscribe for the third update, please automatically. A series of things happened too fast, so much so that neither Black Zetsu nor White Zetsu could react. At the same time, each of these things is more incredible than the last. Then, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were directly frightened. It turned out to be Nohara Lin. How could it be Nohara Lin? Black Zetsu and White Zetsu murmured at the same time. They are all familiar with Nohara Lin, because she is a key to their plan, a chess piece. At first, Uchiha Madara is so old that he has to find a tool to help him with Project Tsuki no Mi. And this toolman is Uchiha Obito, but the original Uchiha Obito was too positive. At the same time, he also cares too much about his companions. He doesn't want to help Uchiha Madara plan at all, he just wants to return to Kakashi and Lin. Uchiha Madara was very dissatisfied with this, then. In order to make the toolman more obedient, he played a little conspiracy. Uchiha Madara first controlled the Kirigakure Anbu ninja. Let these Kirigakure Anbu ninjas capture the person Obito cares about most, Nohara Lin. Later, Madara sealed the three tails into Lin's body. At the same time, a curse seal was placed on Lin's heart. So that Lin can't hurt herself. Then, those Kirigakure ninjas were driven by Madara. Shurin and Kakashi rushed towards Konoha Village. Meanwhile, have White Zetsu tell Obito that Rin and Kakashi are surrounded by Kirigakure Anbu. Then, Obito went out in a panic, preparing to rescue Lin and Kakashi. Seeing that Obito was about to come to Lin and Kakashi, Uchiha Madara used the illusion in time, amplified Kakashi's desire to survive, causing Kakashi to use Reikuri to fight his way out of the siege. At the same time, it also stimulated Nohara Lin, amplifying her love for Konoha. In order to protect Konoha, Reikuri committed suicide by crashing into Kakashi. Then, Obito happened to see Kakashi killing Lin. Received unprecedented stimulation, and utterly depraved. Became an important tool in Madara's plan, and an important piece in Black Zetsu's plan. But, now Nohara Lin is resurrected, not just resurrected. And the strength is greatly improved, not only the strength has improved greatly. Advertisement, and he also joined the Black Organization and became a member of the Black Organization. Such a variable. Much to Black Zetsu's horror, he feels. Once Nohara Rin and Obito meet. So, a chess piece like Uchiha Obito might jump off the chessboard. His Millennium Plan. A plan that will succeed soon. It will be completely wasted. What is the purpose of this Black Organization? Black Zetsu looked at Nohara Lin and felt his whole body trembling. No, we absolutely cannot let Obito and Nohara Rin meet. Absolutely not, I have to do something. Black Zetsu's head turned quickly and he began to think of various countermeasures. Kill Nohara Rin? No, can't be killed, she is too strong. Deidara and Scorpion are probably dead, it can't kill her at all. By the time I mobilize people to come over, I don't even know where she has gone. Stalking Lin secretly? Then wait for the opportunity and find someone to kill her? No, Lin is too strong. Apart from Itachi and Pain, I really don't know who else in Akatsuki can kill her. Start a direct war with the Black Organization? No. The Black Organization is too strong. Just these few people who have appeared so far can already fight against the Akatsuki organization. Their mysterious boss has yet to show up, you can imagine. Their mysterious boss is definitely more terrifying. Prevent Obito and Lin from meeting? It's so hard. Obito travels around a lot, still don't listen to me. Lin's whereabouts cannot be controlled, they could meet at any time. After ruling out these, there is only one last solution left. That is to find a way to reach some kind of consensus with them and start cooperation. Although there are risks, once they discover my purpose, they may be detrimental to my plan. But, this is also the most likely to succeed of all plans. Advertisement. Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel very depressed when he thought of this. He couldn't figure it out. Please give me flowers. Everything was fine originally. In a few years, Akatsuki will gather all the tailed beasts. Then resurrect Madara and activate Project Tsuki no Mi. Finally successfully resurrected Otsutsuki Kagaya. Everything was so smooth and perfect. Why did such a mysterious and terrifying Black Organization suddenly appear? The emergence of such an organization directly disrupted Black Zetsu's deployment. White Zetsu, you also know the importance of Obito. Therefore, this matter must be kept confidential. The secret of Black Zetsu's resurrected mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is only known to him. And, he didn't want to tell White Zetsu that he was such a tool. Therefore, he only talked about Uchiha Madara in front of White Zetsu. 0. Nothing was ever said about Otsutsuki Kagaya. I know. White Zetsu nodded without doubt, we have to talk to them. Black Zetsu continued. Otherwise, the plan may go haywire. Good. White Zetsu responded. Then, Ju walked directly over from a distance. He was going to have a serious talk with Lin directly. Absolutely. When Lin saw Z appearing, she immediately showed an expression of disgust. Through the organization's internal intelligence network. She already knew the truth of everything. Therefore, I hate Black Zetsu, the mastermind behind all these things and the real culprit of all disasters. You want to come to us to cooperate? Or do you specifically want to tell me to keep me away from Obito without telling him the truth? You. What do you know? Zhu Wenyan was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Lin with some disbelief, because of what Lin said. And Lin's expression after seeing him, it gave him the feeling that Lin knew everything. We know everything. We can do anything. Lin spoke calmly and said phrases commonly used by members of the organization. Not only do I know that Uchiha Madara is behind all of this. Also knowing that you want to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. Boom. When Black Zetsu heard Lin's words, his head suddenly felt empty. The whole person was stunned again. Chapter 77. The Omniscient Organization, The Broken Scorpion, 4th update. Please subscribe, please automatically. How come? How do you know? How could they know such a secret thing? Black Zetsu suddenly heard such a secret thing coming from Lin's mouth. I was a little confused for a while. To know. Regarding the resurrection of his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, only he knew about it. He was certain, he never told anyone this secret. So, in theory, no one should or could know such a thing. How on earth did the Black Organization know about this? A big question mark slowly appeared in Black Zetsu's mind. Now, there were too many confusions in his heart and too many questions he wanted to ask. Who on earth are you? What exactly is your purpose? Black Zetsu looked at Nohara Rin in horror, now. He felt that, 547, Julin's pretty face looked a bit ghostly. No matter how scary it looks to him. We are both angels and demons, because we want to reverse the flow of fate, resurrect the dead, and subvert fate. Lin slowly said the correct answer that had been announced within the organization. Farewell. Say it. She walked in the direction of Lin Yuyu. As for Deidara, she didn't kill, because the Holy Lord did not issue a mission to kill Deidara. At the same time, she is not someone who kills indiscriminately. Black Zetsu. Who is Otsutsuki Kagaya? Black Zetsu didn't know how long he had been in a daze before he was awakened by such words. After discovering that the speaker is White Zetsu, he exhaled slowly again, then he said with some solemnity, she is a god. God who created everything, not only created me, but also created you. What? White Zetsu was a little confused. Weren't you created by Uchiha Madara? That's an illusion. We are all created by our mothers. So, Black Zetsu stared at White Zetsu and said slowly, this secret must be kept secret. Can't ruin the plan, preventing mother's return. I understand. White Zetsu smiled and didn't pay much attention to this. What should he do? With that said, White Zetsu pointed to Deidara lying on the ground. Advertisement. Of course I brought it back. Also, where is the scorpion? Correct. Scorpion. At this time, Black Zetsu thought of scorpion. Thinking of the tailed beast bomb he saw before he was shocked. It's broken. Is Scorpion dead? Thinking of this, he quickly began to sense it. After a while, he sensed the presence of Scorpion. Then he hurried towards Scorpion's position. Are you okay? Ju looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help feeling a little shocked. I saw that the ground at this moment was full of the debris of various puppets. And in this debris, lying quietly is a relatively complete puppet. However, even it is a relatively complete puppet. At this moment, he also has no head and limbs, and on this relatively complete puppet. But there is a regeneration core beating constantly. I can't believe that Scorpion actually took that blow forcefully. Definitely some size. It can be judged from the chakra emanating from that tailed beast bomb. That tailed beast is definitely no worse than 9 tails. Etc. I feel like I must have been shocked and stunned today. So much so that such important information was only thought of now. What happened to that tailed beast? There are only 9 tailed beasts in this world. It is impossible for new tailed beasts to appear. The Kaoru that Orochimaru met last time has a new tailed beast. And now this Lin Yuri actually has one. Shouldn't it be? Could it be that each person in this organization has a tailed beast comparable to 9 tails? Black Zetsu felt himself amused by such an idea. Although I don't know where these 2 tailed beasts suddenly appeared. But he was sure. There are absolutely no more tailed beasts of this level. At most there are only 2. But, very strange. Otsutsuki Hagoromo divided 10 tails into 9 parts. They are 9 tailed beasts. There is no way other tailed beasts will appear. Black Zetsu couldn't figure out why. When I first saw the information about the Shongolan tailed beast, he subconsciously thought that people from the Black Organization had snatched the tailed beasts from other villages. Then he gave it to Shongolan. After all, he has witnessed the existence of the Otsutsuki Hagoromo split-tailed beast scene. Naturally, it is clear that there cannot be more tailed beasts. But, advertisement. After seeing such a scene today, his thoughts changed. He thinks, the boss of the Black Organization must be able to create tailed beasts in some way. This Black Organization is so terrifying. No, we must find a way to deal with this Black Organization. Quote. Black Zetsu was even more panicked. I'm fine. And at this time, Shie suddenly spoke. I saw countless chakra lines suddenly emanating from his body. These chakra lines are connected to countless fragments on the ground. Along with the movement of the chakra line, relatively complete parts jumped out from these fragments. He came to the scorpion's body and started to assemble it spontaneously. After a while, a complete scorpion just appeared again. Did not expect. It's actually so dangerous this time. Xie looked at the puppet fragments on the ground and said with some sigh, tailed beast bomb is so strong. I almost died. Quote. Scorpion thought about not long ago again. The scene where he resisted the tailed beast bomb. He first asked the third cage to build the first line of defense using sand iron. Then, the 100 machine exercises were played. At the same time, a combination of defensive ninjutsu practiced by hundreds of machines was used. Successfully blocked the blow, but he also lost countless puppets as a result. Fortunately, third cage was not completely damaged. Shu can still use it. Quote. Because both Scorpion and Deidara were seriously injured. Therefore, they gave up the upcoming mission. Returned directly to base 0.5, ready to heal. And not long after they left, a team of Anbu from Cloud Shinobi Village appeared at the place where they had just fought. What on earth is happening here? These people looked at the scene in front of them. There was some fear in my heart. Because the scenes in front of me are not like what human beings can do. Hurry up and report it to Lord Rakage. At the same time, Konoha Village, not far from Kakashi's home. Ripples suddenly appeared in the calm space. After a while, a masked man appeared. This person is none other than Uchiha Obito. He didn't go near Kakashi's bedroom. Just watch from afar. But at this time, he suddenly heard a very slight sound of footsteps coming from the room. And a loud roar. Obito. Chapter 78 Kakashi's Little Plan, the mission begins. Fifth update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Hearing that very familiar voice, Uchiha Obito's body couldn't help but tremble. But then he came to his senses. Quickly use Kamui's hollow ability to hollow yourself. Finally, the hollow was completed before Kakashi rushed out. Kakashi, I haven't forgiven you yet. Quote. Obito muttered silently in his mind. However, then he thought of a key question. Correct. How did Kakashi know I was coming? At the same time, Kakashi looked at the deserted courtyard and frowned tightly. Leaving again, he turned to the room and whispered, Parker. Woof. A moment later, Kakashi's ninja dog Parker ran over quickly. Sniffed around the yard. Then he pointed to the place where Obito was standing just now. Right here. He appeared from space, then stood here, and finally left. It tastes the same as last time. Quote. Knew it. A faint smile appeared on Kakashi's face. 19 inches my Kamui does absorb things into its own little space. And Obito can indeed enter that small space. Parker, thank you very much this time. You go back. Ever since he sucked that notebook away with Kamui. He summoned Parker and stayed with him for a long time. And told the other party. As soon as the aura that lingered in front of Lin's tombstone appears again, call him immediately. Stayed like this for a long time. Today, he finally caught Obito's tail. Obito, why don't you want to see me? Looking at where Obito left. Kakashi was lost in memories. I don't know how long it took. He sighed and left slowly. Although this operation failed. I didn't see Obito, nor did I talk to him. But, he still came to several useful conclusions. First, Obito is still alive. Second, the Kamui spaces of the two of them are connected. Thirdly, Obito still cares about him, but for some reason he just doesn't want to meet him. One day, I will repair the bond between us. Kakashi looked into the distance and said firmly, Obito. You will always be my best friend. Quote. Advertisement. 3 days passed in a flash. During these few days, something big happened in the Kingdom of Thunder. 4 mysterious people whose identities were unknown had a great battle in the Kingdom of Thunder. Although I don't know what the outcome will be, but it allowed many ordinary people to see many visions. For example, terrifying thunder clouds, terrifying black dragons, and a black terrifying energy ball, etc. The news spread quickly. In just 3 days, it spread throughout the ninja world. Everyone is very interested in the black dragon. But, over at Cloud Shinobi Village, they refused to reveal any information. Those interested could only give up. But, the 4 major ninja villages still got some information from the spies. The 2 sides in this war are the Black Organization and the Akatsuki Organization. The reputation of the Akatsuki Organization is not that great at the moment. Far less loud than the Black Organization. But, after experiencing such an incident, the Akatsuki Organization also began to attract the attention of major ninja villages. Tsunade took advantage of this opportunity to send information about these 2 organizations to the other 4 shadows. He also proposed that the 5 major ninja villages should pay attention to these 2 organizations at the same time. And supervise at all times. Exchange information. However, the other 4 ninja villages did not give a clear answer. Baihao doesn't care much about what's happening in the outside world. He naturally knows about the battle between Lin and Ringo Yuri, as well as Deidara and Scorpion. But I don't care. For now, the strength of the elf pavilion is no longer afraid of anyone. But these days, he has been preparing supplies for traveling. This time we are going to the land of snow. It's a good place. After packing his things, Baihao carried his bag and strode towards the place agreed with Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei is so slow. In front of a movie theater in the land of fire. The 3 people from Class 7 are squatting here and waiting quietly. He's always like that. Got used to. Quote. Sasuke sat on the cement pipe, expressionless, and said coolly, if one day he is not late. That's why I feel abnormal. The movie just now was really wonderful. Naruto was still thinking about the movie just now. He sighed while looking at the advertisement not far away. I don't know what happened to Princess Fengyun in the end. I didn't see the ending. It's not all because of your yelling. Little Sakura was furious when she heard this, otherwise we will definitely finish this movie. After a while, advertisement. She seemed to have a schizophrenia and suddenly laughed. However, this is fine. I have reason to invite Mr. Bijuu to watch it again. Little Sakura, don't you have anything else in your head besides Bijuu? Naruto said a little unhappy. Because he thought of the fear of being dominated by Bijuu again. And not so long ago. The awkward encounter between Naruto and Sasuke. Little Sakura ignored Naruto at all. She snorted arrogantly, then turned around and left. I don't know if there is any, in the world. What about a princess like Princess Fengyun? Naruto looked at the advertisement not far away. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. It is a ninja's long-cherished wish to go through fire and water for such a princess. That's all made up by the movie. Quote. Sasuke snorted, they are all boring stories. I don't know why Mr. Kakashi wants us to watch this movie before the mission. Little Sakura 473 sighed. And at this time, suddenly a girl rushed out of the cinema on horseback. No way, Princess Fengyun, Little Sakura exclaimed. That girl is the heroine in the movie. Princess of the Wind and Cloud. Just when the three of them were surprised, suddenly, another rapid sound of horse hooves was heard. Then a group of warriors on horseback rushed out of the courtyard. Naruto was startled and the three of them were shocked. They want to chase Princess Fengyun. Naruto yelled and ran after him. I want to protect Princess Fengyun. Naruto, wait for us. At the same time, Bijuu and Kakashi came near the cinema. Kakashi-sensei, I heard that you are often late. There are some exceptions today. What happened? Bijuu looked at the time and found that there were still 5 minutes left before the time they agreed. In other words, Kakashi actually arrived 5 minutes early. Oh, this is of course because the appointment time is noon. If I avoid the morning, I won't be late. Bijuu glanced at Kakashi's smiling face. He couldn't help but shook his head. He knew that Kakashi was late because he went back to see Obito in the morning. And what he just said was obviously a lie. I don't know if Kakashi still goes to see Obito now. Chapter 79. A very good preliminary member of the organization. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Since knowing that Uchiha Obito is still alive, Kakashi stopped visiting Obito. But, although he no longer continues to visit Obito, but he still hasn't gotten rid of the habit of being late. Because he gets up every morning and writes in his diary. Write down all the words you said while standing in front of the monument in your diary. Then when the diary is saved to a certain level, Kamui can be used to directly suck the diary into the Kamui space. Therefore, he is still late all day long. And the reason why I am not late today. It was indeed as he said, the appointment time was relatively late. What are they doing? Not long after they arrived, they saw the three Narutos chasing and protecting Princess Fengyun, not far away. Kakashi immediately laughed when he saw this. She's so energetic. Do you care? Bijuu took a look and felt that what happened in front of him was somewhat familiar. It seems that it is not the original plot, but the theatrical version. It surprised me that, originally I thought it was just an ordinary mission, but now I am treating it as a trip. It turned out that this was a theatrical version of the plot. That Princess Fengyun should be the real princess of the Snow Kingdom, right? In spite of, just when Bijuu was thinking wildly. Kakashi smiled and shook his head. It's rare that they are so energetic. It's also good to let them run around and play. Quote. That's okay too. Bijuu nodded, then sat on the roof, opening the system panel and flipping through it. While staring at the nonsense of the three Narutos below. Bijuu, who was about to combine a few cards to pass the time, suddenly noticed. His diamond card doesn't have a suitable candidate yet. Suddenly there is a suitable match. It is the Fengyun princess, who is escaping on horseback below, whose stage name is Fuji Fengshui. My real name is Fenghua Xiaoshui. I remember, she doesn't seem to be a ninja, right? Looking at the wind, flowers and snow in the distance. Bijuu couldn't help but nodded. It doesn't matter if you're not a ninja. Just right. I remember she is the princess of Snow Country and the future daimyo of Snow Country. This way, our elf pavilion can be regarded as having a real stronghold. Quote. Bijuu suddenly felt that Fenghua Xiaoshui, a future member of the organization, was quite good. It can provide yourself with a very good base. He still needs to find a place everywhere. What we need to think about now is how to bring her into the organization. Bijuu, let's go. Just when Bijuu was thinking about the problem, Kakashi suddenly said, I saw the client. He was chasing the Princess Fengyun together with those warriors. If we don't get there in time. Advertisement. Maybe the client will be beaten. Good. Bijuu didn't say anything nonsense. After hearing Kakashi's words, he directly followed him and ran after the client, Asama Sadafu. After searching all the way, he soon came to a house. The battle in Class 7 below is also over. Their battle plan was simple. Transform from little Sakura into Fenghua Koyuki to lure away the pursuers. It was up to Sasuke to knock down these pursuers. Naruto followed Funghwa Koyuki for protection. This way, not only did he protect Funghwa Xiaoshui, but he also defeated his pursuers. It can be said to be a very simple and crude plan. The only flaw is, they beat up the client. Ouch. Seeing a group of warriors being tied up in front of him, Kakashi couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Just passing the time, Sasuke clapped his hands and said with an indifferent expression, "Kakashi-sensei." Little Sakura said hello to Kakashi first, and then looked excitedly at Bijuu not far away. "Jun Bijuu, are you also doing the mission with us?" "Yes." Bijuu nodded. Kakashi cut the ropes tied to the warriors in an instant. At the same time, he ducked. He appeared in front of the client very handsomely. "I'm so sorry." With Kakashi's words, the ropes on everyone's bodies fell off. Kakashi, on the other hand, supported the client. While continuing, "These two are my subordinates." How offensive it was just now. Say it. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and little Sakura again. "This is the client of this mission. Mr. Sante Asama." Quote. Sasuke and little Sakura were stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect that they would actually beat their client. So, he quickly came over and apologized. "Where's Naruto?" "He ran away after Princess Fengyun." "Forget it, leave him alone." Kakashi slapped his forehead. Then he looked at the client. "Mr. Santafu Asama, let's go talk about the mission first." "No problem." Mr. Asama nodded. "Guys, please follow me to the crew." Several people quickly came to the set. I met the director and other crew members and learned about the specific mission this time. This mission, it's to protect Ms. Fuji Kazui, who plays the role of Princess Fengyun. Quote. Advertisement. Kakashi nodded upon hearing this. That's not a problem at all. This time, the movie, Princess of the Storm, was filmed overseas for the first time. But the leading actor is in such a state. Quote. The assistant director looked depressed. Quote. I heard that I am going to the land of snow. He actually stopped performing and ran away. It's so infuriating. Quote. I'm so sorry. Manager Asama Santao heard this and apologized profusely. Anyway, you are worthy of being the ninjas of Konoha. The director did not continue talking about the actor's problem, but looked at Kakashi. The personal security guards we hire are all elites. Did not expect. You guys actually solved it so quickly. Quote. Don't dare to take it seriously. Kakashi said modestly. Are you Kakashi? Yes. Your name has been famous to me for a long time. Don't dare to take it seriously. I heard that you have been to the country of snow. That was a long time ago. However, you can rest assured on this mission. We are here, no matter what happens. Quote. In that case, I'll leave it to you. It should. We'll set off by boat tonight. Get ready. Quote. Yes. Afterwards, Bijuu and his party, Li Haohao, followed Mr. Asama to a lounge prepared by the crew. That, just entered the lounge. Mr. Asama said with some embarrassment. I still have some things I want to trouble you with. Please tell me, it's Fuji-style snow painting. She didn't want to leave by boat at all. If it's time to set sail, she doesn't want to set off yet. Could you please knock her unconscious and bring her to the boat? Well, Kakashi hesitated, then nodded. All right. You are the client, and as long as the request is not outrageous, we will agree to it. Quote. That's it, thank you very much. Mr. Asama bowed and bowed. I'm going to look for Fuji Phase E first. Okay. I'll follow you. Bijuu suddenly said. You probably can't find it by yourself. Huh. Kakashi and the other three were stunned when they heard this. This was the first time they discovered that Bijuu was so proactive. Chapter 80 Bijuu. You can also call me, Holy Lord. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Bijuu-jun, I will go with you. Seeing this, little Sakura quickly followed. Although she didn't know why Bijuu took the initiative to find that Fuji Fengshui. But she wants to stay with Bijuu all the time. It's rare that Mr. Bijuu starts to do the task. It's rare to have such a long time with Mr. Bijuu. This time, I must take the opportunity to get Mr. Bijou's first kiss. Little Sakura's heart was roaring like crazy. Bijuu nodded slightly. Then he glanced at Sasuke and Kakashi. You go ahead. This is too boring, I won't go. Quote. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and shook his head expressionlessly. I think I didn't sleep well. Kakashi also smiled and raised his hand. So, I leave Miss Fuji Kazu to you. Good. Bijuu nodded. Then he strode out. To be honest, Fuji Kazu is actually a very good and kind girl. Mr. Asama said as he walked, I just don't know why she is so resistant to going to the snow country this time. In short, I really want to trouble you this time. Quote. This is what we are supposed to do. Bijuu glanced at Mr. Asama. He knew that this man was lying. Because Mr. Asama was originally the minister of the Kingdom of Snow. He is one of the few people who knows Funghwa Xiaoshui's true identity. Bijuu-jun. Little Sakura took Bijou's arm and asked curiously, how should we find Miss Fuji Fengshui? Isn't Naruto always with her? We just need to find Naruto. Quote. Bijuu replied with a smile. Then using the Kagura heart I copied from Xianglin, Kun found Naruto's chakra disc. After a while, he then sensed Naruto's chakra. In that direction. Bijuu pointed to the distance. Let's go. Little Sakura nodded and quickly followed. But Mrs. Asama looked at Bai Hao and Bai Hao with some doubts. He didn't know. What did this little ninja do just now to suddenly determine the opponent's location? Oh, the little ninja is just unreliable. But fortunately, there is Kakashi, the legendary copy ninja. There shouldn't be any problem. Let's follow these two brats and take a look first. Quote. Thinking like this, Mr. Kionjian followed Bai Hao and the two forward. But not long after, Mr. Asama's thoughts changed dramatically. Your Highness Fenghua Koyuki. Looking at the figure not far away, Mr. Asama was greatly shocked. Unexpectedly, these two little ninjas really led me to find the princess. Advertisement. Really, Konoha Shinobi is well deserved. Mr. Asama sighed in his heart. Then he quickly ran towards Fenghua Xiaoshui. Miss, the ship is about to leave, please follow me back quickly. Not going. Fenghua Xiaoshui glanced at Mr. Asama and Bai Hao Sakura. Then he shook his head indifferently. And you two Konoha Shinobi. Help me take away that kid behind me. Quote. Saying that, Fenghua Xiaoshui pointed behind her. Suddenly, Naruto, who had been following her, came over very embarrassed. Little Sakura, and Bai Hao, why are you here too? Go on a trip. Bai Hao smiled and nodded. Since Miss Fuji Fengshui wants to be alone for a while, we'd better leave first. We'll come find you again later when the ship is about to leave. Naruto, let's go. Quote. But, Naruto glanced at Fenghua Xiaoshui and said with great reluctance, I finally met Princess Fengyun. I want her autograph. I don't want to leave like this. Quote. Say it. He took out a notebook and a pen and threw them together happily. Princess Fengyun, can you sign it for me? I told you, I'm not Princess Fengyun. Fenghua Xiaoshui heard this and said angrily, you should leave quickly. I want to be alone and quiet. And you? Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at Bai Hao. You don't need to call me when the boat sails. Bai Hao ignored her when he heard this. Instead he looked at Naruto. Naruto, let's go. There is a mission. BJEG, huh? All right. After Naruto heard that there was a mission, he immediately gave up the idea of asking for an autograph. He followed Bai Hao dejectedly and walked towards the crew. Mr. Kionjian saw Bai Hao and the others returning. He immediately stamped his foot in annoyance. But there was nothing we could do. He could only continue to turn around and persuade Fenghua Xiaoshui. However, Fenghua Koyuki didn't want to pay attention to Asama Santao at all. When she saw Mrs. Asama, she wanted to persuade him non-stop. He immediately started running. It only took a moment to completely get rid of Asama Sandadian. Bai Haojun. Do we really not care about Miss Fujifa's? Little Sakura glanced at Bai Hao and asked with some confusion. Why don't we try to persuade her? Advertisement. At this time, any persuasion is useless. Because we don't know the fundamental reason why she doesn't want to go to the snow country. Quote. Bai Hao shook his head and said slowly, so, at this time, we should not advise anything. Let her think for herself. If she can't figure it out. Then when the time comes, we will knock her unconscious and take her to the land of snow. I believe, she will tell everything when she gets to the land of snow. Quote. As that's so, etc. Only then did Naruto react. What do you mean? Does this mission have something to do with that Princess Fengyun? Yes. Bai Hao nodded. The old gentleman just now is the client. Ask us to protect Ms. Fuji Kazuki. That is the Princess Fengyun in your mouth. Filming safely in the land of snow. Quote. So, do I still have a chance to get an autograph? Naruto was overjoyed upon hearing this. Yes. Bai Hao nodded. The three of them walked towards the set while talking. Halfway, Bai Hao took advantage of the two of them not paying attention and directly used the wood-style clone. Then let the clone follow Sakura and the others back to the set. The main body used a transformation technique and chased Fenghua Xiaoshui. The reason why he took a step back first. Just to make it easier for one person to contact Fenghua Xiaoshui now. In a bar in a small town. Fenghua Xiaoshui was drinking alone here. The more I drank, the more depressed I became. Boss. Another bottle, she yelled, throwing the empty bottle out. Just when she wanted to say something more. But suddenly I found that everything around me had changed. He was also pulled into a dark space by an unknown existence. Quote. Who are you? What are you going to do? Fenghua Xiaoshui's drunkenness dissipated instantly. She huddled in the corner, shivering and looking around. I am the all-knowing and all-powerful God. He is the leader of the elf pavilion. You can also call me, Holy Lord. Quote. A disembodied voice suddenly sounded. This voice seemed to have some kind of soothing effect, calming Fenghua Xiaoshui's fear instantly. Then, she saw a familiar figure that Tien Fen had just seen. It's you, that Konoha shinobi. Chapter 81 The Magical Boy Goes to the Country of Snow. Please subscribe for the third update. Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at Bai Hao's suddenly revealed figure. Suddenly I became afraid again. It never occurred to her. The handsome little boy I met not long ago actually has such an ability. In this darkness, she felt boundless fear. This was a stimulation that the ninjas she had ever seen could not give her. Who are you? Fenghua Xiaoshui asked tremblingly. What elf pavilion? What holy lord? I do not know what you're talking about. Quote. Do you crave power? Bai Hao did not answer her question. Instead, He slowly asked a rather tempting question. Quote. Feng Hua Xiaoshui wanted to refuse. However, after thinking about his father's death and the luang of those who borrowed the throne the next day, she still couldn't help but yearn for power. After all, after gaining strength, she will no longer be afraid of the dangers of the snow country. She dared to go directly back to the country of snow and ask for an explanation from her uncle, the current daimyo of the country of snow, Feng Hua Nuo Dao. After gaining strength, she could avenge her father with her own hands. Understand that grudge. After gaining strength, then she can truly face that painful memory. Quote. What do I need to pay? Just as Feng Hua Xiaoshui was about to agree, something suddenly occurred to her. He asked quickly. Sign a contract with me. Give me your soul. After that, you are relatively free. As long as I can do my job well. And not leaking organizational information. You can do anything. And you will gain the power at the top of this world. Quote. What tasks do I need to do? If you join, your main task will be to establish the organization's base in the country of snow. And cover this base. As for you can continue to be the actor you are. Quote. Feng Hua Xiaoshui fell silent immediately after hearing this. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded slightly. Decided to sell his soul for power. It's a wise decision. Bai Hao slowly stretched out his right hand. Put your hand on mine. Good. As Feng Hua Xiaoshui placed her hand on Bai Hao, the two also established a special contractual relationship. Advertisement. At the same time, an X-shaped tattoo also appeared on Feng Hua Xiaoshui's back. Next, I will give you strength. After you gain strength, you will faint for about 2 hours. But don't worry. I'll get you to a safe place. Besides, your current strength can only be used to protect yourself. After we left, only then can you use your power to do other things. Say it. Bai Hao directly threw out the Kurum card. Finished the transformation of Feng Hua Xiaoshui. Bai Hao returned to the crew. Today's crew members are busy moving up and down, carrying relevant tools and luggage to the ship. As for the hired ninjas such as Bai Hao, there is no need to do this type of work. They just need to wait quietly. Once the transfer is over, you can board the boat together and head to the land of snow. In order to better keep warm, a few people took advantage of this time to go to the local store and started buying corresponding warm clothes. 5 people bought the same type of cotton gloves. Kakashi bought a khaki scarf. Bai Hao and the other 2 bought thickened cloaks of the same style. Little Sakura bought a red sleeve and a pink and black scarf of the same style. He wore the pink one himself and gave the black one to Bai Hao. After completing the preparations in this way, the 5 people returned to the crew. Oh no. As soon as the 5 people entered the door, Mr. Asama ran over in a hurry. Mr. Kakashi, Miss Yukie hasn't come back yet. The ship over there is about to leave. What should I do? Don't worry. Kakashi comforted his employer and then looked at Bai Hao. Bai Hao, you should have a backup plan, right? Certainly. Bai Hao nodded before Russia left. There was something left behind on Miss Yukie. This will help us find her easily. Quote. In that case, let's leave quickly. Kakashi said something and strode out. Bai Hao took the initiative to go to the front and began to lead the way. And at this moment, the client, Mr. Asama, had a huge change in his feelings towards Bai Hao. When Bai Hao left Feng Hua Xiaoshui, he also felt that the other party was a useless ninja brat. But now he discovered it. Bai Hao actually has a presence in the team that is not weaker than Kakashi's. At the same time, advertisement. He acts very maturely. Not at all immature as he should be at his age. Please give me flowers oh. As expected of a Konoha shinobi, Mr. Asama couldn't help but sigh again. The group of people just walked quickly through the town. Soon, I found Feng Hua Xiaoshui sitting in a restaurant eating. Miss Yukie, I finally found you. Seeing Feng Hua Xiaoshui, Mr. Asama was so happy that he immediately rushed over. The ship to the land of snow is about to set sail. If you don't hurry up, let's go. Feng Hua Xiaoshui slowly put down her chopsticks, and then stood up slowly. Ah, Mr. Asama was stunned when he heard this. Kakashi and the other 3 from Team 7 were also a little confused. They were all ready to knock Feng Hua Xiaoshui unconscious if their persuasion failed. Did not expect. Feng Hua Xiaoshui actually figured it out. That's great. Mrs. Asama couldn't help but glance at Bai Hao. Now, he felt that this young man was really amazing. He never expected that that kind of quiet therapy would actually be effective. Have to say, this is a very magical thing. In that case, let's leave quickly. Feng Hua Xiaoshui couldn't help but glance at Bai Hao. Then his pupils shrank and he lowered his head subconsciously. She had been awake for a while. Therefore, she basically knows how powerful she is. It turns out, this is what it feels like to have power. Feng Hua Xiaoshui clenched her fists and turned her head to look in the direction of the land of snow. The land of snow. I am coming. At the same time. Snow country. The snow ninjas headed by Feng Hua Furumao were discussing about Feng Hua Koyuki. Yeah, the hexagonal crystal is in her hand. Yes, it can be confirmed from this point. The star Fuji Kazuki is Kazuka Koyuki. Quote. Feng Hua Nu Dao nodded. I heard that the escort was Kakashi. This is an old friend. Quote. At the same time, somewhere in the Kingdom of Snow, a handsome middle-aged man packed his luggage and prepared to leave the Kingdom of Snow. Sixian, I will definitely avenge this. Not only that, I will join your shell organization. Find out what it is like to be an immortal monster, and then get rid of this monster like you. The middle-aged uncle pushed up his glasses and left Snow Country Zero resolutely. Chapter 82. Class 7 of Sage Mode practicing together, 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. The time on the boat is always leisurely and boring. To pass the time, Kakashi chose to read pornographic books. Sasuke, who suffered a lot of stimulation, chose to continue practicing. Naruto was stimulated by Sasuke. I want to compete with Sasuke. So, I also chose to practice. Little Sakura saw both of them starting to practice, but she didn't want to be too weak to keep up with Baihao's footsteps in the future. Then, she also started practicing spiritual practice. Because Baihao is around. Therefore, the three of them started practicing Sage Mode with a tacit understanding. After all, when practicing Sage Mode, you need to have someone who knows Sage Mode well beside you. Otherwise, once there is a problem in cultivation, the whole person will be eroded by natural energy. Then die completely. Although Baihao's 490 Sage Mode is a purely natural Sage Mode. If something goes wrong in cultivation, you won't turn into a toad or a snake. But, if there is a problem with cultivation, it will directly turn into a statue. Can this really lift Sasuke's curse? Kakashi asked Baihao casually while reading the yellow book. Uncertain. Baihao shook his head when he heard this. However, my ninjutsu is about to be developed. After it is developed, you can directly use the method I developed to eliminate the curse seal. This is easier. Quote. Not long ago, Baihao received a special reward for the title of Ninjutsu Master. With such a special title, he gained super powerful ninjutsu creation ability. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all about whether he could develop a new ninjutsu suitable for removing curse seals. Creating ninjutsu is very simple for him. That's fine. Kakashi nodded upon hearing this. Then he asked with some curiosity, what is Sage Mode? In addition to the ability to assist Sasuke's curse seal removal. Are there any other abilities? Because Kakashi was not present at the time. And a lot of information is highly confidential. No one said it outside. Therefore, he does not know much about many things. Have. Advertisement. Baihao nodded. Then he looked at Kakashi and said slowly, Sage Mode can greatly improve a person's experience. Not only that, after using Sage Mode, the energy available in the body will also increase. The reason is energy, not chakra. The main reason is that after using Sage Mode, the energy used to release ninjutsu is no longer chakra. It is the fusion energy of chakra and natural energy. This energy is very powerful. It can improve a person's speed, strength and ninjutsu power. Quote. What? Kakashi was stunned when he heard this, and then subconsciously wanted to ask how to practice. How to increase chakra has always been a problem he wants to solve. However, this problem is not that easy to solve at all. Did not expect. The problem he had been eager to solve for so long actually got the answer today. Then, he subconsciously wanted Baihao to hand over such a magical ninjutsu to him. But, before he could speak, he gave up the idea with some embarrassment. In the ninja world, all kinds of ninjutsu secrets are strictly controlled and spread. All kinds of ninjutsu and secret techniques will only be circulated in a small circle. This small circle generally refers to the family or master and apprentice. If he were a man about Naruto's age, he might be stupid enough to ask for advice directly. But, he, a man who was almost 30 years old, directly asked a 12-year-old boy for advice on ninjutsu. He felt quite humiliated. Kakashi-sensei. Baihao glanced at Kakashi and naturally saw the other party's entanglement and hesitation. Let me teach you how to use Sage Mode. This way, if I don't have time, you can also help me keep an eye on the three of them. It's a favor for me. Quote. Kakashi gave Baihao a deep look. Then he nodded slowly. Good. Although he didn't say much nonsense. However, the kindness was remembered. Then, the crew on the ship discovered a very strange phenomenon. There are 4 ninjas, 1 big, 3 little ones. They were actually being trained together by a 12-year-old ninja. Sure enough, no matter when or where, all masters are teachers. The director sighed silently, then stopped watching and continued filming. Advertisement. He felt that Fenghua Xiaoshui was in very good condition. Don't know exactly why. Time passes slowly. One morning a few days later. Baihao and others were still sleeping. Suddenly I heard a noise outside. Hurry up. Get ready. Quote. The director is planning to film here. Everyone, move things quickly. Listening to the bursts of noise, Baihao and others also got up. Kakashi walked out first and inquired about the situation. Then he walked back quickly. There's something going on out there. Suddenly a huge iceberg appeared in front of the ship, blocking our way forward. The director wanted to film on this iceberg. Get up quickly. Quote. As he spoke, he looked at Baihao again. An enemy may appear this time. Baihao nodded, then simply packed up and went out. After going out, he saw the huge iceberg outside at a glance. Baihao, who knew the general plot, immediately understood the situation. What a generous move. It must have been those snow ninjas who pushed the nearby iceberg over, right? Then, Bijuu sensed it slightly and discovered the 3 snow ninjas hiding behind the iceberg. There are 3 enemies. 1.5 inches. Bijuu walked to Kakashi and others and said slowly, they are in these 3 locations. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and tapped it in the air. Ah, Naruto and the 3 of them were stunned at the same time. They didn't expect Bijuu to have such powerful sensory abilities. Kakashi is already a bit used to it. He felt that Bijuu seemed to know everything except giving birth. This is the time to test your cultivation achievements. Bijuu ignored the 3 people's surprise. He continued to say slowly, Kakashi-sensei and I are holding the battle. 3 of you, 1 each, kill these enemies. How? Okay. Naruto immediately shouted excitedly. I will beat all these bastards away. Hehe. Chapter 83. The Showdown with the Snow Ninja, Sasuke's Chain Plan, 5th update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Naruto, don't be impulsive. Looking at Naruto who was very excited, Bijuu said quickly, those 3 people hidden in the iceberg are not simple characters. Through perception, I could see there was something strange hanging over them. It gives people a very obscure feeling. It should be some kind of special ninja tool. Quote. Bijuu has watched this theatrical version. Naturally, we know what these snow ninjas are carrying. It is a very special, scientific tool. I know that stuff. After hearing Bijuu's words, Kakashi immediately said with a solemn expression, that was developed specifically for ninjas by the country of riches. Something called chakra armor. Quote. Chakra armor. Naruto and the 3 of them looked at Kakashi with confused expressions. Right. Kakashi nodded. I've seen this kind of thing before. That armor can amplify the chakra in the body and strengthen various ninjutsu. And, so many years have passed. I suspect the functionality of their armor will be improved. 19. Becoming more powerful and more difficult to deal with. Quote. Say it. Kakashi looked at Bijuu again. Bijuu. Let's take action together this time. I feel that these 3 people are not simple. Everyone probably has Jonin strength. The one leading the team definitely has the strength of elite Jonin. Although Bijuu has never taken any action. But Kakashi believes that Bijuu has similar abilities to him. It doesn't matter. Let them try it first. Bijuu pointed at the 3 Naruto people who were about to make a move. You see, they can't wait. Kakashi looked over after hearing this. Then I saw Naruto gearing up, with an expectant smile on his face. Sasuke was sorting out his ninja tools and seemed to be thinking about a strategy against the enemy. Little Sakura took off the cotton gloves on her hands and put on a brand new pair of special material gloves. This is a glove specially customized for her to match her, Sakura Flower Chong, taijutsu. The 3 of them had different reactions when they saw Kakashi looking at them. Naruto smiled and adjusted his forehead protector. Kakashi-sensei, I'm ready. Little Sakura smiled, then clasped her hands in front of her and leaned forward slightly. Me too. Advertisement. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, smiled and said nothing. Well, Kakashi helplessly raised his forehead upon seeing this. Please be safe. Bijuu and I will keep an eye on you. Quote. Naruto nodded excitedly. Don't worry Kakashi-sensei. I will definitely beat them to pieces. While several people were talking, the ship finally docked near the iceberg. The crew started busy moving the filming tools. Naruto and the 3 of them lurked secretly towards the place where Bijuu said the 3 snow ninjas were ambushed. Isn't it too risky for you to let them face such a strong enemy? Kakashi said with some emotion. Although there are not many ninjas in Snow Country. But, their ninja tools are very powerful. According to legend, their ninja tools were inherited from the ninja village. The increase in ninja strength is very strong. Quote. Don't worry, Naruto and the others are no longer as powerful as they used to be. When Bijuu was talking, then an explosion was heard. He knew that the battle had already begun. Kid. I didn't expect that you could actually discover me. The leader of the Snow Ninja Trio, Wolf Fang Avalanche, was exploded by one of Sasuke's detonating charms. He looked at Sasuke with some surprise. However, after a moment, he noticed Sasuke's eyes. Sharingan. Uchiha clan. It seems that Kakashi has taken on a good disciple. Boom. At the same time, 2 more explosions were heard not far away. Then 2 more figures were blasted out of the snow. It was the other 2 snow ninjas. What they faced was Naruto and Sakura. Unexpectedly, Kakashi actually sent 3 brats to deal with us. Langya Zubeng looked at Kakashi in the distance, who was beside Fenghua Xiaoshui. His expression suddenly turned ferocious. Are you looking down on us? Say it, he shouted to the other 2 accomplices, Fubuki. Freezing rain. Get rid of these 3 brats quickly. Let them know how great we are. You have no chance. Sasuke suddenly sneered. Advertisement. Then he raised his hand suddenly. Burst. Boom. As Sasuke detonated, many detonating symbols suddenly appeared around Wolf Fang Avalanche. Several detonating symbols exploded at the same time, directly blowing up the avalanche of wolf teeth. So fast. When did you put the detonating talisman? A trace of solemnity flashed in Langya Zubang's eyes. Then a figure was seen rushing over from the smoke of the explosion. It's none other than Sasuke. Kid, are you confident? Lang Zubang sneered. Instead of retreating, he advanced and directly engaged Sasuke in a personal battle. He is indeed very strong. In just a few rounds, Sasuke was knocked to the ground. However, he did not look happy at all, because he discovered that the one who was knocked down was actually Sasuke's clone. When Lang Zubang was stunned, he suddenly heard the sound of a detonating talisman not far away. So, he quickly looked in that direction with a defensive look. As a result, nothing appeared over there. Not good. The experienced Lang Zubang was immediately shocked. Unfortunately, it's too late. He was bound by two wires that shot out of his blind spot. At the same time, he also saw Sasuke's figure not far away. At this moment, Sasuke was forming seals. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Oops. Although Lang Zubang was frightened, he didn't panic. He quickly activated the mechanism on the chakra armor and cut the steel wire on his body. Then he ducked to the side. Successfully dodged that Great Fireball. But at this time, he suddenly heard a chirping bird song hidden in the explosion of the Great Fireball. He turned around subconsciously, but Sasuke appeared from his blind spot. Lightning flashed in Sasuke's hands. And he has no way to avoid it. This brat. Lang Zubang's pupils shrank, one link after another. All the explosions were meant to get my attention. Just so I didn't notice his final ninjutsu. Just for this moment. Monster. Chapter 84. The terrifying strength of Team 7, the penetrated snow ninja. Please subscribe for the first update, please automatically. Click. Boom. As Sasuke's Chidori hits Wolf Fang Avalanche. Wolf Fang Avalanche's chakra armor also collapsed and fell instantly. Sasuke took the opportunity to retract his palm and knocked the opponent unconscious with a strike of his sword. Solve 1. While Sasuke was fighting, Naruto and Sakura were not idle either. They were engaged in fierce battles with Dongshang Liangyu and Hei Kuishui respectively. Dongshang Liangyu is a strong ninja, good at physical arts. The attack method mainly relies on various strange ninja tools. After being blasted out by Naruto's detonating talisman, he triggered the mechanism on his arm. A large net was ejected from his hand and it was grabbed at Naruto. Then he caught Naruto very easily. Seeing this, Dongshang Dongyu suddenly smiled. A kid will still be a kid. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto in the net turned into a ball of air. Shadow clone. Dongshang Frozen Rain was shocked when he saw this. Then he started looking around. Want to find Naruto's true form hiding somewhere. However, there were no recognized places to hide around. Just as he looked down at the ground, he suspected that Naruto was hiding underground. Suddenly a bang was heard. Immediately afterwards, he saw countless Narutos suddenly appearing in the net bag he had just thrown away. That one just now is transformation technique. Upon seeing this, Dongshang Dongyu immediately understood Naruto's tactics. When he was caught by the net bag, he casually cut the net bag with a kunai. Then it turned into a short section of broken net bag. And he was so careless that he didn't notice it. After, Naruto took advantage of his distraction and directly used the multiple shadow clone technique. Countless clones emerged, opened that net bag. Subsequently, Naruto immediately left the net bag. Quickly, he was surrounded by the freezing rain of winter. At the same time, he kept throwing kunai at Dongshangyu to attack. A little trick. Quote. Dongshang Dongyu snorted coldly, and then threw out a special kunai. The kunai fell to the ground and instantly turned into thorns of ice exuding cold air. These ice thorns suddenly opened up, scattering Naruto's clones around them. Suddenly, there were bursts of bang bang bang, sounds of the clones scattering around. Dongshang Lengyu looked around cautiously, waiting for Naruto's true identity to be revealed. Advertisement. Got you. Just at this time, a Naruto rushed through the smoke. At the same time, he waved his arms and wanted to fight the winter bear Liang Yu. Seeing this, Dongshang Dongyu sneered. Then stretch out your left hand and turn on the mechanism. Immediately, the mechanical claw on his left arm flew towards Naruto. Naruto didn't hide when he saw this, but directly threw two kunai with detonating talismans towards Dongshang Yu. Oops. Seeing this, Dongshang Dongyu promptly gave up his plan to catch Naruto. He retracted the mechanical claw, while quickly moving backwards to avoid the two detonating symbols. Boom. The detonator explodes. However, it did not hit the freezing rain. You kid, you're looking for death. Dongshang Dongyu roared angrily and prepared to continue attacking Naruto. But at this time, he suddenly heard something behind him. He turned his head sharply and looked. But he found that at some point, Naruto actually appeared behind him. Moreover, I actually have an oyster in my hand. When did you do that? Dongshang Dongyu's pupils shrank suddenly. Rasengan. Naruto roared and pushed out the Rasengan. Kakaka. Boom. Dongshang Liangyu was directly knocked away by this blow. He fell hard on the iceberg. Done. Naruto wiped his nose with his thumb and smiled proudly. The one fighting little Sakura is a female ninja named Fubuki Tsubasa. Looking at the female ninja opposite, although little Sakura was a little nervous, she was not panicked. Well, I'm going to make good use of the ninjutsu and fighting techniques that Mr. Bijuu taught me this time. She cheered herself up in her mind. Then he suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the opponent. Hey, Fubuki just sneered when he saw this. As she ran, she released a ninjutsu at random. Ice release Yanchuishui. A series of swallow-shaped ice darts rushed towards little Sakura. Little Sakura didn't panic at all when she saw this. He dodged very deftly and continued to approach the opponent. Snort. Seeing this, Tsurugi Fubuki quickly threw out several special kunai. When the kunai landed, patches of ice and thorns suddenly appeared. She wanted to prevent little Sakura from approaching in this way. Advertisement. However, it is not of much use. Although this series of ice thorns did scratch little Sakura's arm. But little Sakura also moved closer to her. Drink. Little Sakura saw that she was close enough to Tsubasa Fubuki. Then he shouted angrily. He slammed his fist to the ground. Boom. Along with a loud noise, the ground cracked open instantly. Hei Quaishui felt his body shake and almost lost his balance. Watching little Sakura getting closer and closer. She was also a little panicked. She felt as if she had been hit by such a punch. I'm afraid he will die. So, she no longer hesitated. Directly opened the wings of the chakra armor. Flying into the air instantly. Water-style water-severing wave. Saw such a situation. Little Sakura didn't panic at all. Because her attack method is mainly physical skills. Once the enemy flies into the air, her attack methods will become very weak. So, Bijuu specially taught her some anti-air ninjutsu. And this water-severing wave is one of them. I saw a very small, but extremely powerful high-pressure water line spurting out of Sakura's mouth. Blowing snow towards the crane wings in the air. Although Tsurugi Fubuki's armor is very high-end. But it still relies on wings that are biased towards hang gliding. It cannot change direction in the air like a bird. Therefore, Sakura was knocked down from the air by such a blow. Death. Little Sakura shouted angrily and rushed over. Punch the crane wing Fubuki that fell from the sky. Boom. The terrifying power directly shattered Hei Quaishui's armor. Hei Quaishui flew away while vomiting blood. It's done. Little Sakura smiled happily. Here, how about it? Watching the three of them end the fight. Bijuu also laughed. Kakashi looked at this scene and was stunned for a moment. 3CJ Chapter 85 Good Teacher Bijuu. Kakashi's Doubts Second Update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. It surprised me that their strength has actually improved so much. Kakashi said with a look of amazement. Subsequently, he couldn't help but sigh again. Compared with you, I'm really not a good teacher. When they followed me, their strength did not improve much. Kakashi suddenly felt a little ashamed, because he found out that he was doing a task with people from class 7. Either he is distracted or reading pornographic books. Only under special circumstances, the group will give them some guidance. For example, when meeting Zabuza. Because he realized that Zabuza was difficult to deal with, and he was injured again. Therefore, they began to teach the three people to control chakra. However, although I taught some things, but it didn't give much guidance. Just let them climb the tree freely and stop taking care of them. Except for this one time, he really never taught them seriously. I think you should let them practice with you in the future. Don't? Bijuu shook his head. I just give a little teaching in my free time. From now on, you will still be the main one, correct? Their tactics today were also taught by you, right? Yeah, Bijuu nodded. The so-called tactics were taught by him when he was teaching ninjutsu to 3 people. Relatively speaking, these tactics are more suitable for these people. It's awesome. Kakashi nodded approvingly. It's really a pity that you don't become a ninja. Bijuu, why don't you think about continuing to be a ninja? Forget it. Bijuu smiled and shook his head. It's okay for me to go out for a run once in a while. If I keep doing tasks, I won't be able to stand it. That's really a shame. And while Bijuu and Kakashi were chatting, those on the crew were a little confused. They simply couldn't figure out what was going on with these 3 hostile ninjas who suddenly appeared. Among them, the director responded the fastest. He was going to take pictures of the entire scene. However, he had just spoken out this decision, and the battle over there was already over. Then, everyone just stared blankly at the 3 men from Team 7 tying up the enemy with ropes. He watched blankly as the 3 men from Team 7 dragged the 3 enemies back. For a while, I can only sigh that Konoha Village is indeed the most powerful ninja village. Advertisement 3 little ninjas actually have such strength. Among them, BJFC, the one who was most surprised was Mr. Asama. Original. He thought that Fenghua Xiaoshui would be frightened when she saw such a sudden appearance of the snow ninja. However, the result was completely opposite to what he imagined. Fenghua Xiaoshui was not only not afraid, but also a little excited in her eyes. VAJZ, ready to move. This left Mr. Asama a little confused. But, in his opinion, it is a good thing that Fenghua Xiaoshui is not afraid. So, he didn't pay too much attention to these details. Kakashi-sensei. 8. Naruto came back with an excited look on his face. Job well done. Bijuu-jun. What you teach is really useful. Little Sakura approached Bijuu with a smile. It's much easier to use than what Mr. Kakashi taught me. When she saw Kakashi looking over, she quickly hid beside Bijuu. Then he stuck his head out and made a face at Kakashi. Slightly, actually, I don't mind Bijuu being your teacher. Kakashi smiled and waved his hand, then looked at the other 2 people. To be honest, Your performance today is amazing. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, you have the fighting power of Jonin. But, don't be proud, because there are still many strong people in this world. Sasuke nodded upon hearing this. Fully agree with this. Then he looked at Bijuu again. There are so many thoughts in my mind. I didn't expect Bijuu to be so powerful, although I am no longer a ninja. But he still has strong talent and keen insight. The ability to create ninjutsu is also quite different. I feel that he is stronger than that man, if you learn from him. I believe that one day I can kill that man. Thinking of this, Sasuke couldn't help but clench his fists. Okay, don't get too excited too early. Advertisement. Bijuu saw the three of them chattering for a while, so he opened his mouth to pour cold water on them. There are many ninjas in the land of snow, and, if I'm not wrong, there should be someone more powerful than those three people. Huh? How do you know? Kakashi frowned when he heard this and asked with some confusion. I have been to the land of snow before. Knowing that they also have a more powerful name. Guess. Bijuu immediately laughed when he heard this. In this kind of battle, generally powerful existences will not jump out immediately. When you met Zabuza, didn't we also meet two ordinary ninjas first? That's true. While several people were talking, Mr. Asama suddenly ran over. Mr. Kakashi. I have a request, you say. Can you help us defeat the great name of the land of snow, Feng Hualien? That's an A*hole. He killed his brother, the father of Miss Fujikazu. He usurped the throne and became a great name. I hope you can help us defeat the storm. Let Miss Fujikazu, Princess Kazuka Koyuki, regain control of the land of snow. Ah. Everyone in Class 7, including Kakashi, was shocked. Kakashi never thought that Fuji Fengshue was the little girl he saved when he was a child. Naruto and others did not expect that Fujikazu was actually a princess. Leave this kind of thing to me, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto quickly came to his senses and patted his chest in assurance. It turns out that the reason why my sister didn't dare to come to the land of snow at that time was because she was afraid of being retaliated against. Ha ha ha, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will defeat that daimyo B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** better for you three to go together. Bijuu added with a smile. Then he watched quietly as Naruto and the three began to discuss the battle plan. Kakashi next to him suddenly thought of a question that he had just ignored. Wrong. Kakashi glanced at Funghwa Koyuki not far away. Why wasn't she afraid of coming to the land of snow? And, just now when the snow ninja appeared, she's not afraid? This matter. Something weird. Could it be that she suddenly gained strength? So you're not afraid anymore? Chapter 86. The Country of Science and Technology, a place with a different style from the ninja world. Free updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. What on earth is it? Kakashi frowned, hiding in the crowd, quietly watching Funghwa Xiaoshui observe each other's every move. As a result, I could only find that the other party was very relaxed at the moment. Nothing else can be seen. Never mind. As a princess, she shouldn't be that kind of ignorant girl. Otherwise, it would be impossible to survive till now. Kakashi thought for a moment, finally gave up. He once again took out his copy of Intimate Love in Paradise and read it with gusto. The director soon came over to have some communication and exchanges with Kakashi. He wanted to film some real ninja combat. Hope Kakashi can help. Kakashi said that fighting between ninjas is a very dangerous thing. They can take secret photos, but I can't cooperate in acting. The director heard this and readily agreed, so the Japanese sailed by boat again. Rushed towards the country of snow. It's not too far away from the cruise ship. There is a passenger ship from the land of snow to the land of fire that is sailing smoothly. And on this passenger ship, at this moment, there was a middle-aged man holding a monocular telescope and looking at something. Interesting. The middle-aged man suddenly put away his binoculars. He looked towards the direction of the ship with a smile. I really didn't expect that the ninjas from Uchiha Village would be so embarrassed. It seems that the little ninja who is only about 12 years old already has such strength. He is worthy of being the leader of the 5 villages. He sighed. Then something moved in my heart, and I suddenly had a good idea. Fair enough. If possible in the future, I will move the Shell Organization's attention to Konoha Village. Thus, the Shell Organization will surely suffer heavy losses. I now need to think of a better, very hidden, but able to achieve my goal. Inside the stormy castle, Funghwa Angdao was pacing back and forth. He, who had always been calm, was rarely flustered at this moment. Really didn't expect that. Konoha Shinobi is so strong. Advertisement before Kakashi could take action, the 3 brats killed Shui Beng and the others. It's so unexpected, after Funghwa Angdao found out about this through channels. The first reaction was disbelief. He didn't believe that his powerful men, coupled with the chakra armor he had worked so hard to develop, could not even defeat 3 imps. However, no matter how much he doesn't believe it, the truth is also true, he can't change it at all. Should I run away first and come back after the ninjas of Konoha have left? Funghwa Angdao's eyes flashed. Start thinking about this. The reason why he stayed here was not that he was very nostalgic for the position of this daimyo. Instead, he was very interested in the secret treasure hidden by his former daimyo, his brother, and Funghwa Xiaoshui's father. He has been investigating Fenghua Xiaoshui. I want to find Fenghua Xiaoshui and snatch her treasure key away. But, if after I leave, if Koyuki Kazuka gave the key to Konoha Shinobi because of fear. That's pretty bad. If the treasure is taken by Konoha Shinobi, bring it directly back to Konoha Village. Then no matter how powerful I am, I can't get those treasures back. So, Trobi. A hint of madness suddenly flashed through Fenghua Nudao's eyes. While you're at it, kill the Konoha Shinobi and grab the key. Take the secret treasure away. Leave quickly and hide in ordinary cities in other countries to survive. By the time, I can also ask Amato to make me a good thing to hide my identity. Use this to avoid Konoha's tracking. Thinking of this, Fenghua Nudao's eyes suddenly became firm. Hitaki Kakashi, just in time, let you try my strongest armor? After a short journey, the cruise ship finally docked at the Snow Country Pier. Just got off the boat, Bai Hao saw a world completely different from the ninja world. It's amazing. There are actually a lot of cars here. I still remember not long ago when Chunin took the exam. Those famous people came in bullet carts. It really feels like time and space are out of whack. Please give me flowers, however, think about these people starting to make movies. Advertisement. It doesn't seem like a big deal if some cars show up, right? Bai Hao looked at those cars and couldn't help but sigh. Subsequently, the group of people took a car and rushed towards the stormy castle. However, when I was halfway through the car ride, the director suddenly shouted, because he felt this place was very suitable for shooting. Prepared to take a short video before continuing. In order to protect the heroine Fenghua Xiaoshui, Bai Hao and his party naturally stayed. Standing aside, quietly watching them filming, it surprised me that Naruto looked at a group of people filming not far away. The person who came to play the princess is actually a real princess. Point 0. Yes, little Sakura nodded. I didn't expect that Miss Fenghua Koyuki would have such an identity. I feel so pitiful for her. We must help her regain her position as daimyo this time. Kakashi suddenly raised his index finger to his mouth. He gestured to silence himself, then he slowly squatted down and listened on the ground. A strange fluctuation followed. Let Bai Hao frown slightly. Chakra appears on the surface. Bai Hao looked at the ground not far away. It seems like something is about to appear. He just finished speaking. Then I saw that the snow on the originally very smooth snow suddenly began to melt. Then a railroad track was revealed. Someone used chakra to melt the snow on the tracks. Kakashi was shocked when he saw this. Not good. Everyone be on alert and prepare to fight. He just finished speaking. Then I heard a strange sound suddenly coming from not far away. The strange sound was getting closer. After a while, everyone saw a train rushing towards them. At the same time, Bai Hao suddenly frowned. He looked up into the sky. Then I discovered that at some point, an extra airship appeared in the sky. What a country of science and technology. There are cars, trains, and airships. And various scientific tools. What a magical world. IV. Chapter 87. Bai Hao takes action, instantly. 4th update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. 999 Lu. The train is coming quickly. After seeing such a steel monster, everyone was a little surprised and panicked. They began to flee in all directions, and at this time, Kakashi subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Fenghua Koyuki. He wanted to observe what kind of state this Princess Xiaoshui was in now. Then, he saw Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was a little eager to try. Why is it such an expression? Kakashi was a little confused. He couldn't understand Fenghua Xiaoshui's thoughts more and more. But, he didn't dwell on this issue for too long. Because the weird train had stopped not far from them. And the airship in the sky is getting closer and closer. Everyone, be careful, Kakashi said solemnly. This train and this airship are both weird. After that, he looked at Bai Hao again. Bai Hao, let's go out together on 6472. Good. Bai Hao nodded, and then looked at the positions of the airship and train. But I feel like I can solve it all at once. Well. Kakashi was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Bai Hao in disbelief. In his opinion, this weird train and the airship are still very difficult to solve. The train was not bad. Just blow up the rails, but the airship is not easy to fight. Because the airship is too far away from them, it is impossible to hit it with hidden weapons. And they have no other long-range attack ninjutsu. For Kakashi, want to deal with the airship, the only way is to use large-scale ninjutsu that consumes a lot of money. For him who has very little chakra, this type of ninjutsu is what he least likes to use. What he didn't expect was, Bai Hao can actually solve the airship and train at the same time. And, from the look on his face, he seemed to be very relaxed about solving these two troublesome things. This surprised Kakashi. What are you going to do? Bai Hao heard this but did not answer his words. Instead, he turned to look at the 3 people from Class 7 who were also very surprised. Go and evacuate the crew. Let them find a place to hide. Stay away from the trains and airships. Oh. Although the 3 of them were a little curious. However, they all know the priorities of things, so I didn't ask around at this time. Advertisement instead, he directly followed Bai Hao's instructions and ran towards the crew. Under the persuasion of 3 people from Class 7. Those in the crew quickly began to take cover. At the same time, the stopped train also changed. Several snow ninjas got out of the train and looked at Bijuu warily. At the same time, all train compartment doors are also open. The densely packed holes hidden inside were revealed. You can imagine, once these snow ninjas activate the mechanism in the train, then a large number of hidden weapons will definitely be ejected from these dense holes. Sieve all the people who come near here, at the same time. The airship in the sky also arrived above everyone's heads. Start throwing down one special kunai after another. These kunai were exactly the ones used by Wolf Fang Avalanche and others who fought Team 7 not long ago. After landing, it will explode quickly, turn into thorns of ice. Causes massive damage to everything around it, along with the ice thorns blooming. The surrounding crew members also began to shout in panic. The situation is becoming increasingly chaotic, and Bijuu finally took action. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a moment later, a hole in a different space appeared above the airship. Next moment, a huge pod lid fell from that alien space. It hit the airship hard, because the speed of the airship is very slow. Therefore, this pod lid hit the airship very easily, and took the airship and smashed it towards the train on the ground. Boom! The pod lid hit the train together with the airship. It made a huge noise like a meteorite falling to the ground. The airship and the heavily armed train were easily dealt with by Bijuu. Earth-style will the sky descend on you? Kakashi glanced at Bijuu. He is still very familiar with this ninjutsu, because many Konoha Anbu know it. So will he, however, it is not used at all, because it consumes too much. Moreover, it often fails to hit people. However, it seems that you have made some improvements to this ninjutsu. Kakashi asked curiously. Right, Bijuu nodded. Generally, the heavenly falling guy cannot be controlled after it comes out of the alien space. But, I can control this. That's all. Bijuu glanced at the airship and train in the distance indifferently. This time, he did not use calendar, advertisement. Because there is no need to use cannons to fight mosquitoes. Mr. Santao Asama, Bijuu then looked at Mr. Asama. There are still some people alive in there, you can take people there. Arrest and interrogate these people, well. Mr. Asama is still a little confused at this moment. He didn't expect that Konoha's ninjas were so strong. A little ninja can actually unleash such powerful ninjutsu. But Funghua Xiaoshui beside him was not surprised by all this. In her opinion, if Holy Lord Bijuu really takes action with all his strength, I'm afraid the entire snow country will be destroyed. After some repairs, the group of people rushed towards the windy castle again. This time, there were no obstacles on the road, they soon reached the castle. What they didn't expect was, the storm was not guarding the castle. Instead, he stood at the top of the castle, just standing there quietly waiting for them. Xiao Shui, you finally came. Quote. Funghua Ragdao used a loudspeaker to make his voice louder. I said how dare you come back, it turns out that I have found a group of powerful helpers. You are still so timid, just like it was back then. Watch me kill your father. In the end, he only cried and ran away. Funghua Xiaoshui became furious immediately after hearing this. She clenched her fists and stared at the wind and waves in the distance. Coward. If you want revenge, you want to end this 1.6. Then come to where the treasure is. Let's understand this past. Of course, you can also ask your helpers to help. But, if I see Kakashi and the others show up, I would run away immediately. After Konoha Shinobi is gone, I will come back for revenge. Ha 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 ha, Funghua Nudao laughed and opened the wings in the armor and flew directly. Coward, just live under the wings of Konoha Shinobi and live in painful memories for the rest of your life. VR. Funghua Xiaoshui looked at the windy and angry waves that were gradually flying away. Holding back his anger, go ahead and do what you want to do. Bijuu smiled faintly when he saw this, and then used illusion to convey this sentence to Funghua Xiaoshui's ears alone. Funghua Xiaoshui stiffened when she heard this, next moment. She suddenly burst out with astonishing power, disappeared from the place in an instant, and chased towards the wind and waves. Kakashi. Chapter 88. The mission is over. Funghua Xiaoshui's expectations, 5th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Your Highness. Asama Santao looked at Funghua Koyuki who suddenly disappeared, and was immediately confused. Although his knowledge is relatively shallow, but she also instantly understood the fact that her princess was no longer an ordinary person. He pushed up his glasses, blinked twice, the mood feels very subtle. Became a powerful ninja, and Kakashi is different from Asama Satafu. As an elite ninja, he could tell at a glance that Funghua Koyuki was a top ninja. This made him feel very strange, it also made him feel very reasonable. During her years on the run, she found someone who was willing to teach her ninjutsu. And then learned a skill. But, that's not right either. If she is really strong, it's not like I was so scared and wanted to run away at the beginning. Or maybe it's because the stimulation she received as a child was too strong, leading to some kind of mental illness, therefore he will run away subconsciously. And that day after she drank alone, suddenly I made up my mind. That kind of mental illness is also healed instantly. So, that's why you suddenly decided to return to the land of snow? Kakashi 19 kept thinking wildly, but he still couldn't figure out what was contained in Funghua Xiaoshui's changes. Let's go. Kakashi looked at Naruto and the others who were surprised. He said softly, let's follow him quickly. At the same time, Fenghua Ragao in the sky also saw Fenghua Xiaoshui chasing him below. Ha ha, she was really irritated by me. Even the running speed is much faster than usual. How good, if she keeps chasing me at this speed. So, I can definitely kill Kakashi before she chases her. Everything was as perfect as I expected. After getting the information that the airship and train were easily eliminated, Fenghua Furu Dao. He immediately made a plan. Find a way to lure Fenghua Xiaoshui away and deal with it alone. I just don't know how much the treasure my brother left behind is worth. After I get the money, what do I do first? The wind, flowers and raging waves are constantly imagining in the air. Soon, he came to the place where the treasure was. Fenghua Xiaoshui, who followed him closely, also chased after him shortly after he landed. Xiaoshui. Fenghua Nudao looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui and showed a very gentle smile.
You are indeed blinded by hatred. No more Konoha shinobi.
What are you using to fight me? Advertisement. Fenghua Xiaoshui said nothing when she heard this. He just looked at each other very coldly. At the same time, he silently began to use his new abilities and slowly absorbed the cold air around him.
Xiaoshui. Fenghua Nudao smiled and stretched out his hand. If you are willing to give me that necklace directly,
I wouldn't mind letting you see the treasure your father left behind. It is said that is a priceless treasure that can change the pattern of the country. The storm is raging. Fenghua Xiaoshui glared at the other party, her voice extremely cold. You are so disgusting. Actually, for this money for these treasures. Killed my father. Fenghua Xiaoshui suddenly became furious. She clasped her hands together suddenly. The next moment, a very cold breath instantly filled the air from her body. Not only did her hair and clothes start to flutter. At the same time, it also dyed her eyes a light blue. And opposite her, there was a storm. It instantly turned into an ice sculpture. From the inside out, from the cells to the body, everything is frozen by the terrifying air conditioning. Moreover, this cold air is still spreading outward. At the same time absorb water vapor. After a while, layers of ice appeared around Fenghua Angdao, whirring.
Fenghua Xiaoshui panted while looking at her uncle who had turned into an ice sculpture. At this moment, an indescribable joy suddenly emerged in her heart. And after this feeling of joy passed, another feeling of sadness came to my heart. Ooh, I just want a happy family. I really don't want this. She was crying, sitting on the ground weakly. Quote. Just at this time, Bai Hao and his party rushed over. The reason why it is so late. It was purely Bai Hao who was causing trouble in secret. I just don't want others to stop Fenghua Xiaoshui from taking revenge. Kakashi was stunned when he saw the ice sculpture not far away. With his eyesight, naturally, it can be seen that this is definitely not something that ordinary ice escape can do. As this Fenghua Xiaoshui's work, Kakashi glanced at Fenghua Xiaoshui. It seems she is really a very powerful ninja. This matter must be reported after returning. Our relationship with the country of snow may also undergo certain changes. Several people looked at the scene in front of them, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. After a while, little Sakura walked up to Fenghua Xiaoshui and began to comfort her in a low voice. After Fenghua Xiaoshui vented her anger, the condition is also much better. After a while, he stood up with a smile. Now that everyone is here. Advertisement. Then let's take a look at the treasures my father left behind. Quote. This is not necessary. Kakashi quickly refused after hearing this. It doesn't matter. I trust you. Quote. Fenghua Xiaoshui smiled and shook her head, then glanced at Bai Hao casually. The reason why she made such a decision. In fact, the main reason is to show Bai Hao. Seeing Bai Hao, he smiled and said nothing. She no longer hesitated. He took out the necklace directly and found the corresponding place. A strange noise suddenly sounded. Just when everyone thought it was the sound of the treasure door opening, they suddenly discovered that the snow on the ground began to melt. But after a while, he found that the ice tablet standing in the center of the treasure's opening position suddenly lit up. At the same time, the sun also emerged from the clouds. The sun shines on these ice monuments. The ice monument reflects the sunlight, refracting the colorful lights of the day and week. Make the entire treasure land shine like a fairyland. Kakaka. Suddenly, the ice cubes on the ice monument began to fall off. And as the ice cubes fall off, the snow on the ground also melted instantly. The grass magically emerged from the soil. Countless wild flowers are blooming. The caterpillar turned into a butterfly and began to fly on the grass. The whole world seems to have changed from winter to spring all of a sudden. What does Xiaoshui want to do after spring comes? Suddenly a voice sounded. The next moment, those ice tablets projected a holographic light curtain. The former daimyo, Fenghua Zhaoyu and Fenghua Koyuki also appeared in the light curtain. Xiaoshui is going to become the princess. What kind of princess are you? Be a gentle, strong, and righteous princess. Ha 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 ha. That's really difficult. Listening to the familiar voice in her ears, Fenghua Xiaoshui couldn't help but shed tears. However, if you treat your dream as a belief, keep pursuing it without giving up. The dream will definitely come true. Can you see this? There is a beautiful princess standing here. But But Xiaoshui is still worried about one thing. Because I still have a dream. Quote. What is it then? Another dream. Actress. Ha 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 ha. Listen to that hearty laughter. Fenghua Xiaoshui couldn't help but laugh. Dad, my dream can finally come true. She looked at the projection in the distance. Thank you very much Bai Hao for a moment. With power, you can do a lot of things you want to do. I just don't know what the organization will ask me to do. Can the difficulty be maintained at the level of asking me to give birth to 3 children for the Holy Master? Thinking of this, Fenghua Xiaoshui couldn't help but smile playfully. Chapter 89. Fenghua Xiaoshui's expectations changed instantly, making Black Zetsu nervous and depressed. Please subscribe for the first update. Looking at the holographic projection in front of them, everyone felt a warm feeling. No one expected it. The treasure left by Fenghua Xiaoshui turned out to be a large geothermal device used to turn winter into spring, and a holographic projection. Rather than some gold and silver treasure. Dad. Watching the fading influence in the distance, Fenghua Xiaoshui said in her heart with a smile. You no longer have to worry about the snow land continuing to be cold. I have been blessed by the Holy Lord. He has abilities that others cannot imagine. From now on, I can absorb all the cold air of the land of snow. And the land of snow will not be as cold as it used to be. If I'm not wrong, the land of snow can really become the land of spring. Dad, your dream, the dream of the great names of the land of snow. I can finally realize it. Just when Fenghua Xiaoshui was very excited, Sandafu Asama also rushed over with dozens of rebels. Look at the wind, flowers and roaring waves that turned into ice sculptures, as well as the green grass on the ground and the wild flowers on the mountain. Everyone was confused for a while. They have no idea what is going on here. But, after all, Mr. Asama is a veteran and responds quickly. After being slightly stunned for a moment, he quickly came to Kakashi and bowed to thank him. Mr. Kakashi, thank you very much this time. If you hadn't rescued us in time, our princess might have been in danger. Well, Kakashi smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Actually, these things are all done by Princess Xiaoshui. Quote. Mr. Asama was stunned again. Then he looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui with some confusion. Mr. Asama, please tidy up this place. Then start preparing for the daimyo inauguration ceremony. Yes, although Mr. Asama doesn't know the specific situation. But, after hearing that Fenghua Xiaoshui was preparing to take up the post of daimyo. But he was instantly excited. Very good, it's really great. Princess Koyuki will finally take charge of the land of snow. Therefore, he no longer struggled with why the princess became so powerful. Instead, he started to deal with the handover of the daimyo. Bai Hao and his group of Konoha shinobi were left in the land of snow by Fenghua Xiaoshui as special guests. She wanted Bai Hao to witness the moment when she became a daimyo. Advertisement. After Fenghua Xiaoshui simply dealt with some trivial matters. I finally got some free time and came to the study room. I had made an appointment with Bai Hao. Just entered this study room. Fenghua Xiaoshui felt that she had arrived in a large palace. This palace is magnificent. In the center, there is a throne made of gold. And behind the throne, stood her holy lord, Bai Hao. Welcome, Our Majesty the Queen. Bai Jia looked at Fenghua with a faint smile. Thank you holy lord. Fenghua Xiaoshui smiled playfully. Then he knelt down on one knee and saluted Bai Hao. Actually, holy master, you don't need to be so grand. It doesn't matter. Bai Hao gently snapped his fingers. Fenghua Xiaoshui came to his side in an instant and sat on the throne. You have to slowly adapt to the feeling of being a famous person. As long as you are willing to, I can support you and make the country of snow the most prosperous and powerful country in the world. Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes flickered. Apparently he was a little moved. If it's not too much trouble, I'm actually very happy about it. Of course it's not troublesome. Bai Hao shook his head, and then snapped his fingers again. A set of clothes exclusive to the core members of the Elf Pavilion appeared in front of him. This is the clothing of the organization. You can usually wear whatever you want. But, when performing tasks, you must wear this set of clothes. Quote. Yes, Holy Lord, what is my mission? The daily task is to develop the economy of Snow Country. I think Snow Country has strong capabilities in science and technology. Then continue to strengthen research in this area. Strive to be the #1 scientific and technological power. If you want to act, you can act. As for other tasks, I will use this ring to notify you when there are tasks in the future. Yes, alright, you can now choose an organization code. It has to be some kind of plant. Quote. Plant. Fenghua Xiaoshui thought for a moment after hearing this, and then said with a smile, Spring Jasmine. I like spring. I want to turn the country of snow into the country of spring. So, let's do this. Good. Bai Hao nodded, although some people want to complain about the unpleasantness of this name. But, advertisement. Finally I endured it. From now on. You are the person in charge of the first stronghold in the Kingdom of Snow. In addition, the organization has benefits. If you do it well, the organization can resurrect the person you want to resurrect, such as your father. Quote. What? Fenghua Xiaoshui was stunned when she heard this. Now, there was only one thought in her mind. Quote. I feel that the difficulty of the mission can be increased. Is the difficulty level between giving birth to 10 children for the Holy Lord? More than 10 are okay. I can. However, Bai Hao didn't know what she was thinking. Otherwise, you will definitely have a question mark on your face. At the same time, Xiao organized another video conference. The so-called video conference is the use of ninjutsu by each member. Cast your own reflection somewhere. In this way, no matter where the members are now, the meeting can be held in a timely manner. There's been a big thing happening within the organization recently. Everyone should know this, right? Pain spoke slowly. After that, he glanced at Shaw and Deidara. Isn't that what happened to me being beaten? Deidara suddenly shook his hair in displeasure upon hearing this. Who knew that woman was so strong? I just threw the bomb and she knocked me out. However, the eldest brother is even worse. All the puppets have been smashed to pieces. Shut up, Xie Yin said angrily with a sullen face. Deidara. If your mouth doesn't want it, I wouldn't mind sewing it on for you. Quote. Scorpio has been in a bad mood recently. Because all his puppets are broken. Including his most proud puppet, the third Cage. This battle can be said to be a loss for him. Stop fighting. Pain slowly said. You two should share the corresponding information now. Let everyone know more about that organization. Quote. Hear what Pain said. Black Zetsu suddenly became a little nervous. I hope Obito doesn't guess that the one who defeated Deidara is Rin. I don't know how long this matter can be kept hidden. Black Zetsu felt very melancholy. But there is no way. I don't know what Obito is thinking. So, you are still hiding in the dark and listening. It's really upsetting. Chapter 90 Obito's Decision, A Chance Encounter, Second Update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Let me tell you first. Just when Black Zetsu was a little nervous. Deidara suddenly spoke. I don't know what kind of person my enemy is. She didn't wear a forehead protector, and she wasn't a famous ninja. In short, she is a little girl about 12 years old. But it's really strong. She actually killed me with one move. -8. Hateful. Next time I meet her, I must let her experience my ultimate art. What art do you know? Xie said disdainfully. True art is eternal beauty. Art is an explosion. In the end, you were solved without even using an explosion. And you, the puppets were all shattered. Are you embarrassed to talk to me? Enough. Pain saw the two people quarreling again and quickly spoke to dissuade them. Xiao, tell me about the situation over there. This is Yuri Ringo. Hearing this, Xie slowly said in a low and hoarse falsetto, although I have never fought against her before. But, her strength at the moment is definitely much stronger than before. Not only that, she can also fly, somewhat like the kind of flight from 3rd Tsuchikage. 953. You can also summon thunder clouds. And become invisible in the thunderclouds. Release a large amount of lightning at the same time. The power is terrifying. Besides, she can also transform into a fully body-tailed beast. This tailed beast is a dragon. Very weird. I was defeated by the tailed beast bomb she used in her tailed beast form. This tailed beast bomb is very strong. Quote. Tailed beast. When Kisame heard this, he looked over with confusion. Why is it a tailed beast again? Is it possible that each person in their organization has a tailed beast? Didn't it mean that there are only 9 tailed beasts? What exactly is going on? Everyone was silent for a while. To be honest, they don't understand this question either. Maybe it's an artificial tailed beast. Advertisement. White Zetsu suddenly said. Of course, there are only a few tails. Therefore, we should not call this artificial tailed beast a tailed beast. The title chakra is more appropriate. Quote. Artificial tailed beast. Pain said. It is indeed possible. It seems that their organization has mastered a secret method that can stably create tailed beasts. However, this is too frequent and too much, right? Through intelligence, we can find that Shang Rin and Lin Yuri, both of whom have recently become stronger and obtained tailed beasts. This means that organization probably created 2 tailed beasts in 1 month. This is unimaginable. The creation of tailed beasts will never go silent. Uchiha Itachi suddenly said. So, we can find the base of their organization based on this clue. That's right, Xie said gloomily. If this organization is allowed to grow, I'm afraid they will become a stumbling block to our plans. Quote. I agree, yes. Deidara immediately became excited when he heard this. Once I find that base, I will blow it up to the sky. In this way, the task of finding the secret base of the black organization will be regarded as the main task of the organization. When you are doing tasks outside, once you find such a place, report it immediately. Never take the initiative. The black organization is more powerful than we imagined. The meeting had just ended, and Black Zetsu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was so nervous. I was afraid that Deidara would say something. The person discovered by Obito was Nohara Rin. However, the result was okay. Deidara said nothing. And Obito didn't guess anything, right? Obito, what do you think of the black organization? Black Zetsu looked cautiously into the shadows not far away. Very strong. Along with the sound, a figure also walked out of the darkness. The man was wearing an Uzumaki-shaped orange mask, BJFG, wearing a red cloud black robe of the Akatsuki organization. None other than Uchiha Obito. In the meeting just now. It is definitely a meeting to participate in the form of ontology. Therefore, Obito can eavesdrop on the meeting. I feel like this organization is going to impact our plans. So, it must be investigated as soon as possible and then resolved. Absolutely. Come with me for a walk. Do you want to travel around the world looking for them? Advertisement. Right. This is so difficult. White Zetsu shook his head repeatedly. This world is very big. It would be impossible to explore them all. Quote. You can use White Zetsu to clone. Obito looked at White Zetsu and said slowly, use the sacred tree to create White Zetsu. Just make thousands of them. What? Black Zetsu and White Zetsu exclaimed at the same time. That takes a lot of chakra. We don't have a single-tailed beast now, so we simply can't afford such consumption. Not long ago, 100 of them were just made in order to send White Zetsu to gather information about the villages and the black organization. But this has consumed a lot of our chakra. We can't continue to consume like this. It doesn't matter, Obito said grimly. We can go capture some Kurigakure ninjas. Use them to create White Zetsu. Quote. Black Zetsu was silent for a while after hearing this. How much hatred does Obito have for Kurigakure? It's been so long and I still haven't let go. Black Zetsu felt a little panicked. No, we absolutely cannot let him know about Nohara Rin. In this case, those people must be found first. Then total destruction. So, only then can Obito ignore Nohara Rin. Thought of this. Black Zetsu nodded vigorously and agreed with Obito's opinion. Fire Nation Port. A middle-aged man wearing glasses walked out of the pier slowly, pulling his suitcase. Looking at everything around him, a smile appeared on his face. The Kingdom of Fire is still so prosperous. What a great place. No wonder such powerful ninjas can be trained. In the future, I can send the Shell Organization's information to Konoha. Let Konoha help me destroy the Shell Organization. This plan is really good. Quote. He pushed up his glasses, then chose a direction and strode towards the distance. Just at this time, he suddenly turned his head and looked not far away. I saw 3 women walking towards this side. The 2 leaders were wearing black dresses, black cloaks, and black hats. Very weird. The one at the back was wearing ordinary clothes and a bamboo hat. What a strange traveler. However, it's quite nice.
Looks like someone from an organization. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. He sighed silently and continued walking forward. Chapter 91 The Snow Country Stronghold is completed. Anxious Yuri Hong, 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Xianglin looked somewhere thoughtfully, then he frowned. What's wrong? Quan asked with some confusion upon seeing this. I feel like there's a very weird person over there. But I can't tell why. Weird. Xianglin raised his finger and pointed in a certain direction. Quan heard the words and looked over. As a result, no abnormalities were found. Although she can copy Xianglin's Kagura mind, but because she does not have the blood of the Uzumaki clan, her perception ability is not as strong as Xiang Rin's. Therefore, she didn't find any abnormality that Xianglin said. I didn't notice anything weird, maybe I felt it wrong. Xianglin shook his head, not paying much attention to such a situation. Let's go, that's not the enemy. Unimportant. Let's quickly find a secret stronghold to place the teleportation array. As the 2 of them spoke, they continued to look for a suitable hiding place with Kurama Yakumo's mother and Kurama Lin behind them. Their mission this time. Just take the pommel horse scales to move the base. Because the teleportation array has a distance limit. Therefore, it is unrealistic to install a teleportation array in the country of snow so that people can teleport directly from the country of snow to Konoha. Then, they walked all the way from the Kingdom of Fire to the Kingdom of Snow. Along the way, we are constantly looking for suitable places to install the teleportation array. Now, they are looking for the last location to install the teleportation array. Once this teleportation array is installed, the teleportation array line from Konoha to the Kingdom of Snow will be completely opened. The teleportation array in the Kingdom of Snow will be installed by Bai Hao himself. It's been a long time since I saw the Holy Lord. Xianglin said as he walked. I really miss him, and I don't know what he has been doing lately. The Holy Lord's affairs are not something we can interfere with. Quan glanced at Xianglin, then raised his finger to point to the mountain peak in the distance. I feel good there. I sense that no one lives there. Xianglin closed her eyes for a moment, then opened her eyes again and said with a smile. It is indeed a good place. Let's go quickly, with the strength of Xianglin and Quan. It is very easy to transform a cave into a stronghold. So, not long after, they completely ended the construction of the stronghold. And sent a message to Bai Hao. Their efficiency is still very high. After receiving the news, Bai Hao smiled and nodded. Then he used his mind to connect to Kurama Yakumo's ring. Tell the other party that you can defect directly. Advertisement at the same time, he told the other party the locations of all organizational teleportation arrays. Let her use the teleportation array to teleport directly. After doing all this, Bai Haosai came to Fenghua Xiaoshui's room and told him everything. Organizations usually involve 2 people working together. You are no exception, so, I sent you a companion. The 2 of you complement each other and do tasks together. At the same time, you can also ask her to be your makeup artist. She is good at painting, and he is good at fantasy. So you have nothing to worry about. Hearing Bai Hao's words, Fenghua Xiaoshui nodded repeatedly. Okay, there's nothing else to do. If you have anything, communicate directly with the ring on your hand. There is some intelligence information in the ring. You can take a look when you have time, after knowing this information. It will be helpful to you in the battle after encountering a powerful enemy. After explaining some things and asking Kurama Yakumo to write Fenghua Koyuki to meet, Bai Hao has nothing more to do the next few days. He started traveling mode. I had a good experience of traveling at public expense in the land of snow. Wait until Fenghua Xiaoshui completes the daimyo inauguration ceremony. The group of them just started to return home. I didn't encounter anything big on the way. However, just when they returned to the village, they saw Yuhi Hong running over in a panic. Bai Hao, you are finally back. Yuhi Hong first nodded to Kakashi as a greeting. Then he pulled Bai Hao to the side and whispered.
Problem occurs. Kurama Yakumo is missing. Anbu's investigation yielded no results.
We don't know what happened to her. Did he run away or was he captured by the enemy? None of us know. What should we do now? Listening to these words, Bai Hao felt helpless. He naturally knew that Kurama Yakumo had defected to find him. Kurenai Yuhi asked him to look for Kurama Yakumo, but he couldn't find her at all. Teacher Hong, don't worry. This kind of thing needs to be found slowly. There's really nothing I can do, that's it. Hong felt a little disappointed when he heard this. 2. She disappeared suddenly, and we have no clues at all. Asterisk 10. Even if he wanted to find her, he couldn't find her. Advertisement said. She sighed again, then smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry, you have just come back from your mission, and I pull you to tell you such bad news. It's okay. Bai Hao shook his head. Teacher Hong, let's go and hand in the task.
Go ahead. Hong nodded, and then walked away with a depressed look.
Bai Hao glanced at the other party's back, but he didn't say anything. Directly follow the footsteps of Kakashi and others and enter the Hokage office to hand in the task. What? Have you encountered Snow Ninja? Fenghua Xiaoshui became the new daimyo. Moreover, she is also a very powerful ninja. 0. After listening to Kakashi's report, Tsunade stood up in shock. The dodo next to him was so frightened that he fell off the table.
Yes, Kakashi nodded. The specific circumstances are all written down in the mission report.
Tsunade nodded upon hearing this, then he sighed again. The ninja world has really been in chaos recently. The change of famous names in a country actually makes you meet. The Akatsuki organization and the Black organization fought in the Kingdom of Thunder. Kirigakure has lost a lot of ninjas for no apparent reason recently. These incidents all indicate that the ninja world is going to be in chaos. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh as he slowly sat down. Then she seemed to think of something. He looked sharply at Bai Hao. Bai Hao, you must take the next Chunin exam, I don't go. Bai Hao refused directly. For me, it doesn't matter whether I'm a ninja or not. Moreover, if something really happens, I will tell the truth. There is no need to take exams or anything. Tsunade was speechless after hearing this. In the end, I could only hold my forehead with one hand and wave outward with the other. Let's go, you go? This Hokage is really boring. Everyone didn't know how to answer the call for a while.
Finally, I could only leave the office silently. After Tsunade saw them all going out, he sighed. Jiraiya said that Orochimaru was acting strangely again. I really don't know what he wants to do this time. 9. Chapter 92 Yakushi Kabuto's Little Thoughts. Terumi May is about to collapse. 4th update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Is there no news from Honglian yet? In a secret stronghold. Orochimaru looked at Yakushi Kabuto in front of him with a gloomy expression. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto lowered his head, feeling a little out of breath due to Orochimaru's momentum. It's considered normal. Orochimaru snorted coldly. Such a mysterious organization cannot exist for such a long time without some means. Existed for that long. Kabuto looked up at Orochimaru curiously, based on the intelligence.
Isn't that organization just established not long ago? Every member of their organization has a powerful tailed beast within their body. You feel, can this kind of tailed beast be produced in a short time?
Orochimaru didn't answer Kabuto's question. Instead, he asked directly.
And, it is not that simple to figure out how to create such a tailed beast. 290. Without long-term research, it would not be possible to create it.
Orochimaru-sama is right. Kabuto nodded. This world is going to be in chaos.
Orochimaru stood up and looked into the distance.
Akatsuki is accumulating strength with the goal of collecting tailed beasts.
The purpose of the Black organization is unknown. But it can create tailed beasts. I can foresee that in the near future, there will be a 4th war sweeping the world. Orochimaru thought of this, his eyes were very complicated for a moment. He has experienced 2 ninja wars, know the cruelty of war. I also know my own insignificance, know more about human fragility. Therefore, only then will we embark on this road to eternal life.
We have to bring Sasuke back quickly. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, then turned around and ordered. Go, let Kidomaru and the 4 of them come over.
Yes, Kabuto responded, then turned around and left.
However, the moment he just turned his head, his eyes became extremely complicated.
Sasuke. I really don't want him to come. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and quickly walked out. He already knew Orochimaru's plan for Sasuke. At the same time, I have always wanted to prevent this from happening. Because of his early spy experience, he lost himself and lost all his spiritual destination. So I can only place my heart on Orochimaru, and here in Orochimaru. He can be regarded as an existence, under one person. He was very obsessed with this feeling. Advertisement. After knowing Orochimaru's plan for Sasuke, his intuition told him that once Sasuke came, his status would become below the two. This made him very unhappy. HMPH, if only my identity hadn't been exposed. This way, I can assassinate Sasuke. Kirigakure. Terumi Mei is sitting behind her desk at the moment, panting. Use this to calm down your inner irritability. Recent. She felt like nothing was going right. First, the change of the village's bloody policy suffered a huge setback. Those opposition are really tough. Secondly, the black organization appeared and forcibly took away Lin Yuyu. The terrifying strength of Uchiha is still fresh in her memory. Occasionally I would wake up in the middle of the night. And now, Kirigakure's ninjas began to disappear one after another. One after another, each one is an excellent ninja. From the beginning to now, 38 people have disappeared one after another. If it continues, her Kirigakure might be gone in name only. Who did this? Terumi Mei looked at the information document, her anger level rising steadily. Pity. So far, no trace of the enemy has been found. No body or clues about the missing mist ninja were found. Fifth generation. Seeing how angry Terumi Mei was, Shin couldn't help but said quickly, "Why don't we set up a game? Use some bait. Draw those enemies out," and I was hiding nearby. Always monitoring everything around him with his white eyes. Once the enemy appears, let's swarm them and kill them. The method is good. But who will be the bait? How can you guarantee that this bait will make the enemy's heart flutter? Why doesn't the enemy just capture our ninjas who are out on missions, but instead captures the bait? This, Shin was asked by Terumi Mei's 3 soul questions. For a moment, I didn't even know how to answer. Go down. Come again. After thinking about it, Shin turned away awkwardly. Suddenly Terumi Mei was the only one left in the office. She rubbed her temples with a pained look on her face. What a headache. It would be great if I could become stronger. I don't know what force actually did this. Terumi Mei sighed. Then he took out the information book and continued reading. Advertisement. A moment later, suddenly she had a flash of inspiration. Something came to mind. There's news from Konoha that there are 2 secret organizations active in the ninja world. One of them is a black organization who has been here. That Uchiha is a member of the black organization. The strength is terrifying. Another secretive organization. It's an organization called Akatsuki. The rebel ninja of the village, Kisame Kazaki, was inside. This organization is composed entirely of S-class rebellious ninjas. The strength is also very terrifying. So, could it be that these 2 secret organizations were behind this incident? After all, only such an organization can kidnap elite Jonin quietly. Terumi Mei was thinking as she knocked on the table. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable this reasoning became. I have been in contact with black organizations. This organization is very overbearing. If they want someone, they will probably come directly to grab it. Instead of stealing sneakily, just like that time with Yuri Ringo. Therefore, this operation may have been carried out by the Akatsuki organization. Although the motive is unknown, it's basically certain. If that's the case, can we drive the tiger away and devour the wolf? Being a Mizukage, Terumi Mei is still very smart. It didn't take long to analyze the general situation of the matter. And the resolution methods you can use. There are 2 ways to solve this problem. First, spread rumors that what happened in our village was done by black organizations. So a domineering organization shouldn't allow others to throw dirty water on them, right? 2.2 In this case, they will definitely come to investigate. Kill that person from the Akatsuki organization, but this strategy may or may not succeed, so I need a backup plan. That's the second method. I can take the opportunity to ask for help from other villages. Among them, Konoha Village is the best to talk to. I can promise an alliance with Konoha and ask for help. With Konoha Village's style, they will most likely accept it. Sanagakure failed to invade Konoha, but when he said that they wanted to form an alliance, Konoha immediately released the other party's prisoners and Jinchuriki. I have to say, it is really a good village, once the plan is successful. Well, not only can I solve this problem, you can also take advantage of the influence of Shijili's favor faction. No, I can still use this crisis to do more things. The corners of Terumi Mei's mouth slowly turned up. For a time, she thought of many good ideas. Chapter 93. Black Zetsu's sudden fearful speculation. Asuma's class sets off. 5th update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Obito, you have gone too far, in an underground stronghold. Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground and said at the same time, so many Kirigakure ninjas were captured at once. Something will go wrong. What could possibly go wrong? Obito said calmly. The most Terumi Mei can do is find people from other ninja villages to help. But what's the use? I can just stop arresting people then. They can't find me, it won't affect our big plans. You can arrest people in another village. Black Zetsu was helpless when he heard this. What he was afraid of was not attracting people from other villages. But they are afraid of attracting those people from the Black Organization. The people from the Black Organization left a huge shadow in his heart. When he came up, he revealed his biggest secret. This gave him the feeling that the Black Organization knew everything. You want to capture Kirigakura's people. Actually, I feel that the people in Sunagakure are also pretty good. Their village had just been destroyed, currently under reconstruction. We have a lot of opportunities to catch people. Black Zetsu, you seem to be talking a lot lately? 19 Obito turned his head and stared at Black Zetsu closely. I feel like you have changed a bit, is there? Black Zetsu suddenly became nervous. Ever since he found out that Nohara Lin was resurrected, his whole person had changed a little unconsciously. He doesn't like to talk very much, but now, in order to prevent Obito from discovering that Lin is still alive, he started talking frequently. And this suspicion was discovered by Obito. Obito, this is just your illusion. White Zetsu quickly spoke and started to cover for Black Zetsu. He just doesn't want your recklessness and hatred to ruin the plan. So, Obito nodded. No further words were said. Don't worry, I won't ruin the plan, because I also want to create an ideal world without war and eternal peace as soon as possible. A perfect world with Lin. As he spoke, he began to hollow slowly. After a moment, it completely disappeared. A perfect world with Lin? Black Zetsu suddenly felt something ridiculous. After the plan is fully implemented, I'm afraid you and Lin will fight directly, right? Advertisement. Alas, we must find out the true purpose of the Black Organization as soon as possible. Who really wants to be resurrected, if they didn't want to resurrect Mom? So, we must let Obito resurrect Madara before he meets Lin. Fortunately, Yahiko was not resurrected. Otherwise, if Nagato also has an accident, I really can't imagine that kind of scene. Black Zetsu thought of this and suddenly his eyes widened. Senior, will the Black Organization conveniently resurrect Yahiko in the future? Black Zetsu was stunned by such an idea. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if that happened. Anyway, once that happens, it is certain that his plan will go bankrupt. No, I have to do something. After Terumi Mei came up with the plan, she immediately started implementing it. She first wrote 5 letters with the same content to Konoha. Several eagles specially used to deliver letters and several teams of ninjas were asked to escort the letters to Konoha. After doing this, she also sent people to transform into members of the Akatsuki organization and began to spread rumors around them. There is news that the Black Organization is frantically arresting Kirigakure ninjas. Outside Kirigakure, Uchiha Obito held an emergency message in his hand and looked at the fog ninja in front of him, his heart full of ridicule. Did Terumi Mei really ask for help? Everything was as I expected. But what's the use of this? In this hell, no matter how hard you struggle, it's all in vain. Said. His whole person, together with the Ji-Renju hollow in front of him, disappeared. Konoha Village. An eagle suddenly flew from a distance and landed lightly at Konoha's intelligence receiving station. After the intelligence department was busy for a while, a request for help also appeared in front of Tsunade. Terumi Mei calls for help. Tsunade pinched his eyebrows with a headache. That matter really got bigger and bigger. 38 ninjas disappeared all of a sudden. This is really no small matter. She guessed that Shao was causing trouble? These terrorist organizations really don't make people worry. Advertisement. But who should I let go? Tsunade had a headache. Konoha's manpower is not abundant. Most ninjas have tasks on their hands. There is no way Anbu could do such a task alone. Moreover, this mission may have something to do with the Akatsuki organization. Ordinary ninjas cannot be sent out at all. You have to go with an elite team led by elite Jonin to feel at ease. And a small team may not be enough to cope with this battle. Let me see. Asuma. Guy read. Tsunade flipped through the mission manual, constantly selecting suitable candidates. Finally someone was chosen. Kakashi class cannot go out for the time being. After all, news came from Jiraiya. Orochimaru might do something to Sasuke. Me. Shao 467 Lee has just finished the operation and is recuperating. And they also went out on missions. Kurenai's strength is a bit weaker, although Hinata can make up for it, but her experience is still a bit lacking. So, this time it's up to Asuma class. Chunin Shikamaru, paired with elite Jonin Asuma. And the combined ninjutsu of Ino Shikacho, there should be no problem. Pair them with 3 more Anbu, as well as 2 special Jonin, Yamashiro Aoba and Tamashiro. In this case, there should be no problem. Thinking of this, Tsunade nodded with great satisfaction. At the same time, Bai Hao also received news from Nohara Lin. People from the Black Organization arresting people in Kirigakure and preparing for human experiments? Listening to the news from Lin, Baiji couldn't help but frown. Kirigakure's ninjas have been missing a lot lately. He knew this information, but what he didn't expect was someone actually put the blame on his head. The news was posted by Terumi Mei? Or is it from Xiaofeng? Bai Hao frowned, but didn't care. Then he sent a message directly to Lin. The main task is still to find Sishion. Since you are near Kirigakure, check this out. Just know some specifics. Chapter 94. Nohara Lin's mental journey, Black Zetsu's plan. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Let's investigate. After ending the call, Nohara Lin began to think about Bai Hao's words. What did the Holy Lord say? When Lin Yuri saw Nohara Lin ending the call, he quickly came over and asked. The Holy Lord said let us investigate the matter. Mainly Za Sishen. As expected, Lin Yu nodded when he heard the words. I knew the Holy Master wouldn't care about these rumors. After all, for an organization like ours, there is no way to clarify this rumor. And we are a salvation organization. It is a secret organization that hides in the dark and does not ask for anything in return in order to save the world. How can such a personal organization explain such a trivial matter? It is only right to investigate casually and then deal with the offender easily. Yes, Lin also nodded. Ever since I got the information about Otsutsuki Ashiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya. The members within the Elf Pavilion positioned their organization as a salvation organization. This makes them more identified with the organization. At the same time, it also gave them a sense of historical mission. But our organization cannot take the blame for nothing. There must definitely be an explanation for this matter. The Holy Lord doesn't care, but I won't allow our salvation organization to be stained. Lin said firmly, she was born in an ordinary family. Because I witnessed the cruelty of war with my own eyes. Want to become a medical ninja and save injured ninjas on the battlefield. That's why I embarked on the path of ninja. Later, she met the young genius Kakashi, and a loving Obito who vowed to be a Hokage. Think of yourself as very ordinary, so, she pinned her hopes on the two of them. I hope Kakashi can defeat all invaders, and I hope Obito can become the Hokage who leads Konoha to peace. Result, in the war, she died. After resurrection, she wanted to be free and find her former companions. After all, in her opinion, Bai Hao looks like the boss of an evil organization, cold, handsome and invincible. As a result, he was severely warned by Bai Hao. Later, she pretended to succumb to Bai Hao. I want to do something secretly to realize my dream, world peace. She succeeded. Bai Hao didn't care whether she really surrendered completely. Advertisement it gave her relatively free space to move. There is also a ring that contains countless confidential information. After getting that ring, the first thing she did was to check the information of her two companions. Turn out, Kakashi fell. He became a lazy jonin who reads pornographic books all day long. Obito fell. Became the mastermind behind a terrorist organization. Not only was 9 Tails released in Konoha, killed countless innocent people. Moreover, his goal is to activate infinite Tsukuyomi and make everyone in the world fall into Genjutsu. For such a piece of information, she didn't believe it. Then, when you can leave the bookstore and do free tasks with your companions. She investigates Kakashi in secret. It turned out that the information in the data was actually true. Kakashi really fell. The once high-spirited genius boy has completely disappeared. There is only one decadent salted fish ninja who reads pornographic books every day. After reaching such a conclusion, she felt more and more that the information about Obito must be true. The two friends who once placed their dreams on each other turned out to be like this. This terrified her, and helplessness, therefore. She didn't want to see Obito and Kakashi, especially Obito. The culprit who once destroyed Konoha. The culprit who once killed his master and his wife. Later, she unexpectedly discovered that the organization she belonged to was silently saving the world. The Holy Lord personally took action to resolve Konoha's crisis. They silently search for Otsutsuki Ashiki and get rid of this dangerous and world-destroying person. The purpose of the organization's existence is actually to fight for peace. This suddenly matched her dream. Then, she immediately felt a strong sense of belonging to the organization. He also has an unimaginable affection and loyalty towards Bai Hao, the 12-year-old leader of the organization. Therefore, she is very tired of people who smear her own organization and Bai Hao. Little Apple, let's go, don't call me Little Apple. Lin Yu bared his fangs at Lin. Advertisement, call me Yin. Big Apple, Little Strawberries, okay, okay. Lin smiled helplessly. She felt that her companion was a bit talkative and a bit childish. But, pretty good. The two walked forward and soon arrived near Kirigakure. Then, a new problem appeared again. How should we begin our investigation? The two looked at each other. Neither of them were detective ninjas. As for this matter, Obito did it right and left no clues. So, they couldn't find out. Let's start by checking the surrounding underground organizations. Lin said slowly. Then the two of them walked towards the city. She's coming. She's coming. White Zetsu, who had been monitoring Kirigakure's movements, suddenly discovered Lin's traces. Then, he quickly passed the news to Black Zetsu. After Black Zetsu heard the news, he suddenly panicked. We can't let Obito meet her. I need to lure Obito away first. Then talk about other things. Black Zetsu's plan is simple. First use some false news about the Black Organization's stronghold to deceive Obito away. Then, let White Zetsu sneak out and leave spores on Nohara Rin and Ringo Yuri. In this way, monitoring and gathering intelligence can be more convenient. You can even find the secret leader of the Black Organization. Then you can talk to the other person and ask them about their purpose. Lin's arrival is both a crisis and an opportunity. Black Zetsu handed over the task of planting spores to White Zetsu. He rushed towards Obito. He came to Obito and told him the information about the Zero Tail that he had accidentally discovered as the information about the Black Organization's secret base. The so-called Zero Tail. It is the artificial tailed beast secretly created by the Sora Ninja Village. It's perfect for confusing Obito, and Obito really believed this. He took Z directly and rushed towards the empty ninja village. Black Zetsu was very excited to find out that his plan was successful. I am indeed a genius schemer. Chapter 95 Intelligence Exploration, Xiao's Decision, second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. There's actually nothing gained. I don't know if this is reasonable. Lin Yuri looked at Nohara Rin. How do we investigate next? Report the results of the investigation to the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord definitely has instructions, Lin said slowly. Yes, Lin Yu nodded repeatedly when he heard this. In their hearts, Holy Lord Bai Hao is an omnipotent existence. Don't say anything else. The information stored in the ring alone is not something that ordinary people can collect. Only an omniscient and omnipotent existence like Holy Lord Bai Hao can collect it. Then, Lin quickly injected chakra into the ring with the strawberry mark on her hand. Next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of her. There are many things displayed on that light curtain. There is a data folder. Here you can see most of the secret information of the ninja world. There is an internal group chat room. Here, all organization members can chat together via text or voice. There is a holographic projection mode. If you choose this, you can summon members to conduct a holographic projection video conference in the same place. List of core members of the organization. Here, you can choose to communicate individually with a member of an organization. You can also communicate individually with the Holy Lord Bai Hao. This communication method can be text chat or voice chat. It can also be a voice call or video chat. Nohara Lin chose voice call. The call was quickly connected. Bai Hao's voice suddenly came to Lin's ears. What's up, Holy Lord? Lin quickly explained her investigation process and results. No gain? There must be no gain. Bai Hao's voice is unusually relaxed. Regarding those comments blaming us, it was either Mizukage who put it out there. Either it was released by the Akatsuki organization. But, I feel that the probability of Akatsuki organization is not very high. There is a high probability that it was released by Mizukage Terumi Mei. The reason why she did this may be to attract us to help her solve the real murderer, the Akatsuki organization. If you want to investigate, you can ask her. Yes. Advertisement Lin responded and ended the call. How about it? When Yuri Lin saw the call ended, he quickly came over. The Holy Lord said that this may be a rumor spread by BJAA, Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei? Lin Yu sneered immediately after hearing this. That woman. It is indeed possible, she is still very skillful. Let's go and talk to her. Ask her, what is it that makes her so confused that she leads us here in this way? Good. Lin nodded. The two simply packed up and walked towards Kirigakure. At the same time, White Zetsu was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then told Obito the news he had just received. Obito. The men from the Black Organization went to Kirigakure to investigate the disappearance of the ninja. The reason why he only told Obito the news now, I just don't want Obito to have any chance of meeting Lin. And the reason why he did not conceal it was not to report it. It's because if he didn't report it, once the news about the Black Organization in Kirigakure reached Obito's ears through other channels, Obito will definitely become suspicious, so, it would be better to delay telling Obito the news. By then, there is a high probability that Obito will not go back to investigate again. Don't worry about them. Obito really didn't care about this matter as Zetsu thought. Let's go investigate their base first. It would be useless to return to Kirigakure now. Also, notify others within the organization. Let's see whoever has time can go over and have a look. Okay. White Zetsu responded. The information was then passed on to the Akatsuki organization. The information was quickly passed back to the Akatsuki organization. However, this information is information processed by White Zetsu. In this information, Obito did not capture the Kirigakure ninja. Instead, he killed many Kirigakure ninjas. At the same time, it was not Obito who killed, but Zetsu. And the purpose of killing, it's just to spread rumors. Throw the pot onto the Black Organization and attract it. But now, their plan has been a perfect success. The people from the Black Organization were indeed attracted. After receiving such processed information, Nagato was quite happy. Advertisement in his opinion. The appearance of such a Black Organization really disrupted his plan. So, this Black Organization must be investigated as soon as possible. And resolve it. Then, he directly convened a meeting of the Akatsuki organization. Zetsu found a reason to still collect information and just let a White Zetsu clone attend the meeting. This is the situation. Pain relayed Zetsu's information. Then he looked at the others. I think we need to take advantage of this opportunity to collect more intelligence about this organization. Mainly to collect intelligence. At the same time, try to communicate with them and try to cooperate. He specifically emphasized this matter, because he was afraid that other members of the organization would take the initiative to challenge those monsters. After the last incident between Scorpion and Deidara, Nagato already understood that this Black Organization was very powerful. If they don't gather all the tailed beasts, they may not be a match for this organization at all. Therefore, at this moment, the focus is still on gathering intelligence. Communication and cooperation are supplemented. Don't fight if you can't fight. Thinking of this, Pain took the initiative to give instructions in order to prevent accidents. Leave this mission to Kakuzu and Hidan. Hearing this, everyone agreed. Deidara, who went her own way, was crazy and bold, did not refute. Although he really wanted to fight against the people of the Black Organization again. And blow them up. But, he is not stupid. If he goes there now, he will die. This kind of task should really be given to you two who are not afraid of death. Deidara glanced at Kakuzu and Hidan, then said with a smile, you two must not die. What? Death? How shameless to speak so loudly. Hidan immediately laughed when he heard this. However, this mission is completely inconsistent with our religious concepts. The purpose of the evil god cult is to kill, not to detect intelligence, and not to cooperate. The task of breaking my commandments, I don't want to do it from the bottom of my heart. Don't look at me like this, but my faith is very devout. So if we can't kill those black organizations, it will be really troublesome. Shut up. Kakuzu couldn't hold it back, shouted angrily, and then took the initiative to disconnect. Oh, that's so unfriendly, Hidan complained and then disconnected. Chapter 96. Lessons from Terumi Mei, meeting the Akatsuki organization again. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Kirigakure entrance. Nohara Rin and Ringo Yuri strode towards the inside of Kirigakure without any cover. And the weird thing is, Kirigakure doesn't do anything to stop him. Whether they were ordinary villagers or Anbu ninjas, they all stood in the distance and watched quietly. And Yuri Lin was not surprised at all. She was like Yuzu back in her hometown. Look here and there. When you meet an acquaintance, you will say hello. If you don't know, you would definitely think that Rin and Yuri Ringo are visiting Miss Shinobi Village. It seems that Terumi Mei did the right thing this time. After saying hello to an acquaintance again, Lin Yuyu said this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been treated so grandly. Whatever her purpose, since you dared to take advantage of us, you need to accept punishment. A cold light flashed in Lin's eyes, although she is still the gentle and attentive girl. But, because of different identities, she is also more majestic than before. It is necessary. Lin Yuyu smiled and nodded. I will let her have a taste of what spiritual feeling is. The two talked and soon arrived at Mizukage's office. I didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. You two, welcome. Terumi Mei saw the two people coming in. He quickly stood up and said hello with a smile. However, Shing beside her had a solemn expression. Terumi Mei. What do you mean? Lin Yuyu pulled up a stool and sat down without a care in the world. Looking at Terumi Mei with an evil look on her face. Are you planning to take advantage of us? No. Terumi Mei shook her head and denied it. All this was done by the Akatsuki organization. They arrested people from the village. Not only that, but they also spread false news everywhere that it was you who arrested people. There is really nothing we can do about this, but their purpose should be to deal with you. We're just the ones implicated. Therefore, we can definitely cooperate. She wasn't telling the truth at all, was she? Lin Yuri glanced at Lin. Right, Lin nodded upon hearing this. Advertisement. The tone was very certain, because just now, she traveled to the past and heard and saw everything Terumi Mei said. This is another use of her time travel. Travel through time and see what others have done in the past 24 hours. But, because it affects others, therefore, she can only see and cannot change. She guessed that this matter was done by the Akatsuki organization. But there was no way he could defeat Fang Xiao's organization. So, in this way, we were brought here. I want to drive the tiger away and devour the wolf. Hello. What are you guys saying? Terumi Mei was a little surprised when she heard the conversation between the two. Because the other party's tone was very certain. Therefore, she can be sure. The two people in front of me definitely knew the real situation. How did they do it? Terumi Mei was a little panicked at this moment. She once again experienced the fear brought by the black organization. What we're saying is, you need to be punished. Lin said slowly, then turned and walked out. Lin Yuyu stood up quickly, held the thunder blade fang in his hand, and then thrust it into the ground. Thunderstorm. 5th generation Sama, be careful. Shing shouted in panic. However, it was of no use. Because Lin Yuri's ninjutsu has been activated. Terrifying thunder and lightning suddenly burst out from Lin Yuyu's body. Through the amplification of the two thunder knives and fangs, a very terrifying thunderstorm was produced. A powerful and terrifying current swept through the entire Mizukage building in an instant. The terrifying destructive power of thunder and lightning directly caused an explosion here. Terumi Mei and Shing were blown away directly. Quote. Terumi Mei and Shing were both covered in steam. His face was charred and black. Half of the hair was burnt and half stood on end. It looks very funny. This time it's a warning. Lin Yuri walked out slowly. She had just unleashed the terrifying thunderstorm and was in very good condition. Not only were the clothes not affected in the slightest. Not even a hair stood up due to static electricity. Please give me flowers, if you dare to take advantage of us next time. Advertisement. Then it's not something that can be settled so easily. Quote. Say it. Lin Yuri flew up and flew towards the outside of Kirigakure. 5th generation, are you okay? See the enemy and leave. Shing quickly turned to look at Terumi Mei. The thunderstorm just now was too fast and too strong. So much so that they couldn't even use defensive ninjutsu. I'm fine. Terumi Mei looked at the direction Lin Yuri was leaving. Suddenly he sighed. I didn't expect that Lin Yuri has changed so much. Not only is there a scarier lightning style, moreover,
He actually knows a ninjutsu that can fly. It's really awesome. That organization is really amazing. It can actually make people become so powerful in such a short period of time. I don't know if I can join the organization. Will he also become stronger? Terumi May suddenly had a bold idea in her mind. It would be great if I could continue to be a Mizukage while joining the organization to gain strength. Yuri and Lin after leaving Kurigakure. Then he continued to wander around. This time, their mission here is besides investigating Shion's information. There are also tasks to build new strongholds. So, at this moment, they are looking for a hidden place to install a teleportation array as a stronghold. However, a suitable location has not yet been found. They met two unexpected visitors. Hidan, Kakuzu. Looking at the two people in front of him, he slowly said each other's name. Huh, you actually recognize us. Hidan became excited immediately after hearing this. Is my name already so famous? It's really a blessing. This is very beneficial to my preaching. Ha ha ha. Correct. Girls, have you ever heard of the cult of evil god? Should I quit the black organization and join the evil cult? Our evil god cult is a great place. Even if you kill someone, you won't be held accountable. Not only that, Lord Evil God will be even more happy. Chapter 97. A little panicked Hidan, time travel. Fourth update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. When Nohara Rin and Ringo Yuri heard this, their eyes suddenly turned cold. This talkative guy is Hidan, right? Yes. Yuri Ringo nodded and looked Hidan up and down. That look was like looking at a piece of pork. Based on the intelligence. This guy is indeed Hidan. Quote, what does the intelligence say? He is immortal. Lin Yuri continued slowly, but it is not without weaknesses. As long as he is dismembered, he will not be able to move. Quote. Then what if a bunch of bugs are attracted and eat his dismembered body? Then he must become worm excrement, right? Lin Yuri showed his fangs and smiled like a devil. But, I feel like his meat might not taste good. So, we need to add some honey to his meat. Then, some dogs were found. Otherwise, he might turn into a skeleton monster. Do I feel too cruel? Lin said calmly. It's better to just use ninjutsu and beat him into powder. This saves trouble. When the wind blows, Hidan are everywhere. Quote. Hey hey hey, real or fake? Hidan listened to the two people not far away discussing his death method in a very flat tone, as if they were talking about what to eat tonight. I couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. What made him feel even more terrible was. These two people actually know his weaknesses. It is true that he is immortal. But, that is also relatively immortal. If he doesn't get nourishment, he will die. If he was beaten into powder, then he really wouldn't survive. After all, no one would pick up these powders and piece them together to make him complete. You will be punished by the evil god. You know a lot. Kakuzu looked at the two girls in front of him with serious eyes. Now, he felt a little panicked. This feeling, it felt like he fought with Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama a long time ago. It also made him feel flustered. Certainly, Yuri Ringo smiled and looked at Kakuzu. You are Kakuzu, you have been friends with the first generation. And likes to talk about this achievement. There are up to 5 lives. Advertisement. In other words, I only need to kill you 5 times. B. Watching the other party say such a thing in a very plain tone. He was really panicking. Real or fake? Hidan was stunned when he heard this, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, Kakuzu. I didn't expect that you could be killed like this. I always thought you were similar to me. Ha ha ha. Next time I want to try and see if I can kill you 5 times in a row. I don't mind chopping you up and feeding it to the dogs. Kakuzu looked at Hidan coldly. Let's see if you can survive the dog feces. Well, Hidan felt cold all over. Thinking of the image of himself being eaten by a dog, he couldn't help but become a little scared. You will be punished by the evil god. We are here to seek cooperation. Kakuzu did not continue to scare Hidan, but turned to look at Lin and Ringo Yuri. Our Akatsuki organization plans to cooperate with you in all aspects. You can pay us to do tasks. We can also spend money or some information to help you. We share resources between the two parties. Mutually beneficial. In addition, the ultimate goal of our organization is to collect tailed beasts, provoke war, and rule the world. I don't know, what do you think? Kakuzu was talking about the apparent purpose of the Akatsuki organization. It is also the purpose of the organization that other members think except for a few members. The reason for telling the real purpose from the beginning. The main reason is that in their opinion, the purpose of the black organization is actually similar to theirs. Are you quite honest? Lin Yuyu suddenly sneered when he heard this. Pity. You are just poor people who have been deceived. Rule the world. DOJ. 13. Yuri Lin has not finished speaking yet. Suddenly, he saw 4 white zetsu sprouting from his body. As soon as these 4 white zetsu appeared, they used wood style to imprison her. At the same time, 4 white zetsu also appeared on Lin's body. These 4 white zetsu are the same as the white zetsu on Yuri Ringo. As soon as it appears, use wood style to imprison it. Quickly retreat. They don't want to cooperate, they want someone. White zetsu shouted heartbreakingly. Advertisement. When Hidan and Kakuzu heard this, they just hesitated slightly, then turned around and ran away. The reason why this happens. Mainly because White Zetsu specifically warned Hidan and Kakuzu before they took action. Once his clone appears, then evacuate immediately. When negotiating with black organizations, you must be careful. At the same time, White Zetsu also borrowed the name of the boss, Pain. Although Hidan and Kakuzu were a little unhappy, but he still obeyed Pain's orders. Let the operation be directed by White Zetsu. And the reason why White Zetsu asked so. Mainly worried about the comfort of Hidan and Kakuzu, the two tool men. It's still hard to find obedient and powerful tool men like them. Xiao organized the personnel with great difficulty. It's almost time to start collecting tailed beasts. He didn't want these tool men to die at this moment. Because once these tool men die, his plan will be postponed. Before knowing the true purpose of the black organization, there are great risks in delaying the plan. Therefore, that's why we had such a plan. The reason why the White Zetsu clone was exposed before Yuri and Lin started fighting. The main reason is that Hidan and Kakuzu know the true purpose of the organization. Once the two know the true purpose, then it must be cleared. White Zetsu. Looking at the white monster on his body, Lin Yuyu sneered. She didn't make any move, but turned to look at Nohara Lin. Lin is no nonsense either. Just by squinting slightly, the entire time and space changed instantly. Time travel 2.2 shuttle. As Lin used her skills, everything around her began to become illusory. After a while, time goes back to the moment when the two of them just walked out of Kurigakure. Let's quickly find a place to set up a stronghold. Lin Yuyu kept searching around, seeming to want to find a stronghold. But Lin grabbed the other person. Use Sage Mode. Remove White Zetsu spores from your body. Quote. Lin Yuyu realized something immediately. Did you use a skill? Lin nodded slightly, and then started to use the Sage Mode taught by Bai Hao. Ringo Yuri also followed suit and used celestial magic. Enter the body with natural energy. The White Zetsu spores on their bodies were also activated instantly. One by one they fell. HMPH. White Zetsu. Chapter 98. Is the Black Organization a salvation organization? Bai Hao. Why didn't I know? Fifth update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. What just happened? After taking care of those White Zetsu, Lin Yuyu suddenly asked with some doubts. Nohara Lin's time travel, only the user himself will retain the memory. Lin Yuri had no idea what happened. White Zetsu didn't know when it left spores on us. Lin said slowly with a gloomy face. Just now, Hidan and Kakuzu found us. Want to cooperate with us. He also said openly that he would start a war and rule the world. We rejected them. You were about to talk about the true purpose of their organization, but it turns out. Noticed by White Zetsu, he directly catalyzes the spores, turning them into new White Zetsu. And turn 3 of the White Zetsu into wood. This way we are briefly imprisoned. Also remind Hidan and Kakuzu to leave quickly. I'm not sure if they have any other plans. I'm not sure if they took this opportunity to collect our blood. Just in case, I directly used time travel and returned to this moment. 19 inches damn it. Ringo Yuri showed her little fangs. These Akatsuki people. We have no time to care about them, how dare they come to provoke us? And, they said they wanted to cooperate and rule the world from now on. Ha ha ha, killing me. We are a salvation organization. How dare they talk to us like this? Said. Lin Yuyu immediately put his ninja sword on his shoulder. Walk. We go and wait for them. As long as they dare to come over, destroy them directly. I feel like they might not come over. Lin said slowly, although there is no reason. I just have this feeling. Quote. Not coming. Lin Yuyu suddenly sneered, you can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. If they really don't come over, we will directly hold an internal meeting. Then fight to their home base, Rain Shinobi Village. Good. Lin nodded, and then walked with Lin Yuri towards the place where she met the immortal duo, in her memory. After White Zetsu sensed that its special spores had been removed, it immediately used the Mayfly technique, and instantly came to Lin and Ringo Yuri, and started monitoring. Then, he heard the conversation between Lin and Ringo Yuri not long ago. Broken. Advertisement. White Zetsu was a little panicked at this moment. At the same time, there was also some panic. Because the conversation between Lin and Lin just now contained too much information. Nohara Lin actually knows a ninjutsu that can travel through time. Can you go back to the past instantly? This. How to fight this? If we launch Project Tsuki no Mi in the future. She can definitely go back in time, before we launch Project Tsuki no Mi. In this case, our plan will be in vain. Besides, they are actually a salvation organization. This information is really terrible. No, this matter is too big. It needs to be sent back immediately. White Zetsu thought so. Nagato was notified immediately. Nagato received the information and immediately informed Hidan and Kakuzu. Let the two of them retreat immediately. At the same time, he himself also began to prepare a plan to liquidate the black organization. Real or fake? We're going to retreat now. After Hidan received the news of the retreat, he suddenly became unhappy. What on earth are they doing? First, he was given a task to discuss cooperation. As a result, we all came through. They actually said the mission was terminated. Let's go back. What on earth are you trying to do? It delays me making money. 17. Kakuzu's voice was dark. But, some special information must have been discovered within the organization. That's why we decided to retreat. Let's find a place to attend the meeting first. Let's see what the information is. Want to deal with a powerful organization like the Black Organization? You need to be prepared. Quote. It's better to be prepared again. Hidan muttered with an unhappy look on his face. I haven't preached in days. I haven't killed anyone for several days. If this continues, Lord Evil God will definitely be unhappy. Amidst Hidan's constant muttering, the two came to a nearby secret place. Later, he used special ninjutsu and participated in the meeting. Ju has already found out the latest information. As soon as everyone arrived. Advertisement. Pain got straight to the point and got down to business. That Black Organization is a salvation organization. If there is a conflict with us, it is impossible to cooperate. Therefore, the task is terminated. Quote. He said and looked at Hidan and Kakuzu. He seemed to be explaining the whole story to the two of them. Let's talk about this. He started talking about business again. Since they are a salvation organization, they have certain conflicts with us. So, quickly collect information on the other party without any direct conflict with them. Because based on the information, the girl who fought against Deidara that day was a strong master of time ninjutsu. Time ninjutsu. I heard such a word. Everyone was stunned. In this world, some people can study bleeding followed by limits, and others can study bleeding followed by elimination. Some people can even develop space ninjutsu. As for time ninjutsu, many people have studied it. But there were no clues at all. 470. What they didn't expect was, among the Black organizations, there is actually someone who can master the time ninjutsu. No wonder I lost so easily. When Deidara heard this, a look of interest immediately appeared on his face. The trace of frustration in my heart disappeared instantly. There is no shame in losing to a monster that knows time ninjutsu. She must have used a time ninjutsu at that time. That's why you can kill me in one move. I never thought that there are still people in this world who can master the time ninjutsu. Scorpion couldn't help but sigh. The strength of the Black Organization is truly terrifying. Uchiha Itachi looked solemn. However, I felt relieved in my heart. Unexpectedly, they are actually a salvation organization. This is really good news. With them here, Konoha will be worry-free. Just when everyone in the Shao organization was talking about the Elf Pavilion, the core members of the Elf Pavilion also held a meeting. Hateful. Those two bastards actually dare to come to us to discuss world domination. Lin Yuri is complaining like crazy. We are a salvation organization. How is it possible to be complicit with them? Salvation organization. Bai Hao was slightly startled when he heard this. When did Elf Pavilion become a salvation organization? Why didn't I know? Chapter 99. The plan to annihilate the Akatsuki organization, Hidan, who is related to money. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Bai Hao was slightly startled when he heard Lin Yu's words. His purpose in creating such an organization is to get more plot points. At the same time, it is also to digest the diamond card. After all, only when the diamond card is used up can he get the corresponding skills and special effects in the diamond card. It's not about saving the world at all. However, what surprised him even more? All members of the organization actually recognized such a setting. This made him a little confused. However, he did not dwell on such a matter. Start listening carefully to the specific events described by Lin Yuri. And Yuri Lin's narrative ended quickly. The Akatsuki organization is really brave. You actually asked us to cooperate. Lilac. Yi Kang snorted coldly. She was originally the hero of Sunagaku, and the most unsightly thing about her was this evil history. This kind of organization should be eradicated in time. I agree. Camellia. Gurren quickly spoke in agreement. She lost all her relatives since childhood. All died in the war. Therefore, she hates war. If such an organization is not eradicated in time, many innocent people will surely suffer. I agree. I agree too. All members of the organization began to agree. Most of them have experienced war. I have seen the cruelty of war and hate it very much. At the same time, because they are not bad in nature. So all of a sudden everyone started to support the quick resolution of the Shao organization. Bai Hao was silent for a while after hearing this. The reason why he didn't solve the Shao organization first. Mainly because I want to keep this Akatsuki organization to gain experience for the protagonist group. At the same time, he can also take the opportunity to do something while the protagonist group is gaining experience and earn some plot points. The reason why he planned to keep the Akatsuki organization to cultivate the protagonist group. It's because he doesn't have a good way to deal with the Otsutsuki clan yet. But, there are many ways to cultivate the protagonist group. Now that the Akatsuki organization has provoked a group of cute girls under it. Then let them deal with the Akatsuki organization and be happy. Thinking of this, Bai Hao also made a decision. The Akatsuki organization is acting recklessly. Destroy the peace. Anyone who thinks of provoking a war should be punished. The evil god cult kills innocent people indiscriminately. Be destroyed. The closest ones to Rain Shinobi Village are lilacs and camellias. Advertisement. Therefore, the task of destroying Shao's headquarters is left to you. The ones closest to you know Kuni are Rowan and Violet. You get rid of the evil cult. Remember to bring back all the research materials of the evil god cult. Never leave it outside. Others continued their original tasks. When you meet the Akatsuki organization, you can easily deal with it. Yes. All the girls responded in unison. Everyone became happy. At the end of the Elf Pavilion organizational meeting. The meeting organized by Xiao also ended. Hidan stood up with a depressed look on his face. What is this all about? He shook his head and complained. We were actually allowed to hide from that person from a black organization. How ridiculous. Totally inconsistent with my teachings. Oh 9. When I meet them next time, I will have a perfect ceremony. Sacrifice these heretics to the evil god. Walk. Kakuzu said coldly, and then walked towards the town not far away. Let's go check out the reward order first. Are you going to work again? Hidan suddenly felt helpless after hearing this. However, after a while, a smile appeared on his face. You can work part-time. This time, I'll take it easy. Can. Kakuzu said still very coldly, don't damage the body. Otherwise it will be difficult to exchange money. Quote. I know. He. Let's hurry up. I can't wait to feel that pleasurable pain. Kakuzu ignored Hidan. The two quickly came to a nearby city and very skillfully found a place where bounty hunters were active. Yo, the legendary most powerful bounty hunter, Mr. Kakuzu is here. When the person in charge of the venue saw Kakuzu coming, he immediately greeted him with a smile. In the world of bounty hunters, Kakuzu is very famous. Not only is it powerful, but it also follows the rules. He is the perfect killer in every employer's mind. It is also a cash cow in the hearts of everyone who issues tasks. Here is the latest bounty list. After hearing this, Kakuzu took the bounty list and began to read it seriously. Advertisement. At present, the mission of their immortal duo is simple. Just make money. When there is a task, do it, and look for opportunities to offer bounties while doing the task. When there are no tasks, do bounties. Although they have a mission now. However, this does not prevent Kakuzu from checking out the bounty orders and making bounties during the mission. Quote. A few more valuable people have arrived. Kakuzu nodded with satisfaction, then slowly stood up and walked out. Hidan, let's go. Hey, let me finish this glass of wine before leaving. However, Kakuzu ignored him. Just keep moving forward. You be ***************** D, I will curse you to death sooner or later. Seeing this, Hidan could only mutter helplessly. The two people quickly left the city and rushed towards the mission city. Kakuzu, I smell the aroma. While walking in the forest, Hidan suddenly stopped. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Right over there. It's the aroma of food. Quote. Kakuzu looked at the sky after hearing this, and then nodded slightly. You solve it quickly. I took the opportunity to have lunch. Quote. Rest assured, I'm very quick. Hidan smiled cruelly. Then he rushed towards the place where the aroma of food emanated. Kakuzu, on the other hand, followed expressionlessly. After a while, the two came to a temporary camp. Konoha Shinobi. Hidan stopped and frowned. There are many people on the other side. He felt very troubled. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill them all in the time it takes to make one meal. Kakuzu was suddenly startled, and then his tone suddenly became a little more serious. Hidan, you and money are indeed destined. Is there a bounty? The one in the middle with the beard. Sarutobi Asuma. 35 million taels. Quote. Yeah, Hidan immediately laughed when he heard this. In that case, let's go. I feel the evil god calling me. Chapter 100 The Konoha Shinobi Who Fought Hard, The Immortal Hidan. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. In the forest, the ninja team sent by Tsunade to support Kurigakure were gathering together to enjoy lunch quietly. The pot was simmering with game, mushrooms and spices. The thick aroma continues to float into the distance. Ha ha ha, this tastes much better than Bing Liang pills. Shoji said with a smile as he ate the meat. Yeah. Asuma smiled softly upon hearing this. When I go out to do a mission. If you are not too pressed for time, it is better to have a normal meal once in a while. I still remember, there was an old genin in Konoha. His name is Maruhoshi Kosuke. When I was young, I did missions with him. Haha, not only is he powerful, he is also very capable of surviving in the wild. Moreover, he also cooks delicious food. It's really unforgettable. Maruhoshi Kosuke. Shikamaru immediately laughed when he heard this. I also did missions with him. He is really a worry-free person. The food is really delicious. He is very good at surviving in the wilderness. Quote. That being said, I really want to try his food. Shoji immediately became interested when he heard this. Just when he wanted to continue saying something. Suddenly, a sharp whistle was heard not far away. There are enemies. 867 Asuma's expression suddenly changed, be on guard. Whizzing. Following his words, all the ninjas took out their weapons. Some of them rushed towards the place where the signal was sent with caution. Some were left in the camp to prevent accidents. My food. Shoji looked at the meat in the bowl. Suddenly I felt heartache. The next moment it turned into anger. However, he also knew the seriousness of the matter and did not rush forward recklessly. This time, a total of 9 people came from the Konoha team. Divided into 3 teams. One team is composed of 3 Anbu, one team is composed of 3 Jonin, and one team is Ino Shikacho. Asuma, as elite Jonin, is the person in charge of this operation. He left Ino Shikacho to guard the camp. He rushed towards the place where the signal was sent with 2 special Jonin, Yamashiro Aoba and Tamashiri. Subsequently, advertisement. He saw a dead Anbu and 2 other Anbu who were confronting 2 weirdos. Dawn. Asuma's expression suddenly became serious when he saw this. Although he didn't recognize the 2 people in front of him. But, he can also be regarded as someone who has indirectly fought against Uchiha Itachi, a member of the Akatsuki organization. So I know the terror of this organization. At the same time, he also knew that Orochimaru was once a member of the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, in his opinion, the Akatsuki organization is probably full of people with similar strength to Orochimaru. Could it be that they were responsible for what happened in Kurigakure? Asuma thought of this. He quickly put his hands behind his back and made a gesture. This is for Shikamaru. It means asking Shikamaru to quickly send the news back to the village. After making the gesture, he opened his mouth and said to the Akatsuki members in front of him, Akatsuki organization. What happened to Kurigakure was your fault, right? Although I want to admit it, it's not true. Hidan looked at Asuma with a smile. Sir. Do you know about the cult of evil god? Evil cult. Asuma was stunned. What is that? That's a very great sect. We believe in the great evil god. If you believe in the evil god, you can kill people at will. If you convert to Lord Evil God, then I can avoid death today. Hidan. Kakuzu interrupted him coldly. Then he looked at Asuma. This man has a death look on his face. Today, he is dead. Quote. Do it. Asuma narrowed his eyes. Then with a low drink, he took out his chakra knife and rushed towards Kakuzu. And Yamashiro Aoba beside him suddenly stood up. Start directing the crows to circle around Hidan Kakuzu. Disturb the opponent's line of sight with a large number of BJFJ crows. At the same time, Hirozukuri rushed towards Hidan in an instant. Aoba Yamashiro and Raitoshi Yamashita completed the combined ninjutsu in an instant, a blow that no one could escape. And this blow did successfully hit Hidan. At the same time, the 2 Anbu also threw out countless thousands of copies at the same time. Under the cover of the crow, these Chinbin hit Hidan very accurately. At this moment, Asuma was also fighting with Kakuzu. Advertisement. He wanted to entangle the other party in this way. Let others deal with Hidan first. After killing one, it will be much easier to deal with the other. Success. Saw the attack not far away working. Asuma couldn't help but feel a little more excited. The identical black-edged sword is highly poisonous. As long as it hits the opponent, the enemy will die. Moreover, Anbu's people have just made up several copies. Each one is aimed at the opponent's vital points. In this case, he was sure that that person would die. Withdraw, Asuma shouted lowly. Then all the Konoha shinobi exited the ring together. This is to prevent the opponent from counter-attacking before death. At the same time, it is also a way to prepare for the next round of attacks. It hurts. Hidan screamed angrily, and then slowly began to pull out the Senbon from his body. It really hurts when this thing stings you. What? All the ninjas in Konoha were shocked when they saw this. Obviously, it clearly hit a vital point. Are you immortal? An Anbu said in surprise. Isn't it obvious? Hidan threw Senbon to the ground. Kakuzu, don't interfere with these people. It's all mine. After I deal with them, I will exchange 3,500 square meters for you. Oh well, Kakuzu said coldly. Pay attention. Will die. Quote. Is this what you want to say to me? Hidan drew a curse formation on the ground with his own blood. While speaking in a slightly mocking tone. If they could kill me, I'd be happy with that. But, it shouldn't be possible, right? Te. What is he going to do? Shikamaru and his 2 companions also came here at this moment. After confirming that the enemy is Akatsuki, there is no need to stay in the camp. After looking at Hidan's appearance and seeing how the other party was still fine after suffering so many fatal injuries, Shikamaru was greatly shocked. As this Shao, it's really scary. Chapter 101 The Terror of the Undead Duo. What kind of monster are these? 3 updates. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Everyone in Konoha gathered together. While looking at the 2 people not far away cautiously, they discussed the battle plan in a low voice. 2 Anbu, don't take action. You guys are staring at the one named Kakuzu. Protect Shikamaru and the others at the same time. Quote. Asuma lowered his head and arranged everyone's tasks. Chingye, Li Tong, you help me kill that weird immortal body. Shikamaru, you take the 2 of them to observe the surrounding situation. Always ready for support. There can be no immortality in this world. He must have used some special ninjutsu. You need to find and control him as soon as possible. I would just chop his head off. Quote. Asuma, are you crazy? Shikamaru was shocked when he heard this. This is not your style. Don't you understand yet? Asuma's eyes were slightly nervous and frightened. The reason why he is so scared. Mainly because Itachi left such a strong psychological shadow on him. Plus Orochimaru attacks Konoha and almost kills his father. In the end, Orochimaru was able to hold on to the Holy Master of the Black Organization and survive with just one palm. All these explanations indicate that this organization is very terrifying. Their strength far exceeds ours, this is the only choice we can make. Good. Shikamaru nodded with serious eyes. He had a vague feeling that Asuma had the idea of sacrificing himself. Asuma, since we have judged that the enemy is very strong, why don't you retreat immediately? Choji asked a little confused. Idiot. Ino glanced at Choji in a panic. Retreat. This place is so far away from Konoha, where can we run to? Moreover, once we show our backs to them, we are really in danger. Only by working hard can you have a chance. Yes, we still have a chance. Shikamaru nodded. There is no immortality in this world, he must have weaknesses. There must be a weakness. If by how we're here, what would he do? Shikamaru couldn't help but think of the number 1 player in the same period. Asuma smiled upon hearing this. Shikamaru, I believe you. On. With his low roar, a new round of attacks on Hidan began again. Asuma stepped forward and fainted. Yamashiro Aoba seized the opportunity to summon the crow. Bingzu Lei stepped forward quickly, taking advantage of the opponent's sight being blocked and Asuma interfering with his movements, to chop off the opponent's head with a single blow. Ta ta ta. Seeing Hidan's head falling to the ground, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Did you make it? Shikamaru felt relieved, and then looked at Kakuzu. Be prepared to analyze the opponent's weaknesses. I didn't expect that Shao is not that strong. That is. Advertisement. Choji nodded repeatedly. Get rid of them quickly, and maybe we can go back to eat. You just know how to eat. Ino glared at Choji. Wrong. Shikamaru suddenly realized something was wrong. Why is Asuma still so nervous? He saw the two Anbus visibly relaxed. Two special Jonin also turned to look at the other opponent. Only Asuma was still staring at Hidan. Cold sweat broke out on his face from time to time. If you needed help, you should have said it earlier. Kakuzu looked at Hidan on the ground and said very coldly. That's all because you took a fancy to this 35 million. Kakuzu. Otherwise I would have left long ago. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* around kept shouting. The scene became extremely scary. Everyone in Konoha saw such a situation. Everyone was dumbfounded for a moment. You can still live if your head falls off. Such a situation is beyond their understanding. Is he really immortal? Just when everyone was shocked, Kakuzu spoke slowly. At first you said you wouldn't let me take action. Besides, you don't have any position to yell now, do you? Well, Hidan was slightly embarrassed. He hesitated for a while. Then he spoke in a rather gentle tone. Although I ordered you not to take action. However, I definitely don't mean to look down on you. Okay, hurry up and get my body. Kakuzu showed no reaction. He continued. Kakuzu, can you bring the body over for me? Little Kakuzu, please, please, please. Kakuzu seemed to be persuaded by Hidan. He dodged, came to Hidan's side, and grabbed the other person's head. Etc. Hello, it's the body, the body. I told you to bring your body over. It's lighter here, is not what it means. Don't ignore me. Please give me flowers 0. It hurts, it hurts. Compared with hair, your neck should hurt more, right? Advertisement. Nonsense. Damn it, of course my neck hurts. No matter how you look at it, it's not just the extent of the injury. It hurts so much. Having your head cut off by someone else is extremely painful. A-hole. Moreover, his knife is poisonous. My neck is so itchy. A-hole. What poison did you use? It's itchy and painful, it's so uncomfortable. Listen to Hidan's head. Everyone in Konoha was frightened. If your head falls off, you can still live. Not only that, but you can also speak. Asuma tightened his grip on his chakra knife. My heart became more solemn. As expected of the Akatsuki organization. No, it's impossible. There is no immortality in the world. There is a weakness in this. He must have a weakness. Quote. Shikamaru calmed down quickly after being frightened. Although he has not discovered the opponent's weakness yet. But I discovered something else. Asuma, although he can still live after losing his head. But he couldn't move anymore. So, just cut him into pieces and you can get close. Under such circumstances, even if he is immortal, it will be of no use if he cannot move. We just need to use the sealing technique to seal him completely. No matter how he doesn't die, it doesn't matter anymore. Hey, what did you say? Hidan immediately became angry when he heard Shikamaru's words. Tear it into pieces. Sealing technique. You are so vicious. Kakuzu ignored the people around him, just walked to Hidan silently, and helped the other person's body up. And put the head in place. Since you asked for my help. So from now on, I will also do it. Quote. Knew. Hidan said helplessly. He also knew that he could not defeat these people at all. It hurts, it hurts. Be honest. Looking at Kakuzu sewing Hidan's head. Everyone in Konoha felt even more frightened for a moment. After a while, Hidan completely returned to normal. He moved his neck while lowering his head to pick up the weapon. Such a scene made everyone in Konoha's heart beat wildly. A person can still live after losing his head. One can sew the separated body back together. What kind of monster did we encounter? Shikamaru was very panicked. Chapter 102 A Fierce Battle, The Crisis of Konoha Shinobi. Fourth update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Rituals aside, you fight too much and you talk too much. Kakuzu glanced at Hidan lightly, then walked forward. The reward object is entrusted to you. I'll do the rest. Quote. Okay. Hidan glanced at Asuma and smiled. This 35 million seems to be a captain. Such a person is just right to be my opponent. Moreover, I can't break the rules. At the same time, the eagle released by Shikamaru to deliver messages also arrived in Kurigakure. He did not follow Asuma's advice and send the message back to Konoha because he felt it would be better to send the message to Kurigakure. The Konoha team was attacked by the Akatsuki organization not far from Kurigakure. Terumi Mei has returned to normal at this moment. No longer like not long ago, his whole body was charred and he looked like he had been burned by 6 or 7. Ching, inform Anbu. We'll leave immediately. At the same time, notify the intelligence department and ask them to immediately write an information letter about this matter and send it to Konoha. Quote. After reading the information, Terumi Mei immediately stood up and started arranging manpower. After receiving the warning from Nohara Lin and the others, she no longer pinned her hopes on that mysterious black organization. And this time, it was necessary to save Konoha's reinforcements. This time is a crisis but also an opportunity. As long as we handle it well, the bad reputation of our love will be eliminated. With this in mind, Terumi Mei personally led a team of elite Anbu towards the location of Asuma's team. Seeing Hidan and Kakuzu preparing to go together, the atmosphere on Asuma's side suddenly became much more solemn. Asuma, Ino and I will cooperate with you. Let's chop off the head of the undead monster first. In this way, he has no ability to move. Quote. Shikamaru looked at the two monsters over there cautiously. He began to slowly tell his plan. It's best to use detonating charms if possible. Blast his body to pieces directly. In this way, even if the suture monster is preparing to sew his body, it will take a lot of time. Let's take care of the undead monster quickly. Then deal with the remaining one together. This is how you can win. Good. Asuma nodded, fully agreeing with Shikamaru's action arrangements. Just come. Go together. With Asuma's low shout, the team immediately divided into 2 groups. Advertisement. One group went to kill Hidan, and the other group went to Kakuzu. It looks like this hunt will be interesting. Kakuzu looked at the 4 people rushing towards him, his tone still very calm. He didn't use ninjutsu. He just used physical skills to fight these 4 people. Not far from him, Hidan wielded his March sickle and kept slashing. But, his physical skills are not too strong. So it's not possible to cut Asuma for a while. The Ino Shika Cho trio kept dancing with Asuma. Look for opportunities to attack. Good chance. Suddenly Shikamaru's eyes lit up. He found a good moment. So, he used the shadow imitation technique without hesitation. The shadows on the ground quickly lengthened. After a while, he successfully encountered Hidan's shadow and completely controlled him. Ino did not speak when she heard this, but quickly approached Hidan. And used the heart turn technique at the same time. Because Hidan was controlled by Shikamaru, the heart turn technique succeeded easily this time. Asuma didn't hesitate when he saw this. He immediately took out the detonating charms and put a dozen of them on Hidan. Ino go back. When Asuma saw Ino releasing the heart turn technique, he immediately swung the chakra knife and chopped off the opponent's head with one blow. Then he quickly backed away. And detonates the detonator. Boom. With a loud noise, Hidan's body was completely blown to pieces. Success. Shikamaru gasped, his eyes full of excitement. There is one left, we must solve it quickly. Hidan, you are really weak. Kakuzu glanced at Hidan. Then he looked at Shikamaru and Ino. Although the ninjas of Konoha have their own people. A-hole Kakuzu. Come on, help me put my body back together. Hidan kept shouting. However, no one paid attention to him. On the Konoha side, 3 Jonin and 2 Anbu quickly exchanged hands with Hidan. Prevent Kakuzu from taking the opportunity to sew Hidan. It seems like this is no longer possible. Kakuzu retracted his hands and quickly formed seals. Advertisement. Earth-style Earth Spear, accompanied by Kakuzu's spell. His body also turned black. After that, he stopped dodging and just took the hidden weapons and weapons from 5 people. He took action instantly and severely injured an Anbu with one punch. Then the threads in his body surged out wildly, grabbing the other Anbu and pulling it over. Then he punched again, seriously injuring him. After doing all this, he stepped back. Looking at the 3 Jonin not far away with indifferent expressions. At the same time, the blackness on his body gradually receded. The time for his ninjutsu to work is also up. What technique did he use? Earth style. It can actually harden the skin and absorb all physical attacks without injury. It can also increase attack power. Kill 2 Anbu instantly. Too strong. Is this Akatsuki? Asuma broke into a cold sweat. But he still rushed over quickly. The 3 of them fought against Kakuzu again. Kakuzu sneered when he saw this, and prepared to use ninjutsu to quickly kill the person in front of him. But at this time, he suddenly felt that his body could not move. It's that kid. When? Kakuzu has always been on guard against Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique. The distance is well controlled. This made 2.3 unable to figure out when exactly he was hit by the ninjutsu. Suddenly, he saw Shikamaru's body turn into a puff of smoke, and he immediately understood what happened. Clone technique. When was it used? Just when Kakuzu was thinking about such a question. Asuma's attack has also arrived. He and Nezuko were on the same left and right, and at the same time they inserted their weapons into Kakuzu's chest. Success. Shikamaru gasped, his eyes full of surprise. So, he glanced at Hidan subconsciously. I want to think about what to do with Hidan next. It turned out that Hidan actually had a sneer on his face. Not good. Shikamaru's pupils shrank suddenly. Careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Kakuzu, who had been hit critically, had already grabbed Asuma by the same neck as Namazu. Chapter 103 Asuma's Death, An Inescapable Fate. Fifth update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Oops. Shikamaru didn't have time to think about why Kakuzu didn't die after being hit in the vital part. He used shadow mimicry again. I want to use this method to save people. However, Kakuzu will not be hit by the shadow imitation technique twice in a row. This time, before Shikamaru got close to Kakuzu, he was entangled in the weird thin threads coming out of Kakuzu's body. Then he was hung in the air. The thin thread kept tightening, and soon he felt like he was suffocating. Meat bomb tank. Just when Shikamaru was desperate, suddenly a loud noise came from not far away. He opened his eyes and looked. Then he saw Choji arriving at a big tree not far away. At this moment, it was rolling towards Kakuzu. HMPH. Kakuzu snorted when he saw this. Then he suddenly raised his leg and kicked. Boom. Choji was kicked away like a big rubber ball. As the difference so big, Shikamaru was shocked. At this moment, he suddenly saw crows flying around not far away. Then I felt my body relax. It fell directly from the air. He quickly turned to look at Yamashiro Aoye. I saw that Yamashiro Aoba was controlling the crow at this moment. 19 but Ino was already kneeling on the ground. Apparently. Just now, she took advantage of the interference of Choji and Yamashiro Aoba and successfully used the heart turn technique to save them. Upon seeing this, the three Asumas immediately moved away from Kakuzu. They did not take this opportunity to attack, because they know that Ino cannot control Kakuzu for too long. Really, at the moment they had just retreated, Kakuzu woke up and attacked them at the same time. But they were avoided by their timely dodge. What a troublesome bunch of brats. Kakuzu did not continue to pursue. He quickly formed a seal and directly summoned all 4 Earth Resentment masked monsters in his body. However, 2 of them have just appeared. It broke into pieces and died. This was caused by the attack by Asuma and his 2 men just now. However, Kakuzu didn't care. He quickly formed seals. Then a masked monster released a terrifying ninjutsu. Fire style head hard work. Terrifying flames spurted out from the mouth of the masked monster. There was a huge explosion in the forest. Asuma and others quickly dodge. Although he did not suffer any fatal injuries, he also suffered some burns. The 3 of them, Ino Shikacho, had completely lost their fighting power due to injuries and exhaustion. Advertisement. For a time, all the advantages that Konoha Shinobi had originally had disappeared. Kakuzu sneered, and then walked slowly to the 2 seriously injured Konoha Anbu. Reach out. Used heart capture. Following an extremely bloody scene, the 2 hearts he had just lost were instantly replenished. First split Hidan's body, and then use several types of firepower to deal with me. Have to say, your tactics are right, I'm much better than my idiot companion. Hey hey hey, Hidan's head yelled crazily from the side. A-hole Kakuzu, help me assemble my body first. However, Kakuzu ignored him at all. Compare you to me. The combat experience is too different. See your forehead protector. It reminds me of the first Konoha shinobi I fought against. First Hokage. What? Everyone in Konoha was shocked. How old is he exactly? But they didn't dwell on the issue. Because they realized another more serious problem. This enemy cannot be killed. Moreover, it is more terrifying than Hidan. Walk. Asuma held the chakra knife tightly in his hand. He said with a serious look on his face. Take them away. I am the queen. Quote. Asuma, hurry up. Asuma said solemnly. Their target is me. Therefore, only I can hold them back. Hurry up, otherwise, no one can leave. Yamashiro Aoba and Tamashiri looked at each other. Still didn't move. Walk. I am the captain and this is an order. Quote. Good. Quote. The 2 nodded with great difficulty. Then without hesitation, he quickly left with Inoshika Cho who had fainted. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Sacrifice yourself and let your companions live. He didn't chase. Because the 35 million tails in front of you are more important. A few days later. Advertisement. By the river outside Konoha Village. Bijuu is taking Naruto and Sasuke to practice. Suddenly I saw little Sakura walking over with a serious look on her face. What happened? Bijuu glanced at the other party with some confusion. Then he took the lunch brought by the other party and asked at the same time, did Tsunade give you another problem? Little Sakura finally succeeded in becoming a teacher. Recently I have been practicing medical ninjutsu with Tsunade. That's why I didn't practice combat skills with Bijuu. Asuma-sensei is dead. What? Mr. Asuma. Asuma, Naruto Sasuke, who came over for lunch, was stunned when he heard this. They didn't expect that they would get such bad news. For a moment, I even forgot to pick up lunch. He was killed by Akatsuki's people. Little Sakura nodded. One is named Hidan and the other is named Kakuzu. I heard that they were very strong and almost wiped out Mr. Asuma's team. In the end, Asuma sacrificed himself. Drag 477 to hold the enemy back and let the companions retreat. N. Asuma and the immortal duo. Bijuu was silent for a while after hearing this. He suddenly thought of the bite that Sasuke didn't avoid. And Orochimaru still stormed Konoha Village. Sure enough, the plot has a certain inertia. If I didn't intervene strongly, then, the same thing as the original plot will eventually happen. Quote. For Asuma, Bijuu didn't feel much. Unfamiliar and don't care. There were not even a few words exchanged between the two of them. Moreover, if he wants, he can directly resurrect the other party. So, for Asuma's death, he wasn't even remotely sentimental. Hateful, Naruto hammered the tree hard. These damn bastards. When I become stronger, I must kill them all. Shao. Sasuke clenched his fist. He thought of that man again. Even a powerful ninja like Asuma was killed. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Little Sakura feels a little uncomfortable. So, he forced a smile and changed the topic. Correct, Mr. Bijuu. I successfully trained into Sage mode. Ah, Sasuke and Naruto were stunned. They haven't even started yet, but little Sakura. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the field became heavier. Chapter 104 Ino's Request, Bijuu's Secret Technique. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Such a difficult secret. You've actually learned it. Naruto's eyes widened, filled with disappointment. Sure enough, I am not a genius in practicing ninjutsu. But after a while, the light reignited in his eyes. Since he is not a genius, then you need to work harder. After eating this meal, start practicing immediately. Naruto shook his fist, then picked up the bento and started eating. Then let's see who learns it first. Sasuke pursed his lips, then picked up a box of bento and wolfed it down. Good. Naruto said something vaguely, and then continued to eat. You're so motivated. Bijuu looked at this scene and smiled slightly. Then I took out my lunch box and sat under the tree with little Sakura, chatting and eating slowly. After meal, little Sakura returns to the village with a lunch box. Bijuu was still lying under the shade of the tree, quietly watching Naruto and Sasuke practice. He feels that this kind of life is pretty good. Laid back and comfortable. Suddenly, he frowned and sensed something. Then looked back. He found a girl in the distance walking towards him with firm steps. Ino. Jun Bijuu. There were tears on Ino's face, she had obviously cried just now. Asuma-sensei. Teacher Asuma. Woo woo woo. Bijuu sighed when he saw this. Then he hugged the other person gently to express comfort. This is the fate of ninjas. He died to protect the future of the village. Be a hero. Quote. Me hash. Ino sobbed for a moment, then wiped her tears. He looked at Bijuu with a determined expression. I want to become stronger. During this time, she was studying with Tsunade with little Sakura. Although I learned some medical ninjutsu. But, this doesn't have much effect on combat. Original. She just wants to be a support person. Use medical ninjutsu and family secret skills to assist teammates. Not craving for great power. Therefore, I did not come to Bijuu for advice like little Sakura. But, after Asuma's incident, she suddenly changed. Because she felt extremely powerless during the battle. Face the members of the Akatsuki organization. Advertisement. She could only turn around technique with a heart in the distance. The results haven't been of much use yet. So, at this moment, she desperately longed for power. She wants to avenge Asuma with her own hands. Okay, quote. Bijuu nodded. Agree to the other party's request. Then I started thinking about ways to increase Ino's combat effectiveness. In the original work, Ino is a pure support. The only means of attack are throwing hidden weapons and flowers. Too single. The combat effectiveness is quite poor. In addition, her combat qualifications are not very strong. So, it is not an easy task to increase the opponent's combat effectiveness. But, this is not a problem for Bijuu. I'll teach you two things first. The first one is Sakura Hana-chong who once taught little Sakura. You can also use. This one is relatively simple. Just gather the chakra on your hands or feet and shoot it directly. Certainly, the strength of the power is related to your own chakra amount and physical strength. You also need to strengthen your physical training. The second one is the secret technique. Quote. Bijuu paused for a moment as he said this. After I pass this secret skill on to you, you cannot pass it on to anyone. You need to promise this first before I can teach you the secret technique. Quote. No problem. Ino nodded repeatedly after hearing this. For such a small request, she didn't take it to heart at all. Good. Let me teach you Sakura Flower Rush first. Quote. Bijuu slowly stood up and began to teach the other party the secrets of using Sakura Wa-chong. After a while, Bijuu completed the teaching. Although Ino's qualifications are not as good as Sakura's. But learning this kind of ninjutsu, which is not too difficult, is still very fast. Certainly, if Ino hadn't been distracted while practicing, she would have learned faster. Bijuu. Ino blushed and said a little embarrassedly, let's start the next item. Teaching physical skills inevitably involves some physical contact. The two of them didn't have any too personal contact, and Ino became like this. This makes Bijuu very helpless. These little girls. Everyone is so greedy for my body. Well, sighed. Bijuu said with a serious face, the secret technique is the fusion of chakra attributes. You should know what will become after the attributes of chakra are fused. Advertisement. The limit of blood inheritance. Ino's pupils shrank when she heard this. He looked at Bijuu in shock. Original. She wondered what kind of ninjutsu this would be. Did not expect. It's actually such a method of fusion of chakra attributes. Once the two different chakra attributes merge, then the blood inheritance limit will be born. This blood inheritance limit is very powerful. Once understood, it will be directly written into the genes. There is a certain chance that it will be passed on to future generations. And all ninjas with blood inheritance limits are the elite among the elite. But, most of these bloodline ninjas have bloodline boundaries inherited from their ancestors. In this era, people who rely on their own understanding to obtain the limits of blood inheritance. Basically no. Because it's too difficult. Therefore, Ino is very aware of the value of this secret technique. Suddenly, she thought of Hinata. Reminds me of the flint escape that Hinata once used. Immediately, she understood why Hinata was suddenly so strong. Quote. I will never pass on this secret technique to anyone else. Ino stretched out her hand and swore. However, she just stretched out her hand to swear. He was directly pressed down by Bijuu. It's not necessary, I believe you. He smiled very gently. Okay, let's get started. Although you have the know-how, it is not easy to truly fuse the two attributes of chakra. Qian Nuo How. Bijuu began to slowly describe the secret method obtained through this lottery. And in Ino's eyes, at this moment, he was full of caution. She thinks Bijuu is really handsome. Night. Because he was stimulated, Sasuke did not go home. Instead, he practiced alone at the Konoha Village training ground. Hoo. He quickly ended his training session and began to lie on a branch to rest. Are you Sasuke? I didn't expect it to be so weak. Quote. Suddenly, a voice sounded. This startled Sasuke. Because I didn't even feel anyone coming to my side. Who are you? He turned over and sat up, taking out a kunai. He looked at the four people not far away cautiously. These four people have strange appearances. There is a purple knot tied around the waist. Wearing the Oto Ninja Village forehead protector on her forehead. It's the four sound ninjas. People from Orochimaru. Sasuke suddenly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 105 Four Sound Ninjas, Sasuke's Trump Card, second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. What are you doing here? Sasuke looked at the four people in front of him coldly. Now, he was sulking because of Itachi. So, unknowingly, the fire was brought to the bodies of the four people in front of him. Four sound ninjas. Kitamaru in the East Gate. Quote. Same as Simon Sakin. Jirobo at the same South Gate. Tayuya from the same North Gate. The four of them looked at Sasuke and announced their names expressionlessly. Then he started moving quickly around Sasuke. Just when Sasuke was on full alert, the four people suddenly attacked him. The five people instantly completed a round of physical combat on the tree branches. Although Sasuke won, but he discovered that what he defeated was only the clones of four people. And their ontology. At this moment, he was looking at himself coldly not far away. Hateful. Sasuke looked at the four people with contemptuous eyes and arrogant postures. The anger in my heart became even stronger. I'm in a bad mood right now. No matter how much you pester me, I won't show mercy. Quote. HMPH. Sakin snorted coldly. You are so weak, stop talking nonsense to me. Say it. 300. He stretched out his hand and raised his fingers provocatively towards Sasuke. Come, let the horses come over. Never show mercy. Watch me make beautiful music with your ribs. Sasuke heard this. A sneer suddenly appeared on his face. Just right. Let me try my new move. Quote. Because Sasuke was stimulated. Therefore, I once again strengthened my practice of Sage Mode. Finally, because of the early efforts, it's not bad to add talent. There is also an Orochimaru seal on his body that can communicate with natural energy. So, he finally learned Sage Mode. But it can't be opened instantly. It takes half a minute to accumulate energy. But that doesn't bother Sasuke. Because Bijuu once taught him how to score 5 in a battle. Earth-style surviving in the earth. Accompanied by Sasuke's spell. His entire body disappeared instantly. Advertisement. Hiding in the soil, Sakin looked at the ground with a sneer on his face. Subsequently, he didn't take any precautions and just waited quietly. BJFJ, huh. I heard your voice using clone technique. Sakin raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, are you coming out? As his words fell, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ground. He took the kunai and thrust it into Sakin hard. It's none other than Sasuke. Is this all you can do? Sakin knocked the kunai out of Sasuke's hand very easily. And grabbed Sasuke's neck. At the same time, he looked towards the ground. There are 3 more clones. Why don't we come together? Just at this time, the Sasuke in his hand suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke. Sakin was not surprised by this. Because he had already guessed that this might be a clone. However, just when he was about to continue taunting him, But suddenly I felt something was wrong. Then, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen. His entire body was kicked into the air by Sasuke. When did it come out? Saken was shocked. Then he thought of something, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. It's actually the kunai. You actually turned the main body into a kunai, and the clone used it to attack. Multiple clones were created underground to interfere with my judgment. Interesting. Quote. A slight smile appeared on his face. He saw Sasuke suddenly appearing behind him and kicking him one after another. No panic at all. This level of attack means nothing to him. Lion combo, accompanied by Sasuke's high-altitude kicks. Saken was kicked hard to the ground. However, while Sasuke was gasping for air, Saken suddenly stood up without anything happening. And quickly grabbed his ankle and lifted him up. It's true, Orochimaru-sama. Why do you want this guy? Saken sneered and looked at Sasuke in his hand. Looks like it's not as good as Kimimaro. But, if you stay in this kind of garbage village, you will always stay where you are. It is impossible to become stronger. Playing a painless ninja game with your companions will only make you rot. Quote. Come with us. Advertisement. Yuya jumped over. In this way, Orochimaru-sama, I will give you strength. But, there is no point in taking you away by force. You decide for yourself. Quote. Really, why did Orochimaru-sama let us do such troublesome things? Hello, what are you going to do? Saken shook Sasuke and said, come or not. Say it. He threw Sasuke away. Bang. Sasuke hit a tree and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Clone. Saken's expression changed, and then he looked towards the ground. Really, children are children. Only play ninja games like this. Quote. Saken sneered again. A real strong man won't use this clone technique to play tricks in battle. A real strong fight. It's all about hard power. Your ninja game. After meeting a strong person, there will be no advantage. Aren't you coming out yet? Seeing that the ground still didn't respond, Saken immediately frowned. Then he looked at Jirobo. Jirobo, drive that rat out. Jirobo said nothing when he heard this. Form the seal directly, and then slap it towards the earth. Boom. The ground cracked instantly. The three Sasukes hiding underground were directly exposed to the sound ninja. Okay, the ninja game is over. Saken smiled and looked at Sasuke. Then he whispered. Duo. Bang, bang, bang. Along with this voice sounded. An invisible sonic attack instantly dispersed Sasuke's clone. Next moment, the three Sasukes underground have all disappeared. What? Saken was shocked. He didn't expect that all the Sasukes below were clones. Where is the main body? The four sound ninjas all began to look around. They want to find Sasuke's true form. But nothing was gained at all. Boom. Just at this time, not far from where the three Sasuke clones disappeared just now, there was a sudden explosion. When the smoke dissipated, Sasuke's figure appeared in front of the four of them again. However, the four of them discovered that there was something different about Sasuke at this moment. Chapter 106. Sasuke's Sage Mode, Terrifying Thunder Flash. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. It seems that you are preparing some secret method by hiding. Saken looked at Sasuke warily. Suddenly there was a little more speculation in my mind. Sasuke sneered. He looked at the four people with a cold and arrogant expression. Now that you are in Konoha, then, don't go back to find Orochimaru. Quote. Although, he just consumed a lot of chakra, due to his practice. Although, in order to hide his true body and activate Sage Mode, he used many clones. Again, a lot of chakra was consumed. Although, when you don't have much chakra, the increase in Sage Mode won't be much. But, at this moment, he is full of infinite power and still has strong self-confidence. He can keep the four people in front of him. Then let me see your strength. Duo. Come, mum. Saken spoke 3 sounds in succession to Sasuke. Suddenly, invisible sonic attacks rushed towards Sasuke. However, these sonic attacks only hit Sasuke's afterimage. Not good. Saken panicked and immediately activated the first curse seal state. Dodge to the side, however, although he responded quickly. But he still didn't escape Sasuke's blow. He was directly stabbed in the shoulder by Sasuke's kunai. So fast. Saken quickly backed away, his eyes filled with horror. He couldn't figure it out. Sasuke obviously didn't open the curse seal, why did he suddenly become so strong? At the same time, the other 3 sound ninjas also instantly activated the first state of the curse seal. Sasuke looked at him warily. You're right. Sasuke sneered upon seeing this. In a battle between true masters, clone technique is rarely used. Quote. What kind of ninjutsu are you doing? Saken pulled out the kunai from his shoulder and looked at Sasuke solemnly. Why does it feel like the curse seal is on? He felt that Sasuke had an aura that was very familiar to them. Because our principles are the same. Advertisement. They all inhale natural energy and strengthen themselves. Quote. Sasuke sneered. But, you are just absorbing and using natural energy unconsciously. I absorb and use it consciously. The curse seal is a switch that absorbs natural abilities. State 1 is to turn on some of the curse seal switches to absorb a small amount of natural energy. State 2 is to turn on all curse seal switches and absorb a large amount of natural energy. Because natural energy is absorbed in large quantities. Eventually, some changes occurred in the body. So, when you turn on the curse seal state 2, he will become less like a normal person. But I'm different. My sage mode can completely control natural energy. So, of course I am better than you. VR. How do you know that the curse seal has 2 states? Besides, how do you know so much about curse seals? Tayuya was shocked when he heard this. She couldn't figure it out. How could Sasuke know so many secrets? Could it be that Orochimaru-sama told you? Orochimaru. Sasuke sneered. Why? I don't care about his knowledge and ninjutsu. Quote. Say it. He quickly formed a seal and released 1,000 birds. In Sage mode, Sasuke's Chidori has also changed. Originally, the Chidori was just a ball of thunder attribute chakra attached to its hand. But in Sage mode, this thunder attribute chakra group directly became larger. It became a larger and bolder Chidori. Sasuke looked at his palm. He thought of the control method of thunder ninjutsu form transformation that Bijuu once taught him. He then tried to change the shape of the Chidori thunder group. Perhaps, because he is talented in this area. Maybe it's because he has practiced it many times. So, he transformed successfully the first time. Directly transform the ball of thunder attribute chakra energy into a spear composed of thunder attribute chakra. Next moment, he gripped the spear tightly and rushed towards the 4 people on the opposite side. Sage Art Thunder God Spear. He's very fast. In just a moment, he rushed in front of Saken. Advertisement. Not good. Looking at Sasuke in such a state. Saken directly activated state 2 without any hesitation. Please give me flowers. Suddenly, Saken's speed increased greatly, and he finally dodged Sasuke's attack. When the others saw how terrifying Sasuke was, they did not hold back. They all activated state 2 together and surrounded Sasuke. The 4 of them are all in state 2, and their strength is quite terrifying. Even if you encounter an elite Jonin, you can defeat him instantly with this move. And Sasuke also realized the terrible state of the 4 people in front of him. Then, he directly used another ninjutsu that he had tried but had never used. Sasuke casually threw the Thunder God Spear, throwing it hard at the Jirobo closest to him. Then quickly seal. Boom. When Jirobo used Earth Style to block the Thunder God Spear, Sasuke's body has been covered with a layer of Thunder Attribute Chakra. Sage Art Thunder Mode. Sasuke had a small smile on his face. This is a similar ninjutsu that Hinata used during his Chunin exam. Enraged Lightning Style Chakra Mode narrated by Kakashi. Transformed New Lightning Style Chakra Mode. Cover the whole body with Thunder Attribute Chakra and stimulate cells. Give up the increase in strength and defense, and only strengthen the speed. The speed increase reached a very terrifying level. In normal state, he once used this move to increase his speed. His speed instantly reached Guy's level. As for how much speed this ninjutsu in Sage mode will increase, he didn't know. Let me try it. Sasuke once again condensed a Thunder God Spear. Then apply slight pressure. The whole person suddenly appeared behind Saken. That speed. It gave Sasuke the feeling that he was teleporting. So fast. If it weren't for me having Sharingan, I'm out of control right now. Sasuke was very excited. He waved the Thunder God Spear and quickly poked the 4 sound ninjas. Because his speed is too fast. So, it wasn't until he stabbed all 4 sound ninjas that they finally reacted. Their eyes widened. Sasuke looked at him in disbelief. Only 2 words kept echoing in my mind. So fast 9. Chapter 107. Sasuke's Sai, the evil cult is destroyed. 4th update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Sasuke breathed out, exited from Sage mode. Seeing that he was seriously injured and fell to the ground. The 4 people who couldn't move couldn't help but smile full of hope. I've really become stronger. He looked at his hands. I was very excited. He felt that if he didn't turn on Sage mode, he would be in trouble. Probably as good as a Chunin. And once Sage mode is turned on, it is completely the strength of elite Jonin. I don't know what kind of strength I will have when I am at full strength. Sasuke took out a piece of wire. The 4 sound ninjas were tied up. At the same time, an interesting idea came to mind. I will challenge Kakashi tomorrow. When Kakashi was defeated by me, his expression will definitely be funny. Quote. 4 sound ninjas were tied up. 580. Sasuke fired a flare directly into the air. This is the distress flare that every ninja carries. The reason why he used such a distress signal flare. Mainly because I felt too tired dragging 4 people along. Bijuu, who created such a powerful ninjutsu? How strong should it be now? Sasuke waiting for Anbu to come. Suddenly a question came to mind. Suddenly, it was like a basin of cold water was poured on his head. Let his newly inflated self-confidence. He shrank back instantly. I'm afraid he is no longer weaker than Daji, right? What a genius far beyond Itachi. Sure enough, I still have a lot to improve. Think of this. He looked at the Oto ninja on the ground with a sneer. The frog in the well. You just met Orochimaru and you thought he was the strongest in the world. Not an exaggeration. My good friend Bijuu is better than your Orochimaru-sama. Late at night, in a hot spring hotel in Yuno country. Shangolin suddenly jumped out of the hot spring, swinging around like a puppy. Shake away the water droplets on top. Ha ha, it's finally time to act. Violet, let's go. The Uchiha Spring in the hot spring glanced at Shangru lightly. Advertisement. Then he slowly stood up and said softly, hurry up and get dressed, don't freeze. Shangalin ignored Quan. Instead, give your hair a light rub. He struck a seductive pose. How about it? Am I pretty? Quan was silent for 2 seconds, and then slowly said, it's very cute. Cute is used to describe children. Shangalin shouted unconvinced. Then she noticed that Quan was looking at her with an expression that looked like she was mentally retarded. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ha ha ha. After a 3-second stalemate, Shangalin immediately smiled dryly and said, I think I'm so cute too. Okay, let's act quickly. Tonight is a good day. Quan said, his eyes suddenly turned into crescent shapes. The evil god cult is so disgusting. This time, we must wipe out all these people. Shangalin nodded. In the past few days, they had been exploring the vicinity of Tang country for a long time. Finally relying on the ability of Kagura's hard eye. The evil cult's lair was found in a very secret place. Through these few days of investigation, they found that this evil cult was really too evil. They killed indiscriminately, killing purely for fun. They often capture people of all ages for human experiments and occult research. Hidan is an immortal monster. It was in this environment that we were born. If they hadn't been collecting lists of all the evil sects out of fear that some trapped fish would escape. This evil cult cannot survive today. The reason for taking action tonight. Mainly because the evil god cult is holding a sacrificial event tonight. Most of the core members of the sect will come here to participate in sacrifices. Let's go. Soon, Quan put on the organization uniform. We came to a relatively remote place with Shangalin. This is the stronghold of the evil god cult. There was no nonsense between the two of them. He strode directly inside, saw 2 intruders. The people from the evil god cult rushed out immediately. However, these people fainted without doing anything. This is to prevent the innocent people inside who are being used as sacrifices or experimental subjects from being harmed. Therefore, there was no option to attack by force. Advertisement. Instead, he chose to use illusions to hypnosis. The 2 of them moved forward. Did not encounter any effective resistance. This is not just because Quan is too strong. At the same time, it is also because these members of the evil cult are not very resistant to illusions. And when the 2 came to the core hall of the evil god cult, all the life forms in the entire evil god religion have fallen asleep. Done. Quan rubbed his temples. Such a large-scale use of powerful illusions. The consumption on her is not small. Leave it to me next. Shangalin chuckled. Then use wood style directly. The people within the evil god cult were divided into 2 parts. Some are members of the cult of evil god. Some are innocent people. She sent the innocent ones out first. Then use wood style to cut the people of the evil god cult. Just throw the dead ones out. If there is nothing dead, cut it directly into small pieces and seal it permanently. Subsequently, take away the internal information of the evil god cult. Then destroy the evil cult hall. And directly used wood style to condense it into 2 huge wooden statues to completely seal the ruins. And these 2 statues, one has a phoenix king carved on it. One is carved with a dream. It means that this is the masterpiece of 2 people. Hee. Done. The 2 of them looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but feel a little excited. They single-handedly wiped out a large cult. 2.0 This is a great good deed. Let's go. First send the data back to the Snow Country base. Seal and keep. Then we will search for members of the evil cult all over the world and eliminate them. Quote. The 2 of them left here leisurely while chatting. It seemed that the 2 of them had not just wiped out the cult, but just out for a trip. Early the next morning, when those abducted by the evil god cult wake up, I discovered that the evil sect, which was like a devil's cave, was completely gone. Completely annihilated by unknown mysterious existence. This made them ecstatic. At the same time, they also couldn't help but regard the 2 statues above the ruins as gods in their hearts. But Yi Kang and Hong Lian didn't know all this. The 2 of them are currently dealing with the matter of destroying the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 108 Kurama Yakumo's god-level operations are ready to cause trouble. 5th update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. I want to destroy the base of the Akatsuki organization without harming ordinary people. It's really not easy. Quote. Yi Kang looked at the tall tower in the distance and sighed quietly. They had already arrived near Rain Shinobi Village. However, I never entered. Instead, think of ways outside. Nagato's strength. They have seen it from the information within the organization. So, they know it very well. If they fight with Nagato, this Rain Shinobi Village may disappear. People inside, chances are none of them will survive. Then, this made them very confused. They used many methods to get Nagato. But it has never been successful. Every time after they leave Rain Shinobi Village, Pain will not continue to pursue the attack. This made them a little distressed. The evil cult has been destroyed. We cannot continue to delay this. Quote. Honglian was also a little helpless. Sometimes she thinks about it. Why doesn't the Akatsuki organization find a very remote place as its base? I had to choose location 19 in the center of Rain Shinobi Village. Ask other people first. See if they have any good methods. Quote. That's all. Both of them are not very tactical people. So, let them come up with a brilliant solution. It's just too difficult. Why not go to the group and ask everyone for advice? Let's brainstorm. Just do it if you think of it. The two quickly injected chakra into the ring and started chatting with other members of the organization. Huali. I didn't expect the Akatsuki organization to be so insidious. Is this what hiding in the city is? Apple. Absolutely. No one would have thought of it. Such a terrifying world-destroying organization. It's actually hidden in Rain Shinobi Village. Quote. Strawberry. Maybe they're not hiding there. Maybe they have some special feelings for Rain Shinobi Village. After all, they were originally from Rain Shinobi Village. The Akatsuki organization, at its very beginning, was also a salvation organization. But, later, he was dragged into the abyss by AB*****************. Quote. Apple. So, can some countermeasures be directly targeted at the people of Rain Shinobi Village? For example, directly attack Rain Shinobi Village. Then pain might jump out. Lilac. It feels doable though. But, advertisement. This is inconsistent with our original beliefs. We cannot do such things like those evil forces. Quote. Violet. Why don't you just stay over there? If a member of the Akatsuki organization comes out, no. If you don't believe it, they will never come out. Camellia. It feels like it takes a long time. We still need to find clues about the shell organization. There is little time to keep an eye on the organization. Quote. Jasmine. Can you instigate the other ninjas in Rain Shinobi Village to rebel? Let everyone in Rain Shinobi Village evacuate the village. How about starting a war then? Camellia. Huh, this is a good method. Lilac. I feel okay. But how should we incite rebellion? Epiphyllum. I feel it. You can print some flyers. The detailed information and intelligence of the Akatsuki organization are printed on it. Then spread it all over the world. Everyone. The group was silent for a moment. Then it exploded. Huali. Ing. Apple. Afraid.jpg. Strawberry. Ah this. Violet. Thumbs up.jpg. Jasmine. Wow, you learned a lot from me. Ba 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 ba. It's because there's so much bad water in your stomach. But, I like. Quote. Lilac. I think this method is good. Not only can it completely anger the Akatsuki organization, it also allows all ordinary people to have a certain understanding of and precautions against the Akatsuki organization. Quote. Camellia. Epiphyllum, you are so awesome. Epiphyllum. I just saw the information. Isn't there a girl in the Akatsuki organization who likes to use paper? Then suddenly the association started. I think the method of handing out leaflets should sound good. Quote. Lilac. Not bad. Decided. This time I will use this method. However, we still need your help. Quote. Camellia. Yes. Distributing flyers all over the world is a lot of work. Apple. Leave it to me. I can fly, and it's still flying without any consumption. The girls quickly discussed the details in the group. Everyone reported to Bai Hao first. Then the action began. Quote. It's really awesome. Look at the reports from your subordinates. Bai Hao couldn't help but sigh. He could already imagine it at this moment. What it will look like after confidential information about the Akatsuki organization spreads all over the sky. Advertisement. What a sin. He sighed. Then he walked slowly towards the bookstore. Today, it's the day of Asuma's memorial service. He had just attended the memorial service. At this moment, prepare to continue training Naruto. Sasuke actually understood Sage Mode. One person killed 4 sound ninjas. It's really awesome. Quote. Bai Hao thought of Sasuke's battle report not long ago. I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Sasuke's qualifications are indeed good. Naruto doesn't know when he will be able to practice Sage Mode. With all kinds of emotions, Bai Hao returned to the bookstore. Konoha. In front of the commemorative monument. Yuhi Hong stood there quietly in a daze. There are so many thoughts in my mind. Asuma is her best friend. The two are in a state of friendship and not yet satisfied lovers. And Asuma has been chasing her. She also knew it. However, I always feel that it is still a little short of 150. So I never agreed. If this accident hadn't happened, perhaps, she will agree to Asuma's pursuit soon. After all, they are not young anymore. Already 27 years old. She doesn't hate Asuma either. Pity. Well. Red let out a long sigh. This is the fate of a ninja, isn't it? Suddenly a voice came from behind her. She turned around and saw that it was Uoyuki Shion whom she had met several times. She is Moonlight Hayate's girlfriend. The two met through the special jonin known as Moonlight Hayate. But, Moonlight Hayate died at the hands of Baki not long ago. And Baki is a ninja from San Shinobi Village, an ally of Konoha. Uoyuki Shion, who is Anbu, obviously cannot avenge this revenge. You're here too. Hong glanced at it and turned away. Ninja. Being able to die by the enemy's sword is considered fate. I hope there will never be a war. Mao Yuxian sighed and placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the memorial tablet. Something happened over there in Tang country. Information has just been sent. Said that the evil god cult was completely wiped out overnight. What? Hong was stunned when he heard this. She knew about the cult of evil god. One of Asuma's opponents is Hidan, of the evil god cult. Chapter 109. Could it be that he, Uchiha Itachi, is still a good person? As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Who did this? Yuhihong looked at Uoyuki Shion with some curiosity. This is simply a great harm to the entire ninja world. I don't know who did it. Uoyu Shion shook her head. There is a very powerful seal on that ruins. There are 2 wooden sculptures pressed on the seal. One is a large bird that looks very sacred. One looked like a strange animal that looked like a kitten. Maybe this is the mark left by the person who destroyed the evil god cult. This world is in chaos again. Red sighed. I don't know when there will be no war. I also hope that day will come. Mao Yushian also sighed. Inside the Hokage office, a lot of people gathered at this moment. There is 5th Hokage Tsunade, Konoha advisors, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. And Jonin class captain, Nara Shikaku. Shizune, Tsunade's disciple and assistant. 3 unknown Anbu, except for these people from Konoha. There are also a group of people from Kurigakure. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, Mizukage escorts 2. Kurigakure Anbu 3, because of Terumi Mei, Sarutobi Asuma died. Therefore, Terumi Mei came to Konoha in person. While apologizing. Officially signed an alliance agreement with Konoha. In order to take into account Konoha's face. This time, she didn't bring Ching with her white eyes. Mizukage-sama, please give me your advice in the future. Lord Hokage, thank you for your forgiveness. And support us. Please give me more advice in the future. Quote. Tsunade and Terumi Mei looked at each other and smiled. Then shook hands. The alliance between Konoha Village and Kurigakure is now officially established. The next Chunin exam, I hope Kurigakure's ninjas can also participate. Quote. Tsunade said with a smile. Train a new generation of ninjas. It is our common wish. Quote. Terumi Mei immediately smiled and agreed upon hearing this. You can take part in the next Chunin exam hosted by Konoha. This is our long-held wish. Quote. The 2 laughed and said a few more official words. Then we got down to business. Mizukage-sama, Tsunade handed a piece of information to Terumi Mei. This is the information that just came from Yuno country this morning. A secret stronghold of the evil god cult was destroyed by an unknown organization. The daimyo of Yunokuni asked us in Konoha to investigate. Advertisement. Because among the people who killed Asuma, there is a man named Hidan who is also a member of the cult of evil god. It's also related to you Kurigakure. So, you can also take a look at this information. If you want to do a joint investigation together. It is also fine, but, you must obey our dispatch and command. At the same time, the last information obtained. Don't reveal it to anyone. Good. Terumi Mei responded, then took the information and read it. What a generous act. After reading this, Terumi Mei couldn't help but sigh. Then, she thought of the mysterious black organization that kept giving her nightmares. You say, could this be done by a black organization? Oh, why do you think so? Because not long ago, the black organization came to find me alone. And gave me a warning. Quote. Terumi Mei said. Then he smiled bitterly. She had already told Tsunade about spreading rumors about herself and trying to attract the black organization. But, this matter of being taught a lesson by the black organization. Because she felt a little embarrassed. So I didn't say it. But, at this moment, she wanted to explore the true purpose of the black organization. She couldn't care less about being embarrassed. I can see that. They should be more resistant to this matter. You say. Will they do it for such a reason? Directly attack and destroy the stronghold of the evil god cult. Possible. Tsunade nodded. Then he shook his head again. But it's not very likely. After all, they already know that this news is a rumor you spread. It has nothing to do with the Akatsuki organization. It has nothing to do with Hidan or the cult of evil god. The evil god cult did not offend them either. Why do they want to destroy the evil god cult? Tell me, could it be like this? Terumi Mei pursed her lips. Then he boldly guessed. This black organization is actually a righteous organization. They walk the world. Are you doing chivalry everywhere? Why do you make such a guess? Because of the 2 statues mentioned in this information. Advertisement. Terumi Mei took out the information and pointed. One of the statues has a large bird carved on it. Isn't it similar to that member of the black organization named Shongalin? I remember. It was in the black organization information that Konoha sent me. It was specifically written that this man could transform into a big bird. Plus the statue is a wood carving. Isn't this wood style? Also, the captives of the evil god cult fell asleep without feeling anything. Isn't this the Uchiha Genjutsu that works with her? Quote. It's really possible. Tsunade heard Terumi Mei say this. Suddenly, I felt that it might be the evil cult that was wiped out by the black organization. But, she still had one doubt she couldn't figure out. It is precisely because of the existence of such a doubt. So, she didn't immediately destroy the forces of the evil god cult. Ties with the black organization. If they are really a salvation organization. A word of chivalry and righteousness in the ninja world. Why not destroy the Akatsuki organization? The Akatsuki organization has existed for so many years. If they want, the Akatsuki organization can definitely be wiped out a long time ago. The cult of evil god has also existed for many years. They would have been destroyed long ago if they wanted to. But they never made any move. Not only that, when I met Uchiha Itachi and Kisame in Konoha, not only did they not take action against the two of them, and he also gave Uchiha Itachi, a rebellious ninja, a bottle of medicine to treat terminal illnesses, the king's good. Why is this? Isn't he Uchiha Itachi still a good person? Cough cough cough. Udatane Kaharu couldn't help coughing after hearing this. However, Tsunade didn't pay attention. That's what you said. Terumi nodded after hearing this. It seems that this evil cult is involved. It really needs to be investigated carefully. Can silently destroy the evil cult. The strength is not weak either. Let's see if we can pull it together. Quote. Okay, Tsunade nodded. When I was about to say something, suddenly I saw a large number of leaflets floating outside the window. One after another, leaflets were floating in the sky over Konoha. It seemed as if someone had thrown it from the air. Pity, there is no one in the sky. Such a weird scene. Everyone present was very surprised. What's going on? Lee. Chapter 110 Big Event. A leaflet that shocked Konoha. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. White promotional pages slowly fell from the sky. And everyone in Konoha who saw this scene, all raised their heads. There was a lot of discussion while waiting for the promotional page to fall. They wanted to see what was written on this promotional page. And inside the Hokage office, Tsunade and Terumi were originally planning to discuss something. There was no intention to continue the discussion. Tsunade has sent Anbu. As long as those flyers fall, it will be delivered to them immediately. They planned to see what was written on these promotional pages. After a while, the promotional page in the sky finally fell. And Anbu grabbed a few of them and ran back to the office quickly. Lord Hokage, Mizukage-sama, these are the propaganda callers. Anbu handed the leaflet to Tsunade. Tsunade took one of them. Others were then given to others in the office. Everyone took the brochure and read it together. This is, however, everyone was completely dumbfounded not long after watching it. Because of the content on this promotional page. It's really incredible. This is actually all the information about the Akatsuki organization. It not only contains detailed introductions to the identities of various characters in the Akatsuki organization. There are also 320 abilities of these characters. And weaknesses. There is also the organizational framework of the Akatsuki organization. And the real man behind it. Finally, a core goal of the Akatsuki organization is attached. OMG. This amount of information is really too much. The Akatsuki organization originally originated from Jiraiya's 3 disciples. Later, he was defeated by Uchiha Obito and Zetsu. Uchiha Obito. Tsunade roared crazily in his heart. Uchiha Obito is not dead. Uchiha Obito and Zetsu killed Yahiko together. Then he persuaded Nagato and Konin to change the core goals of the Akatsuki organization. From the original Salvation organization, it became a world destruction organization. Their real purpose is to collect all tailed beasts. Resurrect 10 tails. Making 10 tails Jinchuriki. Turn on infinite Tsukuyomi. Besides, the real man behind the organization. It's actually Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is not dead. Advertisement. Died. He found a successor, Uchiha Obito. It turns out that King Dai survived because of this. Actually, it's all Uchiha Madara's fault. Tsunade was angry. I accidentally broke the table. But, at this moment, no one noticed this at all. Because everyone was shocked by the content on this flyer. They couldn't imagine it. The mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization. It's actually the legendary Uchiha Madara. This matter is very serious. Tsunade looked at Terumi. I don't know where this flyer came from. But, the focus of our meetings may also have changed. Quote. I agree. Terumi also nodded very solemnly. She didn't expect that. The Akatsuki organization actually has such big ambitions. And, the black hand hidden behind the Akatsuki organization. It's actually Uchiha Madara, who ranks alongside the legendary ninja god. Follow the plans on this flyer. The legendary ninja. He will definitely be resurrected and return at a certain point in the plan. Once this person comes back, then the ninja world would really be in chaos. That person is a terrifying existence that can directly summon 9 tails. But where did this flyer come from? Terumi pointed to the flyer. Expressed his doubts. Also, is this information accurate? Report. Just at this time, an Anbu entered the room directly. Lord Hokage, Mizukage-sama, there is new information. Explain. The person who just handed out the flyers has confirmed it with a roll of his eyes. It's Ringo Yuri of the Black Organization. A black organization. I heard such an answer. Everyone in the office fell silent at the same time. BJAC. No one thought that this matter was actually done by someone from the Black Organization. I didn't expect it to be them. Tsunade smiled bitterly. She was just talking about why the Black Organization didn't deal with the Akatsuki organization if it was really the Salvation organization. Result. They are here to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Advertisement. It seems. That evil cult was probably done by them. And the information on this flyer. I'm afraid it's true. Quote. Terumi May said. Then he picked up the leaflet and shook it in his hand. This information is really useful. He actually introduced all the members of the Akatsuki organization in detail. And the abilities and weaknesses of these members are also included in detail. This is for the Akatsuki organization. Very important. Yes, Tsunade nodded with a sigh on his face. After reading this information, I realized how terrifying the Akatsuki organization is. At the same time, I also understand this black organization. I don't know how many times more terrifying than that Akatsuki organization. I just don't know what their purpose is. Is it to save the world? While Tsunade was discussing with Terumi May and others about the Akatsuki organization, the entire Konoha village was in a state of excitement because of those flyers. Most people don't know much about the Akatsuki organization. But they know Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, and what it means to pull everyone around the world into an illusion. This means, the Akatsuki organization is preparing to destroy the world. As a result, everyone began to hold the flyers and discuss them one after another. The village was filled with an atmosphere of tension and fear. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the flyer in his hand. I felt very uneasy in my heart. He was originally immersed in the sadness caused by the death of his son and couldn't extricate himself. Did not expect. It was actually such a flyer that easily pulled me out of my sadness. As a veteran of Konoha, he knew. I need to deal with this matter immediately. Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed. My heart is filled with fear. Only someone like him who has seen Uchiha Madara will know the horror of Uchiha Madara. He knows. If Uchiha Madara really comes back to life, then none of the 5 great ninja villages may be able to withstand each other's attacks. Uchiha Obito. At the same time, Kakashi's home. Kakashi, who was writing his diary, suddenly felt something strange. So I went to the yard to have a look. As a result, I received such a flyer. After the content on the sheet, he was completely stunned. Uchiha Obito. #IFT. Are they Madara's men? The current controller of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 111. The entire ninja world is panicking. The uneasiness of Black Zetsu. Open Black Lens Bracket 3 updates. Please subscribe and ask for automatic close Black Lens Bracket. #plus or minus. You actually became Uchiha Madara's lackey. Kakashi's hand holding the flyer began to shake. He didn't believe such an answer. Is that a lie? FTE. How could he? How so? Kakashi suddenly couldn't believe that this thing was true. Hidan's abilities. Immortal. As long as you get the enemy's blood, you can directly curse the enemy to death. Too horrible. Unexpectedly, he actually has such ability. Quote. Shikamaru looked at the flyer in his hand, his eyes flickering. It was a look called hatred. The way to kill. First, use the corpse to seal the soul. What kind of ninjutsu is this zombie sealing technique? Second, cut his body and seal it separately. This is a good idea. Third, cut up his body and feed it to the dogs. I feel this method is good. Just feed all his meat to the dog and let the dog digest it. I don't believe he can be resurrected. Shikamaru had a sneer on his face. He remembered what happened that day again. He feels lucky. Because he fainted, he didn't see Asuma's final look of determination. He felt very unfortunate again. Because he fainted and didn't say the last words to Asuma. Kakuzu. Ability is Earth Resentment. With 5 hearts, he has almost endless life. Has 5 different attributes chakra. Can release various powerful ninjutsu at the same time. So strong. Killing method. All his heart must be broken. This looks difficult, although I know the weakness. But it's really hard to finish. Shikamaru put away the flyers and began to think of countermeasures. Uchiha Itachi. Abilities are Blood Successor Limit and Shuriken Technique. Good at all kinds of illusions and fire style. Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities are Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Amaterasu is the strongest fire attribute attack. Appears as a black flame with strong adhesive ability. The burning object will not be extinguished until it is completely burned. Tsukuyomi is a powerful illusion. Directly pull the enemy into the illusion space. And subject them to unimaginable mental pain. Has the power to unlock the complete Susanoo. Possessing 2 spiritual weapons, the 10-fist sword and the Yata mirror. Quote. Sasuke looked at the flyer in his hand. There was mad hatred on his face. How to kill. Advertisement. We can only use more powerful force to suppress and kill from a long distance. After seeing this one, Sasuke suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Completely withered. So hard to kill. Sasuke felt a little desperate. A power more powerful than Itachi. ... How long do I need to practice before I can have it? He sighed. After a while, he cheered up again. No. Cannot give up. I have now seen the power of Sage Mode. Then when I am stronger, maybe I can defeat Itachi with this move. Thinking like this, Sasuke then began to continue practicing. Orochimaru is in a certain stronghold in the Land of Fire. Orochimaru at this moment, I am doing experiments leisurely. At the same time, he was still chatting with Kabuto. Pocket, are you still worried about Sasuke? No, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto shook his head after hearing this. I actually don't have any objections. I know what you're thinking. Orochimaru didn't believe Kabuto's words. Instead, he continued, but Sasuke's situation is different from yours. You are different. However, you have one thing in common. That is, neither of you can replace each other. They are all important people in my heart. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto was immediately moved when he heard this. Orochimaru's words. It made him feel more and more that Orochimaru was his true destination. At the same time, he also feels like Orochimaru is like a father figure. It gave him strength and knowledge. Counting the time, Sasuke should be here too. Orochimaru looked at the sky, then pointed outside and said, "Go and greet us." Yes. Kabuto heard this and walked out quickly. However, he came back after a while. What happened? Orochimaru looked at Kabuto with some confusion. It turned out that Kabuto's face was extremely ugly. Lord Orochimaru. This is information sent by Konoha spies. Said that Saken and the others were killed by Sasuke. Now, the 4 of them are being held in Konoha prison. Please give me flowers. What? Orochimaru was slightly dumbfounded when he heard this. He didn't expect that. Advertisement. Sasuke is so strong. This was somewhat beyond his expectation. Did not expect. Sasuke is quite strong. Hehe. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. As expected of the person I like. It seems. I need to invite him in person. Quote. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto slowly took out a flyer. The spy sent another leaflet. The information in this leaflet seems a little big. Quote. Oh, Orochimaru was a little confused. How informative is the flyer? With some doubts, he took the flyer. I just took a look at it and was stunned. This is. Orochimaru flipped through the leaflets quickly. A ferocious smile gradually appeared on his face. Black Organization. This must have been done by the Black Organization. And, I'm sure, this information is true. Haha. The 2 of them are about to fight. What a good thing. This is a good thing. Lin Yuri's flight is not affected by air resistance because there is no consumption. So it's very fast. After the flyers were dropped. Then flew directly all the way to Rain Shinobi Village. Then a wave of flyers was dropped at Rain Shinobi Village. Not long after, everyone in Rain Shinobi Village saw this flyer. This is. Black Zetsu looked at the flyer in his hand and his pupils shrank suddenly. This handwriting is definitely theirs. What are they going to do? Are you crazy? Black Zetsu felt his heart sinking. Because he knows. Once your purpose is exposed, then I'm afraid it won't be possible to implement the plan in a short period of time. We can only wait for hundreds of years to pass. Then plan slowly. Damn Black Organization. Black Zetsu cursed angrily and kept looking at the flyer with a little bit of luck. After a while, he suddenly froze. Then he turned it over again with a look of disbelief. Quote. They know that my real purpose is to resurrect my mother. But, why didn't they say anything? Black Zetsu was filled with doubts. At the same time, there is also some uneasiness in the factory. Chapter 112 Nagato's decision. Prepare to start the plan in advance. 4th update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. What is their purpose in doing this? Black Zetsu looked at the flyer in his hand. He couldn't help but fell into deep thought. He didn't trust those people from the Black Organization. You're helping him by doing this. If the people in the Black Organization really want to help him, just don't send out this flyer. Why bother? So, there must be some secrets that he doesn't know about. What a headache. These people from the Black Organization are really annoying. Black Zetsu felt very powerless. He found, after his secret is known to these people, he had no room for resistance at all. Want a solution to this problem? Only one. That is to completely wipe out this Black Organization. But, he knew very little about this Black Organization. In addition to knowing some of the abilities of several of their members, 617. Others, he knew nothing. Too passive. But, how on earth did they know my secret? Black Zetsu felt very puzzled. His secret. Only he should know. No one else could possibly know. But, these people from the Black Organization. But he knew his secret very clearly. This is very puzzling. I'm afraid, there are still some unknown things in this world that I don't know about. Quote. Black Zetsu suddenly thought of something. Then his pupils shrank suddenly. Could it be the Black Hand behind them? Are they from the Otsutsuki clan? Black Zetsu suddenly thought of such a possibility. The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. After all, apart from the members of the Otsutsuki clan, he did not believe that anyone else could form such a terrifying Black Organization. Definitely from the Otsutsuki clan. Can't be wrong. Only people from the Otsutsuki clan can resurrect other people. Only people from the Otsutsuki clan can master the art of artificial tailed beasts. Only people from the Otsutsuki clan can accurately grasp my secret. Only then can you know about your mother. So, there is only one truth. The mastermind behind the Black Organization belongs to the Otsutsuki clan. So, advertisement. It's a bit intriguing that they hide my secret. Black Zetsu stared at the flyer in his hand, lost in thought. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Nagato looked at the flyer in his hand and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. He had long suspected that there was something wrong with the man who called himself Uchiha Madara. And the content on this flyer. It also confirmed what he had suspected. These people do have a deeper purpose. The purpose of collecting tailed beasts. Sure enough, it is not to make the world feel pain. But for Project Tsuki no Mi. Project Tsuki no Mi. Sure enough, I was taken advantage of. Quote. There was no expression on Nagato's face. Although Obito didn't tell him about Project Tsuki no Mi. But, he had already guessed that Obito's intentions were impure. So, the information in the leaflet did not surprise him. Let the people of the world fall into an eternal illusion. From now on there will be no pain and no war. Quote. Look at the description of Project Tsuki no Mi on the flyer. Do not know why, Nagato suddenly felt that this method seemed good. Slightly better than his kind of making the world feel pain. After all, human beings are always forgetful. I felt the pain today. After 2 days, the scar healed and I forgot about the pain. Keep doing whatever you have to do. What do those people from the black organization want to do? How did they get this confidential information? Let's not talk about anything else for now. This flyer contains information about me. But it's quite accurate. And this information. But they are all my secrets, and outsiders cannot know them. Quote. Nagato turned his head and looked outside. A thoughtful look on his face. Then he turned to look at Konan. Are those black organization people still outside Rain Shinobi Village? Right. Konan nodded. They seem to want to destroy our organization. But, I don't want to hurt the ordinary people of Rain Shinobi Village. Therefore, there was never a rash attack. Quote. What a kind organization. Nagato couldn't help but sigh. It's a bit similar to what we used to be. Pity. They went the wrong way. This world is not worth saving. This world needs to feel pain. Now that the black organization has come to the door. Now that black organizations have distributed such leaflets all over the world. Advertisement. #B. Just plan ahead. Nagato. Do you still want to plan? Konan heard this and quickly advised that Obito's purpose is not pure. He is using us. Quote. As long as the purpose can be achieved. Nothing else, it doesn't matter. Nagato shook his head. Project Tsuki no Mi can be kept. But, Project Tsuki no Mi can only be implemented after my plan is implemented. I want the world to feel pain. If it turns out I don't believe it. Then just launch Project Tsuki no Mi. No matter what, I will make the world enter a state without war forever. I'll talk to him. He would also agree. Because I believe that our purpose is the same. Quote. A black organization. Obito looked at the flyer in his hand, his face under the mask was very gloomy. This wave of black organizations. It can be said that all his trump cards were revealed. Let him have no secrets in front of the whole world. There may be many risks to his plan. But, he didn't care either. Now that it has been exposed. Then there is no need to hide. Just right. The strength of the Akatsuki organization is sufficient. Three Tails is also about to be resurrected. So. Start planning in advance. The reason why the Akatsuki organization has never launched a plan to collect tailed beasts. Mainly because the members within the organization are not strong enough. People in organizations are always eliminated for various reasons. For example, there are countless companions killed by Kakuzu. Loquat Juzo, the companion of Uchiha Itachi who died unexpectedly. Orochimaru who later defected and so on. As a result, there is no way to fully practice the ninjutsu that seals the tailed beast. But, with the addition of Kisame, Deidara and Hidan. The ninjutsu that seals the tailed beast has basically been mastered. However, there are still many points used to seal the tail settlement that have not been completed. But, this doesn't affect the plan too much. Make sure now. Obito looked at Zetsu beside him. Let's see if Three Tails is resurrected. If Three Tails comes back to life. Start planning now. Quote. Okay. White Zetsu responded, and then said slowly, Nagato said he wants to have a meeting with you. Obito nodded. When something like this happens, it's time to hold a meeting. Advertisement Chapter 113. The Akatsuki organization has its own agenda, and the plan to hunt tailed beasts begins. Fifth update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Shao organization meeting was held again. But, the atmosphere in this meeting was obviously not quite right. Boss, I didn't expect that you were actually taken advantage of. Hidan looked at Pain and said sinisterly. Then he looked at Uchiha Obito. Did not expect. The mastermind behind this organization is actually Uchiha Madara. And the black hand's chess piece is actually you. Uchiha Obito. Hey, you hide it so deeply. Besides. Originally I thought the purpose of the organization was to collect tailed beasts. Start a war and rule the world. Did not expect. Not really. The real purpose is actually Project Tsuki no Mi. A plan to directly let everyone in the world enter the illusion. Doesn't that mean, will we also fall into illusions by then? So, will we be controlled by you then? Or do you become the one who controls others? Everyone entered the illusion. So what happens to my mission? You don't understand art at all. Deidara said with an unhappy look. Everyone has been pulled into the illusion, how can I interpret my art? Quote. 19. The others remained silent. They are all silent. Think about the impact of this. And your next path. This black organization doesn't know what its purpose is. It was actually possible to collect such detailed information about the Akatsuki organization. Quote. Uchiha Itachi looked ahead expressionlessly. There are so many thoughts in my heart. It seems that the Akatsuki organization will be destroyed soon. So what should I do? Continue to hang out and wait for Sasuke to grow up. But will this disappoint some people in Konoha? Focus on Sasuke. It would be great if I could join the black organization and continue to lurk. Uchiha Obito. Turns out he's not Madara. Just Madara's men. Quote. Kisame glanced at Obito. He still knows about Project Tsuki no Mi. Therefore, I did not change my original mind because of this sudden appearance of the flyer. Forget it, it's pretty much the same. Anyway, Project Tsuki no Mi is also my goal. Quote. Advertisement. Are you all pulled into a fantasy world? So, can I experience more ways to make money in the fantasy world? Kakuzu was lost in thought. But, the money earned in the illusion is simply false. But, everyone is in an illusion. It seems that fake money is the same as real money. Thinking about it this way, life seems to have become more interesting. So do I support this plan. Illusion. Scorpio was caught in a tangle. What he desires most. It's not actually about making the best puppet in the world. Puppet for him. It doesn't make any sense anymore. Because he has reached the pinnacle of being a puppet master. And what he desires most. Actually, it was childhood. It is childhood with parents around. This is the regret of his life. That's why he became such a parent puppet. That's why he placed his feelings on the puppet. In his heart, he was actually very lonely. Puppets are fake. The illusion is false. The world is also false. However, the illusion seems to be slightly better than the puppet. In that world, there were no wars and no tasks. Maybe, it's better than this world. Eye of the Moon. Seems pretty good too. Quote. Everyone is thinking about their own thoughts. Hidan and Deidara kept shouting. Pain finally spoke. If you two are not satisfied with this plan, you can leave. After that, he looked at the other people. So does everyone else. After hearing Pain's words, the scene suddenly became quiet for a moment. Saw this situation. Pain continued. About Project Tsuki no Mi. We don't necessarily continue. I plan to proceed with the original plan first. That is, collecting tailed beasts. Forge tailed beast weapons and jump into battle. Let the world feel the pain. Look at the world's reaction. If people in this world still want to start a war without repentance, then just start Project Tsuki no Mi. On the contrary, just give up on Project Tsuki no Mi. Obito, what do you think? Advertisement. I have no opinion. Obito heard this and spoke slowly. This was also the original idea of Madara and I. Of course he didn't tell the truth. Just like in the beginning. It was like he deceived Nagato with such a lie about a tailed beast weapon. This time, he was no exception. Fooled Nagato again. Because he is afraid that telling the truth will affect the overall plan. You don't have anything to worry about. Obito said and looked at the other people. Although a large part of this leaflet is true information. But much more is false. The highest level of lies is 7% true and 3% false. This information is like that. They modified all the most critical parts. The purpose is to destroy our Akatsuki organization. Do not forget, 2 members of the black organization have been squatting outside Rain Shinobi Village. They know, you may die if you enter Rain Shinobi Village rashly. So I stayed outside, waiting for an opportunity to attack us. So, don't be deceived by these half-truths and lies. Everyone was silent for a while after hearing this. Except Hidan and Deidara are slightly simpler. The other 327 people are all old Jongu. Naturally, they couldn't believe everything Obito said. But, their original purpose of joining the Akatsuki organization was not pure. In addition, they have strong confidence in their own strength. Therefore, there is no more nonsense. It's considered acquiescence to this matter. A huge amount of intelligence about our organization has been exposed. Therefore, we cannot continue to develop like this. Quote. Pain said slowly. Although there are still many secret strongholds that have not been established. This will have some impact on the plan to seal the tailed beast. But it doesn't matter. It will be a little harder then. Just send the tailed beast to a base that has been built a little further away. In order to better carry out the plan. So, from now on, we start hunting tailed beasts. Except absolutely, everyone needs to complete the corresponding quota. As Yuri Ringo continues to fly, that leaflet printed with a lot of key information. It also quickly spread to all corners of the world. At this time, the major forces have become extremely vigilant about it. At the same time, he also became more vigilant about the elf pavilion hidden in the dark. In order to deal with the increasingly chaotic new situation in the ninja world. Third Tsuchikage, Onoki, passed directly with Flying Eagle. Prepare to communicate with the other 4 major ninja villages and convene a 5-cage meeting to discuss these matters. Chapter 114 Tsunade's Request, a new diamond card. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. 5 Shadows Conference. Tsunade held his head with one hand. One hand tapped gently on the table. Looking at the information book on the table, I kept thinking. The current situation is turbulent. It's not bad to have a meeting. Just in time to discuss how to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Also, how to guard against that black organization. Quote. Although Tsunade had some doubts that the black organization was actually a friendly force. But, as a Hokage, you should have a lot of heart. It just so happens that I can go out and relax. That smelly old man from third generation really annoys me. She suddenly thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Recent. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very active. She often spoke at meetings and repeatedly opposed her opinions. This makes her feel very frustrated as a Hokage. How on earth did fourth generation tolerate that smelly old man back then? Tsunade feels like this is really an unsolved mystery. She sighed silently. I didn't think much about it anymore. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts are somewhat old-fashioned. However, his love for Konoha is true. There is nothing selfish about it. Who should I take with me? Tsunade wrote back, agreeing. Then he began to think about his own protection. Usually Hokage is leaving for a meeting. We'll bring 2 guards. Shizune must be brought. Another. Just Kakashi. After making a decision. She suddenly thought of another thing. How should we choose Jonin as the leader of Class 10? Since Asuma's sacrifice, the leader of Team 10, Jonin, has never been confirmed. Because there are currently too few Jonin in Konoha. Partly in Anbu, some need to be kept around to perform difficult tasks. Once you are sent out to take Genin, you will not be able to take on difficult missions for the time being. So, this manpower is difficult to determine. Certainly. If only there was such a problem. It's still easy to solve. Just call in a special Jonin. But the identity of the 3 people in Class 10 is a big problem. The 3 of them come from 3 famous families in Konoha: Anar, Deer, and Butterfly. If you randomly send a special Jonin to lead the team, it would appear that she, the Hokage, does not pay attention to these 3 famous families. So, it is necessary to find a leader Jonin worthy of the status of Ino Shikacho. But, Jonin like this is so hard to find. Advertisement. Transfer Kakashi to Class 10. And then transfer a Jonin from Anbu to lead the 7th team. TX1. Kakashi is currently coaching Sasuke on Sharingan. It is inconvenient to transfer it directly. I want him to be my guard again. Not in Konoha Village anytime soon. Moreover, those 3 little guys in Class 10 have always wanted revenge. They need to find someone who can hold them down. Tsunade knocked on the table while thinking. After a while, she finally had a good idea. Yes, I can let Kakashi temporarily take over as captain of Team 10. Then let Bijuu be the captain of the 7th team. Although Bijuu is just a genin now. But, his strength is definitely not worse than Jonin. In addition, he has been training several people from Class 7 during this time. Believe, they must get along very well with each other. Bijuu also coached Ino not long ago. It seems. During Kakashi's absence, Bijuu can also lead Class 10 perfectly. And, if needed, I can also let Class 7 and Class 10 link up. In this way, the problem is perfectly solved. But, still have a question. That's how to persuade Bijuu to become the captain of Team 7. Tsunade suddenly had a headache. However, no matter how headache. The problems that need to be solved still need to be solved. Then, she packed up, took a basket of fruits, and walked towards Bijuu's bookstore. Because Class 7 has a mission today. So Bijuu did not go out to lead the 7th group to practice today. He leaned back in a chair in the bookstore. While eating snacks, reading novels, and drawing prizes. After he caused such a big incident, he also gets a ton of plot points. Therefore, he can draw a wave of prizes as much as he wants. Congratulations on drawing the Magnemite bronze card. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on drawing the Bobo bronze card. Close black lens bracket. After some lottery, he gained a lot of Messi ninjutsu. A bunch of chakra permanent enhancement pills and constitution enhancement pills. And a pile of gold bars. He didn't get the diamond card he wanted. But, he wasn't disappointed either. After all, diamond cards are not limited to lottery draws. Advertisement. It can still be synthesized. Then, after all remaining plot points have been exhausted, he began to synthesize the elf cards. Because he has accumulated a lot of cards. So, this time, 3 diamond cards were synthesized directly. Congratulations on drawing the Kyogre diamond card. Congratulations on drawing the Gopaluon diamond card. Congratulations on drawing the Victini diamond card. Quote. It's really good. Bijuu looked at the 3 system prompts. I couldn't help but feel satisfied. However, just when he was about to see what effects these 3 diamond cards had. Suddenly an acquaintance came into the bookstore. Bijuu. Tsunade knocked on the door of the bookstore very politely. Then he walked in quickly. Is something wrong? Bijuu glanced at the fruit basket Tsunade was carrying. He immediately guessed that the other party might have something to ask for. Ha ha ha. Tsunade immediately laughed after hearing this. She placed the fruit basket on the ground. I haven't been to the bookstore for a long time. I happened to be passing by today, so I came over to take a look. Tsunade just wanted to say some polite words first, and then introduce the topic. Result. After seeing Bijuu's eyes that see through everything. But she couldn't say any polite words. In the end, he could only laugh dryly. Then we got down to business. You want me to be the captain of Class 7? Bai Nuo Zhao's Hao frowned when he heard Tsunade's words. I reject. Don't refuse in a hurry. Tsunade guessed the reason for Bai Hao's refusal. So, he quickly said, your task is very simple. Just take them to practice on a regular basis. Then supervise them to do the tasks. Very simple. For a simple task like that, you don't even need to take action. Not only that, you can also get rewards for tasks. And, as long as you agree to my request, I will help you find someone to look at the bookstore for free. How about it? Bai Hao was silent for a while after hearing this. He thought that when Kakashi taught classes, he usually found a big tree. Then lie on it and read pornographic books. Just quietly waiting for Naruto and the others to complete their mission. That's why when you encounter a strong enemy, you will take action. Usually I don't care about anything at all. Think about it this way. He felt that being a tutor seemed pretty good. Fine. Chapter 115. Work hard secretly, become a teacher, and then amaze everyone. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Then it's settled. Tsunade saw Bai Hao and agreed. A smile appeared immediately. Come to my office tomorrow. Let me take you through a simple handover. Besides, recently I needed to go to the Five Shadows conference. So we need to let Kakashi serve as a guard temporarily. And you need to lead the 7th class at the same time. Led class 10 again. 2 classes. It's actually very easy to take care of. Seeing this, Tsunade smiled dryly again and said, Shikamaru is already a Chunin. You don't have to follow simple tasks. Only when you encounter difficult tasks do you need to follow them. But, there are very few such tasks. Waiting for tomorrow. I asked Kurenai Yuhi to pass as well. If anything happens, you can go directly to Hong. Okay, I'm leaving first. Say it. Tsunade seemed to be afraid that Bai Hao would regret it and turned away. The corners of Bai Hao's mouth twitched. Never mind. Bai Hao shook his head. I took out a banana from the fruit basket. While eating, I thought about the information in Tsunade's words. The Five Shadows conference is about to be held. This is 990 expected. After all, I exposed most of Akatsuki's secrets at once. The final draft of the content of this, Shaoji flyer, was determined by Bai. Original. Those girls were ready to reveal all Akatsuki's secrets. Including Black Zetsu's, and Otsutsuki Kagaya's. But, Bai Hao rejected this plan. Because in his opinion, once this matter comes to light, Black Zetsu will definitely run away. 1,000-year-old monsters like Black Zetsu. Once he escapes, it will be really difficult to find him in a short time. It would be disgusting if this guy hides in a corner and makes trouble. After all, for the time being, Bai Hao has no means of sealing the Otsutsuki clan. So, Bai Hao decided to let it go for the time being. Advertisement. Don't expose Black Zetsu's secrets. Keep him from hiding. So, the next time you see Black Zetsu, you can just grab it and seal it. I just don't know if ordinary sealing techniques can seal Black Zetsu. Then try sealing it with the regular version of planetary devastation. Quote. He threw the banana peel into the trash can. Then he opened the system panel. BJAG looked at the 3 diamond cards I just got in detail. Kyogre Diamond. After using it, you can get Kyogre Fairy Spirit and become Kyogre Jinchuriki. Special effects. God of the Ocean. When you are in the sea, you are the god of the ocean. Skill. Control the weather. Can control the weather at will. Amplification. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra control ability, and greatly increase physical strength. Combination skills. You can join forces with Groudon to create catastrophic weather. Nearby matching people. None. Gopalu Wang Diamond. After using it, you can get the Gopalu Wang Fairy Spirit and become the Gopalu Human Calendar. Special effect. Tempering. Any part of the body or handheld weapons can be tempered. Skill. Weak point breaking. When holding a sword, you can directly hit the enemy's weak point, and have a 33% chance of delivering a fatal blow. The skill consumes a lot of physical strength. Amplification. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra control ability, and greatly increase physical strength. Nearby matching people. Mao Yuxian. Victini Diamond. After using it, you can get the Victini Fairy Spirit and become the Victini Calendar. Special effect. 50-50. Accumulate energy at all times. Save energy when encountering weak enemies. Release energy when encountering strong enemies. No matter who the enemy is, there will be a minimum of 50% probability of defeating the opponent. Skill. Gift of Power. Can transfer energy to other people, giving them a 50-50 combat power with the enemy. Amplification. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra control ability, and greatly increase physical strength. Matching people nearby. Hatake Kakashi. 50-50. Bai Hao looked at the diamond card. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He feels this skill is a bit useless. It's really useful against strong people. But, it would be a bit difficult to deal with the weak. Fortunately, the special effect shows that there is a minimum 50% probability of defeating the opponent. So, when meeting weak people, you should be able to make some adjustments. Increase your winning rate to 100%. But, it's better to put this card in the warehouse to gather dust. Baihao decided not to use this card for the time being. Kyogre Diamond card. Wait until you find the right person. As for Gopalu Anka, then just let it happen. Uezuki Yugo is a Konoha Anbu. Very loyal to Konoha. It is not that simple to get her to join the elf pavilion willingly. So just let it happen. The next morning. Advertisement. As soon as Baihao entered Hokage's office, he saw a bunch of familiar people. The 9 strong, from the same class as him, as well as Kakashi and Kurenai are all here. Kakashi is not late. Baihao was slightly startled when he saw Kakashi. Then something seemed to come to mind. It was immediately clear why he was not late. It should be after knowing about Obito. Are you completely desperate? He doesn't know how he will feel when he finds out that his friend has become the boss of a terrorist organization. Baihao complained in his heart and slowly walked into the room. Baihao, you are here. Tsunade nodded towards Baihao. Now that everyone is here, then I'll get down to business. Starting today, Kakashi temporarily takes over as the teacher of Class 10. Quote. Grandma Tsunade, why should Mr. Kakashi be their teacher? Tsunade just finished speaking. Naruto started yelling and yelling. Quiet, Naruto. Little Sakura was furious when she saw this. After one punch, Naruto instantly became honest. Tsunade gave them a helpless look. Then he continued. Class 7, Baihao will be your teacher for the time being. In addition, I'm going to a meeting soon. I need Kakashi to be my escort. And during this period, classes 7 and 10 are all temporarily guided by Baihao. Quote. 9 Xiaoqiang was stunned when he heard this. They never thought of it. In the end, it turned out to be like this. A peer who gave up being a ninja long ago actually became their teacher. Although Baihao often guides them. But, this kind of guidance. It's completely different from becoming a teacher directly. After all, the identities of the two are completely different. The former can be said to be the guidance of peers. Or the guidance of seniors to juniors. But the latter. But he is directly the teacher. This is, work hard secretly, become a teacher, and then amaze everyone. Shikamaru looked at Baihao. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Chapter 116 5 Shadows Conference, Akatsuki Organization takes action. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. How about it? Do you have any comments? Seeing the 9 shocked children, Tsunade couldn't help but ask again. Liu Xiaoqiang, from Class 7 and Class 10 all shook their heads when they heard this. Although they were shocked by such a thing. But, regarding Baihao's strength, they still had no doubts. Good, Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. In that case, let's settle it for now. Say it, she looked at Baihao again. I hope you can take part in this Chunin exam. Let's talk about it then. After Tsunade heard this unexpected answer. I was suddenly speechless. This person in front of me. He could easily become a Jonin. But he never chose promotion. It really made her anxious. In the ninja world, many times, you still need to look at the ninja level. For example, being a team teacher requires a minimum special Jonin level. Originally, Baihao was not qualified to be a team leader. But, all the famous families in Konoha know Baihao's strength. In addition, Baihao's ability to teach his disciples is indeed powerful. So, only then would the senior management acquiesce in allowing Baihao to be the team leader. However, although the top management acquiesced in this situation. But, because the ninja level is not enough. Therefore, Baihao can only be allowed to be the leading teacher in the name of temporary substitute. I want to remove this temporary generation. Then at least become a special Jonin. Pity. Baihao seems unwilling to even take the Chunin exam. This makes Tsunade very helpless. She is looking forward to one day handing over the position of Hokage to Baihao. Sighed. Tsunade no longer thinks about this troublesome problem. While Kakashi and I were out having a meeting. If you have any questions, you can go directly to Hong. If Hong can't solve it, she would go directly to Konoha's advisory board. Okay, that's it for today. Kakashi, please leave us to discuss the upcoming 5-Cage conference. Quote. Okay, Kakashi responded. Advertisement. Baihao and others walked out of the Hokage office together. Let's go to the drill ground. Quote. Baihao said lightly, and then led the 6 people from Class 7 and Class 10 towards the training ground. He planned to talk to 6 people first. The task should be done in the future. Also, he will use his clone to do tasks and other things. Tsunade quickly got ready. Then, under the watchful eyes of a group of Konoha elite ninjas, he took Kakashi and Shizune and rushed towards the Kingdom of Iron. This time the 5 Shadows Conference. He was placed in the Iron Kingdom, a neutral country mainly composed of samurai. And with Tsunade's actions, other shadows also began to rush towards the Kingdom of Iron with their guards. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Not long after seeing the Akatsuki organization flyer, I returned directly to Kurigakure. Then he took his own bodyguards, Ao and the genius boy Chojuro. Let's start from Kurigakure. Rush towards the Kingdom of Iron. Tsuchikage Onoki attaches great importance to this meeting. Because he is the one who has met Uchiha Madara. So it is very clear how powerful Uchiha Madara is. I am also very afraid that one day Uchiha Madara will return again. So, he set off early with his own escort. Although Reikage doesn't think highly of the Akatsuki organization. But he can drop leaflets in the air. However, he felt very frightened by the members of the black organization who could do nothing about them. Therefore, he felt that there was such a powerful organization as the black organization. Some measures need to be taken in advance. Then, he agreed to Onoki's invitation to the 5-cage meeting. Come to attend such a meeting. Compared to other villages, Sunagakure is the most miserable village. Their cage was killed by Orochimaru not long ago. The human hand was maimed in Konoha. The village was destroyed by Yi Kang not long ago. Most of the senior officials were also killed by Yi Kang. Now, they have nothing. It's not just the injured who need to be treated. Rebuild the village. Develop new talent. A new cage also needs to be selected. Original. They couldn't afford to attend any meeting like the Council of Five Shadows. But, in order to prevent the Akatsuki organization from suddenly appearing and snatching one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara away, they decided to attend the meeting anyway. Let's discuss carefully how to deal with this Akatsuki organization. And they go to meetings with people. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. It is the elder Sunagakure, Shio's mother-in-law, who is currently taking over the position of 5th cage. Shio during the battle with Hyakura, although a little injured. But it wasn't too serious. So, at the begging of the ninjas in the village, he temporarily assumed the position of cage. Wait until a better candidate comes along. Then pass the 5th cage position to the opponent. Before she left, in order to prevent Akatsuki's people from suddenly coming to arrest Gaara after he left, he sent someone directly to send Gaara to Konoha. In her opinion, relatively speaking, it is safer to put it in Konoha than in Sunagakure. Along with the 5 shadows, they left the village. People from the Shao organization also started to take action. After their own intelligence was exposed, they all became very careful. That's why he chose to take action when Wang left the village. And the first to act, it's Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion. Their target is the one tail in Gaara's body, Shukaku of Sand. Brother, why should we wait until one tail comes out from Sunagakure? This is very unpleasant. Don't you like waiting? Deidara looked at the team heading towards Konoha in the distance and couldn't help but frowned. Why don't we just go to Sunagakure? The Sunagakure of today. There are no strong men at all. I can blow them up all by myself. Well, it's the most annoying. Scorpion kept looking at the team. The tone was very low. It's true, boss. He had to wait until Feng Ying left before taking action. We separated, A smile appeared on Deidara's face. Pointing to the team not far away, I saw that the team had been divided into 2. One continued to move forward, heading towards the Kingdom of Iron. One turned around and walked towards Konoha Village. I'm going to take action. Yeah, Deidara, we agreed to wait for the cage to leave. But, as an artist, if you don't seek stronger stimulation, your sense of things will gradually become dull. Brother. As he spoke, he put his hands in his pockets. Start preparing for ninjutsu again. Chapter 117 Sunagakure's Countermeasures, Angry Deidara. 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Soon, Deidara made a giant clay bird. He jumped onto it easily. Standing there looking at Scorpion. Brother, one tail is my goal. So, I went first. Don't keep me waiting too long. Don't worry, brother, yeah. Deidara smiled, and then controlled the giant bird under his feet. Rushing towards Gaara's team. However, when Deidara came to the sky above the team. But suddenly I realized something was wrong. Wrong. Deidara frowned. Then he threw a bomb casually. Drink. Boom. Along with the violent explosion, a large amount of smoke instantly appeared below. And wait until the smoke disappears. Deidara was shocked to find that there was only one person down there. 783. Are they all clones? And then use the clones to transform into a team. Deidara suddenly felt embarrassed. He was actually fooled. Damn it. His face was gloomy, and his hands reached into his pockets. Prepare to make lots of bombs. Completely blow the man who had tricked him into pieces. However, the person on the ground smiled miserably. He took out a flare from his pocket. Release violently. Snapped. After the signal bomb took off and exploded. A look of determination appeared on his face. Grabbing the kunai, he threw it towards Deidara. He actually wanted to send a signal. Give up the best opportunity to escape. In the end, he actually couldn't kill anyone even if he held him. It's a good idea to be able to inflict damage. Throwing a kunai at Deidara. However, his idea was wishful thinking after all. His kunai didn't hit Deidara at all. Art is explosion. Drink. Boom. Boom boom boom. With a series of explosions, the sand shinobi was completely blown to pieces. However, Deidara's anger did not dissipate. He slowly flew high into the sky. He used the miniature telescope carried in his left eye to explore the surroundings. Soon, he found the team of Grandma Chio who had separated from the person just now. However, that team has also disappeared at this moment. Advertisement. When he looked over, I happened to see a person disappear from the sand. Apparently, this person ran away directly after seeing the signal. Damn it. Deidara did not chase, but turned around and flew towards the scorpion. I saw the flare. You failed. Scorpion looked at Deidara indifferently. Deidara was very annoyed when he heard this and said, We were fooled. Those two teams are actually fake. If it weren't for the distance, we wouldn't have been fooled. I'm furious. Brother, I'm going to Sunagakure and blow up that village completely. Yeah. The mission is the most important thing. Shie said in a deep voice. Those people saw the signal. There will definitely be a reaction. Maybe after you pass by, everyone will be gone. One tail can't be found either. What will you do then? Damn it. Deidara became even more angry. Let's go to Sunagakure first. Scorpion said as he walked towards Sunagakure. Brother. Didn't you say you won't go to Sunagakure? I didn't say not to go. I just said don't blow it up. Quote. Scorpion didn't look back and talked as he walked. I have spies left in Sunagakure. Although I don't know why they didn't send me information this time. But, they should know something. Quote. As expected of Brother Scorpion. Soon, we arrived at Sunagakure. Sunagakure today. Still under construction. However, there was no one in the village at the moment. Apparently, after seeing the signal, these people all evacuated. Damn, there is indeed no one here. Quote. Deidara cursed angrily. Scorpion ignored him. Instead, he walked to a certain big rock on his own. He reached out and touched among the big rocks. After a while, he took out a scroll. Your spies are really capable. Deidara was delighted when he saw this. He quickly came over. Advertisement. The two began to read the information. Sunagakure suffered heavy losses due to repeated setbacks. So become extremely cautious. They wanted to prevent Gaara from being attacked when she left the village. So, I specially found a few Anbu and transformation technique to use as bait. In order to prevent spies in the village from leaking the news. Granny Chio didn't tell anyone before executing her plan. So I never heard the news. Now Gaara has left the village. On the way to Konoha Village. Where exactly? I don't know. Quote. There is not much intelligence content. It can be seen from the very sloppy handwriting. This person should have been very determined when he wrote. But I have already written down all the more important news. Walk. Shie coldly destroyed the scroll. Then he took Deidara and rushed towards Konoha Village. Brother, this is good news. Deidara was a little excited at the moment. Nine Tails is in Konoha. Should we go hunting together? Do you know who Nine Tails Jinchuriki is? Itachi knows, just ask him when the time comes. Deidara didn't care. Hey, Konoha is much more powerful than Sunagakure. It must be very exciting to grab Nine Tails Jinchuriki here. Big brother, you don't like waiting for opportunities, right? Taking advantage of this time, it would be great to catch 3.6 directly. Go ahead, Scorpion responded without any hesitation. His puppet has been repaired. So don't worry about anything. Okay, Deidara immediately became excited after hearing this. The two of them were on their way, looking for Gaara. However, because they took a trip back and forth to Sunagakure. Wasted some time, so there was no way to catch up with Gaara and others in the Kingdom of Wind. Arriving in the Land of Fire. There are also more forests. It's even more troublesome to find someone. Just when they felt helpless and prepared to storm Konoha Village. Suddenly, Deidara appeared high in the sky. Saw the target with the telescope. Found it. A smile appeared on Deidara's face. At the same time, he put his hands in his pockets. Chapter 118 Gaara's Changes, Deidara's Raid, 5th update. Please subscribe automatically. Gaara feels like she has been in a trance recently. Original. He's just someone who was too hurt as a child. And the poor child became a little lonely, bloodthirsty, and world-weary. He was misled by hatred. Desire to kill constantly to satisfy the emptiness in his heart. But in my heart, I always long for the day when someone can understand me. Desire to be recognized. However, this never came. In the Chunin exam, he was completely defeated. In a state of complete anger and madness, he was completely defeated by a peer. After, he began to recover from his injuries in Konoha. During the period of recuperation, he met the Rock Lee he once hated so much. Rock Lee back then, have become disabled. However, he still didn't complain about anything. After seeing him, Tien Fen gave him a friendly thumbs up. This made him angry, because he thought that Lee 19 Locke was mocking him. Taunting him that he can't beat Hinata. But, he originally wanted to kill someone in a rage. But it failed because the injury was too serious. Then, he could only curse a few words angrily, and then return to the ward to continue resting. In the ward, he looked through the window and saw Rock Lee outside in the garden. Rock Lee is constantly working out. The wound on his body began to bleed, but it never stopped. He was puzzled by this. So I asked the nurse. As a result, the nurse told him. Rock Lee was judged to be permanently disabled and could never continue to be a ninja. He practiced hard to get back on his feet. After hearing this answer, Gaara was a little confused. He didn't understand why Rock Lee persisted. After, he bumped into Uzumaki Naruto again, who had come to visit other patients. Uzumaki Naruto gave him a very strange feeling. Not only do you know him well, but you also understand him. Naruto took the initiative and came to his hospital room. Communicate with him, and he bluntly said that there is a monster inside him. A monster like him. Then I told him stories about my childhood. The story of Naruto's childhood is surprisingly similar to the story of his childhood. Original. This kind of memory will definitely arouse his disgust and anger. But, advertisement. Do not know why. Maybe it was because he was seriously injured and didn't have much energy to move. Perhaps it was because Naruto was so eloquent that he felt very much in agreement. So much so that I finally listened to Naruto's story seriously. Not only that, he also ended up becoming good friends with Naruto. This made him feel very happy. He actually has friends. Then, he also began to imitate Naruto involuntarily. After he recovered from his injury and returned to Sunagaku. Then he began to change his past style. Start helping others. Help others in Sunagaku rebuild their homes. Although most Sunagaku people still reject him. But, this kind of behavior also gained him some recognition. Many people thanked him very sincerely. At the same time, the way the whole village looked at him also changed. It made him feel good. However, this feeling didn't last long. He was about to be forced to leave Sunagaku and seek refuge in Konoha. This made him very unwilling. People who feel that they should not abandon the village and escape alone. However, what Granny Chio said is also very reasonable. She says, if Gaara doesn't leave, then the war will happen in Sunagaku. By then, Sunagaku, which has finally regained some vitality, will suffer another disaster. Gaara accepted this reason. He left Sunagaku to protect the village and protect others. But, he was still a little unwilling. I feel that I am really too weak. You can't protect the people you want to protect at all. Therefore, he was in a trance along the way. Quote. Suddenly, Gaara, who was in a trance, noticed something strange. He quickly turned his head and looked not far away. Turns out there was someone wearing an Akatsuki uniform. Standing on a strange big white bird, it was flying towards them. Enemy attack. Everyone, be careful. Gaara directly pulled out the stopper of the gourd. Always be ready for a fight. When the other people heard this, he quickly turned around to look. Then I discovered Akatsuki in the sky. They are really coming after me. Baki gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Gaara, you go to Konoha first. I'll hold him back. Advertisement. No. Gaara refused directly after hearing this. Then looked at Tamari. Z% 1% at. Tamari, you are fast. Go get help first. No. Tamari also refused. According to that flyer. That person should be Deidara. Iwagakure's rebellious ninja. Good at explosion style. Explosive clay can be molded into various shapes of explosive dolls. Explodes remotely. Weakness is that it can be countered by lightning style. We don't have lightning style ninjas here. So, at this moment, I can only rely on my wind style to blow those dolls away. Quote. Tamari took out her fan with a serious look on her face. The Akatsuki organization usually operates with 2 people. So, he must have an accomplice. Everyone must be careful. Quote. In that case, 713. Baki looked at the 3 siblings Gaara, Konkuro and Tamari. I couldn't help but sigh. Then let's deal with it together. While several people were talking, Deidara has arrived above them. And, he threw out several bird-shaped bombs. The detonating dolls flew toward them quickly. As a result, before he even got close, Tamari slapped him away with a fan. Walk. Baki thought for a moment and came up with the best solution. The enemy is in the air. It is difficult for them to attack each other. Therefore, it is too passive to fight against the enemy here all the time. Not as good as fight and retreat. If we can get closer to Konoha, the situation might be reversed. We fight and retreat, heading towards Konoha. Good. The other people didn't refute what they heard. I followed Baki's advice. While running, he used various means to deal with the detonating dolls. Deidara's attack never worked. Use wind style. In the air, Deidara looked at the scene below and couldn't help but sneer. Do you think my mother won't be here? As soon as I saw the big fan behind the woman, I knew what she wanted to do. Do you underestimate me too much? Chapter 119 Fierce Battle. Deidara's countermeasures. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. On the ground, Gaara and his group were running towards Konoha quickly. In the air, Deidara was also chasing after him quickly. He put his hands in his pockets again. The mouth in the palm of the hand is constantly devouring the starting point in the pocket. Then chew it in your mouth. After a while, several mini dragons were spit out. Deidara took out the mini dragon in his hand and threw it to Gaara. When Tamari took out the fan and prepared to use wind style, Deidara turned those mini dragons into real dragons with just one seal. These dragons are huge, flexible movements. As soon as he appeared, he rushed towards Gaara. Tamari's wind style is surprisingly powerful. But it had no impact on these giant dragons. And when Tamari discovered that those giant dragons suddenly became larger, they were able to withstand her wind style, and she was about to switch to ninjutsu. The dragons are getting closer and closer. She also had no time to use any ninjutsu. The situation is critical. Gaara quickly took action. He directly controlled the sand and surrounded the 4 of them. And wrapped the 4 of them into a ball. It's Gaara's absolute defense. It's over. Deidara above showed a proud smile. Then he made a sudden seal. Drink. Boom boom boom. The giant dragon surrounded the position of Gaara and others and emitted a violent explosion. Not only that, the grasshopper doll was hidden among the detonating dolls that Temari slapped away just now. At this moment, he quietly jumped from the ground to Gaara and others. These figures exploded together with the dragon in the sky. The sky and the ground exploded together. The power is amazing. Finished. Deidara stared at the large smoke below in the air. Wait quietly for the results. However, when the smoke clears. But he found a strange ball suddenly appeared over there. A ball of sand. Is that Jinchuriki's ninjutsu? Because the Akatsuki organization's action this time was relatively hasty. So, I don't know much about the detailed information about the Jinchuriki. Therefore, Deidara doesn't know much about Gaara. But, this does not affect his plan to capture the Jinchuriki. Advertisement. He observes, tests and analyzes. I have roughly understood some things. It looks like it should be the sand in the gourd behind him. These sands seem to be special. Has strong defensive power. But, no matter how strong your defense is, you can't withstand my bomb. Deidara sneered. Then he put his hands in his pockets and began to prepare a new ninjutsu. Inside the maracas, Gaara quickly used her third eye and began to observe the situation outside. Gaara, let's start fighting back, Baki slowly said. If we hide here, sooner or later you will be trapped to death. Quote, Gaara agrees with this statement. After observing Deidara, he found that the other party was preparing ninjutsu and there were no explosives around. The absolute defense was directly lifted. You should always be careful about that member of the Akatsuki organization hiding in the dark. Gaara ordered. Then he suddenly started to form seals. Quicksand falls, accompanied by Gaara's spell. The grassland under their feet turned into a desert in an instant. After having sand, Gaara also felt a little more confident. He looked up into the sky and suddenly fell asleep. Suddenly, the sand on the ground gathered into a big hand. Quickly grab at Deidara. However, Deidara's speed is very fast, and Gaara's sand hand can't catch it at all. See this situation. Gaara directly controlled the sand and lifted the four of them into the air. Help me control him. Good. Baki and Temari nodded together. The two then began to use wind style in conjunction with Gaara's sand hand. However, because Deidara is wearing a telescope, he can see their movements very clearly. So, Deidara dodged several attacks from the three of them. It's really difficult, as expected of Jinchuriki. Deidara avoids enemy attacks while in the air. At the same time, mixed chakra with explosive clay to make a doll. After a while, he then made several two-winged birds. This puppet is extremely fast. He thought he could blast Gaara. Advertisement. Try this. Deidara released the two-winged bird. The two-winged bird instantly grew larger in the air and accelerated at the same time. At a very fast speed, he rushed towards Gaara. Drink. Boom. There was an explosion. The hand of sand grabbing at Deidara also disappeared. Quote. Did it succeed? Deidara looked at the smoke in the distance. Wait quietly. But after a while, the smoke dissipated, and the maracas appeared again over there. The defense speed is really fast. Deidara frowned and came to this conclusion. But after a while, a proud smile appeared on his face. I already know how to deal with you. He reached into his pocket again. Start preparing the puppet. After Gaara observed the situation outside. Absolute defense has been eliminated again. Continue to control the sand to attack. Baki and Temari assisted. Konkuro, on the other hand, is responsible for vigilance. No way. The location of this battle is really too high. His puppet was not suitable for fighting in such a situation. The offensive and defensive battle in the air continued. Gaara's hand of sand cannot catch Deidara no matter what. This is mainly because Gaara's strength, or Lee's, is still slightly weaker. If you can practice for another 2 to 3 years. The power of his ninjutsu is definitely not that small. Pity. He has no such chance at all. Deidara after repeated rounds of bombing. Use the winged bird to attack again. And at the moment when the two-winged bird exploded. At the same time, a handful of grasshopper dolls were thrown out. These grasshopper puppets went directly to hide under the sand under Gaara's maracas. After waiting for Gaara to release her absolute defense, she pounced directly. And after Gaara looked around with her third eye. Indeed, the grasshopper hidden under the sand was not found. Then, he then lifted his absolute defense again. Prepare to attack Deidara again. Success. Deidara smiled. Then the grasshopper puppet was controlled to jump on the 4 Gaara people. Take a sip! Exclamation mark quote. Boom. Chapter 120. Gaara is caught. Hidan is proud. Second update. Please subscribe and automatically.
Boom. A burst of smoke suddenly rose up along with the explosion. Look at the smoke. Deidara, who should have been happy, turned increasingly ugly. When the smoke dissipates, the 4 Gaara people who were supposed to be seriously injured by the explosion were all turned into sand at this moment.
Sand clone. Cut. Deidara looked grim for a moment, then regained his composure. As expected of Jinchuriki. Still very difficult. He put his hands in his pockets again. At the same time, they began to search for the locations of the 4 Gaaras. At the same time, in a hollow created under the sand. The 4 Gaaras are hiding here and panting. This can't go on like this. Gaara said in a deep voice. Too passive. I'd better turn on the full body form. Deidara keeps flying in the air. Except for Gaara, no one can attack him at all. But Gaara can attack Deidara though. But because his strength is not strong enough, he has never been able to keep up with the opponent's speed. So much so that they fought for so long. They actually never hit Deidara once. Certainly, this is also related to the fact that Gaara did not use the absolute defensive sand to attack Deidara. 840 after all. His special sand is infused with a large amount of chakra, sand that can quickly defend or attack. But, if he uses this part of the sand to attack, then, there is no way to guard against Deidara's bomb. Therefore, Gaara fell into a very frustrating cycle. Using special sand to attack may not be able to attack the enemy, but there is a high chance that someone on your side will be killed. It doesn't use special sand to attack, although it can prevent enemy bombs. But sooner or later it will be exhausted. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Gaara heard what she said. The other three were silent for a while. They feel useless and can't help at all. And, if Gaara turns on the full form, then they will be even less helpful. Not only that, they can also become a liability. However, without further ado, Baki's experience and intuition quickly helped him make his decision. No, advertisement. I don't agree with this plan. Once it becomes a complete body, its size will also increase. In this way, absolute defense is useless. The enemy's bombs are too powerful. He himself is very flexible. There will definitely be no way to prevent it then. It's completely inferior to the non-transformed state. Temari, Kankuro, you two go to Konoha quickly to ask for help. Gaara and I ran towards Konoha while fighting. Kankuro and Temari looked at each other. Then he nodded his head very much. Their strength is too weak. It can only become a burden here. It's better to leave quickly. I'll send you out with sand. Gaara nodded, agreed with Baki's view. Gaara today, already able to listen to other people's opinions. Good. After several people discussed it, Gaara rolled Temari and Kankuro directly in the sand and sent them out. Found it. When Deidara saw this, he immediately laughed. He accelerated and rushed over Temari and Kankuro. While Gaara's attack hasn't arrived yet, he took out the puppet he had just made and threw it away. Then leave quickly. As soon as the doll left his hand, it quickly grew in size. At the same time, the speed of falling is also accelerating. It's very scary at first glance. Dolls made of clay eaten on the hand and explosive clay mixed with chakra. The killer feature is the highest level of chakra C3 incorporated into it. And the most explosive artistic masterpiece that we can be proud of. Explode. Boom. Along with a terrifying explosion, a huge ball of light suddenly appeared on the ground. The huge ball of light BJAI emits terrifying light and heat. Waves of air rushed rapidly towards the surroundings. All the nearby trees were blown away. Watching this scene, the smile on Deidara's face grew bigger and bigger. However, when the smoke clears, the smile on his face froze again. Because he saw a large shield of sand. Although the sand is constantly crumbling. But there is no doubt about it. The bomb he just fired was completely blocked by Gaara. Advertisement. Jinchuriki is really surprisingly difficult. Deidara was not discouraged. Keep your hands in your pockets and prepare new bombs. However, just at this time, he suddenly saw a very weak Gaara on the ground. And the three figures rushing towards Gaara. He used the ninjutsu just now, so it consumed too much and he can't move. Deidara immediately changed his tactics when he saw this. He quickly pinched 3 two-winged birds and came out. And used these 2 winged birds to attack the 3 Temari people. On the ground, the extremely weak Gaara saw this scene. Suddenly anxious, he quickly controlled the sand he used for absolute defense and wrapped it in front of the 3 Tamaris. I want to use this sand to protect 3 people. However, just when his ninjutsu had just been released, then I saw the 3 two-winged birds suddenly circled around and then suddenly circled back. They actually rushed towards him together. Drink. Boom. With Deidara's low shout, the 2 winged birds exploded around Gaara. Gaara was seriously injured by the blast in an instant. Finally done. Deidara quickly rushed towards Gaara. If it doesn't end, I'm about to run out of clay. He casually squeezed a handful of grasshopper dolls and threw them away. Gaara. The 3 Bacchus just came out of Gaara's sand ball. Then he saw Gaara slowly falling. So, they all screamed in fear. Then he rushed towards Gaara. But at this time, several grasshopper puppets suddenly jumped on them. There was an explosion immediately. Boom. Baki and the other 3 were blown away. And at this moment, Deidara falls just in time. He controlled the big bird under his feet, wrapped Gaara with its tail, and flew into the air again. Capture completed. I don't know if the elder brother is waiting in a hurry. At the same time, somewhere in the land of thunder, Hidan looked at the 2 teak doors lying on the ground not far away, and couldn't help but smile proudly. Idiot. I knew my weakness was exposed. How could we still fight the same way? Chapter 121 Hidan's changes, classes 7 and 10 set off. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Hidan pulled out the black spear from his body. Then he shouted with excitement. Comfortable. Ever since he saw the description on the flyer and knew that the entire ninja world knew about his weakness. Then start to consciously adjust yourself. After all. Although he is impulsive, arrogant and somewhat brainless. But it's not really stupid. Know the importance of information to a ninja. The way to adjust is to rely on your peers. Just like they did with the 2-bit teak door. Let him go up first to taunt and draw hatred. The 2 teak doors already know Hidan's abilities and weaknesses. So, prepare to kill him first. As a result, this fell into Hidan's plan. While the 2 teak doors were furious, Kakuzu directly enlarged his moves next to him. Combine Hidan with 2 position teak doors. Hidan took advantage of the 2 Yukman's defensive Kakuzu ninjutsu and directly attacked the 2 Yukman with the March sickle. And successfully got a little blood. Then activate the curse. Kill the enemy successfully. The main reason for Hidan's dramatic change in style. There are 2 main points. The first is that his abilities and weaknesses are exposed. If he doesn't change something, his probability of killing his enemies in the future will be greatly reduced. And, even if you really get it, the enemy will also try their best to pull him out of the curse circle. Thus, if it doesn't change, he's basically useless. Second, the evil god cult was destroyed. As a fanatic believer in the evil god, loyal followers of the cult of evil god, he still hates the black organization that destroyed the evil cult. Then, he is ready to become stronger and take revenge. Hello, Hidan, this person is not dead, is he? Kakuzu kicked the 2-seat teak door on the ground. After discovering that I still have energy, he directly used his own ability to help the other party suture the wound. Snort. Hidan immediately became unhappy when he heard this. I gave up my teachings for the sake of my mission. There is no attack at all. You actually still doubt me like this. How infuriating. Quote. Doctrine. Kakuzu lifted the 2 teak doors very coldly. Your evil cult was destroyed by the black organization. Hidan was annoyed. I will destroy the black organization sooner or later. Okay, let's go quickly. Kakuzu strode towards the Akatsuki organization's stronghold. This time, we have to seal 3-tailed beasts at once. The workload is huge. Quote. Gaara. In a forest in the land of fire. Kankuro looked at Deidara flying further and further away, and suddenly felt dizzy. My heart was filled with rage. Advertisement. Damn Akatsuki organization. They were eventually caught up. He gritted his teeth and sat up. Looking at the 2 unconscious companions beside me, I felt very powerless in my heart. He wanted to chase someone. But, my body doesn't allow it. Although the final explosion did not kill him. But it also hit him hard. In a short period of time, strenuous exercise will be impossible. Gaara. Kankuro hit the ground hard, his eyes filled with pain. He was just coming out of the shadows. But I encountered something like this. Number 1. If only we had come to Konoha Village earlier. No. I need to cheer up. Go to Konoha for help. Quote. Since being defeated by Konoha, he has always trusted Konoha. Therefore, after Gaara was captured, the first thing he thought of was to ask Konoha for help. Thought of this, Kankuro stood up quickly, wake up the 2 companions, and then briefly treat the injuries together. Then he sat on the puppet and hurried on. After all, in their current physical condition, using a puppet is faster than walking by yourself. It didn't take long to go like this. They sensed the approach of the Konoha shinobi. The 3 of them were not surprised by this. After all, this place is not too far from the border of Fire Country. In theory, there should be many sentry posts. Although the sentry post they passed may have been destroyed by 2 people from the Akatsuki organization. But, the noise of the explosion just now was too loud. As long as there are sentry posts around, you will definitely notice it. What happened? What happened with the explosion just now? The ninjas of Konoha quickly came to the 3 of them. He looked at them cautiously. Baki spoke quickly and told the whole situation. Akatsuki organization. Konoha shinobi was shocked. After looking at the tragic situation of the 3 people, I thought of the task given by the boss today. Suddenly, he believed Baki and the others. I'll notify the village right away. One of the Konoha shinobi left quickly. The rest supported Baki and the 3 others and walked towards the sentry post. No, we won't go to the sentry post. We have to save Gaara too. Let's go directly to Konoha. Kankuro said reluctantly to the Konoha shinobi next to him. Please. Your injuries will slow down our ninja's rescue speed. Are you sure you want to do this? Please give me flowers. Quote. Hear what the other person said. Advertisement. The 3 of them fell silent for a moment. Then they sighed together. Gave up the idea of going to Konoha. Prepare to go out to the sentry post to recuperate now, and wait until the injury gets better. Do not worry. Konoha shinobi saw the unwillingness in the other person's eyes. So he smiled and said, wait until the rescue team comes. They will meet you at the sentry post first. Quote. Konoha Village. Ever since 5th Hokage Tsunade left the village, the task of issuing tasks was temporarily handled by 2 consultants. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is still alive, but it is not convenient for him to do this job. Is there still class 10? Udatane Kaharu looked at the 7 people in front of him and continued to search for the task with a headache. If the 2 classes act together, let me give you a C-level mission. It is the task of escorting gold. Quote. Naruto immediately showed a depressed expression upon hearing this. Mother-in-law, we are strong. Give us an A-level mission. Or, S-level missions are also available. Do you think S-class missions are just cabbage? Mitokado Homura glared at Naruto. That kind of mission must be done by Jonin. And, that kind of mission doesn't come across very often. Quote. Despair. As soon as Mitokado Homura finished speaking, he saw an Anbu rushing in. Advisor. Urgent news coming from the border. The Akatsuki organization captured Gaara at the border of the Land of Fire. Sunagaka requested assistance. Quote. Gaara. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then looked at the two advisors with a firm look on his face. Consultant Grandpa, Consultant Mother-in-law, I want to save people. Dawn. The expressions of the three members of Class 10 and Sasuke also changed when they heard this. Then he looked at the two consultants at the same time. There is a strong desire in the eyes. Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu frowned upon seeing this. They looked at Bai Hao. After looking at the list of Jonin currently available for dispatch, I could only sigh. Looked at Bai Hao. Bai Hao, are you sure? No problem. Bai Hao nodded expressionlessly. Good. That being the case. Then this S-level mission is left to you. Remember, your mission is to detect the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization. Not rescuing Gaara. We will send other Jonin immediately. You must be careful. Yes. The five Xiaoqiang were overjoyed at the same time. Chapter 122 Bai Hao's Summoning Beast, Shock Tamari, 4th update. Please subscribe automatically. Can their 7 children really complete such a task? Seeing Bai Hao, 7 people left the office together. Uchiha Kaharu looked at Mitokado Homura with some concern. We might meet the Akatsuki organization this time. It should be no problem. Mitokado Homura shook his head. Tsunade said, Bai Jia has very strong strength. It can pull her into the illusion silently. Therefore, Bai Hao should also be able to pull people from the Xiao organization into the illusion. With such an ability as a guarantee, I believe the 7 people will not have any big problems. Bai Hao also knows the Flying Thunder God technique. This ability is also very powerful. And, since Bai Hao can teach Hinata to be that kind of strong person, how could he be an ordinary genin? I doubt. Today's Bai Hao is probably even scarier than the 12-year-old Uchiha Itachi. We should believe them. Quote. Okay. 460. Uchiha Kaharu sighed. The monkey said the same thing. Just believe you. Konoha Village entrance. The 6 people from Class 7 and Class 10 quickly made preparations and came here to gather. Because I have to go on a mission and I am the team leader. So Bai Hao also rarely wore the Konoha forehead protector. But, he did not wear it on his forehead, but tied it casually on his arm like Shikamaru. Are you ready? Bai Jia leaned against the tree with an expressionless face. After seeing all 6 people arrive, they made a sound.
All right. The 6 of them answered together. Bai Hao simply looked at the 6 people after hearing this. The eyes of the 3 people in Class 10 were filled with tension and hatred. The 3 people in Class 7 are a little weird. Naruto looked worried and solemn. Sasuke lowered his head, put his hands in his pockets, and had a gloomy look on his face, as if he was thinking of Uchiha Itachi. Little Sakura glanced at him from time to time. The face is slightly red. He seemed to be thinking about something unrelated to the mission. Very good. Bai Hao glanced at the 6 people and nodded. Then he took out 6 kunai. Everyone got a handful. These kunai have my Flying Thunder God technique on them. If you encounter danger, just inject chakra into the kunai. I'll be there immediately. After seeing several people put away their kunai, Bai Hao nodded. Let's go. Yes, the 7 people rushed out of Konoha's gate so quickly. Rushing towards the border of the fire country, Bai Hao. Advertisement Shikamaru ran beside Bai Hao. While rushing on the road, I was thinking about the tracking plan. Why didn't we apply for a tracking dog? Do you have any other way to track it? Right. Bai Hao nodded. Ever since I had the dreamy copying skill. He copied many useful skills. Shan Lin's Kagura Hard Eye has naturally been copied a long time ago. But, this time I didn't want to use Kagura's Heart to track him. Because Kagura's inner eye is not very useful when tracking. He's ready to use his own summoning beast. I have Summoning On. Summoning On. The other 6 people were stunned when they heard this. They really didn't expect that Bai Hao actually had a summoning beast. After all, summoning beasts are still very rare. Generally, there are 2 ways for ninjas to harvest summoning beasts. One is a gift from an elder or teacher. One is to meet a powerful ethnic group alone and sign a contract. And Bai Hao doesn't go out all day. They never thought that Bai Hao actually had a summoning beast. Yes, there are some. Bai Hao nodded. He has drawn prizes so many times, so naturally he has also drawn the summoning beast. But, the summoning beast he drew is somewhat special. It is not a traditional summoning beast in Hokage. But the Pokemon in Pokemon, these elves not only have extraordinary fighting power. Moreover, most of them have some other abilities. For example, track the enemy, and he is the summoning beast of all. The one who is best at tracking enemies is the Wind Speed Dog. At the same time, these summoning beasts are not like most of the summoning beasts in Hokage, they are a group. You can change the summons. For example, summon Gamabunta today and Gamakichi tomorrow. There is only one of his summoning beasts. What is it? Good at tracking? Is it a ninja dog? Or birds? Several people chirped and asked. Shikamaru paid attention to the important information points. There are some? Shikamaru glanced at Bai Hao with some confusion. I once again have a new understanding of Bai Hao's strength. It seems that his strength may have exceeded that of ordinary Jonin. No wonder the consultant felt confident letting him do the task. Advertisement. Shikamaru thought of this. I couldn't help but sigh a little. We are classmates from the same class. Why can he be so strong? Really, there's no comparison. The group of people chatted and hurried on their way. After more than a day, they finally arrived at the sentry post where Konkuro was. You are the team on this tracking mission. Konoha Shinobi at the sentry post looked at the 7 people in front of him with some disbelief. Then he looked back again. It seems that they want to find the real leader Jonin. Stop looking for it. Bai Hao saw through the other person's thoughts at a glance. I lead the team. This is the mission statement. With that said, he handed over a scroll. Konoha Shinobi took it with some confusion. Took a look, then he looked at Bai Hao with a complicated expression. Really, it's true, consultant. Is the consultant so relieved to let you come over? Bai Hao nodded indifferently. Show us San Shinobi. Time is running out, we must find someone as soon as possible. All right. That Konoha Shinobi gave up his random thoughts. Although I don't understand why the consultant would send such a young man to perform the task. But, he doesn't ask too many questions. Maybe, this boy is a genius. As talented as Uchiha Itachi. This is Bai Hao, the captain of the Konoha rescue team. The ninja at the sentry post has just been introduced in 3.4. The 3 San Shinobi in front of them were shocked. You are the leader. The 3 of Baki considered many possibilities. But I just didn't expect it. The leader of the team this time is actually such a 12-year-old child. Good. Bai Hao nodded. Then he bit his finger and directly used the summoning technique. Accompanied by a bang sound. A big dog with tiger-like Madara patterns on its body appeared in front of everyone. Woof. As soon as the wind speed dog came out, it was easy to rub on Bai Jia's body affectionately. Give Gaara's belongings a sniff. Wait, you are Bai Hao. Tamari suddenly thought of before the Chunin exam. They came across the 3 Narutos. From the mouth of the 3 Narutos, they learned about a peer who was more powerful than Sasuke. That person seems to be Bai Hao. Chapter 123. Arriving at the Akatsuki stronghold in the country of Taki. Akatsuki's countermeasures. 5th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Yes, Bai Hao nodded without knowing why. I am Bai Hao. How? No, it's okay. Tamari shook her head. But, although she didn't show anything on her face. But suddenly thoughts began to wander in my mind. Konoha Village is a large ninja village. It is absolutely impossible for a village like this to deliberately shoot some weak ninjas to rescue us to disgust us. Even if they really want to disgust us, it is impossible to let these ninja seedlings come out to die. Combined with what Naruto and the others said back then, the strongest man of his age was called Bai Hao. So there is only one truth, Bai Hao's strength, probably stronger than a regular Jonin. After reaching such a conclusion, she was even more shocked. He was obviously just a smaller person than her. The result is such terrifying strength. As expected of Konoha Village, all kinds of geniuses emerge and endlessly. Tamari sighed in her heart, then he took out an item Gaara carried with him. Bai Hao saw this and patted the wind speed dog. Fumzugo 19 very obediently came forward and started to smell the smell of the thing. Woof. After a while, Fumzu dog turned his head and barked at Bai Hao. Bai Hao immediately understood that the other party knew the enemy's location. So he nodded. We can chase. Wait a moment. Shikamaru stopped Bai Hao. Then looked at Tamari. Can you tell me the specific characteristics of those Akatsuki members? That person is Deidara. The companion who acted with him did not come forward, and it is not clear who he is. Okay, thank you very much. Shikamaru nodded. He didn't ask anything else. Because it is no longer needed. Ever since those leaflets with the secrets of the Shao organization were flying all over the place. He had already memorized the detailed information of all members of the Akatsuki organization. So, after Tamari said the enemy was Deidara, he already knows what kind of person the enemy is and what kind of abilities he has. As well as how to quickly defeat the enemy. Without further delay, we will decide. After seeing Shikamaru finish asking questions, Bai Hao said hello to the captain here. Then he rushed out with a group of people. Advertisement. Watching Bai Hao and his group slowly disappear in front of him and others. Tamari and the other 3 fell silent. None of them are stupid. It was quickly deduced that Bai Hao was probably very powerful. Far more powerful than an ordinary Jonin. Otherwise, Konoha would not be able to safely let a group of children out to carry out such a dangerous mission. Did not expect. The legendary number 1 is actually so strong. Kankuro also thought of Sasuke's nickname of 10,000 years second child. Although I haven't seen him take action yet, but it shouldn't be bad. He actually has such a powerful area of power at such a young age. It's really awesome. Say it. He looked at the 2 people next to him again. Let's recover quickly, then follow him and have a look. Good. Baki nodded with complicated thoughts. He feels. My own Sanagakure may never be able to overpower Konoha again. After all, The strongest man of the new generation in his village was beaten like this in the aftermath of a battle between members of the Akatsuki organization. And the new generation of strong men in Konoha Village opposite. But he dared to fight after the Akatsuki organization. Bai Hao and his group kept running forward behind Feng Su Go. Although the wind speed dog is very fast, but, in order to allow Bai Hao and his party to keep up. So it's not running at full speed, the group of people just chased each other. Started running towards the country of Taki, running all the way. One day later, they finally arrived at the border between the country of fire and the country of Taki. The enemy went to Taki country? The group stood still. He quietly looked at the border of Takino country not far away and did not rush in. The country of Taki is a small country located between the country of fire and the country of earth. They are surrounded by 4 countries. The strength of Takigakure village in the country of Taki was not weak to begin with. Owns 7 tails, one of the 9-tailed beasts. The most famous ninja in the village is Kakuzu. However, after Kakuzu defected, the strength of the village suddenly dropped a bit. The entire country is surrounded by numerous waterfalls. There are countless natural dangers. It is a good place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Bai Hao, why did you stop suddenly? Shikamaru came to Bai Hao with some confusion. Someone is coming. Bai Hao said lightly, then he raised his hand and clicked on 2 locations. The enemy is approaching our assembly area. Advertisement. In a secret stronghold within the country of Taki. A member of the Akatsuki organization, one tail is currently being sealed. It's 7 little devils. From Konoha, all 6 of them are ordinary brats. The one who leads the team. Very weird, Ju said slowly. The name is Bai Hao. Bai Hao? All Akatsuki members were stunned for a moment. For this name, none of them are strangers, because not long ago, they had suspected that Bai Hao was a member of the Black Organization. And some investigations were launched against him. Nothing was found. This ruled out the possibility that the other party was a member of the Black Organization. Cut, Hidan sneered, isn't that brat already eliminated? 390? What's the big deal? No, Ju shook his head, since he can lead a team to track us, it shows that he is very powerful. Except in the Blood Mist, it is impossible for every village to send out the new generation elites to die. So, is he very strong? Deidara looked at Itachi curiously. Itachi, he appears to be only 12 years old, is it stronger than when you were a child? Not sure, Itachi said expressionlessly. Itachi. Zetsu looked at Itachi. Sasuke is also on the trail. Itachi was silent for a while. Use that technique. Let me go, I just killed someone, it doesn't feel like enough. Hidan looked at Pain expectantly, although everyone knows that Obito is the boss. But, Obito once again handed over the command to Nagato. No, Nagato rejected the decision. This technique must be performed by someone with abundant chakra. Still suitable for Kisame. Even so, 30% of the chakra will be consumed. No problem, Kisame laughed. I didn't have enough fun in Konoha last time. This time, I want to have some fun with Konoha Shinobi. Just right. Look what's special about that Bai Hao. Chapter 124 Itachi and Sasuke meet again. First update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Is there anyone? Hearing this, the 6, Xiaoqiang, all looked at the 2 positions pointed by Bai Hao. Nothing was found, however, just when they were a little confused and wanted to ask something again. But I saw 2 men wearing Akatsuki uniforms, slowly walked over from not far away. Both of them were wearing hats, however, one of them was carrying a big knife. So everyone quickly recognized the man with the big knife on his back. This person is Kisame from the Akatsuki organization. As for the other person, Liu Xiaoqiang, he didn't know who he was. But, Bai Hao recognized who the 2 were early on. Kisame. Weasel. Bai Hao read out their names silently in his heart. Then start assigning tasks. Class 10, led by Shikamaru. Attack Kisame. Class 7, Little Belt Team. Attack Uchiha Itachi. Attack. After hearing Bai Hao's words, the 6 people all froze. Uchiha Itachi. This is a name that most people in Konoha know. 6 people are no exception, and they also knew about the hatred between Sasuke and Itachi. Then, the 5 of them turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke at the same time. It turned out that Sasuke was stunned at first, and then suddenly became angry. His expression alternated between excited, angry, and calm. Very abnormal. Bai Hao. Shikamaru frowned upon seeing this. If the enemy is Itachi, why not let us deal with it? No, before Bai Hao could speak, Sasuke spoke directly. I agree with this plan, Weasel, we deal with it. No, I have to deal with it myself. Bai Hao was speechless for a while after hearing this. Then he reluctantly agreed. Alright, haven't you always wanted to fight Itachi? Just right. Let's fight with this cloned Weasel first. If you can win, then I will be more confident when I fight with the main body in the future. Copy. Everyone was shocked again. Advertisement. Then they looked at the 2 people not far away together. Now, Kisame and Itachi have arrived not far from Bai Hao and others. And the 2 of them happened to hear Bai Hao's words. You are Bai Hao, right? It's really awesome. It turns out that we can instantly discover that we are not the original body. Kisame smiled immediately after hearing this. Pity. Even if it is not the body, we can kill you easily too. Say it. He looked back at Itachi and Sasuke. Sharingan, and you have a very similar appearance. Weasel. He is your brother, right? My friend is gone, Sasuke. Itachi looked at Sasuke and said slowly, I heard that the Uchiha clan is all dead. Killed by you, Kisame said with a smile beside him. Then he looked at Sasuke. I didn't expect there to be survivors. After listening to Kisame's words, there was a sudden silence in the venue. He is Sasuke's older brother. Is it the person Sasuke wants to kill the most? Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi. There was some curiosity in my heart. He destroyed the Uchiha clan. What a terrible person. Very scary. Little Sakura was already trembling a little. The aura of Kisame and Itachi was really terrifying. She couldn't help but feel scared. Is that Sasuke's brother? So powerful indeed. Fortunately, Mr. Bijuu is here. Otherwise, we might all die. Copy? Shikamaru looked at the two people in front of him and kept thinking. Since Bijuu can see through it at a glance, so he should have the strength to deal with these two clones. That being the case, then let's try to deal with it. Let's see how big the strength gap is between us and the people in the Akatsuki organization. Okay, I really want to eat something. Shoji panicked. I haven't learned what Mr. Bijuu taught me last time. What to do? What to do? I'm so stupid. Ino felt her calves shaking a little. Sasuke glared at Sharingan and looked at Itachi. Advertisement. Then he directly used Chidori and rushed towards Itachi. My stupid brother. Itachi looked at Sasuke rushing over and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He felt that his brother was really stupid. How can anyone attack the enemy like this? Go into a rage as soon as you meet? Isn't this giving away someone's head? Just when he was about to punch Sasuke and teach him a lesson. Suddenly I found that the surroundings were completely dark. He actually couldn't see anything except himself. Illusion? Itachi was slightly startled. He didn't expect that. I fell into an illusion without even realizing it. Is it darkness technique? A level ninjutsu. It is a genjutsu that the Senju clan used to restrain Uchiha genjutsu a long time ago. First generation seems to have used this move against Uchiha Madara. Unexpectedly, Bijuu is so strong. Itachi smiled lightly. I couldn't help but feel a little relieved about Sasuke's future. Then make a seal with one hand. Open. With Itachi's low shout, the darkness around him began to dissipate rapidly. Everything is back to its original state again, but at this moment, Sasuke has been pulled far away by Bijuu. It wasn't just Sasuke who came far away, others also came to faraway places. Itachi glanced at them and didn't pay much attention. He used the body flicker technique, came to Kisame's side, and helped him unlock the genjutsu. Is it an illusion? Kisame looked at Bijuu, with a hint of fighting intent flashing in his eyes. This kid is quite strong. Nuo Wang's. Bijuu was not surprised that Uchiha